Hello, chat. I hope that this volume here is okay. Um, there we go. That should be better, hopefully. Good morning. We are once again. Oh shit, you guys didn't hear any of that, unfortunately. Although he didn't actually meow, so, um, yeah, he didn't meow. I was trying to get him to meow, but he didn't. I was just gonna fill his face. Um, I should probably do the blast off there, or the blast off. Sorry, Hasan is just in my mind now. Um, Unfortunately, he's just kind of there because we are going to be reacting to some Hasan today, and I will probably be more than a little annoyed before it's over. um, yeah, yay me. Okay, everybody. Let me get some news up, and then I'm gonna start making. Um, let's see what that. So many windows here. Okay. Oh, it's like 8:30.
Means
Let's
they
go
can
back.
chew and be.
Um, just go back in the live stream to
just a few kilometers away.
oh, what maybe. I just want the headline. Does DW News not offer the headlines? Oh, apparently there's going to be a snap election. You know what? Let's see what's in the American news, and then we'll do the other news. Uh, oh yeah, Trump isn't apologizing for the racist video sharing because I mean, of course he's not, because that would involve actually owning up to a mistake that he made, which is he would never do that. Good morning, Kalinda. Why piss spam pisses you off? You'll see, Lannis. You'll probably agree with me. I mean, I very much doubt that you. Yeah, you'll probably agree with me. Um, wow, 11 hours ago, 11 hours. I don't even see anything particularly interesting. You know what? What does the BBC have? Uh, um, ooh, okay. Uh, is there actually not anything about the recent Russian stuff? I guess I'll read that article um later, but or the Russia-Ukraine peace talks, I mean. Also, the Winter Olympics started today for those of you who care about sports. I don't know if I'll even have time to watch any of them. Oh, also, Steve Rosenberg was there when the Russian general got shot, or he wasn't there, but he went to the apartment block. Steve Rosenberg is the last, I guess, like Western journalist still reporting out of Russia. That and like he lives there, and he does this thing every week where he reads off where he looks at the news basically, and he reads Russian newspapers and he highlights stuff that's in them. Dylan watches it on his stream a lot. Um, I'm actually gonna see. Let's see what he had to say. Um, JD Vance got booed hardcore at the Olympics. Oh yeah, I imagine. Oh, okay. So this one's from 3 days ago. Let's listen. I want to listen to a couple of Steve Rosenberg talking about what's in the Russian papers, um, because I think this is really interesting. It's always interesting what the Russians are saying versus what like they say to the West, um, and yeah, so it's like a kind of like this weird thing that goes on. Okay, what's going on, buddy? Can you guys hear me all right? By the way. It's obviously very early in the morning, so yeah. Um, he's meowing as he runs around like a crazy cat. Okay, let's see.
Reading today's Russian papers, it doesn't look as if today's peace talks in Abu Dhabi, involving officials from Russia, Ukraine, and America, will produce a breakthrough. There's certainly no hint of compromise on Russia's part. The government paper Российская Gazeta reports that following a pause, Russian strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure have resumed.
Curling is the most underrated Olympic sport to watch, unironically.
A military expert predicts we will continue to carry out strikes until the authorities in Kiev sign a peace agreement on our terms. A military analyst says something very similar in Moskovsky Komsomolets today. The sooner the Ukrainian regime's energy and industrial base will be paralysed, the sooner we can speak about a real ceasefire, not a bogus one, on Russia.
The Ukrainian regime. I'm sure that that's probably the words they used too. Yes. Bombing them into submission hasn't worked for 4 years, but let's keep doing it because surely it will work soon. Surely it will work soon. Copium. Oh, that's good stuff.
Russia's terms. Izvestia. Experts believe that ahead of this round of talks in the UAE, expectations should be modest. The parties will focus on technical and military questions, but the pivotal issues require discussion at a higher level. According to a political scientist, those issues include...
I'm an idiot. And I just spilled the pancake mix all over the place. Oh boy. I'm just going to keep playing this video while I mute my microphone so that I can turn on the vacuum to clean this up. I'm so stupid. Also, I'm going to have to go get more pancake mix later or go get something else to have for breakfast because I don't have anything. Yeah, I know. RIP. Anyway, I'm going to keep playing this and I'm just going to mute. Yes, I'm glad that I can bring you the amusement.
Territorial questions and the future status of Ukraine in the European security system. But what about all the diplomacy we've seen recently? As Moskovsky Komsomolets points out, Putin envoy Dmitriev flies to America, officials from Moscow, Washington and Kiev meet in the UAE, Ukraine discusses something separately with Europe, and of course there are private contacts too. And Trump declared in the White House, I think we're doing very well with Ukraine and Russia. For the first time I'm saying that. I think we're maybe going to have some good news. Oh yes, for the first time. As soon as I become president, I'll call Putin and Zelensky and end the war in a day. Remember that? The paper refers to a speech in Kiev by NATO Secretary General.
I can't. Trump is like incapable of ever admitting when he does something wrong or when something's not working. It's so stupid. He just can't. He can't do it. I don't know, guys. I don't know. He's also real dumb. And I just don't think that he understands anything about any of this. I guess beyond whatever the fuck Putin told him.
Mark Rutte, where he mentioned that some European allies have announced that they will deploy troops to Ukraine after a deal is reached. Troops on the ground, jets in the air, ships on the Black Sea. The paper calls this self-hypnotism. Russia opposed and opposes the presence of foreign troops in Ukraine. And European countries are not prepared to deploy their forces there without security guarantees from the US. Washington has yet to confirm such guarantees. And as Putin's foreign policy aide Yuri Ushakov said, no one has got our approval for security guarantees for Ukraine, allegedly agreed by Kiev, Washington and Europe. And without our approval, it's meaningless. And so that no one is left in any doubt, On February the 3rd, Russia came up with its version of good news, the most powerful missile and drone strike on Kyiv in a month. In this sense, we can agree with Trump that we're doing very well with Ukraine. I hope things will continue just as well.
We're doing so good bombing all those civilians, guys. They'll totally give up any day now. What's up, food stream? I'm sure you've seen Pisco hand over the baby cell. Yes, yes, Chase. I'm gonna talk about that later. Don't spoil it, okay? I saw Destiny watch some of that last night. I'll probably like I don't know if I'll watch the whole thing or not, but I'm curious what else he talked about in that clip because that I'm not gonna like go over the baby settler shit. Instead, I'm gonna do instead I want to see what else he looked at in that. I didn't see the rest of it. However, I will say it is very crazy to me that like Pisco, after having apparently spent a bunch of time talking to all the debate brained, philosophy brained logic bros in the fucking ask yourself Discord, that he doesn't understand the difference between saying X is bad because it is morally reprehensible and X is bad because it's not productive or pragmatically good for my cause. It doesn't mean that you disagree with it. In the second one, it doesn't mean you think that X is morally reprehensible. You just think that it shouldn't happen because it's not good for your shit. Which means that yes, Hasan does think it's okay to kill Israeli civilians. It's just that he doesn't think that it's a good idea because he thinks it's not productive. And I mean, he basically said that. And that is the sum up of Hasan's entire condemnation of every single bad thing that has ever been done by Hamas or Hezbollah. It's always just, it's not productive, guys, so you shouldn't fucking do it. Not it's bad because it's bad to target civilians. Hasan does not think that these things matter, and it is fucking stupid that Pisco would act like he doesn't understand the difference between these two things. I don't understand how anybody couldn't understand the difference between these two things. Chef K, hello, Bomber of Doom. Yeah, I'm making pancakes. And then I'm gonna go into the office and we're gonna stream from in there so that I can walk on the treadmill while I rage react to stuff. Also, when there's more people here, I have some stuff that I want to ask chat too. But yeah. Ooh, pancakes. Yes, pancakes are delicious. I don't know. It's just so dumb. Like, I don't understand how people couldn't. It's such an easy, like, moral thing. It's so easy to understand that there's a difference between these two like things, you know? I think my favorite example is when I say that I think that the Iraq war is morally justified because Saddam Hussein was a bad leader who was doing terrible shit to his people, but pragmatically I'm against it because it doesn't work and you're setting the standard that America or I guess the UN or some coalition of partners is just going to go around the world knocking off dictators who are doing shitty things to all their people. I feel like in reality, the only place where that bar is actually going to be high enough is if they're doing genocide. And there needs to be a lot of evidence that they're doing genocide. It can't just be like people just like it can't be as contentious as the claim is in like Israel and Gaza or in Gaza, for example. It has to be like pretty clearly obvious that they're doing some really fucked up shit, and everybody knows it. Like in Srebrenica, everybody knew that like bad shit was going to happen there, and they basically just let it happen. Pisco gives too much to leftists, not gonna lie. Yeah. I saw someone in his chat say, at least Israeli hostages listen to me. Yeah, that's fucking. Chase, listen, I'm still on the. I don't think the Pisco rumors are true. I don't think Pisco is trying to like get those Hasan audience members or anything. Okay. I think Pisco is a stubborn bastard who refuses to see whether or not he just refuses to I think he's just a like a I think that he just doesn't want to admit when he's wrong is what I actually think is happening. Okay? And he has staked out these leftists really aren't that bad or we can still make them be allies position. And because he did that, now he's stuck on that and he's planted his feet firmly in the ground, and he has stuck his goalpost in, and he is not going to move from that position because he's like it's his fucking ego, and he just refuses to admit when he's wrong. Like, even with the fucking Hasan airport shit, it should have been very clear. It should be very clear to anybody with half a brain that getting taken off of that getting your global entry revoked is not like some sort of like weird viewpoint discrimination shit. And we don't even know exactly why he got his global entry revoked. But Pisco continued to make that argument because that's where he had stood before. Even after it came out that Hasan lied about the whole thing and he was not being detained for hours or any of that other shit, it didn't matter. Yeah, like same thing with the Ethan shit, where like 4 hours Lonerbox, like he and Lonerbox basically ran around in circles as Loner desperately attempted him to get him to like just accept that, hey, you know what, maybe Ethan did it for this reason or that reason or whatever. And like Pisco just would not give him that. It's because that like once he has made up his mind on a position, he just refuses to move from it. And I don't think it helps that his whole audience is cheerleading him in this either. You know, like, yeah, there might be some aspect of audience cap. Either way, I've lost a lot of respect for him. I mean, like, yeah, I have too. Just because it like he's just taking insane positions. I don't think he's doing it on purpose, but he is incredibly dense. Yeah. Hassan doesn't care about anything or anyone but himself. And if it sounds like he condemns anything that's done to Israel, his audience would rip him apart like piranha. Yeah, I know. Was Casey Tron's apology legitimate? Yes or no? Oh yeah, or when he posted the gun, yeah. Pisco debated Hutch 2 for hours and ran defense for Denim. Yeah, I know. I saw that before. I'm not going to watch. I might have liked Pisco if politics were rap battles. Yes. Hello, Maruzzi. I'm probably going to be doing like Hassan reacts and shit later. That I don't know. Chat seems to enjoy it when I. But for now, back to the thing.
It occurs to me that line that Russia opposes the presence of foreign troops in Ukraine, which you hear a lot in Moscow. Russian officials clearly make an exception when it comes to Russian troops in Ukraine. Komsomolskaya Pravda refers to reports in the FT that Ukraine and its foreign partners have agreed some kind of multi-tier plan for security guarantees, under which no later than 72 hours after a Russian attack, there would be a coordinated military response by the EU and the US with direct participation of US troops. There's been no formal announcement of this. Still, the paper mocks the idea. What's been stopping the EU the last 4 years from entering the war on Ukraine's side, rather than fighting with Russia with the hand of Ukraine? If it's had no desire to do this up till now, it's unlikely to have it after a hypothetical peace. And what would the average European citizen say? And why would the US go to war with Russia? For Ukraine? This plan is more like a baby's dummy than a security guarantee. A direct confrontation of NATO and Russia would most probably end in an exchange of nuclear strikes and nuclear winter on the continent. Moscow continues to believe it has the initiative on the battlefield.
Oh, hey, they're doing it. They're doing the fear mongering over the nuclear winter memes. Because of course they are, because they also want the Russian public to believe that it suits their interests. I'm sure Putin and everybody wants everyone to think that that it's an existential threat for Russia. Yes. Good morning, Maruzzi. Wait, why did you go 07? Did you leave? I'm not going to be doing it yet. I'm going to do news stuff first. I don't know what's going on yet with like over in Magaland. I should probably look into that. Like the only news that I continuously hear is that Trump won't apologize for the racist video that he posted of Obama, which I watched by the way, and it is ultra fucking cringe. But I can see why Trump would repost it because that he's portrayed as a lion in that or in that stupid AI video. So of course that's why he reposted it. Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's like really fucking racist. And it's been very funny watching everybody like kind of run defense for it or like fall all over themselves. Um it's also always very funny watching the Republicans be like continuously act like Trump's not actually like this as they condemn like one bad thing that he does. And then like they're just like, this is beneath us or whatever. This is beneath the office. Yeah. Um they lied like three times in the scramble and supported it, then some staffer under the bus. If some staffer, why they say it was part of a non-racist clip. Oh yeah, I know. There was the whole, first it was what was it? First it was fake, and then it was like Trump never watched it because it was reposted by a staffer. Even though I'm pretty sure it was reposted at midnight. Like, Donald Trump legit is one of those people who probably doesn't have great sleep, and he's probably up at like 4 in the morning fucking rage tweeting, or I'm sorry, rage truthing, or like he scrolls his feed, and obviously because it is Trump media, it's just full of like the most like insane crap. Honestly, I'm tempted to make a Truth Social account as an experiment, and then like be my liberal self on there and see how long it takes before I get banned. And I will just be Trump's number one reply girl, and I will respond to every post that he makes in an incendiary way, and we'll see like how long it takes before they ban me. Rather not, no. No, I mean, I'll do it on like a VPN. I'm not actually going to give them any of my information. I just think it would be funny. Like, I'm pretty sure the Truth Social rules even say some shit in there that make it clear, that you can't. I thought about making an account on what was it? Is it Gab? Is Gab the other right wing platform? Does the racist video with Obama depicted as monkey files flies with the Republicans? Do you think? Sorry, I don't know. What do you think it's based? I don't know what you mean, Lannis. I mean, no, it's not based. I don't understand. Also, it doesn't fly with Republicans. Like, that's why they all rushed to deny it, because they knew it was bad and they couldn't like blatantly do it. The only people who it would fly with are going to be like fucking gripers and like, or Obama's or like Trump's most racist fans who are probably going to be like, ha ha ha, that's actually true, or where's the lie, or that kind of shit. Gab is the Nazi one. Yeah. Oh, okay. Gab's still around. Do Republicans think it's based? You wrote, do they think it's based? Sorry, I read that wrong. No, I don't think most of them think it. I don't think the normie average Republicans think it's based. Um, I think that the ones who know they are racist think it's based, but because that obviously within the popular lexicon of what is and isn't racist, generally speaking, it's pretty well known that like depicting black people as apes is a racist thing to do, and you shouldn't do it. And so, in that way, it is most definitely not seen in a good light. Trump supporters deny reality in lockstep so much sometimes it really does make you question your own eyes. But you see them stand in waist high water saying it's lovely weather and you can exhale. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's just stupid. Like, it is. Like, that's just a lot of dumb shit. I don't know, like, what they actually, honestly, like, if you were to talk to the average MAGA person, their response would probably be something to the effect of, I mean, yeah, that was bad, but it's Trump. Trump, like, just says crazy shit sometimes. But, like, overall, he's still doing a really good job or something like that. That's usually what you generally will get from these people. Oh, shit. I forgot to, take my drugs.
But back home, the economic news for Russia isn't good. Kommersant reports that in January, India reduced its oil imports from Russia by 3.5 times. India being the largest buyer of Russia oil. Sales of new cars fell by 9.5% in January. The price of sugar did fall 7.4% due to increased production, but Nezavisima Gazeta reports that a systemic banking crisis has begun, but in a latent fall. The share of problem loans of households and businesses has exceeded 10%. Moskovsky Komsomolets has this image of a hungry purse and reports that pensions and benefits have risen, but rising prices are rapidly eating away additional payments. Also, the share of workers transferred to shorter daily hours or to a part-time working week has risen to 14.4%, at least 8 million people. A whole army of people not working at full stretch.
Well, that's not good. Rip. I'm actually wondering, like, I think it's interesting that that the extent of the propaganda that one finds, like in the Russian papers, um, it seems like they're not like necessarily like full on lying to you, but um, ooh, is there any evidence that Kyiv is behind shooting of Russian lieutenant general? This might be interesting.
The deputy chief of Russia's military intelligence has been shot and seriously wounded in Moscow. It's the latest in a series of attacks on high-ranking military officers. Russia's foreign minister has described the shooting as an apparent terrorist act by Ukraine aimed at derailing peace talks. There's been no comment so far from Kyiv.
Behind the doors of this residential building in Moscow, a senior Russian general was shot several times. Investigators say an unidentified attacker opened fire and then fled the scene. Neighbors woke up hearing gunshots and screams for help.
What is this alternative media trading from traditional media shit? Wait, alternative media trading. Wait, what do you mean? I don't understand, Bomber. Are you talking about I know you corrected like reading. Oh, what is this alternative media reading from traditional media shit? Oh, the entire purpose of that, you mean Steve Rosensberg's segment? The whole purpose of that was that it's because he's reading Russian newspapers, which means that he is telling us as a Western audience the kinds of things that Russians are reading in their newspapers each day. And he goes through them, and it's interesting to sort of get an understanding of like the information that Russians are being presented with. What are Russians saying to like what is the Russian media saying in Russian to Russian people? That I think is a really interesting. It kind of gives you a snapshot. I love the Indian accent of the DW correspondent. It makes everything sound a bit more chill because Indians are dudes in my experience. Yeah, they are chill dudes in my experience too, usually. Although obviously I've had, I've had all kinds of customers, including like crazy Indian customers, crazy Asian customers, crazy white customers. So I can't really say that like one particular group is definitely always chill over another or whatever. But yeah. Crazy customers come from every ethnic/racial group. That's all I'm saying.
I heard several shots as far as I can remember. It woke me up. Yes, several shots. A neighbor screamed for help and she called the police. Then other neighbors rushed out too. They asked how they could help. Should they call an ambulance and police? But she had already done that.
The Deputy Chief of Russia's military intelligence, Lieutenant General Vladimir Alexeyev, has been central to Russia's war effort, from intelligence coordination to negotiating during the Wagner mutiny in 2023. The incident is being treated as an apparent assassination attempt, and Moscow is already pointing fingers at Kiev.
This terrorist act has once again confirmed the focus of Zelensky's regime on constant provocations aimed at disrupting the negotiation process.
Alexeyev is the latest Russian military figure to be targeted. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, several top-ranked officers have been assassinated. His shooting raises new questions about security at the highest levels of Russia's defense establishment.
Over to our correspondent Victoria Terentieva in Riga, from where DW has been operating since Russia shut down our Moscow bureau. What more can you tell us about this general and the attack?
So, Lieutenant General Alexeyev was indeed a top figure among the Russian officers responsible for providing the intelligence data on Ukraine before invasion in 2022. And he was shot today in Moscow in the residential building today in the morning at 7 a.m. when he was leaving his apartment to go.
That's so funny. It's just so, like, just the way that Russia frames everything is so fucking ridiculous. Okay.
To work when at that moment he encountered a person that shot him twice in a leg and an arm, and while trying to fight the attacker, the general was shot third time in the chest. What we know now that he is in the hospital in critical condition. Some media report that he is in a coma. Russian media also report that the authorities claim that they possess the photograph and video footage of the attacker. Some ideas also exist that that could have been a woman. It's interesting that some Russian media also quote the so-called residential chats where the people who are living in this building are sharing their piece of information, and one of those pieces is that the cameras in the building were not working at the moment of the attack. And just to quote.
Ooh, interesting. I wonder if this was like some sort of higher up thing. If that's true, I don't know. I mean, they're putting out conflicting evidence. Either way, I hope that whoever did it got away. Omelets or scrambled eggs. Oh, I'm just making pancakes. Although I could make some eggs too, but yeah. But just pancakes right now. I make 2 huge ones. Actually, I do have eggs. Maybe I could have that for breakfast. Usually I like to make scrambled eggs.
What is being said about the building, the complex has been described as a quote-unquote pass-through yard with people freely coming and going, and that's the situation with the general for this moment.
The Kremlin is pointing the finger at Kyiv. What evidence is there?
Nobody has taken the responsibility yet from the Ukrainian side, but indeed the shooting on Friday continues a string of attacks and assassinations of highly ranking military officers from Russia in Moscow, many of which have been blamed on Ukraine, and some of them was really claimed responsibility from the Ukrainian side. Just to remind you that just over 1 month ago, another high-ranking Russian military official, Lieutenant General Nil Sarvarov, was killed by a bomb exploded under his car. In April, another Lieutenant General, Yaroslav Moskalik, was also killed in a bomb.
That's pretty based, by the way, the car exploding one. Do we know if it was Ukraine that killed Daria Dugina? Do we even know who did that? I wonder if they ever found that out. I should look into that again, because I don't know if there's been anything. I think there was some people that they blamed it on, but I don't know if that necessarily was actually the people who did it. I know that there's Russian resistance or that there is resistance to Russia from inside of Russia, like that there are underground groups. So I should look into that more. I thought it was a Russian dissident group that claimed responsibility. Yeah, it may have been. That's what I mean. There's at least one dissident group that I'm curious about, but there might be more than one. Because I remember too, do you guys remember a while ago, there was like an area inside of Russia where a bunch of Russian dissidents basically took it over and proclaimed it to be like a free area or something. And then I never heard anything about that again. That was a long time ago though, before I started looking into news myself. That's something to look up. Yeah. Think like yeah, think like Mossad, true. I mean, Mossad's generally really good at doing targeted, high-profile assassinations. Maybe Mossad is giving cliff notes to Ukraine to the Ukrainian FSB about how to do this shit. Um, Good morning, Samuel. Mossad should lend Ukraine some stuff. True, they should. You know what? Who knows? Maybe they are, and we just don't know about it. Maybe they've given them some cliff notes. You know. Wouldn't be surprised if Ukraine is giving stuff to Russian resistance groups, considering they have Russian units in their army. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. Oh, yeah. Ukraine does have Russian units in the army, right? Like there are like Russian defectors who have joined the Ukrainian army. I don't know how many, but that is a thing. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm sure they're helping them, um, which based.
Accident, which Kremlin accused Ukraine of orchestrating. And going back to 2024, Ukraine security services, as I mentioned, they claimed responsibility indeed for killing the head of Russia's chemical, radiological and biological weapons unit, Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov, who was killed also by a bomb placed on an electric scooter parked nearby his apartment building. And it's important to mention that Igor Kirillov is
Electric scooter bombs. Are electric scooters common in Russia, I wonder? Kind of curious about that. There's Belarusian insurgents too. Oh yeah. I mean, well, okay, so like my understanding is that unlike in Russia where Putin is pretty well entrenched, people in Belarus do not like Lukashenko, and I'm pretty sure he rigged the most recent election too. Like they hate him. Electric scooters, that's how they tried to get Dylan? Wait, what? I know there's been a couple of times where Dylan almost got killed by a Ukrainian or by a Russian drone. The one that to me was the most scariest was when he was in Pokrovsk and he was reporting there, and like he was with his group of reporters, and they were out in the street, and then they heard a drone and like just that buzzing sound. And obviously they managed to hide from it, but that kind of stuff is just incredibly scary. Like the idea of the buzzing sound is kind of like the stuff of nightmares and whatnot. I'm also thinking about stuff like apparently it was Pokrovsk has still not been captured by the Russians. Also, by the way, Pokrovsk was a hard word for me to say. I don't know why, but my mouth just can't seem to make the sounds to say it the same way that everybody else can. But yeah, that apparently like they haven't even taken that whole city yet, even though like they are slowly advancing. But like yeah, Russia claimed that they took that at the end of last year, but they never actually did, or Ukraine managed to claw back some of it. I'll have to check that. There's been conflicting reports there, but like I saw another video from like another channel that was talking about how some Russian soldiers are committing suicide in Pokrovsk because it is like because like they are cold and they are hungry, and they basically get shipped off there after being kind of like lied to about where they're going to go after signing the contract, and it's like incredibly scary for them there, and it's yeah, like it's almost like something out of a horror movie, I feel like, where like you end up in this place and it's dark and cold and like and you feel like you're being hunted constantly. I feel like it kind of makes me want to write a short story, like a horror story from the perspective of like a random Russian soldier. And like like the kind of horror story where everybody dies because they all like lose all their friends, but the death is under mysterious circumstances, like some sort of weird thing. But yeah, pancakes, hot cakes, Jimmy cakes, pancakes. Hello, beef supreme. I'm cooking pancakes, Maruzi, because I don't have any cereal, so I'm just making pancakes. And my pancakes are huge. We make big fat ones here. It's not anything special. One day what I will do is I'll actually do like a proper cooking stream, potentially with a better camera. And I'll make my mom's pancakes, which is quite a bit more involved than this.
Was one of the most prominent Russian generals to have been targeted, because also US and UK sources have been informing and saying that he was a part of the unit partly responsible for the chemicals used on the battlefield in Ukraine, which is prohibited.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. DW's Victoria Terentieva in Riga. Thank you very much for the analysis.
Well, I'm joined now by Domitila Sagramo.
Wait, hold on. How is it that I did not know? I feel like I should have known this. Russia has used chemical weapons in Ukraine? What? Which ones? That's fucking nuts. I'm just like, and just when you think they couldn't sink any lower. My God. I did not know that. Accidentally falling into an anomaly or getting nabbed by a bloodsucker while hiding. Yeah, like that kind of shit, you know, or like some sort of psychological thing where, like, I could just imagine these people, they slowly go crazy and think something supernatural is coming after them or whatever, and they end up like killing themselves. Oh, white phosphorus. Oof. Well, it's not like they are using killer nerve gas. I mean, oh yeah, but yeah, I get it. You're you know, they might be. Putin has this affinity for poisons. I think it's stuff that he learned in the KGB. That's how he likes to kill his political opponents. Or apparently they get thrown out of windows. I don't know if that meme is true, but I know the poison stuff. And because there's been a pattern of that, generally speaking, if somebody gets poisoned, we usually know it's because Putin did it or Putin ordered it. And like his reach extends beyond Russia when he does that shit too, because he's gone after people who aren't in the country. The throwing people out of windows thing. Yeah, I'll have to check that. 40% remaining. I'm on battery in here, you guys. Hopefully I'll be able to finish making my I'll finish making my pancakes, and then we will go into the office. I will continue my stream there. Polonium tea, the most famous Russian delicacy. Defective Windows. Windows is defective. I mean, I'm using Windows right now, unfortunately.
Also, she's an expert on Russian foreign and security policy at King's College London. Domitila, it's good to see you again. Good to have you on the program. What do you think made Lieutenant?
Pretty sure there was a video of Russians using white phosphorus at the Battle of Mariupol. Ooh. God damn. I'll have to look more into the Battle of Mariupol. I've seen the film 28 Days in Mariupol, I think is the name of it. That's a really good movie. Although I had to watch that movie in two sittings, and during the first half there was a lot of crying from me because of the because like there was so many documented war crimes of like people's kids getting killed in airstrikes and whatnot, and it was just, you know, it hits you. It's particularly harrowing, and also throughout the whole movie there's this growing sense of hopelessness from all these people who are basically trapped in this city as it's encircled. You know, and then there's a scene at the end where it's actually the opening of the movie is when they're in the hospital and they're higher up on the floors, and they look out the window, the journalists do, and they see like this Russian tank that has the big Z carved on it as it's like moving, like, and it turns and points its gun at the hospital, and, you know, and like, yeah, I just it was, yeah, it's a very harrowing sort of movie. And or like the struggle of them to like get internet connections so that they'll be able to get their images out. And then when they do get them out, they show how a lot of the video footage that the journalists took is then shown on I think it was Associated Press, and then it's picked up by all the other news stations and shown there as they talk about what was happening. Because this one guy or this like small team of journalists are the only ones who were in Mariupol reporting, I'm pretty sure. And they're the ones who were getting out all the images that we saw as it was like under siege. But yeah, it's an excellent film. It's on YouTube too. It's available for free. It's a BBC a PBS Frontline thing. But I think it also won an Oscar too for best documentary, which is really cool. Obviously, like that's good. And then his newer movie, 2,000 Meters to Andreevka, is also excellent, but it's a different kind of movie. But that one's also really, really pulse pounding, one might say.
General Vladimir Alexeyev an assassination target?
Well, I mean, he's a very high position within the GRU, which is Russia's military intelligence, and as such, he became involved in many sort of operations abroad, primarily more recently now in Ukraine. But he's also been involved in sort of operations, for example, in Syria. Apparently, he was also part of the sort of the organization of the Skripal poisoning here in the United Kingdom. But what is interesting about him is that he was born in Ukraine. And although he works for Russia, he's seen, of course, by Ukrainians as in many ways as a traitor. And what is very interesting is that he has been involved in the surrender of fighters of the Azov battalion in Mariupol in 2022. And there's been a note by one of the leaders of these battalions saying that Alexeyev had been a traitor because he hadn't really kept his word in terms of treating the prisoners that were.
Oh yeah, she's gonna say it, but like the Azov battalion guys who got captured after holding out for a really long time at the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol, that they were not treated well, in part because that Russia has pushed this propaganda line about all the Azov guys being not such a long. I think Ukrainian Anna has she had a friend who was in Azov fighting in Mariupol, and I don't know if she ever saw him again or if he ever made it back. I remember her conversation with Vosh, where like she was upset with him for the things that he was saying about Azov. I think he made her cry, or he didn't make her cry, but she was crying in that conversation because she had a friend, and yeah, like it is shitty. Like not everybody in Azov was Nazi guys, and I mean, yeah. Oh, also, last night I watched a couple of YouTube videos to learn a little bit about Ukrainian history because I just wanted to get like a basic overview. Obviously, I'm gonna have to fact check a bunch of it or like to see if it's true because But yeah, the last she said she didn't think he made it. That's what made her cry. Yeah, it's really sad. And then, like, obviously, what happened to her dad, that's, like, even worse, Like, you understand that when your friend goes off to war, there's a chance that they might die, but her dad was just killed. It was just a fucking war crime. Like, a shell just hit her house, and and her dad was out on the balcony and died. Like, that is incredibly, like, that kinda shit is really heart-wrenching. Yeah, it makes one very angry. Bosch being offensive, no way. Yeah, I know. Because he's I don't know. And then, of course, at the same time, after he does all this, he then has the nerve to turn around and be all fucking tone policey about calling Russians orcs, which is fucking dumb. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't know if Anna ever talked to him about that. But like that's also real stupid. Like, imagine saying to Ukrainians, no, you're not allowed to like you can't like use dehumanizing language about like against the people who are trying to like fucking murder you and who want to destroy your country. It's very dumb. Like, I have no problem, by the way, with calling Russian soldiers orcs at the very least, or Russians who support the war. I think that I watch a lot of NFKRZ when he talks about Russia. I think some of his other political takes are cringe, but his takes on Russia are really good. And it's also interesting because obviously he is from Russia and he grew up there, so it's really cool to hear his perspective. He talks about it. He talks about the propaganda that people go through, how Russia's changed since he was a kid, things that he hears from people who he knows that are still there, and various news stories. It's very funny kind of hearing him talk about Russian pop culture and the extent to which that like Putin has basically forced a lot of artists and others to essentially kowtow to Russia and all of the other very silly things that are happening, stuff that I never would have thought, like, it's a lot of it's just very funny, but it's also very sad. But he refers to those people as the people, Putin supporters in Russia, as Z Russians because they use the Z as like their symbol. I don't actually know what the Z refers to, but he said recently he's okay with the word being used for soldiers who commit war crimes. Oh, okay. Wait, just soldiers who commit? I don't know. Like, I think because it's an unjust war, you could, yeah, a tool you can say. In that documentary, they had to smuggle that footage out. Yes, they did. Yeah, when they got out, at the end, when they made it through the like in the humanitarian corridor in the car, that yeah, they had to hide their cameras and their footage, like all the rest of the stuff. But like the rest of it, when they were still in the city, a lot of it was them struggling to get an internet connection so that they could transmit their footage, like back to their employer so that it could be distributed and stuff. But yeah, like at the end they had to smuggle all the footage out that they took, that they then used to make the documentary. And it's good that they never got caught and the Russians never destroyed any of that stuff, you know. Because that the Russians they dragged their feet on those humanitarian corridors about like letting people leave and stuff. And even then not everybody left. So there's still people who are stuck there. And obviously what happened in Mariupol is crazy and like yeah. How do you feel about the NJ 11th primary, the New Jersey 11th primary? I don't know, Only P. What, you know what? You want me to look into that? It's something. But then he says calling half the world's Jews demonic isn't actually anti-Semitic. Yeah, but that's because Vosh is stupid and he doesn't understand or he doesn't want to. I think Vosh is fully audience captured on the Israel-Palestine shit. We still don't know the death count in Mariupol. Yeah, we don't. And like no one's allowed to go in there and see. Like there's so much bad shit happen there, and we like unless that city is liberated, we're probably never gonna know any of it. It is both sad and infuriating. Honestly, the most recent infuriating news to come out of Mariupol is the fact that the theater where like people were sheltering, including children, by the way, where the people who were hiding there, they wrote children like outside of the theater so that it could be seen by, you know, anybody who was any drones or any like overhead people who were doing airstrikes or whatever. And Russia still hit it. And I think it killed like a lot of people inside. But very recently they rebuilt that theater, you know, and they made a big celebration about it and posted all the footage on social media about how cool, you know, like, yeah, as people came there and it's become like they're moving Russians into Mariupol so they can go live there basically as like fucking settlers. Like they're doing it. In the occupied territories, they force Ukrainians to get Russian citizenship. They forcefully conscript them into the army to use them as cannon fodder. This was something they were doing in 2015. And then obviously they kidnapped the children. Like they've been doing this since the Donbass War. Pancake stream, yes. NJ 11th used to be represented by now Governor Mikey Sherrill. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right, because she won. So now there's a primary for that spot. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't checked into that. It looks like Graham Plattner is going to win his primary in, I think it's, I don't know if that means that he's actually going to beat, I think Susan Collins. I don't know if he'll actually beat her, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Anyway. This one's a little bit, this one's a little bit brown, but I think they turned out great. They're huge. So, I got real maple syrup because otherwise I'd be a very poor excuse for a Canadian. All right. Nice and crispy. Oh yeah, the little piece that I just ate was nice and crispy. Yeah. Okay. All right, one sec, guys. I'm just gonna take this into the office. We're just gonna walk. Nice and slow. Ugh. Damn. I don't want the webcam to fall, so I'm just gonna put it down. Okay, good. Laptop is charging. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Here. Oh, I should probably plug this in because the oh geez. Okay, well, I'll deal with that in a sec. Because, I feel like this microphone is really probably not loud enough. Wait. Oh, there we go. Jeez. Why the fuck did it turn off my gain filter? F-22 are being pulled off of the Super Bowl flyover operational events. Oh, damn. No one's going to get to see the F-22s. Unfortunate. I can't plug that in yet either. It's that. Anyway, I'm going to go get my pancakes. I'm going to keep playing this.
Captured in Mariupol in a humane manner, and that he had not respected what had been.
Wait, what do you mean the audio was weird? I understand. Maybe I should listen to it. We'll see what happens. Even talking about 20 Days in Marriage. I mean, it's obviously a very, yeah, it was quite a lot. I think the letters on the Russian units designate where they are from. Z is for Zapad or West, and V is Vostok or East. Not 100% sure. Yeah, but for some reason, the letter Z has kind of just come to mean like it's come to refer to Russia or the Russian military or patriotic Russia. Oh, that's what was happening. I understand. It's because it's doubled. I'm sorry. That's why it was being really weird because it was doubled. Oh, it was because of social media. Okay. It's just a way to identify friendlies. Ah, I see. It's not still echoing, is it? It shouldn't be. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep playing this clip though. Okay.
agreed, and he had not respected the Geneva Conventions, that many of these prisoners had been very mistreated, without being given the proper medical care. They had been tortured. And it sounds like, this could be potentially revenge from colleagues, from the Azov battalion. So that is one line of thinking. But I mean, we're not sure.
Do you think that could be a possible explanation for why Russia is pointing the finger at Ukraine?
I think so. I think that, having said that, Russia tends to blame so many things on Ukraine when they're not really true, so it's a bit like their usual line of reasoning. I mean, they are, accusing.
Did you stub your toe this morning, brave Russian citizen? It was Ukraine's fault. Be sure to thank Ukraine as the Americans thanked Obama for this insanity, this heresy, this terrible plot against you. Is your water not warm? It's Ukraine's fault. Everything is Ukraine's fault. Linda, a quick description of primary is in stream suggestions. Oh, okay, good, thanks. Thank you for that info.
Ukraine of a killing of one person, and as we know, in the last few weeks, they've basically left entire cities without heating, light, electricity, and water. So if we compare sort of the damage that the Russians have been doing, it's so much massive. But of course, they tend to blame it all on Ukrainians, and this is a bit early to say. What is interesting is that the Ukrainians, sometimes they have conceded the fact that they have engaged in these kind of targeted operations. But generally, they've been conducted, so for example, with explosives, although there have been also targeted killings, with shootings.
What do you make of the timing of this attack? I mean, talks between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States have just concluded, and these talks were called by both sides constructive.
Yes.
I feel like constructive is a word that people just like to use as like a sort of, because they don't want to say that it necessarily went badly, or like it's some sort of weird coping. I'm sorry, all I can look at is her eyebrow. What? I mean, her video good, much like my terrible video.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Oh, Chrystia Freeland went on Bill Maher. That's funny. Chrystia Freeland went to work for Ukraine as economic. When she talks, it moves. Oh.
Build a direct connection. What is interesting is that the head.
Oh, yeah, it's just, I guess, like, it's probably just a facial thing that
of the GRU is part of these negotiating teams on the Russian side. So, the head of the GRU has been negotiating with the Ukrainian delegation, discussing very specific questions around, how to implement a ceasefire and the details from the primarily sort of military point of view of how this could be carried out. So I would find it very strange that the Ukrainians, who seem to be eager at least to reach agreement on certain points, especially on the question of how to monitor a potential ceasefire along the line of confrontation, that they would be shooting at someone, within this same structure, unless they want to send a very clear, sort of within this confrontation, that they would be shooting at someone, within this same structure, unless they want to send a very clear, sort of targeted message. But I'm not so sure of that. I mean, that would be a bit of a lot of speculation on my side. I'm not sure of that.
Domitila Sagramoso from King's College London. As always, we appreciate your time and your insights tonight. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Very interesting. Let's just make sure here. Oops. Filters. Okay, the gain is not on, and we've got our noise gate and our noise suppression. That's good. Now I'm back on the blue mic, which means you guys will probably be happy because obviously the audio quality is going to be less terrible. Okay. Did your goon folder get leaked? That was Ukraine. Actually, true. Gotta blame Ukraine for everything, guys. Except, actually, no. You know what? Instead, we should just blame Russia for everything. It would be funnier. Linda, thoughts on Christia? I don't know. I don't really have any, like, I don't know a whole lot about her, although she did seem like it seemed like she was a pretty good negotiator. She was like, I would say she was probably Justin Trudeau's like political partner, in the sense that like she was very often involved with a lot of stuff with him, you know. Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted to talk about. So we can watch this video on it. And then I will angrily rant because I'm super mad. Not even Canadians know anything about their politicians. No, only P, that's just me, because that I am fucking America brained. I am Amera brained. Maybe at some point what I'll do is I'll go on a big deep dive to actually learn more shit about like my country's politics. But at the same time, I feel like in some ways I'm a lot like Loner Box. I'm just not paying as much attention. Although Loner actually does seem to know a considerable amount, or like much more about his country's politics, but I think he said he doesn't like follow it as closely. And like, listen, I'll be honest, a part of the reason for that, at least for me also, as well, since I started doing this, is I don't necessarily have a huge amount of incentive to hardcore follow Canadian politics. Because that I am, because that like most of my audience is American. But yeah, so... Lonerbox is a Scottish nationalist. Anything he says is probably wrong. Is he a Scottish nationalist? I mean, he used to support Scottish independence, but he said he didn't know if he still does. Anyway.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says Ukraine and Russia have been invited to talks next week and that the US is pushing to end the war by June. The development comes as Ukraine says Russia has carried out a huge attack on its critical energy facilities, triggering emergency power outages in most regions. Our correspondent in Kyiv, Sarah Rainsford, gave us this update on those attacks.
The focus this time appears to have been in the centre and the west of the country. We have reports this morning of major power outages in western Ukraine in particular and across the country. So this is Lviv region, this is Ivano-Frankivsk, this is Rivne in the centre of Ukraine. Again, Russia has been deliberately in a focused way targeting the energy infrastructure, which is something of a pattern this winter. Of course, it has been a particularly cold winter this year, and that has led to these massive outages of power that we've seen, and many people left without central heating, without hot water, and sometimes without electricity.
At some point, I probably will watch Heated Rivalry because, you know, it's just like something that I would probably enjoy, but I've got so much other shit that I need to watch first. Although I did think it was funny when Dylan found out about that show, because Dylan is, I mean, I guess he says he's bisexual, but I guess he leans more gay than straight or whatever. But he made a hilarious comment about how most of the people watching that show are probably women. And, you know, as someone who watched the entirety of Queer as Folk, I can confirm that this is probably true. As a woman who enjoys that kind of shit. Although I also enjoy, like, lesbian romance stories, too, so... But I did say that I was bi, so that's... Okay.
electricity in their homes. So that is a campaign which has continued overnight. We were at a power station here in Kiev just yesterday to witness some of the damage that had been done there in repeated attacks earlier in the month. So a few days ago here in Kiev, that particular power station was hit with 5 ballistic missiles, and the damage is enormous. In fact, that power plant, which at the time was only generating heating, it was not even generating electricity because of previous damage, that power plant won't be repaired this winter. The damage is obvious, it is immense. The place has been smashed to smithereens. So Russia's attacks continue, and again, yes, it was a major attack overnight, particularly focused on the west.
Give us a sense of what the locals are making of that, because obviously the Russians are targeting the power because then they're in the freezing conditions. How are they getting through the days without that power?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that these attacks are supposed to be debilitating. They're supposed to make Ukrainians angry, presumably to turn them against their own authorities and to demand a stop to this war, to demand that Ukraine makes concessions.
Hi, Lib Linda. Hello, Toby. Yeah, honestly, I guess like my angry rant about Trump and Russia or Trump and like the war in Ukraine is still like it's probably the same one that you've heard before 1,000 times. It bothers me so fucking much the way that Trump is viewing this. It's because he's an idiot who doesn't understand anything about what is going on. And he loves Trump, or he loves Putin, and trusts him way more than he should. So he's being taken for a ride. And so, but it's annoying that he has this sort of both sides perspective on this war, where he thinks that he needs to treat it the way that I think that where like the US needs to be a neutral party, like in the way that I think that in some ways the US should kind of treat Israel Palestine, where like they're like, yes, Israel, the US is going to be a partner to Israel, but they are also advocating for Palestinian interests in the sense they want them to get a state. Like that's not how the United States should be treating this war. They should be treating this war as, hey, Russia, you're the one who's in the wrong and you need to get the fuck out. And I'm sorry, but no, you don't get to keep any of your shit because you're the invader. And like, your invasion is like illegal under international law and shit. And we're here to lay down the law as America. And if you don't want to end this shit, then we're going to give fucking everything then we're going to like give Ukraine a whole bunch of shit until you guys fucking get it through your head that you can't just like come in and take another country's territory and then get rewarded for it. But no, can't do that. And I mean, by the way, Trump even kind of said that in the campaign where he was like, I'm going to go to Putin. I'm going to tell him that they better make a deal. And if you don't, we're going to give Ukraine a lot. A lot. He said it like that, but then he just kind of dropped that and completely forgot about it. It's just so fucking stupid. And now this weird you have until June shit.
You might think logically that would be what happened, but it's not what we found here. It's certainly not the mood on the ground. We've been to speak to many people in recent days and the last couple of weeks who have no heating, who have no hot water, who are living in really tough conditions at home, and they are getting through. And in fact, I think if anything, the resilience has increased. They are not in any mood for compromise or for surrender, certainly. They are managing how they can. People who have gas in their homes will heat bricks on the gas stoves to give out extra warmth. One lady we met in one city, she was boiling pans of water, putting a lid on it and popping her feet on top of the saucepan to keep her feet warm. People wearing multiple layers of clothing, going to bed in their coats and in their hats. But still, as I say, it does seem that the mood is very much one of continuing to defend Ukraine and certainly not giving in to the compromises that Russia is demanding, particularly in terms of handing over territory to Moscow.
Now, President Zelensky has been talking about the talks. What has he been saying? Is there
I'll read about the that primary that you guys summarized once I finish watching this. But yeah, I'm just goddamn. I really hope that Trump doesn't find out about the Rusty Dagger shit, even though he probably should know about it. But I hope that he just isn't paying attention in any of those meetings where they tell him about it, and that he just lets it happen and doesn't stop it. I really hope not. Like I hope that, you know, I hope that Toby, the reason why she's typing in those spaces is to avoid the auto mod, or he. I don't know. Only P, I'm sorry, I don't know your pronouns.
Is there any optimism?
Well, I think on the positive side, there are a couple of things. There was another prisoner exchange this week, so more than 150 Ukrainians returned home, Russian prisoners of war back to Russia. So that was a proof that there is some engagement. In terms of the talks too, President Zelensky has said that Russia is engaged in less rhetoric these days and much more focused on the concrete matters of any kind of deal. So particularly, for example, how any ceasefire would be monitored, who would be involved, where lines might be drawn. So instead of giving endless false historical lectures, he said, they are focusing on the practicalities. And that's partly because the makeup.
The historical lectures thing is very, very funny. Oh. Do you think separatist movements are fundamentally justified by hate? Almost all of them. The only ones that are not like that are the ones fighting actual oppression. Wait, but like, only P, hold on, let me ask you a question. What if Scotland referendumed to leave to leave the UK because that they were mad about Brexit and they still wanted to remain part of the EU? By the way, under my moral framework, I would still say that wouldn't mean that it was okay for Scotland to leave the UK, but under UK law, it does appear that it would be okay, in which case, fine. Like, at the end of the day, I still think that, like, obviously countries can decide for themselves whether or not they think it's okay for people to leave. Which, interestingly enough, I need to check and see if, in the was it a law that was passed after the Civil War, or is it written into the US Constitution that states are not allowed to secede and leave the Union? I'm gonna have to look that up. Because Lactoid seems to love Constitution shit. And yeah. Okay, there we go. Now we are back on our proper shit here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hey, Epic, you're here to answer all my questions about American history. Many of the founding fathers believed that states could never leave the Union, but it was an open question. During the Civil War, the courts made it a closed question. Secession was still being worked out in the courts when the shooting started, but by the time it was over, it was definitely understood to be illegal. Okay. It's not a law, but it became legal precedent. Oh, okay. So if there's nothing in the Constitution, you know what? I'll need to look up that Supreme Court decision, since I'm guessing that it was a Supreme Court decision, just to see like what the legal basis for that was. Texas v. White. Okay, thanks. Honestly, it would surprise me if Epic just was like, or not Epic, sorry, if Lactar was like, fuck it. No, I think states should be able to leave the Union, and I do support California and Texas seceding. Exactly. I have a hard time believing that he would be okay with that. And I suspect that in Ukraine, it's probably very similar, but I don't know if the Ukrainian constitution has anything to say about that, but we'll see.
of the Russian team negotiating has changed. So a more serious approach, he argues, but again he is saying that Russia is insisting on taking territory for free, that Ukraine will not hand over. One interesting point I think he did make is that there is now some serious discussion about whether there might be at some point a trilateral meeting between Presidents Zelensky, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin of Russia to discuss what he said were the most complicated parts of any peace deal. So he said they might have to be left to the presidents to discuss, and that was something that Ukraine was open to. But that is, I think, a long way off at the moment. At the moment, there is massive disagreement over territory and no sign of any compromise.
Sarah Rainsford reporting from Kyiv.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. I'm so glad Canada allows us the referendum, even if I don't want separation. I mean, like, yeah, I guess in some ways, you know, there's nothing in the Constitution that says states can't leave, but an honest review of the historical intent was that union is permanent. And one of the things courts are supposed to review for constitutional laws is the intent of the people who passed the amendment or made the Constitution. Alexander Hamilton, one of our more important founding fathers, literally said on multiple occasions that union must by necessity be perpetual. The courts pretty quickly came to the conclusion that nobody at the signing of the Constitution nor any state legislature understood it to be a union one could leave. Okay. Well, that's helpful to know. Yeah. Also, I thought of another argument that I could use against Lactoid today, too, with regards to his whole thing about how people in East Ukraine felt disenfranchised because of the illegal and unconstitutional coup, as he keeps calling it. One could make the argument that Yanukovych did a whole bunch of shit that in a lot of ways would have made Western Ukrainians feel disenfranchised, starting with his imprisonment of Yulia Tymoshenko. And he imprisoned her for abuses of the office, which is a thing that like is allowed in Ukraine, but it's very often used for political persecution. And it had something to do with a with an oil deal or something that was going on with like a Ukrainian like oil company, and I think Gazprom in Russia, and she did some stuff there that was probably maybe like slightly beyond the scope, but it wasn't anything like maybe beyond the scope of her office, but it wasn't particularly illegal. Like she didn't do anything illegal. You could make that argument, but I don't know how much anyone would care. Let's be honest. Lockwood, I think it's funny that I know it's a typo. Lactoid was deeply concerned. If Lactoid was deeply concerned about any of those who would probably about any of this, you would probably have better information. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, he kept hammering on that. You know, Maidan was illegal and unconstitutional shit. Like he's obsessed with that. And I have seen him make arguments in the past where like he does seem to put a lot of importance onto legality and stuff, like other arguments with regards to certain things. Like I feel like he's one of those people who would definitely say like, no, we're not allowed to do this because it's against the Constitution. But then the argument, of course, is how does he read the Constitution? Because he runs defense for a lot of Trump stuff. But I've also seen him say that he disagrees with Trump on other things. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm really starting to think that Duckbringer is right about him and that he's taken this position on Russia-Ukraine because he just wants to be a special boy who's going against the grain. Because it doesn't make any sense. And it's so weird to me that an American would take these positions. Or a libertarian, for that matter. You know, like... like a real libertarian. Hi. Whatever happened to don't tread on me? Like, I feel like I could probably get SDA in here to make a shitload of arguments from from a libertarian perspective about fucking why, like, Ukraine should be supported. Or why, at the very least, you should morally support Ukrainians fighting back and why the war is bullshit. Even if you don't think the US should help them. You know, like, or like Epic. I bet you could probably speak to that as someone who used to be a libertarian. And like you did, you told me about that before. You told me the best arguments to make. I would say that SDA is a real libertarian, but he doesn't like to be called that. He doesn't like that term, which is fine, which I get, you know, because it's kind of poisoned. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, real libertarians do exist, but they don't exist online. They exist in places like the Cato Institute. You know, like, and they don't really have, like, a lot of power. Although the Cato Institute does do they publish a lot of interesting stuff about immigration. I think they published a paper, a report recently that essentially showed that that actually what everyone is saying about the Republican, or about like how Biden's immigration policy was terrible and how he opened the immigration floodgates and shit, it's all bullshit, and that's not true. Like, that's just like, it's a Republican line that they've been pushing, but that's not what happened. And unfortunately, it's also one of those things that the Dems basically kind of bent over and let the Republicans tell everybody. Lactoid is too mega. Lactoid is just mega. Who's too cowardly to admit he's mega. I feel like Destiny would probably agree with that, Maruzzi. That's the reason why he doesn't ever want to talk to, or he doesn't want to moderate the debate between me and Lactoid, because he said that if he has to like sit there and listen to Lactoid like argue with me or whatever, he would probably like start Fed posting. It's also one of those things too, I feel like, where it's like, bro, you're a fucking lawyer. You should know better. Why are you like bending over backwards to run defense for all this weird shit that Trump does? I have seen Lactoid say that he doesn't agree with Trump on like everything or whatever, or like, I think I've even seen him object to certain things Trump does, but the Dems fucking suck at politics. God, they're so bad when it comes to that shit. Marcy, did you listen to my conversation with Destiny that I had? I talked to him a couple days ago, and I feel like I echoed a lot of that. And he was saying that, like, he really wants the Democrats to, like, do shit. To, like, actually run on, like, you know, to be more, like, fighters and whatnot. And I think some people in chat were joking later that I broke him, because during that conversation, he got, like, he ranted. He was very angry. It was actually funny. It was kind of awesome. The mainstream libertarian perspective on foreign policy is literally just Russian revisionism. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. I should post it to my channel, Maruzzi. It got posted by Thinking Monk though, and he posted it on Twitter. It's on my to be watch list. Cool. Based. Yeah, I thought it went well. It was an entertaining conversation. Unfortunately, we couldn't really talk about the Fed posting bit, because that, like, you can't talk about that without using like weird coded language, and then it's not a very interesting conversation to have, you know? So I can't talk to him about whether or not he thinks somebody should do it. But I feel like the answer to that is probably yes. But he's not gonna fucking say that, because you can't. You can't say shit like that. You're not allowed to, not in this political environment. Especially not in this political environment. I feel like maybe before you might have, although YouTube might ban you because they might see it as a cult of violence, but yeah. No, you can talk about it. You just have to quote the founding fathers. I can help you out there. Let me give you an example. Okay, fucking based. Jefferson once said that the tree of liberty must be from time to time watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Do you agree? See, that's quoting our founding fathers. Nothing more true. True. I should just go in and ask him that. And even if he doesn't answer, he could literally just say, you know what? Yeah, I think Jefferson was pretty based. Although, I don't know. I still think John Adams is probably my favorite founding father, but I should read about all of them more. When your country was literally founded on a bloody revolution against a monarchy, you have a lot of good quotes to work with. True. Yeah. And I mean, like, I feel like in a lot of ways that does kind of work. Like, I still don't know if I'm yet at the point where I feel like I would be out there saying, you know what, someone should do it or whatever. But at the same time, I kind of almost feel like maybe we are. I don't know. Yeah, I know. Adams did the Alien Enemies and Sedition Acts, which I mean, I'm pretty mad about at him for. That's not good, especially given the fact that it's being abused today by Trump. But I will say, one of the things that I do like about him, though, is that not only did he not own slaves, but he was also against owning slaves, which I thought was cool. And I think he defended black people as well in court cases. Give it a couple more weeks, you'll get there. To be fair to John Adams, he was an abolitionist at a time when most people were not, and he was relatively progressive for his era. He was one of our best early presidents. But no American from that era would live up to modern morality. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I don't like judging past people on modern morality, but I do think that it's always worth kind of like giving them a shout out if they were absolutely fucking amazing on modern or if like their morality was ahead of their time, you know? And that's one of the things that I think is cool about Adams. Oh, also, yes, Abigail Adams was fucking based. I think she advocated for more women's rights and stuff. I'm fond of imagining Trump going out like Elvis, natural causes, but also fat, sweaty, and on the shitter. Yeah, no, I agree. Like in my ideal world, if Trump were to die, it wouldn't be because somebody did it. It would just be because he just died, you know, of natural causes. And like, it's gotta happen sometime, right? Eventually. Like, that dude is unhealthy as fuck. Yeah, Abigail Adams was really cool. John Adams and Alexander Hamilton were, we are, believe, the two most influential people when it came to how the Constitution was written. Ah, yeah, based. In my ideal world, Jeffersonian thought is upheld. I can't remember which of them was which was a Federalist and which wasn't. What about Thomas Paine? I don't know. And J.D. Vance going out like the guy from the movie The Whale, also natural causes, true. By the way, I feel like this is a terrible thing to say, but does anybody else look at J.D. Vance and think maybe like his face looks like it was photoshopped? I don't know. It's hard for me not to feel not to like kind of think that. But both were Federalists, right? Yeah, I don't know. You know, you mean Jefferson or Adams and Hamilton? Eventually, the Federalists won the debate, and everyone was a Federalist. It's part of why the Federalist Papers disappeared. Yeah. Although the Anti-Federalists were, I think, wasn't the Bill of Rights kind of a compromise with the Anti-Federalists? I'd like to, you know, preserve like a level of rights because they were worried about that, or like. But I think, but the Federalists also believed in like having some sort of Bill of Rights too. So Thomas Paine is my favorite founding father and my favorite political writer. Interesting. I don't know. Destiny was reading the Federalist Papers at one point on stream. And SDA also told me about one of the Federalist Papers when he was refuting the
SDA has thoroughly refuted the narrative to me about how the founding fathers, or about how the Second Amendment was actually not for individuals. It was actually like written so that states would be able to have like militias in order to defend against the federal government. He thoroughly has refuted that narrative with like so much shit. I don't remember what all of it is now, but yeah. At some point I imagine he'll probably come on here. If anyone wants to debate him on guns, it would be really interesting to see him talk about those arguments. The Bill of Rights was a compromise with the Anti-Federalists, but after the Bill of Rights and later on, people started to see it was working and federalism became the default in America based. People talk about the supremacy clause. Okay, I don't know if I want to go down a huge rabbit hole on American history. I think what people actually want is the Hasan slop. But you know what? Maybe we will just go on a little bit of a rabbit hole because it's still only 10 a.m. And the longer this MAGA shit goes on, though, the more I'm channeling my inner Samuel Adams based. I mean, like, Maruzi, liberal gun groups are on the upswing. Lots more people are registering for them since Alex Preddy. Ew, who wants to sunslop? Ew, brother, ew. I need to get more. I've watched Mr. Mooten and Destiny are fucking killing it with that soundboard shit. I love it. It's so good. I need to get more of that. Americans who have Trump right now calling Scotland in the shitter. It's because the idea of a standing army was anathema to the founding fathers. I'm actually, you know what? I legitimately am interested in, I really want to, I'm going to have to pick a day, and people are going to have to just come in here and argue with SDA about the Second Amendment and guns and shit. I just think it would be really interesting. Whether even, they don't even have to be Americans. Like, if you're like fucking, like a Euro cuck and you believe, and you don't think people should have guns, I think it would be a fun, yeah, we should just do a big debate. Destiny is wrong about the Second Amendment, but he is closer to the truth than the average American. Oh, yeah, well, no, see, that's the thing, though, Epic, right? That's what SDA got triggered over. Destiny's Second Amendment takes triggered the fuck out of him. I don't know what SDA has said to you. He has said that the Founding Fathers did, in fact, intend for the Second Amendment to mean an individual right to own guns. And that the militia thing was another part of it. And he points out the way that it is written and other things like that. He talks about the way people wrote at the time, and then he points to Federalist. And yeah, the truth is the Second Amendment was understood to be a federal restriction on federal law. During the signing of the Constitution, no one understood the Bill of Rights to apply to state law. Oh yeah, well, I know there's that. What that means is, according to the original interpretation of the Second Amendment, states can ban guns, but the federal government cannot. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But it was still not about, it was still about individual rights to own firearms. But obviously, yeah, like, because that was before the Constitution was interpreted to be able to override the federal or the state laws. Yes, the Founding Fathers did intend for it to be an individual right to own guns, but they never intended it for it to restrict state law. Yeah. Because that would have been the whole thing, right? But that's changed. People talk about the supremacy clause now. I'll have to look that up. Actually, you know what? I'll do that. I'll be right back, though. The supremacy clause is a legal doctrine. Goddamn! Don't you just love mobile typing? Is a legal doctrine that emerged in the 1810s, but it came into full force during and after the Civil War. if you make really stupid straw man of what Americans mean when they're talking about constitutional law, you'll probably never understand it. Actually, you know what, Epic? Maybe I might just get you in here to talk to me about this shit, but we'll see. I don't know if SDA is around. I don't know if he's listening, or is he? Is he around? He's probably at work. But I mean, SDA has this huge ass document that he was writing about the Second Amendment stuff, specifically to refute Destiny's argument. But also he wants to write it for the pragmatic papers, which is the DGG thing. And so he's just kind of working on this whole Second Amendment thing. But yeah, it's we have the oldest constitution in the world right now, so we have to look back further than most people. Yeah, based. Also, I think that like there's also quite a bit of stuff with regards to the American constitutional stuff and whatnot that is I think at least some of it's inspired by like English common law, yeah. And the Enlightenment, of course. Like I feel like it's probably fair to say that the United States was the United States was founded on the principles of the Enlightenment, and it was basically like it was like all the founding fathers were fucking Enlightenment philosophy nerds, and they took all of that stuff and they applied it to the Constitution. And so like, yeah, it was like, this is the first time we're actually going to use all this shit, you know. And then the French Revolution tried to do it too, but that was not, you know. I would take an SDA or Epic convo over Hasan coverage. I get it if people were only looking at them for ideas, but it seems like Americans look to these corpses for legal interpretation. Now, I mean, like, you kind of want to look at what they wrote, right? Gun nerds. Yes, Bad Bearing. Yes, that's right. I need to make a gun channel for my Discord. Although I feel like it's probably just going to be like fucking not just SDA and Epic. There are other, like, it's going to be like all the gun nerds in my Discord just posting pictures in there of their firearms and like cooming about them, and or like gooning, you know. Maybe I should just call the channel Gun Gooning or something. Does America allow me to have my own personal Mauser BK-27 in my backyard? Epic, you should answer Toby's question because I don't know the answer. I'm assuming the answer is no. Oh, yes, with a tax stamp. For English common law, that's not really a thing in the US. So, no, some states practice common law, some don't. Okay, I mean, well, I should actually look up what English common law means, because, like, I don't entirely know, but, I guess what I mean is that I thought that, the US law was at least in some ways inspired by, like, English law and stuff. Louisiana and Puerto Rico use the Napoleonic Code, not common law. For federal politics, we have our own common law. Oh, okay. Also, what about Toby's question? Can you own your own personal Mauser BK-27? Actually, what even is that? Hold on. Mauser BK-27. Revolver cannon. Caliber revolver cannon manufactured by Mauser. Now Rheinmetall of Germany. It was developed in the late 1960s. I like cannons that go on planes. Holy shit, look at that thing. Wait, where is this? Oh, this is used on this gets okay, right. It was developed in the late 1960s for the multi-role combat aircraft program. Yeah, okay, so oh, those 2.7 Mausers are nice, high velocity, very scary. In the US, we use the M61A1 instead. These are, yeah, okay, these are for airplanes. This is like the gun that you would mount on an airplane. Are you, Epic, is it legal for individuals to own one of these? Or does it depend on which state you're in? Ooh. Look at that thing. Yeah, it's an aircraft cannon. Depends. Okay, there you go, Toby. There's the answer to your question. It depends on which state you live in. M61 Vulcan. It's a fucking Gatling gun. Or, I'm sorry, a Gatling style gun. I don't even like guns, but aircraft cannons and miniguns make me go, ooh, yeah, no, I get it. Okay, Isay and Epic, are you guys available to come into voice chat and argue about the intentionalism thing? Minigun is a downsized Gatling gun, but that's full-sized. Yeah, that's some cool shit. I was gonna say I bet the recoil is insane, but you don't really, obviously you're not holding it when you shoot it. Find the pic of the GAU 8 beside the BW. Available to discuss constitutional law with someone who doesn't understand how it works, maybe in an hour. What about you, Ized? Are you available in an hour to come on for content? For the lols? I also might learn stuff too. If you mean me, no, I'm way too stoned for VC. Are you still gonna be stoned in an hour? Surely, like, it will eat some food, damn it. Come down from your high. Oh, SCA is here. Okay. Well, I'm in the VC now, so why are half the people you call into VC always stoned? Half the problem with you Euroids is you don't make an attempt to understand the US system before criticizing it, so y'all make dumb arguments. Wait, Ized, are you European? Oh man, this I feel like this could be, guys, stop arguing. You're gonna save it for VC in like an hour. Let's talk about stuff. We can try again later. You might be too high to follow this conversation. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, this is cool. So this is what you guys have mounted on your aircraft? Or do you guys just use these in other places? Oh yeah, no, it is. The M61 and its derivatives have been the principal cannon armament of United States military fixed wing aircraft for over 60 years. Based. Oh, it was originally produced by General Electric. Yeah, that's what we have it in the nose on the F-15. F-16 has it too. F-35 has a different Gatling gun. America gay, yes or no? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Or something. I don't know. All right, let's see. What other news is there? What else have we got? Let's see what CNN has going on. You know what I think actually would be cool? I'm actually kind of interested in this now. I've never really liked flight simulators before, but is there a flight sim? I wonder if there's a flight sim game where I can fly the F-16 or the F-15E. California is lawful gay, while Texas is closeted gay based. MSFS 2020 has the F-15. Actually, wait, does it say? What is it? F-15E. What's the Strike Eagle got? It should, well, Epic just told me, but I'm sure that it also says too. I'm curious. Where is it on the, is it like under here? Is that where it's like mounted? Is it always visible, or does it kind of like, does the thing open up and does it like come out? It's such an interesting. I have so many questions about this, like aircraft like this. I'm wondering like what the co-pilot does, since I'm assuming that the guy up front is flying the plane. Oh, to the right, you said? Oh, so it's over here? How many are there? Are there two? Co-pilot runs the radar. Ah. He's not a co-pilot, he's the weapons systems officer. Oh, so is he the one who shoots the gun? Here, one sec. Okay. By the way, if you ever want to, I'm in my Discord if you want to come and explain anything to me, but yeah. God, it's so cool. I feel like such a... Yeah, I don't know. This plane is really cool. Not just this one, like all of the, you know. Guys, stop arguing. Save it for an hour, and then you all can get in VC, and you can argue for all of our amusement. We'll have a little Constitution debate, okay? It'll be fun. Be very entertaining. And I'll walk on the treadmill. Just argue high and use it as a handicap. Well, Epic said he had to wait an hour, so you know. He said maybe in an hour. Wait, actually, Wikipedia probably has, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. Ooh, look at that. This one's, I think, a little different, but... Upgrade programs and replacements. Oh, there's the F-15EX. Cockpit of the F-15A. Ooh! Neat, you actually can see the cockpit. That's cool. God damn, look at that. I hope that the seats in this plane are comfortable, because I imagine people probably sit in them for hours. Pilot controls the firing of all weapons. Backseat can pin targets and obtain locking on enemy planes, but pilot has to shoot. Ah, okay. Who's fighting? I heard fighting. I love fighting. Oh, Maruzzi, Epic Fail is going to argue with IZ about constitutional law. I'm not interested in actually talking to this guy when he denies messages that are still in chat. Bro, you could challenge him on that when he comes in. Jesus. Just take a picture of the messages and ask him what he meant by that. Come on. Don't cuck the content. Damn. Okay, this is fucking cool. Fight with Gatling guns, true. Oh, hey, it's got like missiles and shit. I'm guessing this thing probably can carry a whole bunch of stuff. Save us from slop o'clock. Oh, do you guys not actually want slop o'clock? Because if you don't, then I won't do it. If you guys are like that opposed. Check stream suggestions? Okay, sure. Oh, it's like, it's right here? Damn. Actually, I think the other picture is probably... Huh. That's kind of funny. So it's like hidden, essentially. Slop o'clock. Do you want slop o'clock right now? I'll take slop o'clock, but the alternative sounds so... No, we can do both. Other side has the gas nozzle for fuel. Ah, okay. Cool. Left side is gun port, right side is gas port. Ah. Based. Okay, what's going on? No, I don't want to open Firefox View. Oh my god, this guy's doing the soy point. Oh, there's no one's updated the fucking CNN thing. All right, well, fine. Why do they still use Gatling guns? Because racist video depicting Obama is merely Trump's latest ugly post. Yes, CNN, we know. Trump is fucking terrible. I don't want slop o'clock, but I heard it makes money. I mean, it does. It probably also is going to get more people to come in, and, yeah. So, I mean, you know, that's a thing. But, I mean, we'll probably interrupt it. We still use Gatling guns because they are easy to air cool. Also, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The rate of fire is too high for a single barrel to not melt. Oh, yeah, because they spin around. Yeah. I'm trying to see, like, is there anything in here that I think might be... I should also, at some point, I am gonna, actually, maybe on Monday I'll do that. Like, when Loner goes live, I'll just switch over to doing Ukraine research, and, like, people who are really interested in that can stay, and people who aren't can, like, go watch him or whatever, depending on what he's doing. We get more ammo, they get better range, and per shot lethality. Okay, maybe that was a bad question. Why do we still use guns? I thought missiles were what was used for that stuff now. Well, I mean, wouldn't Gatling guns be used in, like, dogfights in the rare instances where that was a thing? Instead of, like, literally shooting fucking missiles at the enemy plane, although maybe that's a thing. Yeah, they are for different purposes. I assume, like, missiles are to hit ground targets, are they not? Speaking of missiles...
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is.
I can't believe this is real. I didn't realize. I thought this was a meme. I think it's very funny. This is from, like, an actual training video. Fuck it, just install War Thunder already. The missile is EP.
Whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
Actually based. Do you guys feel like you've learned things? Have we learned things about the missile? So for the very basic, for an air-to-air situation, our tools are guns, M61 short range, air-to-air missiles, AIM-9 Sidewinder, and medium-range air-to-air missiles, AIM-120. Each of these has an engagement envelope of a maximum and minimum engagement range. Oh yeah, okay. I've relearned a meme. Excellent. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so like yeah, that's I hope that Epic answered your question, Shatter, who was asking about why do you still use guns in air fights, because yeah, it's for like close air support. You're not gonna be shooting missiles at airplanes that are near you or whatever. Also, you just said someone said just install War Thunder already. Is War Thunder? I think SDA also plays War Thunder. Epic, have you ever played War Thunder? Free-to-play vehicular combat multiplayer vehicle. Oh boy, and it's available for Linux. Is War Thunder where all the leaks happen? Yes, apparently. You can like fly planes in it and stuff, and ships. I used to play in high school. It was fun. What is Epic's background? I'd ask, but he spams so much I had to mute. What? Oh, you should unmute him. Epic is in the Air Force, and he flies Air Force planes. He's an Air Force officer. So like he went to the War College and he knows like a whole bunch of shit. It's hard to explain getting into a guns fight today and helicopter. It's hard to imagine getting into a guns fight today and helicopters. Oh yeah. Oh, really, Ized? You all right? Whatever. Listen, some people think Epic is cringe and they don't like him. He is a polarizing figure. I find his knowledge to be useful. And as long as all the defense nerds in this community get along or at least grudgingly respect each other, then based. Hello! Can I help you? Here. Huh. Hello, baby. Is it purr time? The German who doesn't understand how the Constitution works, who wants to just assume all Americans are idiots, to have backwards practices muted me. Oh, the horror! I'm so personally affected. Anyway, my God, you guys. Epic is quick on info drop. Only gripe is he can't just type a paragraph. I mean, to be fair, YouTube character limits you pretty hard. I think like you can only, it's like, you're limited to like 160 characters type of message in chat. And also, if it sounds like Epic is mostly on his mobile phone, so it's probably easier for him to just type. It's probably easier for him to just spam chat. Yeah, I know. I usually will always go to the limit too, but yeah, it depends. Oh, hi. The character limit, and if the character limit and auto mod didn't exist, I would be much more pleasant in person. This is why I prefer voice conversation. True. I also generally prefer voice conversation. Air Force makes sense. I have a lot of family in Air Force. There's a culture of know-it-allness. Is there? Is there? Is that true? Is there a culture of know-it-allness? Huh. Oh my god. If Teargas knows more than you, then let him explain it. I mean, like, he does know a lot of shit, so generally speaking, I'm usually gonna, you know, kind of defer. And I can always ask him to provide sources, too, if like, I am disbelieving of a thing, or if I need that info. Plus, he's also been helpful with the debate. Yes, there is, and we are proud of that culture. You know what? Fucking based. Be proud of your know-it-all culture, guys. Okay. You know what? By the way, so from what I understand, although Vasserman isn't here to explain or to like tell me otherwise, but yeah. Oh my god, I missed so much stream time to speed run 2 hours. I mean, you didn't miss that much. You could probably just move through it, but if you want to, sure, you can 1.5 it. It takes arrogance to climb into a metal tube maintained by college dropouts that goes 2x the speed of sound. You know what? Just answer me this, Epic. Are the seats in those aircraft comfortable? Hasan's strange role in the region. What? Hasan's panel at Web Summit got a little contentious. Did he get grilled? I'm not interested in watching. I just wanted to see what he said. How many of you have watched this? Okay. Hasan spoke at the Qatar Web Summit. Sorry, at the Qatar Web Summit. Is the only thing that's available him fucking reacting to it? Oh, there we go. No, it's all just him reacting to it. How are you also salty this early? Destiny went over it yesterday via Hasan rewatching it. Yeah, I know. I listened to him do that as background noise, which means that because I was playing Marvel Rivals and I was listening to it as background noise, I only like kind of got half of it. Okay, well, you know what? If it was pretty meh, then let's move on to the seats are meh. The lack of a toilet is the real killer. Don't you guys have to like wear like weird stuff in your suits in case you have to pee or whatever? Like, isn't that like a thing? Like, do all pilots seats just have like fucking catheters, or like pilot suits have catheters in them or something? I know that that's like a really weird personal question, but I mean, you mentioned the toilet, so even when I was firmly in leftist spaces, I've always had issues with Hasan. I mean, I think that there's probably a lot of people who have issues with Hasan. You know? Did you wear adult diapers? Do you wear adult diapers? I mean, I think that it's probably going to be something built into the suit. Yes, the Air Force pee pants. Oh. Hasan and his audience viewed it as being contentious, and Destiny said it shouldn't be considered contentious if there weren't any follow-ups on hard questions, of which it was mainly him being a socialist. Yeah, I know. Well, that's because that, you know, like Destiny is right. It's because Hasan has lived in a hug box for so long that he doesn't understand what like fucking contentious shit is. So, you know, Hasan said Al Jazeera staff thanked him for his coverage there. Yeah, I know, I saw that. It's kind of silly. I wonder if they were Al Jazeera Arabic or like, probably, but I don't know. Like Al Jazeera Arabic is incredibly wild. Just based on like the little bit that I've seen of it, which isn't really a lot. I feel like, and I'm also just going to take Sev's word for it that Al Jazeera Arabic is fucking insane. Because he's been exposed to way more of it than I ever have, and he speaks like. Did you watch Hasan talk to those conservative parents of liberals? No, I didn't. I feel like that would be probably kind of silly. It's like RT in Russia, yeah. Oh, that's something else that I want to do research into because Lactoid loves to cite Ukraine's media laws. He loves to cite them. Like the ones that they put into effect after the war. And I'm wondering like exactly what those media laws like entail. Although I suspect probably for the most part, it's probably literally just like, if you're going to talk about military shit, we need to approve it first. Because that, you know, we don't want you giving shit away. I very much doubt that it's, you can't criticize the government and we won't let you, you know? Yeah, like especially since I know that's not true. Based on like, at the very least based on Dylan's experience. And because I could probably find articles from like the Kyiv Independent and other places that are most definitely critical of stuff. Yeah. I imagine how that tear gas motherfucker provides I can't imagine how that valuable insight when he can't even follow a chat conversation. He doesn't even get the stone suit. Listen, I don't know, okay? As Epic said, he will admit blatantly, and so I guess because he said it now, I'm allowed to say it, that he is like one of those know-it-all types because he's from the US Air Force. And they just are like that. I still think that it would be, so now you're not going to talk to him? You don't want to like screenshot what he said and yeah. Yeah, but you can't be a know-it-all if you are a know-it-all. Or yeah, but yeah, oh yeah, well yeah, exactly. You can. Exactly. That's what I mean. Okay, Hasan is worse than JD Vance. Fascism debate with Connor blows up. Oh, this is I need to listen to this. Him saying Hasan is worse than JD Vance is kind of crazy. But we should all start messaging like Epic does its message. Oh yeah, that's true. Ized, you should come into the chat. You should talk in an hour. Come on. Share Force. There you go, Jane Socks. Now that Hasan streams on YouTube, I play a little game of tuning in and counting down how long it takes for him to mention Israel or Destiny. Oh god. Yeah, you guys should yell at each other in an hour. Wait, hold on. Is Hasan streaming on? Did Hasan finally start dual streaming because he saw how high his YouTube numbers were? Or did he, now that he's unbanned on Twitch, is he only streaming on Twitch? Because I know that Hasan streams, or he did stream on YouTube. Like when he was banned. Oh my god! He actually does. He did it. He's dual streaming on YouTube. Let's all give Hasan a round of applause. He finally understood. He finally decided to start fucking doing it. That is so funny. Is he still in Qatar? Unbanned on Twitch? In Qatar. Partial shutdown. Epstein reveals Og. Yanis Varoufakis. Oh yeah, Yanis Varoufakis was his guest. Okay, so I guess he's doing it. That's funny. I guess, like, you know, congratulations, Hasan, for actually streaming on fucking YouTube. I can't believe it took you this bloody long to do it. His views are great too for those lives. Yeah, I know. Yanis Varoufakis is a crazy person. That's all I'll say. He said some really bad shit. I haven't even looked into all the stupid shit that he said. Also, you know what, Ized? Hold on. Can I try to like build at least a little bridge here? Ized, do you not, as a German, I'm assuming that you're a German, do you not get annoyed when like fucking stupid Americans decide to talk about Germany as if they understand it? Or I guess like any stupid foreigners, really, but particularly stupid North Americans. Or like when Elon Musk shoves his nose into your guys' political system like he knows anything about what's happening in your country. Like, yeah, like, do you not get annoyed about that? Because that, yeah, I feel like that's probably in some ways what Epic is doing. Is that Epic is one of those Americans who's mad listening to Europeans talk about his country when he feels like they don't know anything. Americans are the best example. We do it the most. Look at Elon. That is true. Yes, it does seem like oh, you mean like Americans are the best example at talking about other countries that they don't know anything about, but they still continue to talk about them anyway. Yeah. Oh, Pisco is one of those people who changes his fucking titles. So now I just have to guess and hope that I can find the right one. I'm just tired of people of yourself who could not pass a 5th grade civics exam trying to tell me how my country scores. Oh, bro, you know what I should do? I should take the U.S. The U.S. citizenship civics test and see if I can pass it. He told me I don't know about Germany, Kalinda. I don't think he gets the right to be mad at. Wait, did he actually tell you what? Okay, I mean, did he tell you that in this chat? I feel like the only things that Epic is like a know-it-all about are like basically any US history stuff and like US political shit and then like defense stuff. And probably like airplanes. Well, you made a retarded statement about Germany, yeah, because you're so interested in posturing you don't even realize what you said. I need you guys to talk. Actually, I feel like this is a dispute that can only be resolved in VC, okay? Do the citizenship tests. It'll be the way for you. Okay, hold on. American citizenship test. Oh, hey STA, what's up? What are you doing? All right, I'll see you. I'll see you in a bit, Epic, when you come back. What's up, STA? What have you got for us?
Who dares speak about God's chosen nation and its constitution?
I don't know. Epic Fail was arguing in chat with a German guy named IZ about constitutional law or some shit, and he was saying he was wrong, and yeah, I don't know. Epic's one of those people who gets really mad when fucking Eurocucks talk about America and say things that he thinks are wrong. Although maybe you might be one of those people too. I have no idea. Or maybe you just insult the Eurocucks.
Yeah, I mainly just insult the Eurocucks. I don't get mad at them. You know, they're man children. They're babies.
That, you know what? That's fair. Test yourself. During the naturalization interview, a U.S. CIS officer will ask you up to 10 civics questions from the list of 100. You must answer 6 civics questions. I was like, I wonder if I could pass a U.S. civics test.
I heard.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, yeah.
I will be your ICS officer.
Oh, you want me to just send you this test then? So
No,
that you can ask me the question?
Just stream it.
Oh, okay. Name one of the 2 longest rivers in the United... What? I don't fucking know. What the fuck is this shit? I thought you were gonna ask me questions about like how the U.S. government works.
That's super easy.
Is the
You
Mississippi?
only have to name one.
Is the Mississippi one of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Select your answer.
Oh, it's not. Oh, Columbia River, Rio Grande, Missouri River, Colorado River. It's
Oh fuck! Am I retarded?
Oh no!
Well, it's not. It's not the Mississippi because the Mississippi is a bunch of rivers that run together down into the tributary. But
oh my god, Rio Grande. I'm sorry, Marusi.
Rio Grande.
Rio Grande.
No, it's not the Rio Grande.
Colorado River? RIP! Is it? Oh, it's not going to tell me which one it was. What is the highest court?
It's not?
No, it doesn't tell you. That sucks. What is the highest court in the United States? I mean, obviously the answer is the Supreme Court.
What are the 2 longest rivers in the U.S.?
Are you asking Lexi or Google?
Wait, why isn't the Mississippi on that list? It's the Missouri and the Mississippi.
Oh,
what the
fuck? That's funny. There were 13 original states. Name 3. Oh, this I should be able to do. Okay. Name 3. Oh, New York, Virginia, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Yeah. Name 1 right only for United States citizens. Join a political party, call senators and representatives, freedom of religion, run for federal office. I mean, oh, only for U.S. citizens. Run for federal office. Only U.S. citizens can hold federal office. Yes, that is correct. We elect a U.S. representative for how many years? 2. The answer is 2.
Oh my god, Brave Dog's ass. It's the Mississippi isn't on the list because it's a multiple choice and you only had to name one of the 2. So they only put 1 on the test.
Fuck you. I'm gonna blow up my nearest ICS office.
It's not a hard job.
In a video game. He means in a video game.
Right? We only think our Fed posts. We only think them.
Who did the United States fight in World War II? Japan, Germany, and Italy. Oh, hello, kitty.
Oh, if it is multiple choice, because they said they ask you the questions.
It's not multiple choice. You just had to choose one of the 2. But it's funny that
No. Like if you're actually doing the ICS interview, I don't know if it's multiple choice.
I don't think so. I can't imagine that they would be like, choice A.
Yeah, true. The House of Representatives has how many voting members? Oh god.
You know this. We just talked about it the other day.
How many? Oh, 435? It has to be
Are
that.
you asking? Or do you want me to tell you?
No, it's that. I got it. It's right. What major event happened on September 11th, 2001 in the United States?
Oh my god. It's in the name, people. It's in the name.
Terrorists attack the United States.
The British Army stayed in American houses.
What are 2 rights in the Declaration of Independence? Life and liberty. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But life and liberty is the option. How old do citizens have to be to vote for president? It's 16 and older, yeah? Or is it 18 and older? It's 16 here. Now I'm confused. Oh, it's 18. Fuck. Okay. You got 8 out of 10 correct. Based.
How old do you have to be to drink in the United States?
21.
How old do you have to be to smoke cigarettes or buy tobacco products in a majority of states?
I think 21 or 18.
Yeah.
Oh, it is 21. Okay. Yeah.
A lot of states have moved it to 21 now.
Okay. Yeah.
So would you have gotten citizenship? How many did you have to get right to get citizenship?
6.
So you just made it.
Well, apparently,
oh no, you made it. You're solid.
yeah, I got an 8 out
You're
of 10.
solid.
Apparently, I don't need to do any of this shit. Apparently, I can just fill out the form and submit my evidence, and they'll make me.
Yeah,
a citizen.
she was born in the United States and lived there for a certain period. I can't remember. I had my AI girlfriend look it up.
It was my mom was born in the United States, yeah, and because of that, it means that
you're in.
Yeah.
Well, she has to do the paperwork though.
Yeah, I know I do. That's the thing. There were some things about
You
the
really
paper.
want to be part of us right now? Like,
Yeah.
It's still
that was not the time.
it's still a valuable passport.
I think yes. I think that I would like to be American. But not but I don't want to give up my Canadian citizenship, but I don't have to, so it's fine.
Is an anchor baby. You're an anchor baby. Anchor baby confirmed.
No, I'm not. I wasn't born in the United States. My mom was born in the United States. I was born in Canada.
I thought you said you were born in the
no.
United States.
Yeah, STA made it sound like that.
It's your story straight. You're never getting in if you can't get your story straight.
But yeah, I mean, my mom sent me her birth certificate. She sent me like her high school and college graduation stuff in order to show that she was like still living in the US. And yeah, like she lived there for quite a long time, basically. She was like in her 20s, I think, when she left. Wait, it's not actually 16. For some reason, I thought that you had to be 16 to vote. I don't know why I feel like that here. But it is 18 here. Why the fuck did I think it was 16?
I don't know. I know you have to be 19 to drink there because growing up in Michigan in the Detroit area, it was quite convenient before I was 21 to just go to Canada.
It's 19. Yeah, it's 19 here. That's the thing. Although everybody
I agree with Germany's system where for beer and wine it's 16 and for hard liquor it's 18.
I don't understand that. Like, alcohol is alcohol. Like, I have binge drinked enough in my life to know that beer and wine can get you just as drunk.
Listen, it's the Germans, okay? They like their alcohol.
Well, it's probably to do with a couple different things. One, like their society of drink, like their culture of drinking. Like people start drinking way earlier and under supervision. A robust public transport system, but it's probably about the velocity of alcohol and how quickly and how like they're probably trying to prevent people from getting alcohol poisoning or getting drunker than they can. Like
Listen, as someone who had way too much fun during her undergrad, you can definitely get that drunk off of beer. It might take more effort, but you can do it.
But your body is less likely to allow you to get alcohol poisoning by drinking beer and wine than.
Yeah.
Also, it's to prevent like taking 6 shots all at once and then trying to, I don't know, get in a car.
Take 6 shots and then try. Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys also drive a lot more too, right? So, you know.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah. Zed, are you still here? You should hop in. I don't know if that was you that joined the waiting room. Somebody did a few seconds ago.
So that's not that weird. In the United States, like my state has that provision. So if you are I hate using the word child. If you are the legal guardian of a minor, you can supply them with alcohol under your supervision. Like you can't like supply it to them, but you can allow them to consume alcohol under your supervision.
Izzy, I'll be really nice to you. I'll make sure that no one bullies you if you come and fight for my entertainment.
Yeah. Or you could come and explain what your argument was with Epic, and like SDA will tell you whether or not you're right or wrong, and he won't be like a dick about it, right, SDA?
I don't even know what the argument was, but if it was
It was
about
about
firearms,
judicial review. I could definitely help.
it was
could
about
help.
what?
Judicial review, methods of judicial review in the United States. I'm a legal analyst. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
I don't know what the crux of their argument was.
It was about, I think it was about originalism or something, or about like the importance of reading the intent, or like looking at what the founding fathers said. Yeah.
Well, the originalist is
that's one method of judicial review.
It's one tool in a toolbox, and it's not a standalone knife these days. Like originalist interpretation, along with the other ones, is actually like a multi-tool. So like you have more strict lines of originalism, which is pretty much the dominant force right now on the court, which is text, history, and tradition, is like the
which is also the dumbest way to do it.
Shut up.
Wait, do you guys disagree on this? Because if so, you should fucking argue about it. Or actually, wait, hold on.
I don't know if I mean, it is.
It depends on what you're
correct to say that originalism is one way. I just think it's the dumbest way, because we wrote an entire section into the Constitution about how to change the Constitution, because it is a fluid living document. So while originalism has its purpose, it is not the best way to go about things. That's how we end up doing shit like overturning Roe.
You know, no, do it. Please argue, fight for my amusement.
How did I get, this was not supposed to be my day to fight for your amusement. It was supposed to be Epic's.
So originalism or textualism more specifically isn't the wrong way or a bad way to interpret constitutional matters.
It's the dumbest way.
Okay, hold on. One at a time.
It is one tool in a toolbox, and depending on what constitutional question or legal issue you're approaching, it can be very appropriate. So when you're talking about like a strict interpretation of the Bill of Rights and what rights entail, it is probably best to apply an originalist lens to your analysis, because these are trying to understand
I disagree.
what was
if you apply that originalist intent, then you're discounting all of the additional ways that those rights can be violated that weren't present at the time of the Constitution.
No, we're trying to interpret what that original protection and meaning of those words were. Not all of the ways that it wasn't violated then, but is violated now.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because if you look at, I'm trying to think of a good example off the top of my head. I'm wholly unprepared to do this today.
I mean, I need caffeine.
Right.
Rip.
But let's take your example of Roe, rather than me immediately jumping to my hobby topic of firearms.
Because on firearms, I wouldn't probably agree with you, SDA, on
Probably
this
not,
amendment question.
Oh, that would be a fun argument if you guys wanted to talk about
hold on.
that,
Let's just look at Roe. So
I agree with it. I would probably agree with him on that one.
Okay,
but if you think of things like substantive due process, like the questions that are more substantive due process, right? Like the right to privacy in Roe.
Yeah, I was about to.
Yeah.
So I fully agree with the prospect, the establishment of the great penumbra of rights, right? So we have like the laid out very clear line, like what is your rights, and then there has that long shadow of things that is supposed to be presumed to be protected along with that. Yeah. One of which under ninth, but what's unreasonable searches and seizures as well?
4.
Yeah, I was about to say. So under the 4th and the 9th, you get a penumbra of the right to privacy. So
And the 14th.
Roe, yeah, well, 14th comes later, but yes. So Roe being overturned, I don't think overturned the right to privacy. It certainly weakened it, but
Correct.
from
It weakened it dramatically. Roe was super
dramatically,
precedent.
yeah.
It
But
was a
from
super
what I
precedent.
understand, the legal foundation that Roe was built on was not very solid.
Isn't that
No, that would be incorrect.
isn't that a I
I'm
think
trying
that
to remember what they wrote about.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
this is something that people argued about really that probably like I guess like one of the things that people often mention was a problem with Roe is the fact that like it was basically decided by the Supreme Court and they probably should have just passed a law that made abortion. Obviously, at the time, I don't think that that would have
Well,
necessarily
that
been
goes
possible.
to the theory of judicial review about like judicial activism, right? Like the court needs to act when democratic processes fail, and a democratic process failed there,
Yeah, but I
right?
mean, they should have.
So
They really should have. They really should have fucking just passed a law and made
I mean, they
abortion.
should have, but they were never going to, right?
Yeah, it's just weird that they didn't. I mean, I don't know. Actually, I think I maybe
I mean, even
understand.
after Roe was overturned in, what was it, Casey or something?
Planned
Well, Casey
Parenthood v.
overturned the
Casey.
trimester. So when that whole thing happened, I was losing my mind because everybody was like, well, the trimester part fucking sucked, but Casey had already overturned the trimester part. So it was already like Roe had been gutted to the point of like you just couldn't ban it, I believe, before 24 weeks or before during the first trimester. Like that was all that was left of Roe. So it was basic like privacy at that point in time, right? It was no longer like involving any kind of like scientific activism or shit like that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it was
Sorry,
overturned by Casey, but even after Roe was overturned by Casey and then further pounded by, was it Dobbs? Is that what I'm reading
Yeah,
here?
so Casey didn't overturn Roe. It only overturned the portion of Roe that dealt with the trimester language, if I'm
Okay.
remembering correctly. It's been a hot minute since I had this debate.
But there's still nothing preventing the federal government from passing a law during that time to codify abortion
Correct.
into federal
Except the
law.
failure of a democratic process, which is which is one theory of judicial review, is that when the democratic process fails, the court steps in.
Well, what do you mean by failure?
Like inability to pass a law, which is
Or
what we have had.
unwillingness?
Yeah,
Or
inability or
unwillingness?
well, I mean, unwillingness and inability are kind of the same thing in that context,
Well, they're
right?
pretty
Like
different. Like a
people are
failure of the democratic process to me, so like we can recognize that the Democratic Party, I don't like saying the Democrats, right? Because I don't hate them, and
The
everybody
demon
says
rat. No,
the
no,
Democrats.
no, no,
right?
no. It's
And
if you
it's not the
say
Democrat Party, it's the
yeah,
Democratic Party.
it's
Fucking
if you
retards,
say
that's
the
what it is,
Democrat Party. I feel like the people who
right?
say the Democrat Party are like anti-democratic, are like
Yeah,
anti-democrats.
No.
it's
I just, whenever I hear the Democrats, I think of like your conservative hick saying the blacks. Like,
well, not quite the same, but I get your point.
the same derogatory stench in their voice. But like the Democratic Party held control of both houses and the presidency in the
But
period
that didn't
following.
matter because we had the filibuster rule. So I mean, like that is the unwillingness and the inability, right? Like we are incapable of passing legislature because the minority at any given time in the Senate is unwilling to break the filibuster.
Hold on.
Like I think we had one time where we had 60 votes. It was for 2 years under Obama, and he pushed through the ACA. And I think that's the only time, like in my voting lifetime, if that was even, yeah, that was in my voting lifetime. That was the only time in my voting lifetime anyone has had 60 votes in the Senate. It was those 2 years.
Yeah, they haven't.
And I don't even know if we would have had 60 votes there, because I don't think that Manchin would have gone for legalizing abortion in West Virginia. So he would have been like, we had exactly 60 senators, I think. So if we didn't have him on board, we weren't going to get him, or we weren't going to be able to do anything.
There was something you said earlier.
Fuck, I don't even remember what it was that she said. You guys,
I was gonna compare it to something else.
You know what, SCA? You should go get coffee.
I don't have coffee.
Oh, you don't have caffeine. Oh, get caffeine. I don't know. You said get caffeine.
Yeah, usually I drink a Red Bull.
Oh God, that stuff is so gross.
That's my breakfast. You know, I take my Vyvanse, I hit my nicotine, I drink a Red Bull, and I put a Zyn in.
Oh my God.
You need to like my blood pressure. My heart would explode from how fast my blood pressure would rise.
Stuart, come here. You need to stop.
I have low.
With the
Also, speaking of CNN, did you see that where that news anchor lady, her mom got kidnapped?
Oh, nope. That's what that was about.
Savannah Guthrie? That is some wild fucking shit. I mean, I think the mom is I think she's probably dead. I think somebody probably killed her. But then they got a bunch of ransom notes, and they found blood on her port. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, geez, that does sound fucking crazy.
It is. The Netflix true crime special that's going to be made about that is going to be really good.
I mean,
I'm such a white woman.
Bro, Emergency, were you here yesterday when I was talking about JF and how he's in the Epstein files? Do you know about JF? JF Gary Epi?
Papa JF?
Who is JF?
Do you want to tell the story, SDA, or shall I? It sounds like you know about it.
What, are you serious? Look, I don't know if I'm right here. Are you talking about Papa JF, the fucking dude who fucking had that retarded girlfriend and she wandered off?
Who is someone tell me who JF?
Yes, SDA.
He's in the Epstein files?
Yes, he is in the Epstein files. Okay, so
what?
JF Gary Epi. Do you know JF Gary Epi, Emergency? Is it ringing any bells now?
No.
None. Zero bells are being rung.
Okay, JF Gary Epi is a white nationalist dude who loves fucking eugenics, and he went to school.
And I'm supposed to be surprised he's in Epstein
neurology or whatever. But he has this habit of he
8 years ago.
He wants to impregnate as many women as possible. Okay, and he had he likes to find 18-year-olds. That's his preferred. But in particular, it seems after he's been married
I take the mentally retarded 18-year-old girl and I put the baby in her. Put the baby in her.
That is
yes. That's what. Yeah. And 8 years ago, he had a debate. Go on.
He found this girl in Texas who had an online relationship with her and convinced her to move to wherever he's living, I think in Michigan or something.
Oh, great.
And this is after she had been declared mentally incompetent by a court and had the mental acuity of a 12-year-old.
Yeah, she had autism. Yeah.
Her father had to drive all the way to his state, break down his door, and take his mentally incompetent daughter back.
Yeah, I don't know if it happened exactly like that, but it was something. And then there was a court case over
it. It is love, you idiot.
Yeah, and then he had a debate with Destiny about it afterwards because Destiny.
Several debates.
Okay, well, yeah, there was just one though where they argued about it, where Destiny argued against what he did, and the retards that were on JF's side were yeah, but she was 18, so therefore it was legal.
It was not. That's not how that works.
Well, yeah, right. Because she wasn't. She
was incompetent, so she doesn't have. Yeah,
exactly.
Her actual physical age no longer matters.
He purposely took advantage of her, and then later on, he found another girl who also was of a similar like who also had like similar mental problems. Like she was also like, you know, developmentally
Probably
disabled.
more severe, to be honest, from what we can tell.
Yeah, quite possibly. And with her, what he did was she would come on his stream sometimes. In one of the cases where she came on his stream, she was yelling about how he was trying to kill her. And then later on, it came out that apparently she left to go live off the grid, according to him. When it's very likely
it's that guy, the one that killed his wife.
Yeah, well,
they weren't married, but
what it sounds like is he did the old. Well, so like this was an old thing small towns used to do whenever they'd get crazy people. They just drive them out of town and drop them off in the woods.
No, I know. Okay, so I know that story. I didn't know it was the same guy. Like I know that.
Yeah. And he's in the Epstein files. Are you kidding me?
No,
like,
I'm not.
In what capacity?
Well, first of all, it's because that he was making he was doing some sort of online TV project or something. I think when he was still working at Duke University, where he was and Epstein was interested in that. Epstein paid JF $25,000 apparently. And by the way, this all happened in 2014. So JF absolutely knew that Epstein was a sex offender, and he's still associated with him. And they exchanged a couple of emails, and I think they may have met in person. But yeah,
that tracks.
And JF bragged about the fact that Epstein gave him money, which doesn't really surprise me. I bet JF probably thinks Epstein was based because, you know, I'm sure JF is one of those motherfuckers who thinks the age of consent should be lowered. But yeah, I was really surprised to learn that he's in the Epstein files. He's in the most recent.
This is not what I wanted to learn about this morning. I was gonna like just play some Battlefield or whatever, but holy fuck, how is the world this small?
I know.
Or maybe the Epstein files are just that big.
Yes, how is it that Jeffrey Epstein knew fucking everybody? He knew all of these people.
Nothing in there, like, I've said it before, there's like maybe a handful of people that I would be like legitimately shocked if I found out they were in there. Everybody else is kind of like, yeah, that tracks. Like,
yeah,
that
I know.
Are you?
I mean, it tracks, but it doesn't because JF is such a nobody. How?
I know, it is funny. That's even funnier, right? Well, at the time,
it tracks because he's your creepy, predatory, salivating over, you know.
Probably underage girls, but he only goes for 18-year-olds because it's all that he can get. But really, he obviously wants girls that are younger than that based on his choice.
What do you mean is all that he can get? Because he can't get actually mentally competent, developed 18-year-olds. He has to go after mentally disabled ones.
Well, no, what I mean is that like he wants young women, but he doesn't. But like, I guess like he knows that he's not gonna like fuck like underage girls because that he knows that would like because that's illegal and he knows that he could potentially get in trouble for it. But he was married 3 times and divorced 3 times, so I suspect he probably was in relationships with other with like mentally competent women, but then I guess later on he just decided that wasn't worth it since he thinks that men should be able to own their wives and all this shit, and so he was like, well, fuck it, you know. Also, one of those relationships was with his I think one of his teaching assistants or lab assistants or something when he was working at Duke. And he was let go from there too. Like he wasn't asked to come back.
I thought you were going for the mild incest angle. I thought it was going to be like a cousin or something.
Nah. I looked at his Wikipedia page yesterday. I just thought it was very funny.
Wait, did they update it with the Epstein stuff? What's his name? JF? How do I find that?
Gary Eppie.
You're going to have to watch and review the insane Charlie Kirk MAGA Super Bowl halftime show with Kid Rock.
Jean-Francois Gariepi.
Yes. Actually, SCA, if you want to see what's in the Epstein files, it's not that exciting. I just thought that it was funny. You have to find out like specific shit. If you Google Jmail, then it'll then like you can find the website where all the Epstein file stuff is kept in a neatly organized, searchable fashion. And they've made this sort of Google Mail clone. They've made a Gmail clone, a Google Drive clone, and like other such things, so you can search through all the Epstein files. But otherwise, yeah, if you just go to his Wikipedia page, you can.
Well, I heard, or I saw some fucking Redditors saying that the DOJ failed to redact thousands of images of CSAM in the Epstein files, and I don't really believe them. I think they probably failed to redact victims, but not actual.
Yeah, they clearly didn't fail to redact the perpetrators because
No, for sure, but I don't know if I believe these Redditors that they actually published sexually explicit material of children.
No, they didn't. That's not true. If it was, I would have heard way more about it. It was that they the complaint was that they failed to redact a lot of the victims' names. That was what they
names or faces in mirrors or reflections and things like that, or pictures. Yeah. I was about to say, like, these are editors are retarded.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're Redditors, you know. But honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't think that if somebody is mentioned in the Epstein files, it means that automatically that they were like a pedo or that they were like fucking underage girls or whatever, or that Epstein had given them people, unless there's stuff in there that indicates that, or there's other stuff that does, like with Andrew. Yes, I'm on a treadmill. But
Andrew Yang?
What? No, Andrew Mountbatten, Prince Andrew. The prince formerly known as Prince Andrew, yes.
Yeah.
But
I can't sweat. Mr.
Yes,
I
that
can't
guy,
sweat.
Mr. I can't sweat. But that guy was but like, however, it does say something about your choice of friends if you were still associating with Epstein. Like if you were still like his friend after he was, you know, convicted of sex crimes. After he became a convicted sex offender in 2008. That's a bit weird, you know. Yeah, Jon Stewart is in there because someone mentioned his name in an email. Yeah.
I saw that.
That was funny.
My heart broke my heart dropped for because he's like one of the few that I would legitimately be shocked by.
Yeah, but he wasn't actually in there. Sam Harris was in there too. And Sam Harris actually answered Epstein's email too. So yeah. It's not just the pedophile problem. There's also the financial actions he was involved in. I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Like anybody's gonna care about the financial stuff. People barely care about the pedophile stuff. Like they're definitely not gonna care. Like look at who is literally running the country right now. People don't care about that shit.
True.
They say they do, but they don't.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr.
Anyway. You guys going to argue about the Second Amendment now? Actually, wait, Maruzi, what's your opinion about the Second Amendment? Do you disagree? So I thought that you thought that the founding fathers intended for something different than the Second Amendment.
Yeah, so I'm more, and I haven't studied. I also haven't studied this in forever because all I've been doing is government contracts lately. But I am of the belief that it was about the standing army, about their fear of the standing army and not wanting to have one. So we needed militias in order to not necessarily protect us from our own government, although that was part of it, but also protect us from like invading armies.
Do you think it was about individual rights though?
I don't think that the originalist meaning was about individual rights. No.
Why is it in the Bill of Rights?
Well, it's not in the Bill of Rights. The right to a well-regulated militia is in the Bill of Rights.
No, the right to keep and bear arms is in the Bill of Rights. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state.
You can't have a well-regulated militia without bearing arms. It is a necessary thing in order to have a well-regulated militia.
Where else in the Constitution is a militia established? Because it's not in the Bill of Rights.
It is in the Bill of Rights.
It's not established. It just recognizes that a militia is.
It is established by saying that the states have the right to a well-regulated militia.
It doesn't say that.
It does say that. It is
literally. The words you are using are not the words on the page.
By the way,
a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. A well-regulated militia. I'm not making that up. I knew those words.
Hold on.
You said that it says that it gives the states a right to a well-regulated militia. That's not what it says.
To the security of a free state.
Okay, when it says free state, do you think it is talking about states like state governments? That is not, I can assure you that is not what it is talking about.
I might be wrong, but I think that that is what they meant.
So you wouldn't consider the free state to apply to the states of the United States
Yes,
as a
that's what I'm
unitary
talking about.
form? Not as individual states, but
Oh,
as
you mean like as the federal government?
Yes. Is the federal
No,
government of the United States not a state?
because they didn't establish a federal army until like what was it, the Civil War when Lincoln
So those militias were not intended, as you
if
said,
they
to
had meant
protect
okay,
the
so
country.
answer me this. If they had meant it to be a federal army, a standing federal army, why didn't they establish one then?
So I'm not saying that it's meant to be a standing federal army. What I'm saying is a free state does not only apply to individual states. It both applies to individual states maintaining their freedoms as well as the freedom of the country as a whole. Right? Like when we say when a lot of hardcore right libertarians say the state.
That's not in contradiction to what I'm saying. So they could say that they believed that the freedom of the states and the freedom of the country as a whole was protected by the well-regulated militia. Like that's not a contradictory statement.
So I can pull out like a bunch of textual evidence, but I need to establish like the term a free state is not in reference to any one individual state government or state entity. It is similar to the phrase the free state of man in nature from Hobbes.
This is why originalism doesn't necessarily always work, right? Because if that was their original meaning of the Constitution, then you would have seen that in action at the time that the Second Amendment was ratified. What we saw in action, the federal standing army, right? Or some sort of legislation being passed, which never was, that says individuals have a right to bear arms. Is there or is there not legislation that says does legislation exist that says individual citizens have the right to individual gun ownership?
It depends. I'd have to pull up some specific examples, but
if that was what they wanted to do, then they would have passed. Like they would have used the democratic process to pass just like with Roe, like what you said with Roe, they would have used it to pass a legislation guaranteeing that individual citizens can bear arms. Now, I'm not saying that I necessarily disagree that individual citizens should have the right to bear arms. I think as history played out and the way that things were back then, it was impossible to stop that because of other reasons, not just protection of freedom, right? Like we didn't have police forces, we were living like far away from each other, like there was wildlife, shit like that we don't have to deal with now, right? And then that led to just kind of the assumption that it was for individual ownership. However, like that assumption, I don't think is present in the original text.
Oh, hello, Epic is back. Epic, if you disagree with anything either of these two fine people say, you should also, I don't know, come on in here or something.
Okay.
But yeah.
So if we need an English lesson here, the structure of this sentence has very little to do with the first clause. There are two clauses here. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, and the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So that first clause is what the courts refer to as the prefatory clause, or in English literature, it would be called a non-denominative absolute.
So what do you think they meant by the right of the people? Why did they say the right of the people plural and not the right of the individual?
Because this is
plural can speak to not just the right of the individual, but the people as a collective in terms of a state and a well-regulated militia.
Do we need to look at the other times the people is used? So like when it comes to due process or securities against search and seizures.
But it can
Those
be.
are all
I'm not
recognized as
saying it's impossible
individual rights.
I'm not saying it's impossible to derive an individual right out of a collective, the collective use of people, right? Like the collective meaning of people. But I'm arguing from your favorite judicial review here. This is not how I would review the Constitution, but you would. So people back then, why did they use collective people and not individual?
Like the phrase "all persons."
Yes. Why would they not say the right of the individual
Because
as opposed
all
to
persons would include all persons within the jurisdiction of the United States, not all
But they
citizens.
didn't
So
say all persons or all
the
individuals.
people
They
in the
only used
Constitution,
the
in the Constitution, the phrase in the Constitution, the phrase.
One at
No,
a
you
time.
keep interrupting me. The phrase "the people" in the Constitution doesn't refer to all persons. It refers to the people of the
the
United States.
collective, right?
No,
People
it
as a
refers to
collect- the
the
people as a
people
collective.
of the United States of America, which refers to
The
the
people
citizens, which
as a
the
collective.
citizens are individuals within our society.
So if you're going by original text and original meaning,
No,
I'm
no, no,
going
no,
to
no.
ask you the same question because it's
Well,
still
you keep trying to say the original text, which
yes. Why
is
wouldn't they
far
have used
stricter
all
than saying.
persons or individuals? Because
I
you
just
didn't
explained it
answer.
already. All
No, because you
persons
can if
doesn't
they didn't
all.
want to leave room for interpretation
You
here.
don't want answers. You don't want
No,
answers.
you're not letting me finish my thought now. If they didn't want room for interpretation here as opposed to original context, right? Then they would have used all persons or all individuals. The use of the collective
No,
term
they wouldn't
people.
have.
Stop, I'm still not done. The use of the collective term people indicates that there is room for interpretation here.
No, there doesn't.
We're having a Second Amendment debate, Mina.
Constitution, which refers to not all persons.
That can derive individuals or the collective people from it, right?
Nope.
Yes or no? You can't derive individuals from the use of the term the people, and you can't derive the collective meaning of all of us together as the people?
Not both. No.
Really?
Nope.
I'm actually confused. Epic, do you have an opinion on this? I'm
happy to explain, but you keep basically. So the people in the
Well,
context.
first I need to check if my audio is working right now. Do you guys hear me clear?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
So the people as a term in the Constitution does not refer to all persons or all individuals. It refers to citizens of the United States of America.
Thank you for the $5.
Because we have other clauses in the Constitution.
No, because the Constitution absolutely, the Bill of Rights absolutely applies to both citizens and non-citizens.
Not universally. You think non-citizens have the right to
the Bill of Rights absolutely applies to both citizens and non-citizens.
I actually was wondering that myself about like general things, but that's a different thing.
Like if you come here,
well, the language specifies, right? It'll say like the people versus citizens versus persons, right?
Like if you come here on vacation and you kill somebody, we can't execute you without due process.
Well, yeah,
we can just throw you in jail.
But that's because the
14th
specifically the protections against unnecessary search and seizure or protecting you and requiring due process. These all, I believe, the text is persons, right? As in any person in the U.S.
Not people. The people.
By the way,
I just.
I'm sorry. I just need to say really quick from the whole reason I joined. I think what this started with that person in the chat. The conversation we're having right now about what these words mean, because English has changed in 250 years, is the problem that we have to solve in America that Germans don't have to solve because Germany has a constitution that's only 80 years old. That's what I was trying to explain in the chat. We have to look at history because our constitution is so old. Some of the, like militia in the Second Amendment, back then in the 17th century, militia meant able-bodied fighting men. That's what militia meant in English in the 1780s in America. I'm just like, it's important. It's not about what old dead people thought. It's just to know what these words mean, you need to do a bit of work.
So,
which is why this is the dumbest way to review the Constitution.
No. To roll back what I asked earlier, where in the Constitution, like why in the Bill of Rights, right? So this is, they call it a compromise, but it's more like like the Federalists didn't disagree with the Anti-Federalists on the Bill of Rights. It was like a compromise with them to make sure these things that they were concerned about were enshrined. But most of the Federalists, like, very broadly agreed with these things. The Anti-Federalists wanted it written out explicitly.
Yeah, the Federalists didn't believe that you needed to write it out because they thought the Constitution was so self-enforcing that these rights would just inherently be protected.
Thank God the Anti-Federalists got them to do it. But
yes, yeah, for sure. Yeah, without the Anti-Federalists pushing the Federalists to be more reasonable, our country would have failed a long time ago.
So the Bill of Rights, and including the 10th Amendment, even though is it the 10th or the 9th? What is the 9th?
The 10th is
the 10th is the one that guarantees the rights of states.
Well, it doesn't get it is a
insofar as they aren't contradicted by congressional
it gives power to the states. So any of the powers not afforded
the 10th, in my mind, the 10th more so lays the framework for how to pass along the authority to declare rights. So here's the federal government. These are the powers we reserve. And here are the rights that we are protecting. All other powers are then passed on to the state to reserve for themselves, and then down to the people. Well, to cities.
Well, I'd say protecting just because everyone understood those rights to already exist in the states at the time, right? Like, obviously, the states were around 100 years before the Constitution was.
These first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, are pretty indomitably about individual rights. They may grant, under their penumbra, some broader protection to groups of people, but they are about individuals preserving their liberties to freedom of religion, press, speech, firearms, searches and seizures, all of these. So if we were to talk about the militia is not a part of the Bill of Rights. It is a recognition in the Bill of Rights about what is needed to maintain the security from enemies, foreign and domestic, if you like or dislike that phrase.
It is the establishment of the right to a militia.
You don't have a right to form a militia. You do not.
The states do. Just like
why would the Bill of Rights? No, the states.
The Constitution says you can.
Because the Second Amendment says you can, and then the 10th
Amendment.
No,
it doesn't.
And then the 10th Amendment.
What is Article 2?
And then the 10th Amendment. And then the 10th Amendment says.
What is Article 2?
What the government can.
What is
the term of militia has evolved a lot. It doesn't mean what it did back then. Like, we can't use modern. No, this is huge. No,
the Constitution
that does matter,
itself,
though.
Not the Bill of Rights. The Constitution itself, the main body of text, Article 2, Section 8. No, is it? Article 2, Section 8, clauses 16 and 17, I'm pretty sure.
Just what are the name of the clauses?
16 and 17. They're called the militia clauses. This is the part of the Constitution that establishes the right of the government to form militias.
Wait, what are we calling it? I'm just trying to make sure we all understand what militia meant back then. Like, I don't, because I haven't heard this whole conversation. What do we all think militia means? Just
militia. So we have
fighting age, right?
Well,
at the time the Constitution was signed.
There's two ways to go about that. There's the long history and tradition in the English common law and American common law standard, which the English common law is actually more strict in terms of who's a part of the militia because it's not a voluntary thing. Like in English common law, for I don't know.
I don't see the relevance of militia in English common law. I'm talking about the general perception of the word militia at the time of the Constitutional Convention, which would generally be what like SCOTUS would be looking.
English common law is the foundation of American common law. Like that.
I understand that. I don't disagree. But when we're talking about the word militia specifically in this very specific context, I don't know if common law is all that relevant.
Well,
I do agree common law is relevant broadly.
Like in the colonies, right? Like in the colonies leading up to the Articles of Confederation, and which would have had influence upon the Constitution, the same standard in the colonies was coming from English common law, where all able-bodied males were not just required to be a part of the militia, to show up for training, but to provide.
In some states. The common, not every state even practiced common law back then, right? Like, these were 13 different countries before independence with whole different. In New York, you couldn't legally own a gun in your house at the time the Constitution was signed. But in Virginia, I think you legally had to own a gun in your house.
Yeah. So Virginia is the foundational constitutional text that had the largest influence over the writing of the Constitution.
Look, hold on. That's subjective, though, right? I don't even necessarily disagree.
Sure
wait, hold on. Just let me get the whole thought out. I don't necessarily disagree with what you just said. Virginia and Massachusetts are objectively the two most influential states at the founding. Virginia more than Massachusetts. I agree. But when we're talking about what the Second Amendment means, we're talking about an amendment ratified by the 13 states when the U.S. was, a newly independent country. And we're going to be looking at more than just the understanding in Virginia. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
So I can give you acts from just before the Constitution was adopted, and I can give you several quotes.
I'm just asking what when we say militia in this conversation, what are we saying? I'm just trying to understand that.
Actually, maybe I shouldn't. Before you answer that, Robert Paulson donated $10, and he says, Jesus fucking Christ, the Bill of Rights doesn't grant rights. The rights already existed, inherent God-given rights. The Bill of Rights is to only the federal government. What the federal government is allowed to do is not allowed to do.
It preserves.
I'm trying to avoid all the philosophy of law stuff. I'm just literally trying to understand because I know what I think.
I just have to give a shout out to positivism because positivism is a thing. Not everybody believes in God, right? Not everybody believes in God. Look up the theory of positivism in law.
I'll agree with the donator. They are natural rights, God-given or not, and the Bill of Rights preserves them from the federal government's powers. Okay.
Let me try it this way. My understanding of militia back then broadly is able-bodied fighting-age men that could be brought to defend the interests of the state.
In 1972, law passed by the Second Congress, you have each and every free, able-bodied white male citizen of respective states, resident therein, who is or shall be of the age of 18 years and under 45 years.
Yes,
that's what I understand a militia to be. Okay.
Yes.
So we also agree the Second Amendment is protecting the right of the states to maintain militias, right?
No.
Correct.
No,
yes,
we don't.
I agree with you, Epic. Shave Dog's ass does not.
Okay,
agree.
Because to me, the reason I'd say firearms are an individual right, and I believe they are, is because it is a necessity to protect the rights of states to form militias that firearms be an individual right. That's how I understand it.
Why is every other aspect of the Bill of Rights, sans part of the 10th Amendment, about individual rights of persons?
And also the 7th Amendment.
Well, I'd say each amendment is a unique consideration, and the Second Amendment had different driving factors behind it. And we can also read the obviously there's different framers at the Constitution, at the Convention from different states with different politics. But it seems like the general understanding was that what they were doing at the time, from the history I've read, and I'm not a legal scholar, is that the Second Amendment was, in principle, protecting the right of states to maintain militias, which was essentially seen as a prohibition of the federal government against the individual right of firearm ownership. But I'm aware up until more recently, I think it was in the 70s or 80s, it was understood that states could ban guns because originally the Constitution wasn't seen as a restriction.
Wait, what period was that?
It wasn't until the 90s, I think. It was the
might have been the 90s. There's a case in DC. Yeah. But for when the Constitution was signed, there were states that banned gun ownership in certain capacities.
Oh my God, it was 2000.
My understanding is the Second Amendment was understood when it was passed and ratified by a majority of the legislators and the people in the states at the time to be a restriction against the against the federal government coming in and preventing the state from maintaining a militia, and that what maintaining a militia meant was that men were armed, white men of fighting age.
Correct.
I don't believe
and the militia part that you the militia part that you were talking about, Shaved, is the right of the federal government to call up the militias if needed, but it specifically says call up, I believe. Provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the unions. So if it was meant to be one large standing right, then why would we need to call it up?
I was just going to say, it sounded like the interpretation that Epic has doesn't necessarily stomp down on the idea that individuals.
No, I don't think either Epic or I disagree.
Yeah, I think in order to have states that can form militias, the federal government must protect individual firearm ownership.
Yes. All I'm saying is that doing this from an originalist point of view creates more issues for you, Punish Dog, and your interpretation of this than using a looser judicial review process.
Well, that's why you should believe in a breathing constitution, like a patriot, and not
Like
be
if you look at like a judicial activist point of view, or
I probably just triggered SBA with that, but
right. If you look at like legislative intent or like a judicial activist type of review, then it is easier to make the case for individual gun ownership than an original.
Legislative intent is a part of like an originalist perspective. It's not just the original, very strict interpretation.
You sound like you're coming only from the strict interpretation.
Okay, I'm not.
No.
Not a legal expert.
You keep forcing and saying an originalist understanding of the text.
But that's what you're saying. I thought that's what you believe. Didn't you say that?
Miruchi, you're the most legally experienced person here. Am I correct in saying that generally judges are going to practice a balance of originalist and like liberal breathing constitutional theories, and it's very rare that it's one or the other?
Right. It could be like plain language. It can be judicial activism. It can be originalism. It can be legislative. And like, there's like 3 main schools, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, of judicial review, and then each school.
And my understanding is it's very rare a judge is locked into one, right? They'll have multiple.
Unless that judge is like Antonin Scalia. Like Antonin Scalia is an example.
Wait.
Of like
okay, give SDA a chance to get in here, or he can just yell.
So even Scalia himself has explicitly said, like any judge who, he says.
Yes. Do you deny that he is the closest that we have to a strict originalist? Like he seemed like the most.
I don't know if you actually ever want me to talk.
Good.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying he was always perfect.
Scalia himself has said, yes, I primarily approach constitutional questions from an originalist perspective, but I believe I've seen him talk about any substantive judge who analyzes things from only a single standpoint of judicial review as doing it incorrectly.
Correct. No one is always perfect, and that like no one is always that one thing. I'm asking you, is Scalia probably the most principled, closest we have to an actual originalist?
Or was that Clarence Thomas?
He is Clarence Thomas doesn't have enough principles.
No, Clarence Thomas is a traitor to the Constitution and the Republic, not an originalist.
Like, he literally doesn't have enough principles to be to be anything. He
that
just
was
does
Roberts
whatever.
and Alito was the other one. Anyway, go on.
Alito's a little bit, but like if you like,
I thought it was
the
Roberts.
diehard conservatives on the court right now literally are just like principleless. Like they will do whatever suits their best political interests. Scalia, I think, had a modicum of principle to him.
I never
agreed with a lot of what he wrote and said.
Okay, yeah. Maruzi, I love you, but please don't interrupt. Yeah, go on, STA. You need to.
I don't approach constitutional interpretation from a strict textualist, plain meaning of the text wording. Broadly, with the new standard established under Bruin, I think text, history, and tradition as a standard is more important. So you've got the text itself and what it says, the history surrounding what that text concerned, and the tradition that it flows from in English common law. So the Second Amendment flows from, in English common law, the standard or the history that all persons in the English domiciles were required to provide their own arms and ammunition, maintain them, and show up and be trained and competent in the usage of those arms for defense of their person, their community, and their country.
Okay.
That's
what I
that's
would
all
say,
true, but isn't constitutional law going to be the highest law of the land, and common law is going to be it's going to be
well,
a tradition that kind of
common
informs?
law is basically just the concept of like precedent, right?
Yeah,
That
Yeah, I
well,
understand,
it
but
is.
what I'm saying is when we're talking about the creation of maybe I'm misunderstanding our legal system, but when we're talking about the creation of a constitutional amendment, isn't common law going to have a much smaller level of inference on that than like
No,
when we're
it has
dealing with?
it has a high level of inference on the like how do we
English common
construct.
law, though? Wouldn't we be looking at like common law in like Massachusetts and Virginia and
That's what we do. I can give you
Oh, I thought you
quotes
said English common law.
well, it's
which
Oh no, I guess because we were still part of the British Empire. Huh?
yes,
Yeah, no, it would
yes,
be English.
yes.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to like. I'm not even trying to debate right
So
now. I was trying to.
no, it's
Yeah,
okay.
that makes sense.
I recently purchased and I'm currently reading the principal influential texts on American common law and constitutional law. Like those are kind of like American common law is kind of synonymous with constitutional law, depending on how you scope it. But the principal
Well, it just
influential,
started evolving differently in the 1700s, really, right?
but if
thankfully,
you use
There's
a
still
different theory of if you use like the legal theory of like the living document of the Constitution, none of this has to happen, which is why this is the worst way to do this,
well,
right?
the living document is supposed to be the Constitution can be changed, not
Not
that.
just the living document, that the interpretation, not just the
well,
Constitution,
also that interpretation changes
is
over time too,
yes,
is
the
part of it.
interpretation of the document
Yeah.
it like changes to reflect what is going on in society at the time, which is why we have rights and legal protections for women and for gay people and for people we didn't and for black people and for people we didn't have them for in the 18th century, right?
But
Like
where does those extensive protections stem from? Because it's not the
they
original
stemmed
Article
from
1, Article 2, Article
it
3 in the Bill of
Well, they
stems
Rights.
stem from
using
the
the living
traditions of American life, right? I
right.
think is the
It's
term that
but
was used.
the reason they were interpreted is because the SCOTUS no longer looked at it and as a strict originalist interpretation. They looked at it as a living document.
No,
It
it's
Can
said
I
because
actually?
society has changed.
Can I?
no, it's
There's an
not.
example here that's relevant to guns that I'm a
Well,
little aware of because it
all of
affects
those
the
things,
state I.
Mirutsi, all of those things about the extension of rights to peoples not originally protected by the
That's the
Constitution
theory of a
and
living constitution. That's not an
no,
originalist
So
interpretation.
again, someone here can correct me if I'm
let me
wrong, but my
finish.
understanding is like
All of
they're
those things that Mirutsi listed about the extension of rights to persons and peoples not originally protected by the core Constitution, Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, and the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, were not from interpreting the original parts of the Constitution. It was interpreting the original parts of the Constitution extended by the living document.
Correct, which is why it's the living document theory that makes
wait.
But they were amendments. Amendment 11, 12, 13,
Wait, can
and
I
14.
give an example of what
They
I think me
required
and Ruzi are
amendments
talking
to
about?
allow the Supreme
That's not
Court to
where those
interpret
rights came.
them.
Those aren't even the right amendments.
Okay, wait. Can I
The
just?
14th?
I think.
The
Okay, I think
14th, yes.
we could all agree on this being an example of. I hope this being practiced in a positive way. California tried to ban. Has been trying to ban AR-15s for a long time, and federal courts keep stopping them because they say like the use of AR-15s in America is so normalized, so mainstream, stretches back so many decades, is so normal in all the states that even that infringing on that right would be a violation of the Second Amendment because you're violating like a very basic access to it that most Americans understand as being part of the Second Amendment. In my understanding, this is an example of like living document theory where like you're using a more modern interpretation that didn't exist when the Second Amendment was written. And that's my understanding of that legal theory. I think that has a place, and I think it's been used to actually, in my case, I live in California. A lot of the gun rights I have is because the federal courts have prevented Gavin Newsom from taking them away. Look, I love Newsom, but he wants to ban guns, right? So
That would be yes, that would be a living document theory of judicial review. Correct.
Well, no, because they're
Yes, it
going.
would. Oh my God. What do you think what do you like it? Originalism is looking at it from the 18th century meaning of the words. That's why it's such a bad way to interpret this.
They're trying to establish an interpretation, not dictate the law.
that doesn't matter, because what they end up doing anyway with our legal system is ending up dictating the law with their precedents.
So you, Epic, do you know what kind of scrutiny Heller established, correct?
Isn't it the common use scrutiny for if a gun's in common use, you can't?
No. So Heller established a type of somewhere it's almost strict scrutiny, but it's closer to intermediate scrutiny. So there was kind of some vague establishment of intermediate scrutiny established for Second Amendment issues during Heller. They did not yet establish the common usage standard.
Oh my God, yes it did! Heller absolutely established the common use test.
I thought Heller said you couldn't ban handguns in DC because they're in common use nationally.
Yes, Heller absolutely established the common use test.
And my understanding is Heller is the reason Gavin Newsom can't ban handguns in California.
Correct.
So
he's tried, by the way.
Because it used to be purely interest balancing, and Heller established common use.
Again, I'm not a legal expert, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just that's my understanding.
It's law stuff. Everybody can be wrong, and nobody can be wrong at the same time. That's what makes it interesting.
Yeah, that's true with every single field that's complex and worth studying, to be honest. But yeah, fair.
So this common use standard that Heller established is different from the one that Bruin furthered, is what I'm trying to get at. Heller established you cannot ban entire classes of weapons. Like you cannot ban all pistols or, Heller wasn't a ban on all pistols. It was an effective ban of like a regime structure to make sure you couldn't basically you could not own one or use one in a protective sense.
So that's what DC was trying to do. Heller ruled against that.
Yes, but that was about entire classes. When it comes to AR-15s, this is not an entire class of weaponry. This is like a specific subset of weaponry. And under Bruin is where we start to approach something closer to the phrase, you can't ban any weapons that are considered to be in common use. But they haven't actually.
These rulings examples of like modern interpretations being applied to these rights, though?
Yes.
I'm just not.
The problem with Bruin is they have yet to approach or establish what does common use actually constitute.
But what you're arguing is not an originalist. Like you're saying that you want an originalist interpretation, but this is a living document interpretation.
Because none of these, like the founding fathers wouldn't have drawn distinctions around like semi-automatic handguns because they wouldn't. I mean, there were automatic firearms back then, as much as people don't seem to understand that, but they weren't common or widespread or.
But so there is some amount of, well, we have to consider the times, right? So historically,
that's all we're saying, I think.
Okay, hold on. So historically, the variation of firearms and weaponry was not as large as it is today. Correct?
Yeah. Well, also, can I just say in the inverse, like you used to be able to have armed merchant ships in the 1780s. Yeah. We wouldn't let you put guided missiles on a container ship today because that would be psychotic, right?
Sort of.
Would it be though? No.
Like Alexander Hamilton literally wrote a letter of like defending the right of private citizens to own cannons on their merchant ships.
Yeah.
That's not a right you have anymore, right? Yeah. Am I correct? Or do
correct? You don't get to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are privately owned warships that have operating cannons, but
that are demilitarized.
Not even demilitarized. They're just
which one are you talking about? The Iowa classes? Because those aren't privately owned.
I'm not talking about modern naval vessels.
No, you cannot strap a machine gun to your.
Oh, you're talking about a gun. No, I think he's talking about black powder cannons on private ship, which is true because if the cannon's built before 1895, it doesn't fall under firearms regulations.
Oh, if it's built before 1845, okay. Point taken. If it's built before 1845, but you cannot strap a modern day cannon to your personal boat. No, you will go to jail.
Yeah. Yeah,
A
or like a
modern
guided missile system, which is the equivalent to what a cannon was back then.
Okay. So the standard of common use extends from our historical tradition of banning dangerous or unusual weapons, which would not be in common use at the time of the founding. Which at the time of the founding, there weren't too many dangerous or unusual weapons to actually
That's why this is a living document interpretation.
Wait, hold
Well,
on.
I mean, I don't know about that because a merchant ship sitting off the coast of New York with 24 guns could destroy a couple neighborhoods in a few minutes.
So that's dangerous, but not unusual.
I guess, yeah, you're right. Armed merchant ships were a common thing at that point in history.
I mean, especially because of the piracy problem being paid.
Yeah,
by
you're right.
pirates.
No, that's true. It was not unusual at the time to have an army.
Today, there's two.
It's not both dangerous. It's interpreted as dangerous or unusual.
No, it's and.
Maybe I'm wrong on
dangerous
that one, but I
and
feel like it would be or and or.
It's and. It's dangerous and like all weapons are dangerous. You know.
Yeah. Wait, but does that mean that like okay, like my AR-15 is a 6.8 millimeter? That's unusual.
They're
And
talking
it's
about a
dangerous,
specific
and the-
level
But
of
it's
danger,
but it's
right?
unusual.
Because
But because it is
if it was dangerous and unusual, and not dangerous and or unusual, then that would apply to literally, like you said, every type of weapon. So it's a threshold for danger that has to be met, plus a threshold for
Yes.
unusual.
So that
Well, it would be
danger
and.
threshold. No. Yes, it is and.
It is
not
and.
or.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe it is and.
So-
Wait, I have to look.
So the unusual part is less well established, but the danger part is not. So the danger part typically has to do with the ability for the arm that you're employing to discriminate. So you can argue all you want about like, well, technically a Hellfire missile fired from an MQ-9 Reaper is a
Well,
highly
you can privately own a Hellfire, actually. in
What?
some
I
states.
believe so.
Wait,
Well,
you-
hold
Yeah,
on.
there are
Just
privately owned
let me
fighter
finish
jets
here.
in the United States.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Yes, let me try this example, and I can do an easier one. So, an MQ-9 Reaper drone firing a Hellfire missile is a highly discriminate weapon in all technical aspects, but only when employed by a sufficiently well-trained, equipped, and organized force that has access to all of the different facets to operate that Reaper drone, to keep it fueled, to accurately identify targets, to be able to fire it, making sure that that Reaper drone that Hellfire was manufactured properly or whatever. To do an easier example,
Okay, but how did we get here from originalist versus living document?
because this is about the dangerous and unusual weapons context that our now common use standard stems from.
Yeah, but that's again, you're arguing in our
Yeah, I feel like we all.
theory. You're agreeing with us. That is a living
Yeah.
document interpretation of the Constitution. That is not an
Because
original
I'm not,
interpretation.
I am not arguing from the strict textualist originalist perspective. I'm arguing from text, history, and tradition. And yes, there has
that
to
was
be
still
some
not
aspect
text,
of
history,
a
and tradition.
change. There has to be some, like this is common law. Common law itself is about.
Well, yeah, I think, but we're talking about the generation of common law, right? And what theories are used when these rulings are actually made,
Yeah.
at the bench.
So my problem with you identifying this as living constitutionalism is this is not changing the foundational interpretation of what the Constitution means. This is about applying it to a modern environment.
Isn't that what?
Yeah, but I think that's what a lot of living document theory is. Like, I think like a lot of I think judges who lean into that theory legally would tell you, if you ask them, at least my understanding is they would say like, yeah, we're not trying to rewrite the constitutional order. We're trying, like, there are new standards and our traditions change and our culture evolved and our understanding of rights evolved, and we need to recognize that when we make rulings. But that's my understanding. I don't think it goes much further than that.
Do you consider it to be living constitutionalism to be considering regulations on modern firearms when firearms available at the time were black powder weapons without rifling? Or some
Yes,
had rifles.
Well,
because
they
if
had
you
rifling back
if you
then.
if you use the living constitutional theory, then you're going to take into account
There
how
were
society is
So
developed and
yes,
evolved.
that's living constitutional.
riflemen were a
So
big part of the
because
Revolutionary
yeah,
War.
I get it. I do. I know. But you would consider just because technology has advanced and we're trying to apply an originalist
Yes.
lens to understanding the rights
Well,
to modern firearms, that's living constitutionalism.
Well, yes and no. I think that it's sometimes I think you can lean into originalism, and you can also like apply more. You can like use originalism to talk about like modern firearms. But I think there's certain aspects of some rulings that we rely on that I think you could get to with just originalism.
Yeah, you can get to some, yes. But also then if you use the text history and if that is all you're using, then you end up with cases like Dobbs, which is why this is a bad way to
Okay,
interpret.
hold on before we switch over to abortion. So just to finish, who's that, Epic?
Yeah, he maybe he just disconnected. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, keep
So
going.
I just want to be clear. The dangerous part, the unusual part isn't that well established, but the dangerous part largely has to do with how discriminate the weapon is. So a hand grenade is an arm. However, it is an explosive that does not when you throw a hand grenade, it is now a free agent, basically. It doesn't discriminate against your target and has a high probability for causing collateral damage if used by any average person.
Yeah.
The other factor of that dangerousness comes to do with kind of complexity, I guess. But this is why I am being so pushed back or strict on the Second Amendment being an individual right, because if it's not an individual right, then individuals could organize private militias and employ arms that are extremely dangerous.
No one is arguing that this isn't an individual right. Epic and I both agree with you. We're just
Okay.
agreeing with you via a different means of judicial review.
Okay, hold on. So, like, crew-served mortars or tanks or fighter jets and things start to fall along the lines of not just dangerous to the individual operating them, but dangerous to all others around them. But whereas like individual firearms, even machine guns and things like that, are more scoped outside of
Which is why both Epic and I believe in the individual's right to own a weapon. No, again, nobody is disagreeing with that. We're disagreeing with how you end up at that right. We're saying you don't have to put yourself through the headache of this semantic 18th century word meaning textual history context debate to get to that right if you use a different judicial review process.
I think text, history, and tradition as a tool to analyze the Second Amendment is probably most appropriate applied, not just like from a principled standpoint, but in application.
Okay,
So,
but
like,
if you, but would you, okay. So
like in application, in the sense that, like,
but you agree that that is a bad, in some cases, that is a bad way to do judicial review, correct?
Sure, there's some cases, but like the problem the current Supreme Court was trying to resolve was under the previous standard, you still ended up with a wide litany of differences in the what they call them, circuits. Is it circuit?
Yes.
Is that the one?
Wait, I thought we were all federalists, though. That's kind of based. Like different circuit courts that have jurisdiction over different states. I mean, if the Supreme Court wants to resolve a circuit split, they have the right. But like, don't different circuits, can't they operate differently? Isn't that the point of our
you can have circuit splits, but it's probably not great to have circuit splits over constitutional rights. So citizens.
No, I actually think the whole reason we have circuits, and like, if we agree that the reason we do circuits is because they can manage like regional, really difference in customs and culture and state politics better. And if we agree the Constitution is the most important law of the land, and we agree that the federal system of splitting that up is better than having it all go through SCOTUS all the time, wouldn't we want it to be applied the most on the
Not
most
when it
important
comes
law?
no, not when it comes to individual rights.
No?
Right? Those are the ones
Okay.
that we want to ensure that those are protected regardless of what circuit you live in, which is why we did the
But
14th Amendment.
aren't the big ones just going to go to the Supreme Court anyways?
Not necessarily. It's hard to get a
Okay,
case.
well, I might not be aware of a bunch of cases, but as far as I'm aware, like I feel like are there many circuit splits on like big First Amendment questions or anything like that?
Not First
I can't
Amendment
think
too
of any
much.
off the
I
top
mean,
of my head.
there's some,
Okay.
but they're not big. They're just like case by case, like slight deviations rather than like the circuit the circuit splits over the Second Amendment, which were like massive swaths of the country
Hold on.
having like totally different firearms laws.
Pragmatic
Well, I think the
American.
Ninth Circuit is definitely more. Oh, sorry.
Pragmatic American, you sound very passionate. You want to come on? I promise I won't let everybody attack you. If you just want, you can just argue with just one person.
Well, I'm currently the one being attacked here.
Nobody's attacking you. We love you. Also, pragmatic. Don't mistake my belief that an individual has a right to own firearms and it's me not being in favor of common sense gun control and regulations. Like those are not.
Yeah, I mean, we have
Well, I don't
some
like
of our
that
states
term,
have as many gun regulations as parts of Europe and way less gun deaths, and I like living in those states. I'm just saying. But I
Like,
do
those
like
are not-
owning guns.
you can
I
believe
will
in
say
both
though, it is a right in America, and if you don't like that, you can change the Constitution. But it is for now a right. It's not a privilege in this country. If you want to make it a privilege, you got to amend the Constitution, and that's not going to happen. So good luck.
Can I roll us back a little bit and discuss this free state issue?
What Epic's stance on the circuits and different.
No.
The
It
free
was
state
with me and you
part
talking about what free state means.
in the Second Amendment.
You mean all the way back to the beginning? Sure. I don't even really remember what I said about it. But we
Well,
can try.
you seemed to. I don't know
I
if
was
it's your
trying to argue
belief or you were
from what I
trying
thought
to.
you wanted me to argue. Like I was trying to have the originalist argument with you here.
Well,
What they
let's
meant by
try
free
a
state.
little bit, but I just let's try maybe drop the lenses argument, and I just want to know what you think free state or free states actually means.
What I think, what me personally, how I would
Yeah,
apply
like necessary to the security of a free state. Like what does free state
I would
actually?
say, considering that further in the Constitution, as you pointed out, they do have the federal government has the right to call forth the militias, right? So
Well,
I would
and provide for,
yes,
and that
and
was
training or if needed, right?
provide for organizing, arming, and discipline the
I
militia,
would
and for
say the
governing
right
such part and appointing
free
officers, right?
yes,
So
yes. I would say the right of a free state primarily
no,
is
not the right,
assigned.
just the term the
I think
free
he means
state.
what free state means.
What-
Didn't they
what-
just
what
mean
is-
a
what is
republic?
I'm trying to answer
Yeah.
that I think it belongs to both the individual states and the federal state.
Okay. Like what are some aspects of, like, as you maybe think the founders would say, what are some aspects of a free state?
Didn't they just understand a free state to be a republican form of government? That's my understanding.
That's republicanism, yeah, sort of. But like, what are some aspects of it? So like, we can look at the Constitution itself or writings around it, influential writers. Like, we're looking at the Bill of Rights,
I mean,
right?
I'm just going off like what I've read from Hamilton and Madison mostly. And at least for them, they seem to consider a free state just a functioning Republican form of government. And they actually seem to go to great lengths to like point out how different the 13 colonies were in their views on republicanism and how these were all like compatible with being like free state.
But like,
That's my understanding.
there's like a and
Basically, like the rule of law, the elected leadership, free elections. Obviously, what they meant elections were very different back then than how
I
we see
think an
it.
easy way to determine that, like a free state would be a state that can both secure the rights of the people and protect those rights from being impugned, right?
So I like that. I like that because when Epic was saying just a Republican, like maybe democratic republic form of government, I was waiting to hear kind of like that also recognizes, protects, or enshrines certain rights for its citizens or peoples. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they would have seen that as essential to republicanism.
Yeah, I do too. So like, you can either go to Blackstone, which is what I was gonna say earlier. I bought a 5 volume set of Blackstone's commentaries, but annotated by
I
Benjamin
have an
Tucker.
advanced degree in this shit, and I don't even read that shit because
Oh, I'm reading it. I'm reading it. I'm taking notes. I'm halfway through the first volume.
That shit is only applicable if you're looking at this from an 18th century point of view. And we cannot do that. You have to stretch your brain and have these horrific semantic pedantic fucking arguments.
That's what law is.
We don't necessarily have to do that. We have other ways of interpreting this and looking at this.
I think it's
right?
prudent that we do.
I think it's prudent to a certain extent, right? But after a certain amount of time, what William Blackstone thought a militia was or a republic was is not as important as what our common current day understanding of what a militia and what a republic is. Right?
But they're both important.
I think they're both important. I think one is about interpreting the intent of the text itself, and the other is about, okay, now that we have that intent, where do we take that in application? And I think your application is rightfully so. And I struggle to accept to call the application half living constitutionalism, but interpretation itself of what the text meant, its surrounding history and tradition, should be your broad originalism, not strict textualism, not yeah.
My understanding is originalists are going to basically, for the most part, they're going to be interested with the understanding of the law, both in the legislature and also in the general population and across the states broadly at the time it was enacted. And there will be a very small consideration for like current and cultural norms and shifts in tradition and attitude. Whereas if you're more into the living document, you'd be much more willing to, in some areas, lean less into original intent and lean more. But all of these should be a balancing act, right?
Yeah, for originalists broadly, your two time periods we focus on are the founding, era surrounding the founding. So your colonial era, what's it called? Your colonies era and your Articles of Confederation leading up to the Constitution, and Reconstruction. So Reconstruction is also considered because of how massively reformatory the aspects of the Constitution were, and it is also considered an originalist, even though but it has
there's different schools of originalism too, right?
Sure. But what I'm saying is like originalist is talking about just the Constitution, right? Like just your Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, and Bill of Rights. And then your problem you run into is there's more than that on your Constitution. Now you've got all the other amendments to consider, and when we start to get into the 14th and beyond, we're talking about your Reconstruction era, right? Because that's your new founding.
I'm not sure I agree. I think originalism is a tool that judges. It's an analytical tool that could be used in for the context of any legal judicial review. I don't think it has to be constitution or. I think you could use originalism in the case of like congressional law. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Or I would say use originalism in terms of government powers and duties and responsibilities, right?
Like how would an originalist approach the constitutional question of presidential succession, the 25th Amendment? Would they go back to the founding? No, they'd go to 1967. Right? They'd go around the era.
Yeah, but you could be an originalist that's looking at like a more modern or an older law, right? It could be any point in history. Yeah.
So like,
but
if I were to encapsulate the idea, or like kind of,
now you're stretching originalism beyond what it is.
No, it's about the text, history, and tradition
at the time of adoption.
Yeah, my understanding is originalists don't really take account to like shifts in legal traditions that would have happened after
Wait, hold
for their
on.
interpretation of
because
originalism.
most of the time originalists aren't debating, like we're not really debating things past in
They stop at the 14th Amendment.
Wait a minute,
Pretty
wait a
much,
minute,
yeah,
wait a
which is
minute.
why we typically only consider the founding and Reconstruction.
Hold on.
Right, which is why the succession
SDA,
thing wouldn't.
do you actually
Oh, go ahead.
consider yourself an originalist, or are you like in the middle or somewhere? Because it sounds like you are talking about, like, you keep bringing up other things besides just, you know, the original.
So my paper that I'm working on is titled "An Original Quote Ist Unquote Perspective," right? I primarily am trying to follow the lines or flesh out a understanding of the new, the new text history and tradition standard, which talks about what does the text say, what is the history surrounding that text when it was passed, and what is the tradition that it is following in American common law. The most originalist aspect in the strict sense in that framework is your tradition. So English common law to American common law to constitutional law. The other two are bracketed or scoped to the time period. So like I said, like if we're talking about the Second Amendment, we're going to go to the founding. If we're talking about Reconstruction, and there's some aspects of the Reconstruction that include the Second Amendment, but if we're talking about the 14th Amendment or things around that era, we're going to Reconstruction. If for some reason we were going to have, which is entirely possible with the president quote unquote joking about running for a third term, right? We can look at the 25th Amendment, and we would have to look
or for like example, when the president talks about like seizing polling stations, you're gonna like all of these are opening up questions, right?
And while you say I'm expanding what originalist means, I feel the same way about you expanding what living documentism means, right? Because
how are we expanding it specifically?
That is the point of living document, is that you can expand it.
Yeah.
No. Not. Oh my
Yes,
God.
that is what the living
Well,
document.
I'm just confused.
I'm not saying no. That's not. Hold on. I'm not saying no. That's not what living documentism does. I don't think that's what living documentism is scoped as. I don't think living
It's scoped as viewing the Constitution through the lens of an evolving society. So as much as society evolves, we can evolve the lens of the Constitution to be applicable to it, so that we're facing more common norms and addressing those and applying rights as they evolve, as we understand them in a larger context than what was originally meant, right? As same thing with government power, which I would say living constitutionalism doesn't work as well when it comes to government power. I would say probably originalism is better when it comes to that, right?
Let's take the
things like the Bill of Rights. Yes, living constitutionalism, there is no boundary there. The whole point is that it needs to be able to fit how we are currently living in our society.
I use the example with the Second Amendment. Let's try the first. So like living constitutional perspective, living document theory, would you say it would be an application or an employment of living document to say the First Amendment protects expressions of speech, text, of religion? However, today we have the internet, we have ham radio,
So I would say all of that shit is protected because we have had to evolve the Constitution as a living document.
How is your analysis under?
I think an originalist and someone who believes in living document stuff can both justify that the First Amendment protects a lot of modern.
I don't think it's living document to say just because it's a new technology.
No, we're not. What we're saying is there are certain rulings that you're citing as really important that I agree are really important, that the judges who made those rulings were definitely not originalists, and if they were, wouldn't have made those rulings. That's what we're saying. That's all. That's it.
The judges who decided Bruin and Heller, so Scalia and now Roberts, Thomas, Alito, whatnot, were not in the primary penumbra of originalist.
For Heller, I'm not sure I'd say that, but
well, Heller is Scalia, right?
Yes, Heller was Scalia. So as we said before, no one is perfectly anything, right?
Yeah,
So the point was Scalia was probably the most principled originalist, right? That doesn't mean that he was always an originalist. So that doesn't take away from the fact that he could have used a living constitutional judicial review for parts of Heller and originalist for another. Like I literally just
judge on Sodas would describe themselves as an originalist that only practices originalism. I think every single judge there would say, maybe it's up for Scalia, would say that they practice a balance of different legal theories and philosophy.
John who?
What?
Huh?
You broke up.
I was asking. You said I can't remember what you said now. I have to roll it back. But what I'm trying to conflict here is a living document theory and an originalist perspective come about the analysis of the Constitution itself. Now, it goes beyond that when it comes to applying that interpretation, but a living document theory would be more about deviating from the original understanding in a significant way to fit modern standards.
Well, I think there are ways we have deviated. For instance, I think incorporation of the Second Amendment.
It would be expanding. It wouldn't be deviating. It would be expanding. Those are two different words. We're not moving away from the original meaning. We're expanding what that original meaning was. So the original meaning can still be there. It's just a larger understanding of what
I think some people might call that expansion a deviation, and I'm just I don't really care what word we want to use. I'm just saying, I think that there are areas where we have incorporating the Second Amendment to the state level was in a way a deviation from the original intent of the Second Amendment, and I don't think originalists at the time, strong originalists, supported that. Right?
Supported what?
Incorporating the rights down to the state level, like the fact that states can't ban guns anymore. That wasn't the case originally.
That's a 14th Amendment issue.
Yeah, incorporation is 14.
So it would be, it's still originalist, but it's not founding originalist. It's Reconstruction originalism.
Yeah, but what I said is I'm pretty sure that most of the hardcore originalist types were at the time against the 14th Amendment incorporating all these rights, right?
I am not sure.
That's what I said. I wasn't just
that would be a fair assumption. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, if you are all these hardcore originalists in every case, I don't know if we ever get some of the expansions of gun rights to the point that we have today.
I agree. I agree. So let me go back to the First Amendment example. I don't think that an originalist nor would disagree with protecting speech on the internet or over radio and things like that, nor do I think a living constitutionalist or living document theorist, whatever, it's such a fucking mouthful, would say, oh God, I lost where I was going with this. But I don't think it's a deviation from originalism to say that the right of speech and religion protects its activities. Now, of course, these are not unlimited rights. Like nowhere in the originalist perspective should be like these rights are absolute and unlimited, because not even the founders wrote in that manner. So like they wouldn't say that, oh yeah, this is technology that wasn't available back then, so we can regulate it however we want. But they also can't say it's still speech, so you can't regulate it at all, right? Like there's still time and place. There's still like like with radio, right? You can't. There's only a limited amount of radio space for people to use, and there are priorities there. So an originalist might say, oh yeah, everyone should be able to do whatever they want over the radio waves. But now you have conflicting issues. I don't,
But I also think that the First Amendment is significantly different than the rest of the Bill of Rights when it comes to this, because it deals with more abstract concepts, right? Like,
yeah.
speech is not speech is ambiguous. Like, it is,
or like Scientology, right?
But if you talk,
This
well,
is a
if you
new
look at,
religion.
right? Like, it's all fucking subjective. But if you look at the other ones, like searches and seizures, where there, or possibly the Second Amendment, where there is more concrete, like, okay, how do we protect against like online spying by the government, right? Like, those are a lot more served by the living document theory than the originalist theory.
Like,
whereas it isn't as like, there isn't that differentiation there in the First Amendment like there is in
Also,
the
if I can just provide an example in an area where I actually do know a bit about the law, the command and control for our nuclear response, the fact that the president can literally order a nuclear first strike without Congress, that took a really creative interpretation of war powers and constitutional law, but it was absolutely necessary during the Cold War that the president could retaliate against the Soviet nuclear first strike without gathering Congress, because that takes hours and those missiles take 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whether it's originalist or not, or living theorist or not, out of all of the amendments in the Bill of Rights themselves, and Mirutsi, you kind of laid this out, I think the Second Amendment is the least ambiguous out of them all. Like, with searches and seizures, we have a wide range of constitutional issues about what actually constitutes a search of your person or property.
By the way, hold on. I just want to say, since you just said that, I feel like the Establishment Clause in the First Amendment is pretty unambiguous, but obviously people disagree with that because of all this bullshit about the U.S. being a Christian nation.
Well, the problem is,
even though it was made by deists who weren't even Christian, like George Washington was a deist.
That's not entirely true. But...
Some of them were Christian, but some of them.
Well, there were Christians there, but there were a lot of deists at the Constitutional
Jefferson.
We do all agree that we are not supposed to be a Christian nation.
Well,
right?
yeah, we do, but that
I'm just saying, like, the idea that like Christianity is a unified force in America in the 1780s is a delusional misunderstanding of history at the time. The Protestants and the fucking Catholics and the different denominations all hated each other. They didn't agree on anything, and a lot of the founding fathers weren't even necessarily what we today consider Christian. That's all I'm saying.
But before that, Kalina, I think it's more about, it's hard to interpret what constitutes speech, protest, religion versus what constitutes bearing an arm.
Oh, yeah, I mean, fair enough. I don't know. Obviously, there have been differing interpretations of this.
Wait, hold on. Is that true? Because isn't, like, possession of nuclear weapon bearing an arm? Like, aren't these... I'm just honestly asking. Like, maybe that's not trying to be a gotcha. I just genuinely, isn't like that pretty big
that goes
too?
back to our dangerous and unusual aspects. Like every
but that's not in the Second Amendment and the text. That's part of common law, right?
It's a part of the tradition and history of like rights, right? So this right is about owning a nuclear weapon does not enhance your individual ability to contribute to the defense of your person, your community, or your nation.
Are you sure? What if I think that it will deter China from launching missiles at my city?
For some reason, I can actually believe Epic owns a nuclear weapon somewhere in a silo.
Okay, this is not a joke. Look, I literally got searched for owning a bomb in high school once because of some jokes I made.
So
that's the closest I've come to those.
I think that the highly centralized authority of the People's Republic of China would be far more likely to enact military action against the United States, not just them, but every other nation on the world, if individuals outside of a command and control structure possess nuclear weapons. They would be
Yeah, but
much
now we're
more
getting into like geostrategic like debates, not legal debates. You're right,
sort
like
of,
obviously, but
but right, like the deployment, like the manufacture, the maintenance and production and deployment
Maintenance.
of deployment of nuclear weapons is not just a tool that would be ineffective for any individual, right? Because
well,
the
I can go way
deterrent,
less esoteric. Like we've banned automatic weapons federally in the U.S. You can't own a machine gun, right? Like,
well, you can. It's just highly
well, it has to
regulated.
be produced before 1986. You
Well,
can't.
or you get a proper licensure to have non-transferable firearms. But
Okay,
yeah,
you're right. I forget there's places like Arizona. In most states in the union, you cannot own a machine
no,
gun.
at the federal level, if you're an FFL,
Yeah,
you
you're
can
right. At
have
the federal level, you can. But the
dealer
point is,
sample.
those state laws are still constitutional, right? They still pass judicial review, and these are in every
Ooh,
circuit in
no,
America.
they are considered constitutional up until the point that they get challenged, and a lot of them have not been challenged at the Supreme Court.
Sounds like
Isn't possession of a automatic weapon illegal in like 30 states?
Yeah.
sounds like
Okay, and
SDA
you're saying that
is
just none of them have been challenged?
A lot of
Not
them have
once?
been. They've been challenged. They haven't been. They haven't been considered by the Supreme Court. That's the problem. So they've
Okay,
a
but
lot
isn't
of them
that
haven't.
because the Supreme Court doesn't feel the need?
You can say whatever you want. The Supreme Court has not taken up the challenge on the 1989.
did they decline
Closure.
to take it up, or did they just never get around to
Because I know
bothering?
I know the California Republican Party sues Gavin Newsom every 2 weeks about gun control. And one of the things that we've had for, I think, since Ronald Reagan was governor, is in California, you cannot own an automatic weapon. And I
That's
think
just
there's
not
lawsuits about this that go up to the Ninth Circuit like every few months. And I think it just keeps.
without proper procedure and licensure. The possession of a automatic weapon in California is prohibitively illegal. Yes. However, on the flip side, the largest concentration of NFA items, including machine guns, in the United States is in the state of California.
Yeah, we also have more Republicans than Texas. We have the biggest economy in the union. We have the most people, no shit. But like that, I'm talking about the law, not like the fact that we're a big state.
Well, it's not just about being a big state. The number of machine guns in California is higher than any other state in the U.S.
I think we're getting away from the point, I guess. So I guess I'll use a different.
The point I'm trying to get across is it hasn't been decided.
No one in California can buy a suppressor. No one, not anyone in the state of California. There is no way to legally buy a suppressor in California. Why can't I argue that I have a right to prevent hearing damage so I can access my Second Amendment right with a suppressor? Like, I'm just saying, this is pretty vague in some ways. That's all. I think we can agree on that.
Hold on.
Yeah. So my original point was the First Amendment is unique compared to the other amendments in the Bill of Rights because it deals with more ambiguity, like ambiguous concepts. Like the theory of speech is more ambiguous than the theory of what a gun is, or what a firearm is, or what a weapon is, or what a search is. Like it was ambiguous even back then when they wrote it, right? Which is why originalism and living constitutionalism could be applied more easily. Both of those could be applied more easily to the First Amendment. Because even at the time that they wrote the First Amendment, shit like religion and speech was broad and hard to define and subjective and shit like that, right? That was the original point I was trying to make. That the rest of the Bill of Rights is probably better using a living constitutional theory. And the First Amendment could use both. And you could end up where we are using both.
I think any of them, you could use any of the litany of analyses to reach a better conclusion than just living constitutional theory.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we also don't have to pick one, right? Like, I'm pretty sure like every judge ever is going to say that they've used all of these analytical tools before. Maybe they'll say I use more of this than that, but
we do all understand or agree that laws passed are constitutional until they're declared not, and then once declared not, they were always unconstitutional.
I agree, but there's a problem with speculating that a bunch of laws that haven't been struck down will be struck
I
down.
don't necessarily agree with that. Like, I think that's
Wait, you think?
Okay.
So and this is going to be a ridiculous example because we would live in ridiculous times, but if okay.
You
So
can't
you're
say the
saying
word fart
you're saying
on
as long
Sunday.
as the law is passed, unless it is challenged, it is constitutional. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Okay, so do you think that the laws in Texas codifying the Ten Commandments into schools is constitutional just because it hasn't been challenged?
As an individual, do I see it as constitutional? No. Is it under the legal pretext considered constitutional until declared unconstitutional? Yes.
No, I disagree. I don't think that
Well, this is philosophy, right? Like, isn't this
yeah,
something
Legal
different?
philosophy. Yeah, but like
Sure. I just debating philosophy is like it's an exercise in insanity. Is all I'm saying. There's no point.
Yeah, stabbing the waves to fight Poseidon. That's
Yeah. People have different views on philosophy. That you're never going to change.
more of what I'm getting at is once it is declared constitutional, it always was. Like it's not now unconstitutional or
well, that's still a philosophical question, and I still would disagree with that.
Okay.
I think it's philosophical, but I agree. Like, I think if something is unconstitutional, it probably always was, unless the Constitution changed.
Funny.
So I think like spirit, like not spirit in the internal voodoo sense, but like the spirit of the law or spirit of the people passing the law is super important. And after the ratification of the when was Constitution 18 something?
I think it was 1886 or 1786. I think
1789. It was ratified.
89. Was 86 when the convention came together?
I think that's when it started. Yeah.
1788.
1788. We were all wrong.
Yeah. So Constitution was ratified in 1788. In 1823, Thomas Jefferson wrote a letter to William Johnson. He said, "On every occasion, let us carry ourselves back to the time when the Constitution was adopted, recollect the spirit manifested in the debates, and instead of trying what meaning may be squeezed out of the text or invented against it, conform to the probable one in which it was passed."
Yeah, but that was his view, right? Like the founders were a very diverse group of people. The people of the Constitutional Convention were a very diverse group of people with really different views on this.
Wasn't Thomas Jefferson the one that said the Constitution should be amended every 20 years?
Yeah, and he also thought there should be a revolution each generation to maintain liberty.
The blood of the patriots?
Yeah, that's what that quote comes from. He's literally, his belief was that eventually oligarchy or authoritarianism or tyranny
True.
Chat, I'm trying to fix it. Hold on a second. I don't understand. Oh, that's why. It's because. Okay, can you guys hear it? Yeah.
No, you figured it out?
Oh,
Okay.
Yes.
I have to get ready to go to work. Can I read one thing before I leave?
Yes.
Sure.
It may be a little, it's like 3 paragraphs, but just give me a second. So this is from one of the most influential pieces of literature circulated at the time, written by John Trenchard, and the work is called Cato's Letters. So this is an emphasis on the understanding of what a free state is through that through line of Irish republicanism, right? Like Irish Enlightenment has one of the biggest influences on U.S. Enlightenment, like American Enlightenment. So
Yeah.
it like this is regarded like we all know about Locke's writings like civil government.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Cato's Letters is considered to have been far more influential and circulated more widely than Locke's civil government. So
We'll
anyway,
take your word for it because as someone
I-
with advanced degree in the shit,
Ruth-
I don't even read all the shit, so I'm
look,
taking your word
Ruth,
for it.
look, I'm currently on what is this page 15 of my essay on the Second Amendment or research paper on the Second Amendment. So
my view is that if it's not written by Thomas Paine, it's actually communist propaganda. That's a conversation for different.
True.
Oh, Thomas Paine is your favorite founding father? Is that it?
Well, he was the most, well, I wouldn't say most. He was one of the more progressives of his time, and he was too radical for the Constitutional Convention. Like, he got pushed out of American politics after the Revolution. But in my opinion, he was radical in all the good ways, in my opinion. But
all right,
his works, Common Sense, are like the most circulated English text in U.S. history.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna read this and then I gotta go. So this is John Trenchard in Cato's Letters. He says, "Every arbitrary prince in the world exercises, and every free state in the world has an undoubted right to exercise it, though they have never delegated their power to particular magistrates to exercise it for them. The good of the governed being the sole end of government, they must be the greatest and best governors, who make their people great and happy, and they the worst, who make their people little, wicked, and miserable. Power in a free state is a trust committed by all to one or a few, to watch for the security and pursue the interest of all." And he's so fucking long-winded. "And when that security is not sought, nor that interest obtained, we know what opinion the people will have of their governors. And because passion and opinion are so nearly related and have such force upon each other, arbitrary courts and crafty churchmen have ever endeavored to force or frighten or deceive the people into a uniformity of thoughts, especially of religious thoughts, a thing tyrannical and impossible. And yet, a whole people do often, through ignorance or fear, seem of one mind, and but seem. For if they come to explain, they would find their ideas differ widely, though their words agree. Whereas in a well-governed free state, diversity of speculations is so far from clogging the public good that it evidently promotes the same, all men being equally engaged in the defense of that, by which all men are indifferently protected, so that to attempt to reduce all men to one standard of thinking is absurd in philosophy, impious in religion, and faction in the state. In slavish countries, the people must either throw off their cruel and destroying government and set up another in its room, or in some ages the race of mankind there will be extinct. Indeed, if that had not been for free states that have repaired and prevented in many places the mischiefs done by tyrants, the earth had long since a desert, as the finest countries in it at this day by the
as the finest countries in it are at this day by that means. Sometimes indeed trade, like a phantom, has a much faint appearance at an arbitrary court, but disappeared again at the first approach of the morning light. She is the portion of free states, is married to liberty, and ever flies the foul and polluted embraces of a tyrant. Anyway.
Beautiful.
Yeah. The problem with reading all this shit, me Rootsy, is well, it's not boring. You just, I guess some people find it boring, but you start to write like this and talk like this once you read too much of it.
Yeah, that does
Not find
happen.
that to be a
Yeah.
problem.
No, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. That's the thing.
And then you have to deal with the fact that like half of America's population is too illiterate to read this now because like they need TikTok screens or whatever to keep them motivated to get through the sentences.
Oh damn! I forgot during that entire debate. Also, thank you for the $2.
Stuart.
I should have turned on. What is it? The one game that's for the ADHD people that they always put on.
Oh yeah.
Way surfer.
Yes.
Wait, where did Mina go?
Subway
Mina was
Surfer.
just in here.
So the last other thing I'd say is if you were to take just the text of the Second Amendment and reframe it into a different topic, this is a pretty well-known one. You could say this: a well-regulated breakfast being necessary to the start of a healthy day, the right of the people to keep and eat food shall not be infringed. And that's all I got. I gotta go.
All right. Have a good one, buddy.
Me Rootsy, I'm gonna send you this paper. You don't have to read it, but it's
I will read it. I will read it for you.
okay. It's not done yet, but
All right. Well, send it to me when it's done.
No. I'm working full time. I got a lot of shit.
Okay, send it to me now. Maybe one day I'll send you my thesis if you want to read all hundreds of pages of it.
What's the thesis?
It is the First Amendment and election law, and the Supreme Court Buckley v. Vallejo, about speech being money.
Does that have to do with Citizens United?
It was before
you guys are good.
Buckley v. Vallejo was the precedent that allowed Citizens United to happen.
Do you
You
have
guys
it?
got the unlucky thesis. You have to write all the fucking legal shit. That's too much.
Well, I'm doing this for fun, Epic. She's doing it.
The paper I wrote my freshman year.
I did this to get a job where I make a shit ton of money. He's just doing this for fun.
For my GMC 100 class, my freshman year, the paper I wrote was why the bombing of Dresden was both necessary and morally justified.
Ooh, can you do another one on the Yugoslav wars and why we should have bombed them earlier and more?
You know, we didn't talk much about Yugoslavia in any of my classes, but I agree. We should have.
Rootsy, if you have it on quick access, I'd like to at least read your, what's it called? The first part?
Abstract.
I can't remember what the title, what the actual title was. It was 10 years ago. Buckley v. Vallejo, and it was something like the Buckley v. Vallejo and the misinterpretation of the First Amendment and current election law. I think.
Well, like just to put a pin on it, is like this research paper is, first of all, just for me to get my ducks in a row and make sure all of my shit is right. And my intent is to write a shorter, like 3 or 4 page piece for the pragmatic papers on this.
Yeah, he also wants it's also his source document.
Oh yeah, because Stephen.
Did all this start because you got triggered by despotism?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I there was a short period I watched a little bit of his stuff a few years ago, or a year or two ago. I don't know. But either way, I had to stop when he started reading the Federalist Papers because he started getting all these opinions. It's like, okay, buddy, I know you're now reading what you should have in high school to pass the civics class. But like, you should do a little more research before you start sharing all those ideas.
What triggered me the most was he started giving opinions on the Second Amendment, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that was Federalist 29. Didn't we read that?" And I went and looked, and he never fucking read it. And his opinion
Yeah, and
was
the thing is,
different.
like the Federalist Papers, like I had to read them in high school, right? Like this is basic shit. This is not advanced shit. Like reading the Federalist Papers does not mean you're an advanced understander of civics. It's the bare
Yeah, but
minimum, you
it's
know?
a good place to start in general. It's probably
Oh, it's a
something you
great
should
place to
do.
start.
Yeah.
Yes, if anybody hasn't read it and you're getting into American politics, if you haven't read the Federalist Papers, I would argue you fundamentally lack the tools to understand a lot of how our political system works, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta go. See you later.
Bye,
Have fun at work.
SDA. Okay.
That was interesting.
That was entertaining.
I
Thank
feel like
you.
a lot of that was absolute circular. I feel like there was a good portion of that where we were just talking in circles, but it was fun.
Probably. Also, I'm very sorry, or Epic. The IZ guy is not going to come on and talk to you because he doesn't.
Oh, it's fine. The reality is, like, so obviously I'm snarky in short little 100 or 200 character messages because I can't fit a really much complex thought in there. It's this problem with people like, oh, you dumb Americans, you guys just like religiously subscribe to what old dead people say. And it's like, no, we don't, you idiot. It's just our Constitution is 250 years old. So when we're looking at the oldest parts of it, we need to do some history. Like that's just the reality.
Sometimes we listen to what old dead people say, but not all the time.
Yeah, if you're wrong.
My argument would be we need to listen to the old dead people less.
Yeah, like just because look, we have the oldest constitutional order in the world of any democracy on earth. We have the oldest written constitution. Okay, so we have to do some like weird justifications for the older parts, and we have to go dive into the history. That doesn't mean we worship the founding fathers. It's just because they're the people who wrote it, and they talked a lot about what the words meant. That's it. That's all it is. If Germany still has the same constitution in 2300 and like 2333, they're going to have the same problem. You guys are going to have to do some history digging. And when I point that out and the Germans like, we don't do that here, it's like, okay, well, either you don't know how your own country works or you're not understanding what I'm saying, because that's just obviously true.
Oh, by the way,
I do like that you owned to being a smug know-it-all, though. I like the energy that you owned there.
Oh yeah, no, I am, because again, in the text, like I don't have time all the time to explain how my fucking like you have all these people who will make these weird assumptions and they're just factually wrong. And if they would spend 10 minutes and do some research, they would know they're wrong. And I'm not gonna like do that for them every time. At a certain point, I'm just gonna type like you're a retard and I'm gonna move on. When I'm talking to somebody, it's different because like now we can have a conversation. But yeah.
Yeah. Also, throughout this entire thing in the chat, Toby or I think it was Avi that started it, has been saying that all of this talk feels indistinguishable from a bunch of rabbis arguing about Talmudic law.
It is. It is.
Well, the only difference is their shit's even older and even more obnoxious.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It is very much the same.
Yeah. But it's an old legal code that's again 250. And keep in mind, the common law kept coming up. I don't know if a lot of non-Americans understand this, and unfortunately, a lot of us Americans don't either. The colonies were colonies for 200 years before the Constitution was signed. Like Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, New York has common law stretching back to like the 1600s in some cases for the older colonies. And that's part of America's legal system too, because they're states in our union. So there's a lot you have to look at when we're trying to figure out like, okay, Trump's acting on this law passed by a Congress in 1806. Like we have to go back and figure out what the fuck is this act of Congress from 1806? Like, of course, this is a problem when your country has these old systems.
By the way, I'm assuming it's probably fair to say, this is a dumb question to ask, but it's fair to say that Trump's interpretation of the Alien Enemies Act is fucking bullshit, right? Because America's not at war with Venezuela, and
it's pretty psychotic.
I don't know if the Supreme Court did the Supreme Court rule on that. I know they said that he couldn't have the National Guards in the cities, but I don't think. Oh wait, no, they let him.
Well, no, they so I'm going to have to defend Trump here because it's just unfortunately the law, and I'm just explaining the law, not that I like what Trump's doing. But the commander-in-chief does have broad deference to deploy military forces
Oh no,
in a
that's
lot of
not what
areas
I meant.
for
I mean,
national defense.
I meant his
Yeah.
invocation of the Alien Enemies Act. I think the Supreme
Oh,
Court.
I thought you said for National Guard
No,
stuff.
I thought the Supreme Court said that that Trump had not provided enough evidence to be able to take control of the National Guard, or like he hadn't made a good enough argument that justified
Well,
him doing it.
it's state by state, right? So you're talking about in the case of, I believe this was in Washington State, I think, and
I don't
also
know
I
if
believe
No,
I
no, it
don't know
was
if it
in
was
California. It was when
Wait, was
Newsom
in
it
California.
sued.
That was not the Supreme Court. That was the Ninth Circuit.
Was it the California Supreme Court or the United States Supreme Court? Because
No, I think it was the Ninth Circuit.
Yeah, it only made it to California, right? The Supreme Court of
No, the
California.
Ninth
It hasn't made
Circuit,
it.
the federal. I thought it was I thought the Supreme Court. Hold on.
Maybe it was the Supreme Court, but last I saw this was in the Ninth Circuit, and that's where I remember it ending. So if
It
it went
could
to the
be. I don't
Supreme
know. I
Court,
haven't been paying
but
attention.
so when we're talking about just this is one of the few areas of law I do know a little bit about. When we're talking about National Guard stuff, if the president tries to federalize the National Guard of a state, and the court says he can't federalize the guard of that state, that restriction is only on that state. Like he could go and try the next state over, right? So I think part of like people are seeing this happen again and again, and they're probably seeing this as the courts aren't stopping them, but actually in most cases the courts are stepping in and these troops are withdrawing.
He hasn't tried the Insurrection Act yet, and that would be different than federalizing the National Guard, correct?
If he tried the Insurrection Act, yeah, you're correct. That's a huge difference. And if he tried that, we're like really pushing this country towards a very scary direction.
That would be the actual deployment of the U.S. military, not just the federalization of the National
Yes.
Guard.
So in peacetime conditions, bar the Insurrection Act, it is unconstitutional for the regular U.S. military, which back then meant federal forces. Today, we understand this to be the active duty component of the United States military, as opposed to the reserve component and the guard component. The guard component is run by the states. The reserve component is the reserve for the active duty. So it is unconstitutional in regular peacetime conditions for the president to use active duty troops to police American citizens. However, the president can do things like send active duty troops to guard federal buildings. And that's what he's been doing in many cities. There's Marines standing outside of like federal courts and shit. He can do that legally. The Insurrection Act allows the U.S. president to both more easily federalize guard components and also deploy active duty forces to police Americans. And again, invoking the Insurrection Act is pushing things really far.
Do you think he's going to do it?
I don't think he's willing to take that risk because we're starting to talk about like actual political risk for Trump. Like,
I don't think there is.
I could see.
No. Remember, Trump's a pussy.
Maybe I should say political risk. I guess I should say like national risk. If we get to the point where Trump is deploying active duty troops on American streets, we're getting like very close to the kind of conditions that can lead to a civil war.
I mean, I don't see him having any reason to not try it. Like, especially if you figure.
So here's the reason for me.
If he gets removed,
the reason.
Well, hold on. If he gets removed from office, or even if he lives out his term, he still has charges facing him, right? Like he hasn't been sentenced for that shit. So this is a man who has
charges are still.
But you're looking at this legally. I'm not. My concern. I don't think the law constrains him. I'm very clear about that. I'm looking at
he doesn't care about it. Don't get me wrong. Okay. I don't think the law constrains
No, wait.
him.
Hear me out. If Donald Trump tries to send in active duty troops to American cities, the Joint Chiefs will explain to him that he is pushing this country to a civil war and that he will likely die if that happens. I don't know if he's willing to take that risk. That's where I'm coming from.
I don't think he would.
I know Trump doesn't understand the risks of these actions, but people around Trump do. And historically,
I don't think Trump would listen to them or believe them.
But he has historically. He has.
That's part of the reason.
There's multiple times he has listened to them. It's why he backed down with Ukraine. With Greenland. It's why there was a pause in arms shipments to Ukraine. The Joint Chiefs told him, "Hey, they're going to come to the Baltics next, and then it's going to be Americans dying." Like this has happened.
Time out. He also hasn't been as pushed into a corner as he is now. So he is a convicted felon facing jail time when he leaves office.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. Look, I think there's a chance. He tried it.
He's an irrational actor with nothing to lose at this point.
Can I ask a question about the convicted felon thing?
Yeah.
I thought, did the judge even actually like sentence him? What happened with that?
No, they delayed this. They delayed the sentencing. So he was supposed to get sentenced in July, and then they pushed it back, I believe, to September, and then he pushed it back past the election to see how the election was going to turn out. And then Trump got elected, and they were like, "Well, we can't do it now," although there is no test for whether we could have done it then. But now it's just like delayed.
Do you think
they'll
maybe look?
I feel like
I
they're never
accept it's a
gonna do it,
possibility Trump might invoke the Insurrection Act. I accept that's a possibility. I am just saying that would be an extraordinary step that would get this. What we're talking about is having U.S. forces.
But like as we get further and further into this term, I'm seeing nothing but more and more extraordinary steps.
I get that, but I have also seen him be backed down by the security state before, so I'm just hoping that happens again. I'm not saying it will. I'm saying I think it's most likely that Trump doesn't go that far.
My fear is
But I don't know, and I accept the possibility. I just want to explain if he does,
it's a
that
huge step.
we're talking about federal troops with guns operating in the same area as state troops with guns, and if anything escalates from there,
I
that's
agree
like,
with you that it would be an extraordinary step, and I think he could do the federal troops with guns without invoking the Insurrection Act and get away with more, right? Like, I think
that's what I'm saying. I don't think he'll do that. I think he'll do less escalatory things, which he's already doing.
I mean, he's already pulled out of. Didn't they back down in Minnesota?
I think Trump sees ICE as his private army that he could use instead of the military. It is a big part of what I believe.
I don't disagree with
So
that.
I don't see Trump invoking this Insurrection Act and sending the military in when that is like setting the stage again for some very scary situations. I more see Trump sending ICE to go try to like seize polling stations. That's what I see happening.
And I guess then we're just in like a semantic or pedantic conversation about
really
like,
scary.
well, that would be similar to the Insurrection Act without using the words insurrection. Like,
but the big difference is we're not having our own military pointing guns at each other. That's a huge difference.
Well, we would still have federal agents pointing guns at each other, right? Like
you're right, but the national commander
guns at each other.
You're right. You're right. But there's a difference in risk when you have uniformed personnel pointing guns at each other versus state National Guard.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because I think the action of just having states and the feds pointing guns at each other is the same level of risk, regardless of what or how those federal troops are deployed into that state.
Yeah.
The outcome is still the same. You're still at gunpoint with each other.
Yeah. Look, it's an opinion, but my opinion is informed by there's wargaming the Pentagon's done on how a civil war might happen in this country, and the situations that get us there are like state guard shooting at federal troops, and then the active duty military getting into a civil conflict with state guard components.
I hope you are 100% right. I hope that the chief of staff still have the moral compass needed to do that job and stand up to him. Watching that Hegseth, like the fucking TED Talk from hell when he had that meeting with the military personnel, that was, I think, one of the most underrated, terrifying moments of the last year that I don't think people talk about.
It was terrifying. I just will say Hegseth is a civilian at the end of the day, and the Joint Chiefs are not. And my perception right now, and this is, I just say a pretty informed perception, but it is still a perception, it is still a limited view, is that the current Joint Chiefs are fairly professional officers that are willing to do their job and know where the line is. But that could change. Like Trump could purge these people. So in the future, we might have different leadership. But I am pretty confident in our current leadership right now as it stands at the moment.
Well, I hope you're right. I hope you just kicked my ass in this debate and that everything I said
is
wrong.
I don't think it's a debate because I think we have different predictions. I don't know who's right. I don't claim to know.
I don't even know if we have different predictions. I think we just have.
I think Trump's going to lean into ICE. I don't think Trump's going to do anything with the military. Personally.
Yeah, and even if we have perfectly fine elections, they're not going to accept the results anyway. So.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like part of the reason I tried to express to people when I try to say like not worried about the military. The reason I say that is not don't worry. It's that focus your worries on what's more likely, in my opinion, which is denying election results or sending ICE to arrest people at to me, like ICE outside of polling stations is a billion times more likely to actually
Oh, for
manifest
sure. Yeah,
than
yeah. No,
like
I don't.
armed
I don't
uniforms.
disagree
Yeah.
with that. I don't disagree
Yeah.
with that at all.
That's actually
Yeah.
really scary because like that doesn't that can have like an intimidation effect as far as like voting goes.
Absolutely.
That's
Well,
the
that's
point. Yeah,
why they
that's
would
the
do
whole
it.
point.
Yeah, that's why they would do
Yeah.
it.
Isn't there
But with that said, I'm confident not in every state, but I'm confident with Newsom in charge that if that
Okay,
happens,
so
it would be,
this is I was talking about this in a
yeah,
piece the other day. What I would really, really like
yeah,
to see is some sort of public collaboration between these governors to reassure like the citizens of the states that there is some sort of like collaborative response going on to if he does these things, right? Like I want to see some cooperation between Pritzker and Shapiro and Newsom. Like I want to see
yeah,
some sort of like universal, like this is what we're going to do. These are how the states are working together. If this happens in this state, these are the other states that can come offer support. And I
yeah,
haven't seen any of that. And I think that they need to do that. They need to start doing that now and show us what they're doing. And also
yeah,
explain to people, because Americans can be very stupid. Explain to people like, hey, these are your rights. This is who can put their hands on you. This is who can't. This is what they need to do to stop you from voting. This is what they might do. This is what you should do if they try to do that. And I'm not seeing enough of that right now.
I agree. There's not enough of that type of cooperation. I got to go pretty soon, so I'll just say this before I do. And then
Also, wait,
whatever you want to
before
say,
you
I'll figure
go,
out.
the Supreme Court
Oh, sure.
did leave in place a ruling by a federal judge in Chicago that bars the Trump administration from deploying the National Guard troops in Illinois, which I assume is going to apply everywhere. It was like an unsigned order. They said the government
No,
has
it's
failed
just
to
Illinois. That's
identify a source of authority. Wait, really? Okay. Well, on
Yeah, so
California.
the president has deference. So the president can try to deploy the guard, and then the courts have to stop him.
Okay.
It's not the other way around.
All right. Well,
and if the
then.
courts stop him, it's only in that state.
Okay, it was a federal. Okay, then yeah. So there was a release law
Yeah.
in California that it was a federal
So
thing that found it illegal.
it's
for
from my
Russian.
memory, there's 7 states that Trump is now barred by the courts with sending guard into, but the rest he still could try, and those would be unique cases that would be unique challenges legally.
Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
basically,
go
like
on, yeah.
when Trump sent the guard into California, California sued on behalf of California, and that lawsuit was in relation to Trump's deployment in California, and that was the scope of the lawsuit. Anyways, I agree, Ruzi, that there hasn't been enough of that cooperation. I will say there have been other things I find promising. Oregon, Washington, and California, all in the last year, have passed laws making it illegal in terms of state law for other states' guards to enter the state borders. Now, I understand you understand the federal government has supremacy. However, state guard, and you'll probably appreciate the significance of this. When you swear an oath in your state guard, you swear an oath to follow federal and state law. And there is no federal law passed by any act of Congress that actually supersedes those statutes. So if you're in the California Guard, the Oregon Guard, or the Washington Guard, you have legal authority to remove federal forces that are federalized from other states entering your state without the consent of your state legislature. And there is no act of Congress
I do love a good loophole. I do love a good loophole.
I don't even think it's a loophole. I think this is why we have a federalized guard system instead of a federal guard system.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a loophole in terms of like they would close it if they could. Like they would absolutely like
because Congress doesn't work.
They could. Yeah.
Yeah. But he can't do it with an EO, and he doesn't have the majority in the Senate, so he's screwed. Like these, and I'm just saying, I see this as hopeful because if Trump tries the ICE thing on polling stations, at least in Oregon, California, and Washington, like there are now laws emerging in the legislatures where the guard can literally remove these people with force. That would that be scary? Yeah, but like it'd be less scary than letting our yeah. Anyways, I gotta get going. Y'all have a good one.
Me too. Anything else, Galinda?
Oh, she's not here. Well,
No, I am. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry.
good luck, Belinda.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. No, there's nothing else. Have a good one. Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay. I was in my room, guys. I was petting the cat because he's on my bed. He's adorable. Every time you come up to him, when he's like sleeping anywhere or whatever, oftentimes what he'll do is he'll like do this thing where he stretches out and then like he'll roll over on his back so that you can rub his tummy. Yes, pragmatic American, we can move on. Yeah, I just had this thought. You know what would be cool? I should get like cameras and put them around the house in different places where he sleeps so that I can pull them up at any point in time and have like a Stewart cam. Why would you pet the cat not on camera? Because he's laying down in my room and I don't have like a wireless camera. I should really just get a wireless camera and carry it around the house. That would actually probably not be a bad idea. Or I should try and I didn't even know he was sick. Wait, then who was sick? Bill, what do you... Oh, I just realized Trump has not sent the troops into swing state. Oh, okay. Wait, then who was sick? Bill. Stewart's not sick. When they extend their toe beans, help them stretch. That would awesome. I do that with Doomy. I don't know if Stewart would let me, but that would actually be super adorable. Oh, also, while you guys are all here, before we move on to the Pisco stuff, which we are going to do next, and that also is the Hasan slop. Before we move on to this, Conduit had an interesting idea for me last night. He said that I should ask you guys what kind of should I get a whiteboard, chat, and write down ideas on it for like oh, Norm Macdonald, that's who you were talking about. Should I get a whiteboard and write down ideas for things that you guys would like pay money for? You know, like various things that I could do on the stream in order to help raise revenue or whatever, things beyond just like pets for Stewart. We need to see your handwriting first. You know what? I might not actually get a real whiteboard. I might just make a digital one because then I don't have to spend money. And also my handwriting is I had a super sweet cat who loved tummy rubs and foot massages. She'd spread her toe beans. Aw, that's adorable. Don't ask us, do what works for you. Well, the reason why I'm asking you guys is like, I guess like, are there things that, because I know, for example, that that people, I'm not paying you any more money though, but whiteboard equals, I'm not paying you any money though. You know what? That's fine, Short Stack Goblin. I understand that some of you guys can't pay money. Although Short Stack Goblin, I was going to say, you could give me some of that money that the Trump administration apparently gave you for reasons that I don't really understand. Write the ideas on Stewart. Oh my God. Sounds like a fun idea. Why not? Well, yeah, I'm just trying to think of, actually, you know what? I had an idea. I got a whole huge ass tub of catnip. Okay. And, I might happily, if you guys want, I will happily give Stewart drugs if you pay me to do so. I will also happily play with him with the laser pointer and in other ways if you pay me to do so. I think that would be funny. Also, there's still a goal, guys. But yeah, probably what I'll do is I'll probably like make some sort of whiteboard on screen or whatever instead of But yeah, I think let me just try something. One sec. I think there was something. I should be able to do this actually. Wait. NDI camera. Okay, hold on. Let's try something. One sec. My source. Oh, God damn it. Where is it? Hmm. Well, never mind. I guess that doesn't work. No goal? Wait, what happened to the goal? Oh, the goal ended. You're right. Hold on. Let me start another one. 5 super chats. Dollars. 1 hour. Start goal. Come on. I hit the start goal button. Why isn't it working? What the fuck? I can't cash the check. I now have a $51 Amazon Trump check that I can't cash outside the US. It expires in 9 days. Oof. Well, that sucks. And I'm guessing that you can't, like, it's in your name, right? So nobody else can cash it for you or on your behalf, I'm guessing. They should have just sent you an Amazon gift card. Like, what the fuck? It's not letting me start another goal, you guys. Oh, there we go. Finally. Jeez. It did it. It let me start the goal. I mean, you're right. It is only $51, but still. Actually, wait, no, I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. Miser. No, it's not $51. It's 51 American dollars. 51 freedom dollars. I agree, it is weird that you got it, but it's very funny. It's also very funny that they literally wrote President Donald Trump, that this was something that they felt the need, you know? That's always entertaining to me. Okay. All right, let's listen to Pisco while I attempt to do this other thing on my computer here. So I guess Pisco finally decided that he was gonna like try to watch some Hasan to see what all the fuss was about. There was a part of this that I got triggered by when I was listening to Destiny. When I was listening to Destiny talk about it last night, when Destiny was watching part of it, but I didn't see what else Hasan was looking at, and it looks like Pisco watches Hasan debate the American liberals' parents, who are like MAGA people. So, I mean, that should be interesting. Hasan is actually talking to people who disagree with him. American dollars has long been made long value, has long value after Trump, and that's something that's been a big problem for me. I assume that's what you're trying to say. Not that I expect anyone to sympathize, but I sorry, Van Loven. I don't. Maybe are you trying to say that like that Trump is fucking with the value of the U.S. dollar? It lost value. Hasan doing his job. I know, right? Okay, let's go.
The faces. Is this okay?
Also, I don't know why Pisco shaved his beard.
Does his intent matter or the officer's reasonable apprehension of his intent? Yeah, no, this is actually the correct way to think about it, right?
Okay.
Get into the mind of what a reasonable officer would think. A reasonable officer in that arrest. Freddie was trying to just love, which is always in my wheelhouse. Okay, let's keep the old people then. So this is the first content that we're going to watch. It's a debate, which is always in my wheelhouse. And so that's
I mean, I watched the whole Hasan thing. It wasn't really a debate as much as talking to old people like he would some MAGA grandparents. I didn't like it that much. I mean, we might skip over this if it's boring. But it's kind of weird that like I'm actually wondering, I bet that Hasan probably says some insanely cringe, stupid, populist garbage in this discussion with these people that he probably doesn't even necessarily believe, or that he like, I don't know, he's or I'm sorry, he probably does believe it, but I'm saying he probably just appeals to them by saying dumb populist crap, which means that it's likely gonna be like fucking, yeah, it's gonna be like fucking like stupid shit. Linda, thank you. I've told 3 people I hate Pisco's stash, and no one agrees with me. Yeah, I don't know. I think he looks better with the beard. So between the dollar going down and the shekel going up, I've been very screwed. Oh yeah, because you have lots of money saved. Right now, the dollar is still high for me, which means that every time you guys donate American dollars to me, I'm basically like I am profiting bigly from it, because it means that you guys don't have to give me as much money for you, because it's actually, it ends up being more money for me, you know? So if I make like $60 every stream, then that's like, I actually, hold on, let me see. What would be the amount? We're going to listen to this.
one of the reasons I wanted to do it. It's with MAGA people, apparently. And so this is the first piece of content we'll watch. And then maybe I'll just pick like a random stream or something. It's not a debate. So we can just see what it's like to be a Hasan waiting room. A Hasan waiting room.
Oh yeah, if you guys pay me like 73, if I earn 70, like 75 or like even $100 every stream or whatever, that's like 150
for Stuart.
But $73 is $100 for me. I can see that the US dollar value is going down though. And in some ways that's also good for me because I like it when it's at par, but yeah. All right, anyway, here we go.
If we hadn't had Joe Biden's open borders, we wouldn't need ICE.
I really believe that.
It all comes back to Biden.
Why are y'all laughing? No, it was the border. We just let anybody and everybody in.
Let's start by, introducing who you are to the audience. They might not know.
My name's Chad. I've been a TV writer, movie writer. I write.
Okay, first off, is this like Soviet imagery on the bottom left?
Who you are to the audience.
Well, yeah.
They might not know.
My name's Chad. I've been a.
Are you really surprised, Pisco? Hasan's a goddamn tanky. He thinks that, like, he probably thinks the Soviet Union was based. Like, what do you mean? He loves that fucking aesthetic. That's his whole thing.
Is that like a Soviet thing? This is Soviet?
Yeah, that's his dog with a Yushenka. Please acknowledge that this is cringe.
What do you think, guys?
Please, it's cringe. Please acknowledge. Oh, I'll make it
so
bigger.
We got Soviet here.
So we can see the chat.
We have some, what I'm assuming are busts of himself. Guns in the background. World of Warcraft. There's a gas peas emote / whatever this is. Poggies. Like a little Poggies in the bottom right here. Yes, also Kaya. Right? And Pokemon. Or is that like anime to the left here? Anime.
I do want to say that I do think it's cool when streamers like decorate all of their shit, and I eventually want to do that with my streaming room. But I'll get to that.
You have a picture of dog. I don't know what this is from. Dog picture. But we have at least one.
Does he not watch Hasan? Why is he doing a set breakdown? This feels. No, Leah, he doesn't watch Hasan. Pisco is not a Hasan fan or a Hasan super fan. I think this is probably what a lot of people don't really understand. Wait, what? Oh, is Ogre Boy in here? Jesus Christ. Oh, hello, Missy. Oh, he is here. I mean, listen, Ogre Boy, I don't like populism. I don't know. Do you want me to, like, explain why I don't like populism, Ogre? Is that what you'd like me to do? Populism is stupid. I think populism is stupid because that it is an oversimplification, because it takes all of society's problems and says, and then blames all of them on the elites. And I think that's fucking dumb, because that you are basically like, it's reductionist. No, he is in action. He said one day he will have to ask. Oh, okay. Well, I figured that I would explain it anyway, and I'm also not going to explain, and I'm also just explaining in general. I don't like populism. I don't like populist ideas. I think it's dumb. Like I don't, people like that stuff because that people like populism because it gives them simple answers to complex problems. And I'm just not, yeah, like there's a reason why every government that like managed any success in either good or bad ways stopped talking or using populist language once they actually got into office. Obviously my go-to for this is going to be the Nazis, because that fascism uses populism a lot. Like it engages in it a lot in the us versus them stuff, you know, like the people versus the elites being the people who are destroying the country. The elites are the reason why you can't have nice things, you know. The elites are not that organized, says the billionaires trying to scramble and explain why they were all friends with Epstein. Okay. I mean, doesn't that prove that they're not all that organized? Ogre, is it really difficult to understand that like a lot of rich people are going to run in the same circles and a lot of them are probably going to know each other? I don't really think that's hard to get. Do you think that there was some sort of crazy organized shit going on behind the scenes with Epstein? Or do you think it was more likely that he just knew all these people because he was a well-connected guy, and, you know, rich people will talk to each other a lot and know each other and shit. They're just besties that share common interests. Well, I mean, honestly, that common interest could literally just be business shit. Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to get one guy by Ogre. Because I don't believe in like the weird pedophile conspiracy shit, although I don't know if he does either, to be fair, and I'm not going to assign that position to him. That is extremely common. Rich people know each other. They hang out together. Well, I mean, like, yeah, because if you think about it, they're probably going to be frequenting a lot of the same places, right? You know, like, it's, or they're going to be like, they're going to meet each other in various different ways. If like they're the only ones who are ever attending like expensive clubs or whatever, or they're probably going to be going to the same parties. And yeah, it's kind of a, also Epstein was a financier for a lot of these people. That was where he got his money from, right? He stole a lot of his money. Well, he actually got a lot of his money from Wexner, who gave him way too much control over his accounts, and then Epstein kind of took a little bit of that money. Streamer defends how they're not all organized by detailing how they're all organized. Do you understand what organized means, Ogre? I feel like you're defining it in a very loose way. Organized, I don't think that you get. Do you think that like a bunch of people running in the same circles means that they're organized? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they run in the same circles. I'm saying that like it's pretty likely that a lot of like billionaire or like just rich people in general are probably going to know each other by virtue of the fact that they all share the same class, and like they're probably especially if they live like in a lot of the same places, or if they work in similar industries, for example. You know, it probably means that like they're going to come across each other, or they're going to end up contacting each other for various reasons or whatever, for this, that, and the other thing. It doesn't mean that's not organization. Would mean that like they're having like special meetings or whatever. And it's like a highly regimented sort of thing. That's not what I mean. I don't think running in the same circles means that you're organized. Do you think Hasan attended those Diddy parties? Wait, are you asking me or are you asking Ogre? If you're asking Ogre, you might want to at him. Yeah, there's a difference between proximity and collusion. Yeah. Epstein knew a bunch of people. I mean, Epstein basically networked his way into wealth. That's what happened. He wasn't born rich, but he managed to get there because he was because he was like teaching at a school that put him in front of a lot of wealthy people. And then he wound up getting a job at some banking or investment firm or something. And that put him in front of other wealthy people. But he only got that job because he knew people at the investment firm, or because he was in front of the parents or in front of the kids of a lot of wealthy people at his teaching job. You know, like, yeah, I don't know. There's nothing like super unusual about any of this, I don't think. Except for the fact that, except for the fact that he used his money and his power to rape underage girls. Don't get one go by. Okay, I won't. Let me keep going.
Soviet imagery here. Correct?
Yes,
This is
Pisco.
Soviet imagery.
Are you going to say that's cringe?
Derivative of the sickle and hammer, it looks like.
Say it's
something like a red
cringe.
star. Like a red star.
It's cringe,
the
right?
Russian style hat, right?
It's cringe, right? Also, what's with his audio? Why does it like mono sometimes? Oh, that's weird. Or like it does this weird thing where I don't know. Especially in New York or LA or places where the rich and the people who make them rich all hang out. Yeah, true. With Epstein, it was in New York. But I mean, he did go to LA. Like that was mentioned in the emails that he was going back and forth. Pisco's audio has been fucked up for the past couple streams. It's annoying. Has anybody like told him? Does he know? The audio was like that the whole video. Oh boy. He looks like a Tibetan monk. Better to be careful around Hasan. I sent you something from the people that Hasan is interviewing. It's pretty interesting how far gone the data moment. I think I've seen some of this stuff before. I've definitely seen some of their stuff. Is Trump a communist now? Oh, the necessary conversation. Oh, you timestamped it. Thank you.
What if he orders? Hang on. What if President Trump orders a squad of army guys to walk down the street, killing anyone they see? They should do it.
Hold on. Who's the who are these two people? Are these guys their kids? The two younger people? Are they the kids of the grandparents here? Oh, okay. They're their kids or their actually, okay, yeah, they're kids. Okay. Okay, all right, cool. Thanks.
Yes.
Mom?
Yes. What?
I don't even understand. Like, how can you come to that conclusion?
Sounds to me like you lefties are now beginning to fear the fact that the military is going to get involved and your asses are grass.
Oh my god. Is this how Destiny feels? When he talks about talking to his mom and all the crazy shit, or actually his parents, all the crazy shit that they believe now? How do you answer yes to that? Yeah, I don't know. How do you answer yes to that? This is how it feels.
Beginning to fear. I've feared this since Trump got elected the first time, that he would take control of the military and use it to do illegal shit.
It's coming to your house.
But wait a minute. You're okay with what if Donald Trump says, I want you to carpet bomb Oklahoma City, kill everyone? You think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes.
There might be a reason. We don't know.
This is insane.
Hold on. Oh my god, what the fuck? Do they mean it, or are they just so debate brained that they feel like they have to defend Trump? What the fuck? It makes me kind of sad. It's like seeing an old person fall for a telemarketing scam. Also 2.0 might be a reason for it, y'all. Yeah, this is very depressing. Oklahoma City is majority red too, by the way. What the? They believe it. They're fully bought it. You know what? Fine. Fair enough. I'm not going to question. I can't fucking mind read these people. I'm just saying. It just kind of feels like Maybe they don't. But although, you know what? Honestly, yeah, they probably do believe it because they probably haven't thought about it at all. Most people. Oklahoma City is probably the most right-wing city in the entire union. Yeah, there's no thought happening. It's just autopilot proton. Yeah.
Stupid. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my. This podcast was going well until that.
Are you kidding?
Until you guys said it's fine for.
You just said it's cool if he fucking levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah, fuck it. There must be a reason. Like, you
Maybe
literally
there is a
can't be that
reason.
dumb.
You know what the problem is? Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma because we're on his side and so's the whole state.
No, it's because
Now,
you're in a
you
fucking
guys are
cult.
worried. You guys are worried and afraid
Yes, you are in a cult.
because you live in a state where it might happen.
Okay, let's theoretically say
Yeah, but that means that you want it to what?
that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says,
And you
go into
better
that
get the
shopping
fuck
mall.
under a truck.
Shut up, quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down by the Marines for just being at a mall.
Number one,
All for
let's just take
Okay,
it one
Dad,
step
wait a minute.
further.
Mom, wait
No.
1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad
wait,
just,
wait.
hang on, Mom.
Hang on.
Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason. And you would support that.
If he walks into a mall to kill people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason, and I'm all for it. And
What if the
people in
reason is
Los
crushing
Angeles,
dissent?
California, are as deserving of execution as the fucking assholes in New York City. You're
Including me.
all fucking communists.
Number
Including
one,
me.
Donald Trump would never give an order like that. And if you believe that, I really feel sad for you.
He'd never do it, so I'm not going to say it was bad, but if he did do it, then he must have a good reason, so it would be okay. What? Oh, God. I forgot that these people are real and that they exist. I feel like this podcast is a grift. I don't know, I don't know, AF. I mean, like... Wait, hold on. Only P said, yes, this is just funny. They know what they are doing. Oh, are you saying that you think they're lying and that they don't mean it? I don't know. There do seem to be people like this, though. This is the mind of the average Asmongold viewer, the average Asmongoloid.
He
I
already
don't know why you're fucking hanging around in L.A.
He already has. There was some guy that was like part
Not
of
going to
the.
LA to take Chad down.
There was some guy that was part of the defense, and like he quit. He resigned because, and he blew the whistle. He said Donald Trump told the military to shoot the crowd at will during a protest.
They saw the first clips. I think they saw the first clip go viral. I watched every episode. Definitely not a grift, unfortunately. I mean, if it's a grift, mom and dad is... Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if these guys are grifting, then yeah, they are amazing actors, I guess. But I understand that Chad is a reality TV producer. Maybe it is all a lie. I don't know. But like, do we think, chat, that these people don't exist? That there are not people like Mary Lou and Bob here? Do you think these people don't exist? Because like... These people 100%, 1000% exist. My parents are on this level, but not as old. Yeah. No, like, I don't know. I feel like I can believe it. Although I've only ever seen these kinds of people show up in videos. But, look, I think if I were to if I asked SDA about this, he'd probably tell me these people exist. Because I believe they're some of his dad's friends. Like, I don't know. It does seem like there's some crazy, yeah. Like, yeah, we watch people like this storm the Capitol. They exist. Yeah, you're right. They do. I was surrounded by them where I used to live. They flew Trump flags and Confederate flags in New York. God damn. By the way, the parents are conservatives, but them saying that would be okay for Trump shooting Oklahoma City, that's all played up. Like, I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. These sort of people exist, but how many people are like them is an important question. Like Trump's... Yeah, I know Trump's popular. So I would think that Trump's popularity is sinking, Van Loven. You are right. But I will say that, like, oh yeah, Marucci said, like, these people are the Republican base now, though. It seems that, like, oh yeah, okay. Marucci's saying 38% of the country are like them. I don't know if I would have to look up to see, like, how the Republican Party is divided by coalition. But if you look at, like, Trump's approval rating within the Republican Party, it does seem like he can do no wrong to the Republican base, and that the Republican base has, like, I can comfortably say that the majority of the Republican base, even if they're not 100% like this, they are MAGA, and they like Trump. And yeah, but so, like, yeah, the Republican base. Oh wait, hold on, Marucci, is that, no, that's not the total number of people that voted for Trump. Is that the, I thought the Republican base made up like 35 or 25% of the country or something. That's what I'm talking about. I think the Republican base is, oh, that's Trump's approval rating. Oh, okay, so you're basing that on the number of people who think he's, I don't know. I don't think I agree with that 100%. The reason why I say that is because that I think that there are some, I think that there's, like, at least some number of people who are like, yeah, I think Trump's doing fine because my taxes haven't gone up and I haven't noticed any bad financial shit. And that might be the extent that they are paying attention. I would probably look at the number of the portion of the country that makes up the Republican base, and I would say that those people are like Mary Lou and Bob here, probably. You should probably be concerned with their actual beliefs. Like, when you watch the Hasan debate, the dad is a complete neocon and the mom is nearing Groyper ideology. Oh, that might be interesting.
Where was this at? I didn't see this in the news.
This was in his first term.
Okay.
More Chinese? What do you guys think? More Chinese or Russia?
Well, right now, Hasan's definitely more of a China simp. I don't know if he's always been, but he's definitely been.
Soviet Union.
Both.
TV writer, movie writer. I write novels primarily. That has been my career until I decided to do a podcast with my parents, who are both MAGA, because my sister and I.
Oh, what an interesting concept. The thing is, I feel like it would get old after a while, unless the parents are also, like, interesting and always give the MAGA take. That is a very interesting concept to me. If it's a red star, it's Chinese, China, Russia.
Who are very much not MAGA.
Those hats are called Ushanka. Okay, Ushanka. Ushanka.
Okay. Hadn't really talked to them in a matter of years, since probably Obama's second term, somewhere in there.
Haven't talked to your parents, or you haven't talked to them about politics?
There was a big rift. We stopped talking to them, but they were getting older.
Oh shit, like, stop talking, stop talking. And Hasan's over here, like, not listening at all, just, like, looking at his chat. It's like what I did with Drew Pavlou. Being totally disrespectful.
Pisco's going to come out of this a Pan-African nationalist. I mean, I don't think Pisco's going to be necessarily afraid to be critical of Hasan here, but listen, I stand by what I said. All of these fucking leftists, eventually Pisco will have a take that they disagree with, and they will fucking, like, a take that they hardcore disagree with, that it'll be too over the line for them, and they will turn on him. He will, at some point, he will not pass the purity test anymore, and they will turn against him. Drew Pavlou, how can you be respectful to that which garners no respect? True. Like, I just mean all the leftists, and the snarkers too. Or it'll be the snarkers. I don't know. Whichever one happens. Like, if Pisco ever reconciles with Destiny, all of those people will probably just stop watching him. And they will also turn on him hard. But if we set that aside, yeah, that's probably what's, like, I think that's also Lerner's prediction, because that's what always happens. Because it, like, unless you start, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like probably eventually, like, some of these people also might try to convert Pisco to like socialism, and if that doesn't work, then yeah, I don't know. At some point they'll turn on him though. Like, maybe he'll support a normal liberal candidate in the primaries over a Republic, or over, like, over like some crazy socialist candidate that they all want him to support. I don't know. I don't know why Pisco will go back to Destiny when he's been such an asshole to him. I mean, I guess Pisco or Destiny has been kind of an asshole to Pisco, but at the same time, I mean, like, I don't know that Destiny has necessarily been any worse to Pisco than Pisco has been to Hutch, and it seems like they're okay. I don't know, like, although there is other issues that they have. Then again, DGG has definitely been a bigger dick to Pisco probably than Destiny has, but Destiny is driving a bunch of that too. But yeah. Pisco does try to convert them. I saw his debate with Smugbug. Oh yeah, you're right. Pisco he's trying to convert them to recognize that vote blue no matter who is important. And you know what? Maybe he'll succeed. I don't know. But like, yeah, I have no idea. I mean, Missy, whatever. I'm not gonna comment on that because I just don't. There are people in here who hate. I know there's people in here who don't like Destiny. That's fine. You don't have to. But I'm not going to take the super, super hardcore anti-Destiny line that a lot of people do. What do you mean you feel so seen, Maruzzi? Smugbug already believes in vote blue no matter who. Smug doesn't believe centrism is possible anymore. That's so stupid. What do you mean centrism is possible? I don't... What? Who's talking about centrism? You mean center left or center right? Those things are absolutely possible. It is absolutely possible to be a moderate. And it's always better to be a moderate. Well, not always, but a lot of the time I would argue it's better to be a moderate than a fucking extremist. Extremism is usually not good. Especially the kind of extremism that is practiced by these motherfuckers, by like people like Hasan. Well, he will say liberal, but he means moderate. Okay, well, that's all right, sure. He thinks it's not possible to be a liberal anymore. Oh my God, chat. Everybody in here, raise your hand if you're a liberal, or I don't know, put 1 in the chat, or say me, or put the hand emoji or something. I guess Smugbug thinks it's not possible for you guys to believe the things that you believe. Now I'm being erased. Yeah, true. I'm lib the fuck up, boy. Based. Live, laugh, lib. True. Institution loving, rule of law loving, liberal right here. Yeah, me too. Moderate just means you aren't fully committed to your ideology. I mean, I don't agree with that, but I mean, also, no, I think you could argue that's maybe a pragmatist, but. Ooh, liberals are cringe according to Fire. Yeah, I know, Van Loven. That's why Fire is cringe. You know what? Honestly, I actually appreciate
really
Fire.
not gonna
I fucking hate. I disagree with him wholeheartedly, but at least he'll actually talk to us. Like he'll spend hours fighting with people in my Discord, and I appreciate that. I'm a mixed utilitarian, whatever works within the framework of liberal democracy and human/civic rights based.
Never talk to them again. And during Biden's term, about halfway through it, I called my mom up and I was like, would you be down to do a podcast where we talk?
Yikes. That seems like awkward. Like, hey, mom. Oh, wait, I think I see another Soviet here. You see this New York Post? Soviet? What is this? A picture.
About politics, she said yes, and now we've been doing it for like about 3.5 years. Every
Okay,
Sunday.
so you guys have been doing this for 3.5 years,
Yeah.
and this.
Okay, so he's listening. Who's this woman?
Is one of the conversations that went viral this past week. So let's take a look at it.
Let's look at the chat, all right? Because I'm told the chat is
And I obviously have.
Oh, Hassan's chat is fucking nuts, but you gotta wait till he's talking about something like Israel or Jewish people in order for it to really get nuts. Oh wait, what did Addie say? The lib G side is upon us based. True. I don't know if I want to talk to Smugbug only P. because that I think Duckbringer, you'll have to explain to me what it is, but like it seems like Dispel and Smugbug come from the same group of people. And like Smugbug does this weird thing where he'll say a bunch of shit. He'll talk a whole bunch of shit about Loner Box, and then he'll say, "Yeah, but I don't really believe that," or "That's not what I meant." And the reason why that's not what I meant is because I'm not using those words the same way that everybody else uses those words. And it's like, okay, dude. There's a document on it called the Psychic War Manifesto, and I fell out of his community yelling at him about it. Oh God, Kalinda, you reading the Psychic War Manifesto as a pragmatist would go so hard. So, oh, do you mean it would trigger me? Because I'm assuming that it's about like some dumb shit. It like we're like it does it have something to do with the fact that like Dispel comes off as like an insanely bad faith asshat who misinterprets everything you say when you talk to him? Is that what he's doing? I would, but I think you'd have interesting insight. He released a new article the other day. Smugbug is the kind of dirtbag leftist who will just disrespect you as soon as he speaks to you. Trust me, it explains everything. Is it just teaching people how to gaslight? I feel like it might be, Addie. Some of the audience might like it, but I won't watch it. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't know that, like, at one point I wanted to talk to Smugbug just because I wanted to argue with him. It literally is that. Really? It's literally just teaching people how to gas. Okay, Jesus Christ. That shit's so annoying. Like, say what you fucking mean if you're gonna talk to me. And don't, like, misrepresent what I say. It's actively listening plus lying and assuming your opponent is too stupid to have a real argument. That's so dumb. That's such a waste of time. Why? Ugh.
Some questions for you before we talk to your parents.
What if Donald Trump says, "I want you to carpet bomb
Amazing praxis, comrade.
Oklahoma City, kill everyone"? You think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes.
There might be a reason. We don't know.
This is insane.
You cannot be this stupid. Jesus Christ.
Oh no. And they got the Take America Back hats. These are like updated. Actually, this looks like an unofficial Trump hat. This looks like some shit you buy at the rally, outside the rally, when they're all like grifting.
My. This podcast was going well until that.
You just said
Boomers hate when you swear. They just like, I don't know why they like Trump then.
Bro. Listen, Pisco, you're so right. I so feel that right now. Like what he just said about boomers hating when you swear. My parents, on multiple occasions, have both told me that I need to not swear so much on my stream. They're like, you can't say, you're like, no, you need to stop it. Stop saying fuck or like shit, or like, you know, like you just, it makes you sound so unprofessional. And I'm like, bro. It's just so, I don't know. I don't know if they would have said that, or if I have no idea if the reason why they think that is because I'm a woman, or if it's because that, or if they would think that no matter what. Mom Rootsy's first concern is always, did you swear? How many times did you use the F word? Wait, hold on. Okay, so Duckbringer says, I don't know how I don't know it's what Dispel, I don't know if it's what Dispel is doing. I think Dispel just has a tone and sense of humor that seems like that's always what he's doing. I mean, like, Duckbringer, the problem is that Dispel does this like bad faith reframing of everything you say, both in like text chat and on voice chat. That's my issue, is that he does it in both instances, which makes like, which I feel like he's just doing it on purpose. And it's really fucking annoying. Because it just feels like, and also like everybody in my Discord basically just ignores him because they think he's a troll at this point. Because like I think I said this yesterday, we'll be having an interesting conversation about something and then he'll just swoop in and say some dumb shit as if to try to derail. And he's also like derailed a lot of other conversation or like other convos that I've been in. The spell is worth no one's time. Yeah, I pretty much. Also, like even just listening to him talk to Pisco, or not to Pisco, to Hutch, where he said that Hutch was incurious because he used Chat GPT to find info. And by info, I literally mean like he got the clanker to turn out its pockets and cite its sources, and then Pisco checked those sources to see if it was correct. Like basically, Dispel thinks that it's bad to do that. He thinks that like the way that I'm doing my Ukraine research is bad. Apparently, he'd probably call me incurious for like using the clanker as a glorified Google scraper. Like yeah.
But like, if you even say anything like that's fucking crazy, like they will immediately get so sensitive. They're allowed to say it, of course, but the boomers, they're so proud, and the fact that this tatted
81 people here. Hell yeah, fucking based. There's a goal, guys, all you awesome viewers. And also, if you ask for it in your dono or whatever, and you would like, what I can do is I'll see if I can get the cat in here, and maybe I'll give him some nip. Or I might try and get the camera set up. And yes, Conduit, it was very funny when Dispel said that, when he called Hutch incurious for doing research. Vanilova, Cleo is currently screaming at me. Oh no! I think the deeply incurious statement was just referring to the use of AI. Dispel fell flat on his face, though. Well, yeah, I know. That's what I mean, though. Like, it's so dumb. It's dumb to say that you can't use AI. There's nothing wrong inherently with using AI. It's how you use the AI. Yeah, I know. Like, so I guess, like, people just have decided that AI can't be a useful tool for, like, research. It absolutely can. You just need to make sure that you fucking, read the shit that it's telling you. So always ask it to cite its sources. Usually what I do is I actually, like, I even just literally phrase it that way. Like, I'm just like, find me all the polls about how people from the Donbass felt about Euromaidan. And then it spits it out and it gives me links. And sure, it summarizes them, but I check the links, you know? Smugbug looking at Dispel. We trained him wrong as a joke. A fucking clanker. You have to go to the library. Listen, you can't use Google. You have to go to the library and look that shit up in books. Fucking clanker. So incurious. You admit you don't know things and try to learn about them. Yeah, like that's basically what he was saying. It was so stupid. Okay.
Wait, is that Frogan in the bottom left? Frogan emote? Is that?
I don't know, Only P. Maybe, although I think maybe I might wanna read this manifesto that Duckbringer is talking about.
Frogan?
It's cool. We levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah, it. There must be a reason. Like, you literally can't be that dumb.
You know what the problem
is? You know what the problem is?
Yes. Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma because
they fight the hypo. Oh, they're bad faith. Bad faith.
We're on his side, and so's the whole state.
No, it's because you're in a cult.
You guys are worried and afraid because you live in a state where it might happen.
Okay. Look.
It might happen that he bombs New York. Or he bombs California. And you're like, oh, well, I guess so.
Let's theoretically say that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says, go into that shopping mall.
Under a truck.
Quiet Piggy.
You better get under a truck. He says, Quiet Piggy to his dad.
He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say
dad is just Asmongold, W. Chud dad.
Say I get gunned down by the Marines for just being at a mall.
Okay, number one, let's just take
Okay,
it
Dad,
one step
wait a minute,
further.
Mom, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad, hang on, Mom. Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason. And you would support that.
Wow. Incredible. What an incredible...
His microphone, what in the fuck?
What an incredible concept.
LLMs are basically search engines. Where I get mad at Hutch is when he suggests using it in the future for therapy and practicing social interaction. Oof. Although I will say this, it's actually funny. I've had this thought for a while. I think this might be wrong. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe people in chat who maybe if I don't fucking know anything, or maybe I don't know anything about like how the human mind works or whatever. But at the moment, right now, when I look at AI and people being worried about AI, I feel like there is at least some reasons to worry. But the thing is that I don't think AI is ever going to become sentient. All AI is ever going to be able to do is copy us and like replicate things that it learns from us. That's it. So we can make it to be an incredibly sophisticated copy, and we can most certainly make it like emulate emulate human social interactions and stuff. I absolutely think that's possible. And also, honestly, if you talk to the voice AIs, yeah, you're right. You're right, Tim. It can learn evil. That's the part that's scary. This is how you die in the robot apocalypse. You underestimate them. Well, no, that's what I mean. I feel like if we're not careful with it, it is possible that it will reach a point where it will be such a sophisticated copy of us that bad things may happen. And also, yes, Sir Johnny, I agree with you. I also, although you say I fucking hate AI in the artistic space. On a moral level, I do agree. I feel a little bit dirty when I ask ChatGPT to make art for me that I use for thumbnails, which I don't think is good. I linked Smug's manifesto in memes. Don't look at it on stream. Wait, why not? ChatGPT is a fine tool, I think. I think a better argument against Hutch or anyone who uses Wikipedia or ChatGPT links to learn on stream is that on-stream learning is necessarily less value than off-stream, including you, but it's good content and a good way to get a basic understanding. Well, yeah, honestly, Duckbringer, a lot of the stuff I've been learning about Ukraine has been off-stream. You know, like what I'll do is I'll ask ChatGPT to give me a bunch of shit, and then I'll start looking through it. You know, but yeah, I may compile my notes on stream, but yeah, Gemini is better and it includes sources automatically. Missy, in my experience, Gemini is shit. Okay, Gemini, or maybe it's just the Google AI that's shit. I looked up. I tried to find something that Lactoid mentioned in a Ukraine debate, and when I Googled it. You know what source it gave me? It cited the fucking Prol wiki, and that's how I found the Proletariat Tanky wiki, which led us on a hilarious rabbit hole that I need to make into a segment. Did you peep that that 14-page PDF I sent you about the Maidan? No, Jesus Christ, I completely forgot about it. Everyone's been sending me so much shit. You have to actually use Gemini. It's different than the AI overview. I mean, maybe, but like, listen, right now I'm paying for ChatGPT, okay? But I should actually try out other AI tools because they might be good. Anyway, sorry, you linked Smug's manifesto in memes? Why can't I look at it on screen or on stream? I DM'd you it and posted it in general. You should have 3 routes that load. Yeah, no, I've got Psychic War, but someone said don't look at it on stream, and I don't know why.
Yes. Kill my son for no reason. Maybe it's because you didn't talk to him for like 2 years.
If he walks into a mall to people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason, and I'm all for it. And the people in Los Angeles, California, are as deserving of execution as the assholes in New York City. You're all
Jesus
communists.
So, the first question that is on everyone's minds is like, I mean, is this real? Like, this is how your parents are.
Look at the comments.
Like this is how they operate. 100%, and it's gotten worse since really Trump's first term. I guess they've gotten more and more.
Yeah, they're getting crazier. I mean, like everyone, we're all like waiting for the other shoe to drop and be like, all right, this is if you think that they're not getting crazier, they're as crazy as they've ever been. They've been crazier. That's why I don't understand like the TYT stuff. Like they're coming around, they're realizing no, they're getting crazier.
Indoctrinated into the cult. Now anything he says is their talking point. They only watch Newsmax now. They don't even watch Fox. That is too left for them.
Because of the Dominion stuff. Like Fox actually betrayed the truth. The MAGA
I don't even think
loyalists.
it goes that deep. I just think they're every once in a while on Fox News now, you'll see somebody push back against Trump or issue some kind of factual.
Keep an eye on the chat if you see some.
Wait, hold on. Hasan's live on YouTube, everyone. But there's only 10,000 people watching.
Towards the commentary that was coming from Anna Navarro. They were not too fond of it.
What?
It was pretty funny to see just more and more guests coming on. I was like, this has got to be it, right? I'm thinking in my head, like, this has got to be it. This is the maximum amount of guests. I was like, nope, more guests. More guests. More guests. I was like, damn. Too many guests.
Wait, why are you happy Hasan isn't on YouTube, Missy? Why is he so cringe every moment of the day? I don't listen, at least he's not doing his weird China cosplay shit. Yes, he is. He's in Qatar right now, I think. Or maybe he's not. I don't know. I don't know where he is. Or maybe he's actually no, I don't think he's in Qatar. I think he's just staying at a hotel or something. I like YouTube. I mean, yeah, I like YouTube over. Actually, you know what? I will say I guess I'm glad that Hasan is on Twitch or is on YouTube because it's easier to find shit. And I don't have HDS like you guys. Okay. I mean, listen, Missy, I think it's unfair to describe this as HDS. But whatever, just because that's such a thought terminating thing. But you might just be kidding because you wrote LMAO. I don't know. Whatever. A Zionist hotel. True. He probably is, you know. Yeah. I don't know. I think this is funny and interesting. I'm more interested in like the Pisco stuff. I just wish YouTube allowed for free channel emotes. Yeah, I agree. I don't have HDs. True. Just like I do with lots of political streamers. I disagree with Hasan politically on stuff, but I'll still watch him from time to time. Okay, yeah, I don't listen. I'm sorry. I hate Hasan. If you want to say that that's derangement syndrome, that's fine. But like, I hate him because he spreads voter apathy. He supports like fucking terrorist groups. He's a goddamn tanky, and he's basically like polluting the minds or like poisoning the minds of like millions of young people with all of his stupid bullshit. And he's just wrong about so many things. Where Pisco actually starts to give his actual analysis is when he covers the leftovers conversations. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Oh, and yeah, for the anti-Semitism, I hate him for that too. That's what I mean. Like his takes on Israel are fucking nuts. But that's covered like by the whole umbrella thing. Yeah, that's why I say that's why I say you have HDS. I don't think he's as bad as you do. I mean, all right, whatever. Agree to disagree, I guess. Like, I legitimately, I just think he's really bad. I also think he's bad for the Democratic Party. And like, I think that he is, and I think liberals need to stop treating him like he's our ally, because he's not. He's a tanky. He simps for China. Okay? He likes authoritarian regimes. I don't consider making fun of Hasan a syndrome. Yeah, I know. I don't either. So, you know. But you know what? That's fine, Missy. All opinions, well, most opinions are welcome here.
Horrible stuff in the chat. Just let me know.
Statement. That's too much for them. They need the Newsmax kind of continual 24/7 pipeline of just
So wait, is this not particular? Is Pisco's reaction to this not very interesting? Yeah, like listen, Missy, as long as you don't concern troll me about Destiny, I don't care. Like I don't care if people if I don't care if there are people in this chat who hate Destiny or who love him or who hate Lonerbox or whatever. As long as people don't concern troll me about like having associations with them or whatever, then I don't. Yeah, we can all have different opinions together. Listen, there's only one rule in this chat, okay? And that's that we all hate Russia together. Do we all hate Russia together, chat? Do you hate Russia, Missy? Do you hate Russia for what it's doing to Ukraine? Does everybody hate Russia? As long as we all hate Russia together, then you can stay. There we go. Fuck Russia. And fuck Putin. Yes, Hasan's Russia-Ukraine takes are AIDS, yes.
Cult talk, basically. But yeah, it's totally real. I get that DM from time to time too. Are you scripting this? Is this acting? No, this is our real family.
That's my first.
All right, first question for all the haters. What do we think about this guy sort of spreading his podcast through Hasan? Is this a morally righteous action? I mean, he's spreading the.
I'm a Dostoevsky fan. Does that disqualify me? No, I don't care if you like old school Russian literature. That doesn't matter to me. I don't know. I'm ambivalent on Stephen's politics. Loner's fine, a little too Scottish, and Hutch is a little too bald-faced. Yeah, like, listen, if there are individual Russian people that you like, that's fine. Usually when I say I hate Russia, I'm talking about the government and Putin. I refuse to believe anyone actually likes old school Russian literature. Oh yeah. Oh, the kids from this podcast are. Wait, when you say lefties, you mean like leftists? Like they're both like socialists or liberals? I think Russians are fine. Russians and his government suck. I mean, like, yeah, probably like, I don't know. Like, a lot of Russians are probably just like kind of they're products of their environment, you know. And like there's been an increasing amount of propaganda being shoved on Russians, especially Russian kids. Like Russian kids in school now are being like taught weird military shit. It's kind of crazy, you know? Pussy Riot is cool. Oh yeah, they are. Oh, they're like resistance libs. Okay. All Russians are spies. Most Russians are mostly tradcon after tradcon is fun. Yeah, probably. Yes, but they try their best to not associate with any party or anything, but their views are definitely quite to the left. Oh, okay.
Demonstrative of the cult through Hasan. Discuss that.
That's my first.
Wait, what?
Just action. I mean, he's spreading the demonstrative of the cult.
Oh, you know, I feel like Pisco is just baiting on purpose here. He's literally just trying to get his chat to get mad at him or to fight with each other or something. I think that's what's going on. And you know what? W Pisco. He's just doing content now.
Through Hasan. Discuss that.
Our kids are being told by our government that if they exercise their First Amendment right, their school will have a funding cut. Oh, are you talking about in America? Yeah. No, the United States is going a really bad way, honestly. It ain't good.
That's my first assessment, but like there are a lot of people in this community, not dissimilar to yourself, that have these sorts of conversations with their parents, and they're like, no, this is actually quite similar to real conversations that I've had with my MAGA parents. I don't know if they're like playing it up for the camera or not. But,
oh shit, we did. Okay, flag, communist flag above head, right? So you see, it's a little bit. It's under the chat. There's a red. You see this? What do we call this? China? We call this China?
My mom seems to think that my dad might.
By the way, Missy, just so you know, I don't think Pisco's a tanky, and I think people who say that are being silly. I feel like Pisco is probably way too stubborn to like change his views because people in his audience try to convince him to. Wait, are there actually people who think Pisco is a tanky? Yes, Maruzzi. There are people who think that, or rather, there are people who think that Pisco is going to become a tanky, or that he is on his way, or that he's a closet tanky, or yeah.
Might be, but
Mostly like DGGers who are kind of silly and misinterpreted Destiny's words to mean something, because Destiny never said Pisco was a tanky. He said that he thought that maybe Pisco might like lose his way, or he said he thinks Pisco. Well, he's not signaling it. He said he thinks Pisco has lost his way or whatever. And I think in some ways Pisco has lost his way, but I don't think that it's because Pisco is trying to like signal for his audience or whatever. I think it's just because Pisco's stubborn as fuck and he doesn't want to change his views, and he's already taken a position and he refuses to move on it. Destiny said Pisco is grifting for tankies. I don't recall him saying it exactly like that. I thought that it was for snarkers or whatever. But in a lot of other ways, I think that I don't know though. I don't know how serious Destiny is on that position. And really, he might just be mad. He probably is just mad. I have no fucking idea. I don't know. Like, this is just people engaging in mind reading again. So, but I don't think that he put yeah, it was Pisco becoming a Hasan fan or whatever, but yeah, some of the DGGers are mad about Pisco leaving, but Missy, I don't know if I'm sure that's probably part of it, but Pisco isn't a tanky. I like when he talks about the law content and talks about news. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I think that that's a fair thing for him to do. I think that's probably when he is at his best. There is a level of parasociality occurring that I cannot relate to. I get it. He's a bleeding heart liberal. Too nice to be tanky at the moment. Linda, we can definitely understand what's going on in people's heads. Psychology is real. Yes, I understand that, Johan, but I'm just saying that, like, in this case, we don't know any of these people, and all we're doing is just presenting our interpretations. And yeah, yes, you're right, Missy. We are all parasocial here.
he's kind of been like that for my entire life, my sister's entire life. And like I said, it's gotten a little more exacerbated, I think, in the current kind of political climate. But that is who the guy is.
So should we call him now?
Sure.
Should we? All right, we're gonna start the video call. I'm gonna do the pop out. That's your. That's
there's my dad's gut.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's a great.
So
that's
sorry.
a great image.
Oh my god.
All right, so we have access to more.
How does Pisco identifies as liberal get auto-modded? Is liberal... Wait, what? But I saw you write that.
Potential communist paraphernalia. There's Obama with the Queen. Interesting. Here we have a closer look at China. What else we got here? Any other?
Yeah, I saw Pisco identifies as a liberal, Jordan. It went through. Pisco bleeds blue, blood type D. True. No, yeah, he is. Pisco is very, very liberal. I have not changed my mind on that. I just think Pisco is probably a bit like, I think Pisco is wrong about Israel, but I've noticed sometimes chats don't show up on your stream. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that either.
Such observations?
I'm trying.
We're also gonna watch Hasan by himself, okay? Chill on that, Brianna. Brianna, we're gonna do it all. I know this is more. I wanted to see the debate content first.
Also, is real Kathy Doyle a mod in Pisco's chat? Because I could have swore that I went in there and they were a mod in Pisco's chat, at least at some point. But maybe they got removed from that. Because if so, that's fucking crazy. No, okay, they are not. Oh, they have a fake mod icon. Okay, yeah, all right, it's a troll. Yeah, I know. I strongly suspect that real Kathy Doyle is real Kathy Doyle is KK. Okay.
I'm not saying that this is going to be as representative. We're just chilling, all right? There's plenty of time. Night is young.
You just gotta, Mom, turn the camera so we can see your face, you and Dad.
Who is this? Is this wife? Is this friend? Who is this?
That's the sister.
Chad, I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm so
It's
sorry.
okay.
I
You're
apologize.
good. You're good.
I had it set up in
Okay.
a different.
Let's skip away. Let's skip ahead a little.
That is not a solution. Hold it for a while.
Wait.
Boomers will do some inane task for no reason instead of spending like 5 minutes thinking about what they're doing. And that's like raking.
What you're talking about is equivalent to teaching a blind person what green is. Oh, the limitation is us humans, not the AI. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, we are limited in terms of like what we can teach the AI. But all that AI will ever be able to do is copy us. And the extent to which that we can even teach it to copy us is also probably going to be limited too. Because like it's not, I don't think it's capable of like real creativity. All it can ever do is just copy the things that we say. Or the things that we teach it basically. So it's not going to be able to come up with novel solutions to problems. Because it's not it's not a person. It's not capable of sentient, complex, independent thought.
Leaves a dumb way, or ordering like parts a dumb way, or like stacking boxes a weird way. It's always like, rather than step back and like think about it for a second, we found a way like to jerry rig it, which is super high labor intensive, and rather than just thinking about it a little bit, we're just gonna like hold it for the whole time.
Chest tie with 2 hands up.
Oh.
So should I go get a box or something to put it on?
I don't know. Can you hold it? Just hold it for a while. You'll be all right.
Hold it for a while. That is not a solution.
Oh, I think AI would do more harm than good as therapy, because mentally ill people will keep asking it questions until it validates their delusion. That might be true, Missy, although I do have to say that all of that stuff that people say about, like, for example, ChatGPT, like not understanding the number of R's in strawberry, and you letting it and you being able to bully it into giving you the answer that you want. It doesn't do that anymore. I tried to do it. I tried to bully ChatGPT into thinking that there were more R's than there are in strawberry, and like it just kept telling me no. Yes, if we ever have actual verifiably sentient AI that can create new unique ideas, it might be possible. Yeah, that's the thing, but I don't know if that's going to be a thing that will ever happen. I'm not sure that, because right now all we can do is just make it copy us. It has to be done in a controlled environment after plenty of research. Yeah, basically.
Hold it for a while. Okay, so now you're guilty of the boomer meme.
Right.
However, I will say, Missy, though, that like you are right in the sense that like you could potentially get the AI to validate you, or like to say that it would be okay for you to do a thing that's bad for you. So I don't know if AI would ever really be able to replace therapists, because I'm not sure that would be a good idea. But like, I guess if you coded it properly, maybe it could. But that, I don't know. I feel like therapists should really be I don't think that would be a good idea. I tried using ChatGPT to help with CBT before, but I became a bit dependent on it, which is bad for anxiety because you don't learn how to cope on your own. Yeah, I don't think it would be a good idea, like. Although I will say, I've like used the ChatGPT voice thing, and when you talk to it and ask it questions or whatever, it really is in a lot of ways like eerily similar to talking to a real person, which is like, holy shit. They did a really good job with that. You know what's funny too? Like, I thought that some of the funniest content on anything else was when Dan and Destiny were talking to Maya and Miles, the AI chatbots, and they would try to like they would try to see if they could get the AI to like say certain things. That shit was fucking hilarious. I don't think I've laughed so hard in quite some time. At least like the first time they did it. On the very first stream they did it, that was really funny. It started to get old after a while, but the first time they did it, it was really good. The AI can get fed raw sensor data faster than any human can comprehend. like from the environment. Oh yeah, I know. There's probably a whole bunch of shit. I'm trying. There are actually different ways that I think would be interesting to try to use that I would love to see if I could use AI like around the house because I love automating shit. I love it. Automating is one of my favorite things to do with regards to programming. Um, that's mainly what I have used programming for. Is like I will write like bash scripts and whatnot in Linux in order to automate various tasks because I'm lazy and I don't want to do it myself. So it's better if I can automate it. I will.
Jesus Christ!
Is it-
I'm so sorry.
Is it a problem that my screen of my parents is just a freeze frame of my dad's gut?
Well,
we can see them.
At least we can see them in real
Is that
time.
fine?
I think that's
Okay.
good.
You can see them. Okay.
Yeah.
I can hold it. I'm game.
All right.
You're gonna hold it up the whole time?
Well,
That's crazy. That is crazy.
I have nothing else. I don't know what else to.
Angle it correctly. Move some stuff around.
You know what? Maybe I might just skip this. Is this chat? Should I skip this? Should I skip this part and move on to like when he goes to more interesting content, Hasan content? Maybe I should do that. Should I do that, chat? How about this? If you're actually here to see me rage and get triggered, because you probably are here for that, for the low price of $5 whole, I will skip this segment and move on to the next bit. We're gonna fight when he gets to the IP stuff. Oh wait, Missy, you mean you're gonna fight with me? Yeah, we just might actually. And you know what? That would be good content. It's only interesting for non-Americans to know what Americans think. Yeah, all right. Like I said, for the low cost of $5, which can be paid in installments by different chatters, I will skip this part. Wait, is Simply Substance the one who sent the cowhead to Stardust? Toby, if they are, you should ban them. I wondered because their name is Substance, and yeah, I don't want people like that in this community. Did you ban that? Did you ban them? If you did, then okay, cool. Okay, yeah. I mean, I understand that Substance said they apologized, but Substance is also a deranged anti-fan. And I don't know if I want, like, deranged anti-fans here. Oh, thank you. Geez,
Please skip.
$5. Like, honestly, I'm surprised that Substance hasn't started asking me questions about Destiny. It kind of surprises me, you know. I mean, maybe I can. I don't know. Did they mean their apology? They're hidden now. Okay, so you did hide them. If they want to come in here and be respectful, I say let them. You know what? No one can fix people. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Because now I'm kind of torn. But I just admitted to using the clanker to figure out social situations. Listen, it's the clanker. Okay, Toby, Maritzi, what do you think? Do you think that I should have people like that in here? I'm like very weary. I don't know if I want like crazy like Destiny / Lonerbox anti fans in this community. I just realized it was the same person who wanted Kalinda to be aware. You know what? Fine. You can unban them, or oh wait, I have to do it. Hold on, I'll do it. I'll unban Substance. My main rule about anti-fans being in here, I don't have a problem with them being in here unless I found out they did some exceedingly fucked up shit.
Now you have to skip the next 3 topics, it seems.
Unless they start fucking concern trolling me, and then at that point, they can get the fuck out because I'm so sick of that shit. It's so boring. But if they actually did apologize to Stardust, I don't know if Stardust accepted their apology, but if they apologize, that's fine. Maybe if Stardust asks me to ban, then I might do it, but I don't know. Because like they were just kind of being chill and contributing to the convo. And I don't mind having like people who are combative who are actually gonna like Missy disagrees with me on Israel-Palestine, I think. We can just fight about that instead of making it about stupid drama shit. Hold on. Where is it? Settings.
Spend a minute.
Okay.
998 cadence coming at you live from the internet. Sounds like a little boogie 298 action.
We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Newsday, Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. 10:33 a.m. in Pacific time, but where I'm at in Doha, it's 9:33 p.m.
Wait, where the fuck are they? I don't even see them here. I thought you hid them. Did you unhide them? Oh, you did? Okay, Maruzzi, if you unhid them, that's fine. I'm sorry, Substance. I'm still figuring out exactly how I want to do it. Okay. You can stay if you're still here. It's fine. Now you have to skip 3 topics, it seems. Holy shit! What the fuck is this? What is ZAR? 140 ZAR? What is that? I don't even know what that is. $8.73 American. Oh, South African Rand. Damn. That's like, you know what that is? That's like, fuck, what is it? You know what that reminds me of? White G-side money. True. It reminds me of the Japanese yen, where it's like everything is so much more. Melinda, they didn't apologize to Stardust. He apologized publicly for doing something he has been caught doing. I don't care if they are here. Like you said, just don't drag anti-fan drama and follow rules. Yeah, all right, that's fine. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. I guess like if Stardust talks to me about it later, but I don't know. I don't know if she cares.
As a matter of
All right,
fact.
so he's in Doha.
Back. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Bro went from Minnesota to Doha, coldest to hot.
Well, regardless, thank you for the $8, Citrus. Well, no, Dense Pixel, this isn't Stardust Community, though. I feel like that would be something different. Like, I'm not banning them from here necessarily, because that's not really necessarily got a whole lot to do with me. It just depends, you know? Like, I'm still working on how to moderate my community. As of right now, I don't mind having people here who like hate Destiny or who have ideological disagreements with me. Or rather, I don't mind people I don't mind having people in here who hardcore hate Destiny, as long as they aren't gonna fucking concern troll me about the fact that I don't agree with them about Destiny. I don't give a fuck. White G-side money? That sounds like racist dog whistles towards black people during Black History Month is crazy. It's hard to hair split sometimes, yeah. It's not a good precedent for you to have to litigate off-platform stuff. Yeah, I know. Although in some cases I will ban people if they engage in insane off-platform shit. Like if I found out that somebody is going around doxing, then yeah, I'm not like, and I mean like doxing in ways that I consider, because there are like you can like justify doxing people sometimes. Like, I'm sorry, but when Dan doxed Gato Fumador, that was fucking based. But yeah. I mean, Missy Destiny's not like a guest on this stream on any regularity. I've talked to him like 3 times, and not because he came in here. Also, there are disagreements. I think that, listen, I'm sorry, but I think that some of Destiny's doxing was not unjustified, and I think some of it was. It really depends on what it was, you know. But like, it was he dropped a nuke in order to try to get people who had been like harassing him and people around him to leave him alone. And yeah. Also, yeah, you're right. He's not a stream chatter, so you're right. It's not really the same thing. No, Missy, we're not going to fight on that because like if you start wanting to argue with me about that, then at that point you're just concern trolling, and I'm not okay with that. Okay. Like, please don't. No, it's not about whether or not they doxed Missy. It's about like the insane levels of harassment that people from in that sphere were engaging in, like calling Dan's wife at her job and shit. Yeah, I don't want to talk about, I like I said, I don't want to be concern trolled. I will happily fight with you about Israel, Palestine, and political shit, but yeah.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nice here, climate-wise. But there's...
Was he like a...
Wait, hold on. Citrus, did you want me to skip, like, you said how many topics do I need to skip? 3 topics? Now you have to skip 3 topics? Is that what's going on? Yeah, that's why Dan stopped doing anything else, because people were started like harassing his wife, and yeah, I don't know, it's fucking stupid. I think also Hutch avoided going on that panel about socialists versus liberals a lot, like several months back, the one that Destiny and Pisco were on, because that people harassed Hutch, and Hutch also got doxxed. Oh, you were teasing? Okay.
Not her spy as well?
Of course, a lot going on in the world of Hasan Hasan Abi Piker in the time period where President Streamer button and President Streamer button, so help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And as of this very moment, we got 9,000 viewers on the Twitch chat and only 6,000 viewers on the YouTube chat. YouTube chat needs to pick up the slack. You will see why
a lot of viewers
bringing this up in a little bit, because this was something that I actually talked about today.
First 30 minutes are filler usually. Well, I want to get a sense of the filler, and we can skip around, but I want to get a sense of the filler. Ogre Boy would know.
You met Bilal, my faves. Yeah, I met Bilal yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Oh, this is when he was in Qatar.
And he is coming here today. Bilal Khalid is a very famous photojournalist from Gaza. And he will be here gracing your presence in a little bit. But before we get to that, of course, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And boy, oh boy, has a lot happened in the world of Hasan Hasan Abi Piker.
Can't believe Pisco wanted a feel of Hasan stream and didn't watch my vid. I mean, I feel like he wouldn't have liked your interpretation or presentation of things.
Piker. A lot has happened. A lot has taken place in the world of Hasan Hasan Abi Piker. I am live early. For the record, I said to the YouTube audience that I was going to be...
What's the Yanis interview? Is this Yanis Day? Yanis?
Live at 11 a.m., but I'm actually live at 10:35 a.m. instead.
Yanis Varoufakis, Pisco. Come on.
You and Qatari Cat seeing each other at the Web Summit. One of my Qatari Oilers actually pulled up. One of my Qatari Oilers actually pulled up and gave me a bunch of stuffed dates when I was doing a press conference before my...
Hasan has Qatari Oilers, really? Oh, geez, of course he does. Yanis the GOAT of 2015. Wait, so he was the GOAT, but now he's fallen off? I mean, it sounds like he's fallen off. Because I know he's had some insane statements about Russia and Ukraine. Oh yeah, Spider, you have a lot of people following you. You were on a lot of people's friends lists.
Before my announcement or before my stream.
So is he leaning into the Kaya thing, the shot caller?
Are you gonna have Philip Washington, Tristan Thompson on the stream? No. I have my Web Summit appearance as well. Don't worry.
No, he's not leaning into it, Pisco. He's that just shows up when he's looking at GIFs.
I got it right here, and we'll obviously get into that as well. But yes, personal news wise, a lot has taken place. I don't know if I met Open Presidents or Qatari Cat or whoever we suspect the Oilers are. Did ask for a Lambo? Get you one? I did link up with Colin Kaepernick quite a bit.
I agree. He should. He really should just go back to the full beard. He looked better.
So I saw him.
But you know, whatever. He can do what he wants. No, I don't think Missy's a Hasan fan, but Missy describes herself as a liberal, but I don't know. Or rather, I guess Missy probably feels the same way about Hasan as Pisco does. Men, facial hair is gross, get rid of it. Honestly, Maritzi, I generally tend to agree with you, although not always.
Because he went
Colin Kaepernick
up on stage before me. But yeah, today basically, after I ended the broadcast, I passed out, woke up early in the morning as always. Didn't work out this time. Spent more time in bed. Okay. Spent more time in bed. Went in and had a conversation with the Financial Times reporter who was who was the journalist who was like going to be my host.
Yes, skip ahead, Pisco.
And it was a very interesting conversation. Well, obviously.
Oh my god! Oh, thank you for the membership. Thank you for the gift membership. Pisco is growing the mustache in solidarity with Maduro.
YouTube chat, hit me with the number that you see on screen. Type this when you see the number. Let's see. Clinton's wanted public. Damn, they said let your nuts hang. Clinton said, "Let your nuts hang, King. We got this." Wait, what is this? Oh,
It's wild.
By the way, I'm just gonna say, you know what the real fight is gonna be over? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I might jump ahead.
what is this?
Women's stories matter. Yeah, they just matter. Yeah. Women's stories matter.
It's true. This is true.
True.
This is real and true. 100% certified.
Of that or from the chat, just like let me know. So anything where it's not about the one state solution as such.
Wait, hold on.
Because that's not what's supposed to happen.
Wait.
Drew Pavlov, by the way, the dog.
No way. An Australian man, that's true.
Yes, Missy, do it. Make you gotta troll the chat. Oh, Pisco is you said Pisco. I thought you wrote Hasan there. Pisco is your favorite political. I mean, honestly, you know what? That's not a bad choice. I don't think that. Yeah, like I think Pisco agrees way too much with leftist people or with like lefty people on Israel Palestine or whatever. Like people whose brains have been broken, like fucking Lycan and Straighterade on that topic. But I mean, you know what? That's fine. If you want, if we can, I have no problem with fighting about IP.
Nearly spat out my cock. Oh, it is true. Holy shit! Wait, what the fuck? It's true.
An Australian man has launched a GoFundMe page. Is Drew Pavlov, by the way, the dog himself. An Australian man launched a GoFundMe page to raise funds for travel costs so he could move into Billie Eilish's Malibu home after she said U.S. is stolen land during her Grammy acceptance speech.
Pisco does do a good job fighting with MAGA. Absolutely. Pisco uses Hasan uses dog a lot as an insult. Coincident? Yeah, I know it is a bit true. Exactly. I just want him and Hutch to stop calling each other their boy when they argue. True.
And what's so stupid about this is that there are a lot of people who are dumb enough to give him money.
Seriously.
That broke cunt always doing GoFundMe for overseas holidays and losers fall
look at the chat
for it every time. I want more than anything else for Drew Pavlov to try and facilitate this and then go to prison. I do want Drew Pavlov, who probably is the only undocumented migrant that I would wish to see in CCOT. I want Drew Pavlov to go to CCOT, okay? I want him to experience the things that he advocates for other people to experience. I want him to have a life-changing experience, okay? So yes, go ahead, Drew Pavlov. Follow.
By the way, I think it's very funny that Hasan can say shit like that, but I don't know, like other people might be a bit worried. Like, for example, if I say that I wish that Hasan got arrested when he was in China and thrown in prison so that he could experience the state that he advocates for so blatantly and openly, so that he could like see just how bad it actually is if you exercise any sort of free speech there, what'll happen to you if you say bad things about the government. I feel like it would be really bad. Or like, yeah, if I were to say that, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure like if saying such a thing would necessarily be a good idea, unless I was just saying it on Kick, you know. Drew would definitely be getting raped at sea. Oh my god. Eilish's statement was retarded though. Just make it about ICE. You don't have to add the rest of that shit in. It just dilutes important message drives. No, yeah, I agree, Maruzzi. I feel like anybody talking about like the no one is illegal on stolen, that shit's really kind of cringe. It's dumb if you mean it seriously. I mean, like, honestly, Missy, it really does bother me more than a little bit to see somebody who has benefited for all of the like, who has benefited from all of the, like, from living in the United States, from like spending so much time in the United States, from American capitalism, from what it is to live in the US, where he basically has the freedom to say pretty much whatever he wants, sitting there advocating and simping for China, and saying that he trusts Xi Jinping. He trusts a government that is insanely repressive and authoritarian and has gotten worse since Xi became in charge of China. Yeah, I find that irritates me. But it irritates me even more as he sits from the comfort of his $1 million mansion talking about how Palestinians have the legal right to resist and glazing terrorist organizations as he pushes for an impossible solution in Israel-Palestine that would essentially involve more Palestinians running off to their deaths. Well, he sits there and cheerleads and then like fucking cries about it when they die. Like, yeah, that sucks, especially because I have friends in Israel. And like, honestly, one of those people who I would consider a friend is a Palestinian who doesn't want to die, you know, in an endless struggle against Israel that they can't win because they're not ever going to destroy Israel. I think America is insanely oppressive and authoritarian. Do you actually think America is insanely oppressive and authoritarian? Like, if you want to say that like right now, go ahead. If you want to say under Trump, I think America is more oppressive and authoritarian than it's ever been. But historically, no. I disagree wholeheartedly. Trump is, yeah, like if you want to say that right now, that's fine. But the problem, Missy, is that people like Hasan would say that and they would make that and they would say that it's always been that way, which I think is fucking stupid.
Go through on this promise. See how this works out for you. Okay?
You have some base Hasan.
Although even right now, by the way, America's still nowhere near as bad as China is. China is really fucking bad, and so is Iran. Like, yes, America's trying to get much worse, but it's not. It is nowhere near as close to any of these other countries that Hasan defends.
Right now, okay. Base?
That would be fucking awesome.
I don't disagree.
I would love that. Okay. He's gonna lose 20 pounds.
Even the libs,
20 pounds, 30 minutes in.
The libs love it.
I also his GoFundMe got deleted. Oh, I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they deleted it because you're trying to do a crime. You cannot you cannot start a GoFundMe to do international stalking. You fucking baboon. You absolute moron. Yeah, I wonder why GoFundMe actually deleted your fundraiser.
Dude, this guy's such a fucking funny clown.
Perhaps it is because it's a fucking scam. Okay,
when America was actually oppressive was probably during Jim Crow laws and second. Oh yeah, no, it was. Although that was also only for a portion of the population, which is something else too. You know, like yeah, if you were like America throughout its history was more free as long as you were a straight white dude, and then like as things improved, I would definitely say that like America in the post-Cold War era has generally been pretty unoppressive to its people, but obviously there are different cases where that's not true. But yeah, it just depends. That's all I'm saying. But right now, America's pretty fucking bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as China, Iran, or Russia. But Trump really wants to get there. He would very much like to make America just like China or Russia. Good thing we have a living constitution that's fluid and doesn't need to be interpreted strictly by its original intent. I mean, I think I probably do like agree with that or something like that. I don't fucking know. All that shit is like, you know, yeah. But at least I can say fuck Trump and it won't get me killed yet. Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Or it might get you killed, but not by, but it won't get you killed by the government. But it might get you killed by one of Trump's goons.
Can't be like, hey,
yet
give me money so I can purchase a gun and shoot this person either. You know what I mean? Oh, no. Why did GoFundMe delete my gun?
That's a horrible Australian.
Fund me. Or
Yes, there are basically slaves in Qatar, Spider. Qatar has like crazy slave labor. You're Canadian too, right, Kalinda? W Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Oh yeah, no, Missy, I am. And also, by the way, it does annoy me that America doesn't have something like the Equal Rights Amendment. They kill you if you say fuck G. Maybe they might not kill you if you say fuck G, but I would imagine that honestly, yeah, maybe. Or not kill you, but they would probably, I suspect they'd imprison you. Or they would like charge you with something, or they'd start like looking into you and watching you closely, and then they would come for you, you know? I mean, like, for fuck's sakes, in China, you're not even like, you can't even like make fun of Mao And you also can't compare Xi to Winnie the Pooh because he hates that. They don't kill you. They are big on re-education. Oh yeah, that's right. Yes.
No, I simply wanted to buy a gun. Like, unfair. Or no, it's unfair. A big part of the conservatism is just basing your arguments on tacit assumptions. They know that the land is stolen. They think they owe their houses on that fact. And instead of arguing with that, they argue with the perceived hypocrisy.
They have to bring up Israel here,
You
right?
benefit from it too, so you don't ruin it for everyone else is tacit. I mean, I don't even think this is a tacit acknowledgement of reality because that's not what's supposed to happen here. Okay, what's supposed to happen is the same for like even the indigenous population in Gaza.
Yes, Fellrunner, it's Hasan Slop Hour. Oh god, here we go. Hasan's about to say some dumb cringe shit.
Oh, fucking pre-watched. By the way, not pre-watched at all. Picked a random stream and of the last like 5 days. Not pre-watched. A random part of the thing as well.
Like my advocacy for Gaza revolves around giving Palestinians the rights and the same freedoms that Israelis afford themselves. And after that, of course, offering restitution, reparations, having a real truth and reconciliation committee to address all of the horrifying land theft and war crimes that have taken place as well.
Yes, Hasan, we know. Your advocacy revolves around punishing Israelis for things that their ancestors did.
Like, that's the goal in a one-state solution. That's my goal in a one-state solution. These guys
fuck the one-state solution.
Don't care about the indigenous population here in the United States of America, which would probably follow through on a similar process as well.
We're looking for here. We're not trying to get into the weeds of the Israel-Palestine debate on one-state solution, etc. We're looking for indications that the one-state solution is really just a cover for genocide the Israelis and kick them out of Israel. So any kind of indication of that.
I mean, Hasan definitely wants Israelis to leave Israel because of that comment that he made about like how the Houthi blockade would make more of them leave and how that was the goal. Like it seemed like that's what he wants. Or like he wouldn't be. I don't know. I feel like Hasan just wouldn't care. That's not even criticism of the one-state solution shit. Yeah, he said that's the goal. Yeah, I know. He also said go back to Iraq. Yeah, he did do that. He said, like, it's just stupid. Yes, he does. Hasan doesn't really know anything about the conflict other than what he read in pamphlets and what he watched on Amnesty International YouTube videos and whatever he read in, like, a fucking, probably insanely incendiary, like, Norman Finkelstein book. And maybe, like, 1 billion years ago, he read Ilhan Pape's The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine.
Or from the chat. Just, like, let me know. So anything where it's not about the one-state solution as such, it's about whether or not you can discern a motive of kick all the Israelis out.
Oh yeah, you're right. What he was taught growing up in Turkey, true.
Of Israel proper in his ideal solution. / just kill the Jews.
And they certainly don't care about the indigenous population in Gaza and in Palestine in general. That's what's so annoying, is that we're not having the same argument.
I mean, he is right that, like, Israelis probably don't, like, Israelis in general don't care about, like, Palestinians in Gaza or the West Bank because they have reached that point where they're so black-pilled that they don't give a fuck about necessarily what happens to them.
You're having a totally separate argument, and on the basis of something utterly irrelevant. It doesn't correspond to my worldview. It doesn't have anything to do with my advocacy. But unfortunately, because the audience is receptive to this kind of idiotic argumentation, it doesn't really matter. Now you have to address it. Like I said, same principle behind, socialist with a nice house, omega lol, right? Like, I've never said socialism means no house, that you must not have a house.
Okay, I just want to say, I think this is so fucking stupid. The socialism means no house thing, and I know that, like, everyone here is going to agree with that. Like, the problem isn't with Hasan and the house thing, is not that he owns, like, $1 million house or whatever. Nobody actually gives a fuck about that. The problem is that he's like a giant hypocrite who doesn't seem to understand the extent to which he's benefited from capitalism. And the fact that, like, he really wants, like, all the weird Gucci shit and that he makes excuses for his shit. And I think, really, to me, the worst thing is that he doesn't do anything with his money to actually help his cause. He never puts his money where his mouth is. And that annoys me. Like, if Hasan actually cared about electoralism, he could help get so many Democrats elected with all of his millions of dollars. He could start a PAC. He could organize canvassing. He could do way more than Destiny ever dreamed of because he has way more money than Destiny does. But yeah, it's just... The Gucci stuff is very cringe, but he does talk about how he's benefited from capitalism. I mean, like, sure, yeah, he may talk about it, but the problem that I have is that, like, he doesn't. I suspect probably most of the money that he made from Twitch came from ad revenue. And now he basically, because he doesn't make money on ad revenue anymore, he kind of just lies about it and says that he made all his money through subscriptions, or that like that it's all a subscription model or whatever the fuck. Like he acts like he's completely people powered and that like none of his money came from any of the shit that he got from Twitch, which isn't true. And I don't, and like it feels like he's also just blind to the extent that he exists on a platform that is based on the in his view, like the exploitation of others, like all the coders who work at Amazon or whatever. Oh yeah, if he says that, that's dumb. I mean, he did say that. I don't know, like if he says that he never got his money through ad revenue, but he really talks up the subscription shit. And by the way, now that he's on YouTube, he's going to be earning money through ads again, because that's what yeah. See what just happened there? You were made aware and agreed that he actually holds the opposite view, and now you're changing topics. Wait, what do you mean? No, I'm not changing topics. I mentioned that there was various hypocrisies. Missy corrected me on one thing, and yeah, I accept that. I accept that Hasan understands that he benefits from capitalism, but there is other stuff that he kind of like lies about. Also, Hasan really does downplay the amount of money that he has. You know, like he just. I feel like he is not as open as he probably should be about the fact that he is probably a multimillionaire. And it's kind of ridiculous. And I think part of the reason why is because he doesn't want like his chat to like skewer him or whatever. You compare that to Vosh, who is open about the fact that he's rich and who will regularly just say, "Yeah, fuck it, I'm rich, dude." You know, like yeah, and I you know what, I appreciate that. I don't know if Vosh does, but like Vosh doesn't LARP as somebody who's rich or whatever, or as someone who was poor is what I mean. Even currently, everyone does that. It's called protecting your interests. I mean, not everybody does that. There are plenty of streamers who talk about their background honestly. Hasan has always come from a privileged, wealthy background, and anything else he was just lying about it. Oh, we watching Pisco? Can we finally say he is bad faith? I mean, Octo, I don't know if he's consciously being bad faith, but yes. I do think Hasan acknowledges he's rich. It's just also obvious on the face of it. I mean, like, the thing is that I don't know if I've ever really heard him, like, fully acknowledge. Like, when he says shit like, I live on a basic necessity budget, what the fuck is that? Come on now. I was referring to plays down his wealth. Yeah, but I don't agree that everybody does that. There are plenty of other streamers who don't do that. Vosh doesn't do that. Destiny doesn't do that. I don't think that Pisco would do that if he like makes it really big. Loner doesn't do it. Loner has talked about how he has to pay more in taxes now and how he's doing very well. Wait, has Kalinda written her mea culpa for DGG? No, Short Stack Goblin, I haven't, because I'm not there. I don't agree yet. Yeah, he definitely doesn't live on basic necessities. Yeah, it's just crazy that he would say shit like that. Like, what the fuck? Basic necessity, 1,000 outfits. Yeah, sounds very American. At Hasan's lowest, he was doing fine. Yeah, I know. Like, I feel like he always sort of downplayed. Like, when he was whining about how he got paid $60K a year by the Young Turks. That's a lot of money. I've never made $60,000 a year. And I know he lives in LA, but still. And he was still making way more. He plays down his wealth, but also wears extremely expensive clothing. Yeah, I know. But do you think that like do you think that most of his chat like is gonna call him out on that, or that they care about that, or that they even necessarily are aware how much the clothing that he has is? His love for luxury and fashion and the trappings of wealth is not socialism when no house. Yeah, true. Has he acknowledged that he's a Nepo baby? He has acknowledged that, but my problem again is like I don't think he's acknowledged the extent of it. Like his parents are really rich, or his parent like in Turkey. Like he's always been his family. He's always been privileged, and he acts like when he got right out of college he didn't have any money, and that's not true. Okay, that's so stupid. he was in like a fucking fraternity when he was at Rutgers that had like rich people in it. He's just he's a fucking rich boy. And he just doesn't like it's because he's trying to LARP as like being one of the people. His parents would not have let him be homeless. Exactly. I believe his story is that he was privileged going up, but at some point his dad lost all their money. Yeah, I know that's his story. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but like I find that hard to believe given his given when he was in school and stuff. And I don't like, has he ever talked about student loans or anything? Yeah.
House or having a house is unethical. Okay, deeply unethical. That would be an idiotic argument to make.
Oh, is this about his house, his like lavish house, and whether he's? Is there any like response to that? Maybe we can add that to like the list of the greatest hits. If there's like a response to the "you're a hypocrite, bro," because you live.
Oh yeah, I guess his mom. Yeah, his mom is a commercial landlord. I mean, yeah, like. People acting like Hasan can't downplay his wealth while wearing expensive clothes, as if Trump doesn't claim to have the best health whilst going outside looking the way he does. It's the same. I mean, you're right. It's true. It is. Like, a lot of people are blind to stuff. Also, in fairness as well, too, like, I very much doubt that most people have any concept of the amount of money that, like, Hasan wears a lot of nice clothing, but when I look at that clothing and if I pretend that I didn't know, like, about the fact that Hasan likes expensive shit like Gucci, it's not like I would necessarily think that Hasan wears like $1,000 outfits or whatever. We need Ogre Boy in here to do the real Hasan sweeping. I don't know all the counter arguments. No, it's okay, Missy. I'm not expecting you to sweep for Hasan. I don't care. Also, I don't even know if Ogre Boy would do that. I think Ogre Boy doesn't care enough to do that. His parents, especially his mom, come from insane generational wealth. His mom's books and public talks about the mansions and properties her mother left her and how they dined with royalty. Yeah, it's like you can find a whole bunch of shit about him. I believe we mean ogre middle-aged man. Posted how Hasan explains how his dad lost his wife. I think I saw that clip. Anyway,
lavishly or something.
You assume that that's my argument. You have decided that that's my argument. The reason why you have decided that that's my argument is because it's a strong.
I'm just saying what the allegation is.
I know Jeff Bezos is such a funny way of demonstrating how he plays down his wealth. I mean, that's such a silly like way for him to do it. He probably does say that. Or didn't he say something about how like he has like a he makes like a doctor's salary or something? And no, I don't think doctors get paid millions of dollars a year. Unless they fuck, what was it? And unless you're like a crazy high-end doctor who has a lot of insane clients who pay you shitloads of money, unless you're doing like super rare like brain surgery procedures that like yeah, I'm not Elon Musk, so I'm not rich. That kind of shit. Yeah. Like I feel like he moved the goalpost of what rich is because he spent so much time demonizing wealthy people that he needs to make it so that he is not in that camp. As Kalinda said, none of this would matter if Hasan was just honest about it. I don't care that he comes from wealth, and this is only an angle of attack against Hasan because he hides it. Yeah, basically, I agree. Like, honestly, who gives a fuck? I don't care if he's rich. I don't care if he's a fucking rich socialist. I mean, for fuck's sake, I think, as Vosh frequently liked to point out, Engels was a factory owner, and Engels was probably like a rich fuck too. It's not like that mattered, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, he should just be honest about it. But he's cultivated an audience where he's demonized rich people so much that they'd probably eat him alive if he was honest about it. The fact that Hasan could quit tomorrow and he never have to work again. Yeah, I know, right?
All right. God, you lefties get so triggered.
Man position. It's actually much easier for you to argue against this idiotic position, right? And that's it. But one must ask the question why Billie Eilish is receiving this unimaginable amount of backlash. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that her advocacy started far before this last round at the Grammys. And when we all know...
Or an equivocation that doesn't mean... Are you using Guys, do not use equivocation to mean false equivalence, all right? Because I will get triggered and I won't read the rest of what you said. So retype what you're saying and don't make that mistake.
If someone comes out and says better things are possible, maybe the wealthy should give more.
Well, yeah, but you see, Missy, here's the thing. I don't agree. I don't think that Hasan is part of the proletariat. I think it's silly for him to assume that. But I guess it also depends how you define proletariat. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's kind of a silly, basically, if we define proletariat as working class, Hasan is not that. Well, yeah, of course he does labor, but so does Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos does labor too. CEOs do labor. In the Marxist view. Yeah, I know. I think that's silly though. No, in the Marxist view, bourgeois people are capital owners, I think. Mandatory. I don't even like Hasan from Chatters who always defend Hasan. Well, I mean, to be fair, Toby, Missy's saying she's steel manning Hasan. So I'm gonna take her out of I don't think Missy is like a hyper Hasan fan or whatever. I'm not, yeah. Tolstoy also raged against the rich. He never gave away his estate. Though he did live a simple life. Yeah, listen, if I had a shitload of money, I also would probably live a simple life. Are we comparing seven-figure Hasan to Jeff Bezos? Listen, Tim, the only reason why that comparison even came up is because Hasan made that comparison. I think Hasan was saying something about that because he was trying to differentiate himself from Jeff Bezos. And yeah. Also, given Hasan's age, I imagine that if he saved up his money or put it into some sort of investment account, probably by the time that he was 50 or 60 years old, he probably could be a billionaire. Because he's got a lot of cash. Noting the must sell their labor for wages to survive. Hasan could live off of dividends for the rest of his life without working another day if he wanted to by that standard. I do not think he's a proletariat, even if he technically sells his labor. Noting the must sell their labor for wages to survive. Yeah, that's fair. Listen, I don't have that deep of an understanding of Marxist theory, but I believe you, Duckbringer, because I think that you said that you've read. I don't know if you've read through whatever, but you probably get it better than. I could ask Loner about it. I feel like he would know too because he's definitely read Marx. I think. He's going to mail out Americans someday and stretch his dollar. Maybe. You know what? Maybe one day Hasan will buy his own island and go live there and stream from it. I don't know. I can't believe how much money Epstein paid for Little St. James. I thought it was going to be way more money than it was.
They receive unlimited hatred. Oftentimes not.
Socialism doesn't mean you can't have a nice house. 'Tis but a humble hut.
Not just from the super wealthy.
Well, how am I playing dumb?
Oh God, here we go. Time for Pisco to fight with his
We're gonna
chat.
stop. The entire content stops until no other says I'm playing dumb.
Oh no. Oh shit.
People are equivocating between equivocation and equation. Nice me. Who told you Hasan wants to genocide Jews? I'm not saying that. Well, some people say that he's anti-Semitic and wants that, and that's what he wants.
I don't think Hasan wants to genocide the Jews in Israel. I just think he wouldn't care if it happened. I don't know that he would say much about it. Because Hasan strikes that Hasan seems to have that fucking stupid what the fuck is the what is it, where he seems to do that thing, I'm not going to tell colonized people what to do or what to do with their colonizers or how to resist their colonizers, that kind of dumb shit. Yeah, well, yeah, because he's connecting anti-Semitism to genocide. Yeah. Tim says, sorry to be nitpicky, but doesn't it seem more likely that he's responding to criticism of comparison to someone he publicly criticizes? He's responding to a criticism of comparison to someone he honestly, maybe he is doing that. I don't know. I don't actually know exactly what the content or what the context of the I'm not Jeff Bezos shit is. But I do remember him saying shit like I live on a basic necessities budget and then saying that basically saying that he's no different than a doctor or something like that in terms of the amount of money that he makes, both of which I think are exceedingly stupid. But yeah,
I understand that Hasan is not the same thing as Jeff Bezos, and I would not say that he's the same thing. I just wish that he wouldn't like obfuscate about the amount of money that he makes. I think that's very stupid. And yeah, it's popping today. Weekends are good. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. I love streaming on weekends, and I will happily do a long ass stream. Hell, guys, maybe we might even go for 12 hours today. Really depends on the content. We'll see how much longer this can get me through. But if people want to give me more stuff, you know, he lives like a doctor. Dr. Distrust Juice. Slop Saturdays. Oh, Slop Saturdays. That's a good one. Yeah. Because I am definitely yeah, that's not a bad, you know, like to do like that kind of drama slop or whatever. As long as it's political adjacent drama slop, I will happily do like drama slop shit, you know. And I would consider talking about like this kind of behind the scenes stuff to be drama slop. Oh, by the way, Missy, are you in my Discord? Because you were saying we were going to fight about IP stuff later. If you want to come on voice and do it, then I'm okay with that. I find that more interesting than arguing in chat. Yes, I don't use Discord a lot, though. That's fine. Have you looked into the D'Angelo versus Caleb Hammer drama? No, I haven't. I don't know what that's about. Oh, sorry, I don't do VCs. Damn it. Sorry, I'm always eager to find people to argue with. I should find out if Doobie is around, because I don't know where he went or what happened with that. Just because that I wanted to argue with him about Russia, Ukraine. And I'd also like to have another argument with him about the ethno-state shit, because I don't know. I guess he just doesn't agree. I guess that like Doobie just doesn't have any kind of pragmatism. Doobie had to save his Doobie bucks. Doobie's got a lot of Doobie bucks. I don't think he needed to save them. That would be good content, true. Listen, I need to find more Russia simps to debate. Or like, yes, I need to find the Vatniks.
As president, he would like nuke Israel or do that. I actually did have that conversation with somebody, so I don't remember who, but I do remember having it. You're acting like there was something that should be responded to. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Invite that some troll 6767 guy from Loner Cord. He's a Russia simp. Wait, did that guy leave Loner Cord? Chud simps or tanky simps? I don't know either. Doobie is a raging anti-Semite. Why would he care that Israel helps Jews? I mean, Johan, I know that you say that or whatever, but like maybe. Last I saw, he was posting cookies in GBJ. Maybe I'll. Dr. Disjuspect was right there. True.
I'm making a false equivalence between equivocation and false equivalence. Yeah. True.
The Yankee Tanky is a ridiculously stupid person, but yeah, Call Me Mod is different than Russia Simp. Oh, I thought the Russia Simp wasn't there. I need to message him though.
Who's the no other guy? No other.
D'Angelo did a video / stream about Hammer, and Hammer immediately did a 4-hour stream about it. Papagut has a bridge and reacted to it. I don't know if I care about that. The Discord link is in the stream description. Fable the Cable. Oh right, Spider. I'm sorry I didn't respond to you saying that you're a Hasan fan. I mean, you're not really, but you might. Spider, do you watch Hasan in order to clip farm? Because it would not surprise me if you did. I mean, I probably would think. Listen, guys, when I say I'm gonna do slop, I'm interested in potentially doing slop, but I don't really want to do slop that's just straight up drama, because like these two content creators are fighting over it. The reason why I find the Ethan versus Hasan war shit interesting is because that is politically adjacent slop. That is slop that is like it's coming about as a result of a political disagreement. And also anything related to Pisco and all the stuff, the arguments between him and Hutch about like gatekeeping leftists and stuff relating to like Pisco's opinions on Hasan or whatever, I would consider that to be like drama slop-ish, but it's all politically adjacent. And that's really, yeah, I like political themed drama slop. I don't really care about like, you know, other kinds of drama slop. It's not really interesting to me. Politics is just drama if you really think about it. True. That's also why one of my favorites is when Addie comes in here and she gives me the updates about the insane state of Israeli politics, because Israel politics is basically like the fucking Real Housewives of Tel Aviv. Like, that's how childish all of these people are, and I think that's funny.
We want no other to comment. I'm playing dumb.
Trump is the king of slop, true. So is Asmongold.
Yeah, it might have been that Loner Box mod, yeah. Forget which one. The Lion of Zion or something?
It was me. I was the Loner Box mod. Real Housewives of Netanya, true.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out the...
Wait, hold on. What was it? Oh, the Hasan is anti...
Yeah, it might have been that
Does he
Loner
think
Box...
you're David? No. Oh, no. I never said that like that I thought that Hasan wanted to nuke Israel. If he heard that, that was probably from David. Because I know that David has talked to Pisco.
Box mod, yeah. Forget which one. The Lion of Zion or something?
Oh my god, everybody thinks David is a mod. Yes, Pisco has talked to David, yes. I think he's talked to him a couple of times. Please someone let him know David is not a mod. I love how Marucci is just like you're like so offended at this notion, and it's just like, Jesus, please no. Everyone needs to know that David is not a mod. Just like everybody needs to know that Spider is not a mod. He does not represent us. Wait, you got banned from IRI Discord this morning, Felrunner? What did you do? Why do you keep making like IRI mad? Linda has always been Jewish. She's trying to gaslight us. No, I haven't. Believe me. If I was, then I would know way more about other stuff. No, Spider is a real mod and editor for Loner. True. Spider is actually the secret editor.
Maybe.
I may have inadvertently called a mod a coward. I stand by it. Oof, disrespecting the moderators. That'll get you banned real fast. Spider is the chief propaganda minister.
I'm just pointing out the communist bit. Where is that guy? No other. We're waiting. Everyone's waiting for you to say it.
Stretching out my fingers to hit that ban button on Felrunner. What Loner Box mods, yeah. Wait, you were adding IRI directly when you called a mod a coward? Oh, Jesus, why would you do that?
Am I playing dumb? We're about to go to the Baby Settlers thing, and then we'll go to some other greatest hits. This is me.
Okay, what would we consider Hasan's greatest hits, chat? Like Tim or Missy, what do you guys think that that are like the things that people mention the most when it comes to Hasan? Like people who hate Hasan. What do you think those things are? I, as a certified Hasan hater, although I don't consider myself to have Hasan derangement syndrome, oh well, what a Weasley little liar dude is a meme. But what do you think? Oh yeah, the dog getting shocked is obviously yes, it's Colorgate now, but what else do you think? Like, what other things? America Deserved 9/11 is another one. I enjoy when he did the interview where he said criticism rolls off his back and he paved his own road. Yes, that was very funny. It was also very stupid. His Crimea River comment in Ukrainian circles, at least. Oh, yes, that's right. Where he said that it was fine for Russia to take over Crimea because lots of ethnic Russians live there. That was pretty cringe. Oh yeah, when he shouted at a trans person and he said that he hoped that their life would be like miserable because they dared to be critical of him. Oh, adding a senator with a gun that was used to kill a former Japanese PM. Yeah, that's another one. Calling Dylan a war tourist. Yeah, he did do that. The Rick Scott thing. Yep. What do you mean, Maruzzi? What? He did what to a senator? He added or quote no, I think he quote tweeted Lindsey Graham with nothing more than the picture of the gun that was used to kill Shinzo Abe. Like it was like a diagram of it. Oh yeah, wait, oh the black people comment. Yeah, that shit was pretty bad. He said Dylan forced Ukrainians to watch his content to go after him. True. Him being racist to a black chatter. Yep, that's another one. Also, the video with the Vietnamese lady. Yes, that was pretty bad. The Crimea stuff was so stupid. His justification was the base in Sevastopol. Truly perplexing stuff. Yeah, I know. Oh, was it Senator Tom Cotton? Was Senator Tom Cotton was encouraging like people running over protesters? That was it. Yeah. Luigi and Shinzo Abe killer worshippers are some of the most annoying fucking people on the internet. I agree with you, Noble Cactus. Him crashing out with that Vietnamese lady, yes. And then also all of the various instances of him defending terrorist organizations, or playing their propaganda on his stream uncritically without comment. Yeah, he did tweet that in response, Missy. I know. I mean, I don't think that it was good that senator said that, but I also feel like Hasan responding that way was not great either. That was just like, or actually, you know what? Let me rephrase that. That was like fucking insane edgelord level shit, which is, that's fine, whatever. Like, I feel like that's something that Destiny might do, honestly. But yeah, or the interview with that Houthi kid, who everyone denies is a Houthi kid. The Anne Frank comments, yeah, like him defending the Houthis, like again and again, in his fucking like in his debate with Ethan. Yeah. I think his denying the October 7th rapes is a pretty big one. Telling Jews to go back to Iraq, yes. Oh, the whole J-Dam bombing the hospital episode? Yeah, that's another one, true. Just in time for me to leave in 5 minutes, too. Wait, there's who, Maruzzi? Hasan's response will literally get you a visit from the FBI. That's it. I mean, yeah, you're right, it could. Oh, Ogre Boy? Oh, you put something that Destiny might do? What do you mean? Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's something that he might do. I don't know if he would actually do that. I'm not sure if he's ever done anything like that edgy, like in terms of like something that could basically be seen as a call for violence against like a U.S. elected official. Like I mean, a much more blatant call for violence than his whole "I hope somebody does it" shit. Like he does like I think a lot of coded calls for violence, but or not even necessarily called. I don't know, but he does a lot of Fed posting. We'll just say. Also calling the Crimean Bridge attack a war crime. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was really fucking dumb. He posted the "if only that somebody did it" shit from the TikTok trend about Trump last week. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, Ogre Boy. I'm saying that like he does it in this kind of coded way. And I feel like posting the picture of that gun was a little bit more overt than just a coded call for violence. Yes, Destiny did laugh at the firefighter being killed, but that's a different thing than what I'm talking about here, trans rights crap. That's him just saying like, I feel like it's different to say, I think it's funny when this megatard gets killed and I don't feel any sympathy for him. I think there's a difference between saying that and saying this Magatard deserved to get killed, and more Magatards should get killed, you know? Like, there's a moral difference between those two things. Destiny said, I think you could justify violence against Hasan off the back of this. Off the back of what? The gun tweet? Maybe, yeah. I remember that he said that about Hasan, but yeah. I'm sure your outlook has nothing to do with one of them lets you on stream and the other doesn't. I mean, no, Ogre Boy, not really. It actually doesn't have anything to do with that. But you can make that claim if you want to. No, Hasan does not do call-ins. Has Kalinda reached out to Hasan? Hasan would never talk to me. Hasan won't talk to... Actually, you know what? Maybe he would if I baited him hard enough, but I don't think so, because I don't think that he does that. Like, Hasan does not do call-ins at all. Like, that's a huge difference. I mean, yeah, I wound up with perms to go into Destiny's room, but I literally just asked for them nicely, and then like he gave them to me. That was it. And I've gone on there like once since I've gone on there twice since he did that. And the second time was basically the same day that he gave me those perms. Hasan won't talk to Dylan or Loner. Yeah, of course not, because he knows that they know things. Oh, you gave me Hasan clips? Which Hasan clips did you give me, Spider? Oh, someone else posted other things. DHS agent defends murder in unhinged debate. Wait, Pisco and Irrelevant debated a DHS agent? Hasan talks about Asian people being dogs to white people. Oh yeah, I've seen these clips, Spider, but I mean, we can play them, you know, as part of the greatest hits shit, but... How about his being a slut for China arc? Yeah, he's currently in that arc. I love that. I actually have a lot of terrible tattoos from Puddle. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. Ogre Boy's in chat, which means that everybody has to talk to him about his tattoos.
Doing my duty as a lib.
Okay.
I'd rather like talk about Trump and stuff, but not responding. It's another one of those situations like when you say, you said he was an obstruction because he's a physical obstruction, like a treason obstruction, as opposed to the obstruction. It's an equivocation. It's like when someone says nobody's illegal. What, you mean that there's no such thing as an...
Spider, how many people have called you a propagandist? Jeez, is that like a thing that you're just collecting?
Someone who violates the law to... No.
Oh wait, I remember when Ogre called you a propagandist, because I reacted to that stream. That was funny. Canadians don't have a problem with China. Stop forcing American foreign policy down our throat, Epic. Listen, Dante, I have a problem with China. I don't like China. China's not good. Spider, I think that you should just embrace being a propagandist for Lonerbox and just make it a meme, okay? Don't get, like, mad. I don't like China, but I think Carney is making the right decision. He probably is, because it's largely made out of pragmatism. I don't know. No, Spider, I think that you get too upset about this kind of shit. Oh, you're Canadian too, Missy? Interesting.
Like, they're making a different point. You seem like an idiot when you don't respond to it. That's kind of just my opinion, though.
Human beings are human beings. Deciding arbitrarily that one human being is illegal and not worthy of living on the same soil as you is idiotic. That's the reason why people say nobody is illegal. The reason why they add unstolen...
It's so funny that he says that, as he basically advocates for a solution that would probably result in a lot of Israelis getting ejected from their land for what I would argue is arbitrary reasons, based on like this dumb shit about how they don't belong there, because Palestinians are like because like indigeneity only begins when they say that it begins. You know, wait, who said hi real Loner Box, Toby? Is Loner actually in here and am I just not seeing him? Or are you just kidding? Yeah, I know it's justice to him. Oh no, Jesus. Okay, yeah, it's Spider. Oh wait, oh, do people still mistake Spider for Loner? Yeah, Toby is referencing Loner Unboxed. Yeah, Loner Unboxed is Spider. He's a member of the Loner Box community. Good one, said JM.
Land.
Yeah, or they're making the point, and Hasan just said it right there, that they think that those laws are unjust. Whatever laws would designate one as such to be unjust. And like somehow hypocritical given the history or some shit. I agree with parts of that, but not all of it. And I obviously don't agree with if you saw the conversation with me and Nate, we don't agree with a lot of the Immigration Nationality Act. We think it's like terrible. But yeah, that's another point that people would make is in addition to the language, the normative view against the current status of the law. And by just being like, oh, I get to burglarize your home, that isn't really addressing what they're saying, right? You're intentionally trying to not understand them.
Is to highlight the hypocrisy that our ancestors came here and actually conducted a genocide on the indigenous population.
Hey, Ogre Boy. Hey, Spider. Do you guys want to come on my stream and argue about whether Spider's a propagandist? Listen, Ogre, it probably wouldn't be a serious conversation. Do you guys want to like just come in here and just argue for the lols? You know, it would be funny.
And now they've decided to enclose the same areas that we actually dominated.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's hypocritical. So I don't even agree necessarily that it's hypocritical, just to be clear. But that is the view, right?
Spider has an AI voice changer. One of those voices is Netanyahu.
Spider does have an AI voice changer. It's true. I think the Netanyahu voice is actually probably one of the better ones. It's just a disagreement on the definition of propaganda. Stop it, Missy. Stop it. Don't cuck my content. Come on, Ogre, do you want to come on and argue with Spider? It would be funny. Netanyahu's speech patterns and cadence are very easy to make fun of. True, it absolutely is. They absolutely are. Although I don't think Spider has actually no, sometimes he does, because sometimes he'll like argue with it. But yeah. Oh, Barabbas, I said thank you for the $5. If I didn't say that yet, sorry. Also, one sec. Spider versus Ogre. It would just be entertaining. The Israeli politician monotone. Wait, is this like a thing that other Israeli politicians talk like too? Maybe I just haven't heard enough of them. I'll be back one sec. Wait, is the TTS doubled? Did it like double? Is that a thing that happened? Who's that one guy Loner used to do impressions of again? Daniel Hagari. He used to be the IDF spokesperson, and he would make video, or he would like appear in videos. Yeah.
Through war and destruction,
because you like initially take something, therefore you can never. It's never justified to exclude others.
I cannot take someone seriously if they say are for Palestinian liberation, but not for Tibetan liberation. True, or for Crimean or Ukrainian liberation. Or I guess Donetsk and Luhansk liberation.
I don't have that view. I don't think that there's hypocrisy entailed there, but it is a view, right?
Use others the same opportunity that our ancestors also took advantage of.
And saying something like, "Oh, go into your house," doesn't take that view down a peg. It doesn't address it.
Initially, when they came here, even if they did not participate in the ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population. And that's what that argument is. It shouldn't actually require you to sit down and really, really reconsider what this simple message looks like. But the main point here is that nobody's illegal. It's that simple. The concept of illegality,
okay, that's not, oh, there we go,
around a human being over another is completely arbitrary, completely made up. People are just people.
I mean, yeah, that's like every law. We get it. But I think it's kind of silly to say that like, yeah, sure, you want to say that nobody is illegal. Yeah, inherently illegal immigrants are not like illegal as people. It's not illegal for them to exist. It just means that like they came into the United States illegally. That's all. It means that like they didn't like do the immigration shit the proper way. That's all that means. Oh, come here. Hello. Hi. Hi, baby. Now I can give you all those pets that people paid for. Yeah, I mean, like saying no one is illegal on stolen lands or whatever, that's like some insanely soy leftist shit that I don't think is really going to resonate. Like, the actual answer is these people should be given citizenship, you know? It's not arbitrary, it's illegal because it's bad because we say so. It doesn't refute what he's saying. I'm not, what? No, I'm just saying that, like, listen, but if you're going to use that logic, every law is basically like fucking arbitrary. But, and also I think that's stupid logic. The reason why it's stupid logic, Ogre Boy, is because that, you don't, like, I think that saying that, that coming into the country illegally should be a thing is fair. You do want to have some kind of border controls. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ogre. I know. You want to have some border controls. Like, you don't want to just let anybody come into your country. You should probably be checking people. It's not a bad thing to do that. And if somebody crosses the border without going through those checks, then they have like committed a misdemeanor. They have broken the laws of your country. They have entered your country illegally. That's all that means. And like, yeah, it doesn't mean that they are inherently illegal as a person or whatever. But I don't know. I think it's such a silly response when you're talking about illegal immigration. What you should actually say is that if these people have not committed any crimes, like particular, or rather mostly any violent crimes, then they should be given a path to citizenship, especially if they are productive members of society. So, you know, if they have jobs and families and they put down roots and they've lived like in America for many, many years, then they should be able to become citizens. And then you should make it easier for people to immigrate, like legally, so that people don't feel any kind of incentive to come in illegally. Which right now the incentive to do so is because it takes fucking ever to get US citizenship. It's like 10 years or longer. And it's so stupid. And then after that, people who come in illegally, after you've closed the loopholes and made it easier, then after that point, then like illegals shouldn't automatically get amnesty if they come in illegal. Because you're making it possible, you know? It's a distinction that we have changed over time for reasons that have nothing to do with scarcity. The onus becomes proving why it's necessary to go more strenuous and that it wasn't arbitrary. Wait, how is it arbitrary to say that like you didn't come into the law or you didn't come into the country, that you didn't cross the border illegally instead of like going through the proper channels? Why is that? Why is that why is it what? I don't understand. Like, the world has changed. And it's become considerably easier for people to come to places now. The world has gotten a lot smaller than it used to, or than it used to be. It used to be like a lot of work in order for people to travel from one place to another. It used to take way longer. But now it doesn't take that long at all. You can do it in a matter of hours, not days. And because it's therefore easier, then yeah, you're probably going to, you know, you're going to want to be checking people. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Because the number of people coming is also probably going to increase. I should go to the Persian market nearby tomorrow, based.
Now I think that Hasan isn't. I mean, like all these categories are kind of arbitrary in the sense of humans made them up. But is that what we mean by arbitrary? Just human made it up? Then it seems like now you're doing the reverse, the reverse equivocation. So this, I don't like this explanation. The first part of the explanation I thought was good. This part I think sucks. Just because something, it doesn't mean it's arbitrary. I mean, the laws are passed and premised on a set of conditions and a set of processes. And in virtue of that is what makes people want to call these people illegal.
All of these undocumented migrants are living on U.S. soil and have similar.
Now, if you say the laws themselves are arbitrary, then you get into like, well, not the laws were presumably passed with some object in mind, some purpose. And I will actually agree with Hasan that some of the laws are arbitrary or they have contradictions, which makes it seem.
I think it's the second one, Duckbringer. I think it's that things are just underfunded. If you want to say intentionally underfunded that was probably another thing. You know, like the Republicans, as I understand it, have done a lot of shit to break the federal government, make many things like just not work properly. They did it with the Postal Service, and they've done it with other things. Yeah, like by like cutting funding to a whole bunch of things.
More arbitrary. So if that's the point, I understand it, but I think I'm giving a lot of credit there.
Your dreams to yourself and your family and your neighbors. Many of them are your neighbors.
Also, I agree, Leah. I do think that, like, I think that that's shitty. Yeah, America needs workers. America needs people. People want to come to America. You should let those people in as long as like they haven't committed any crimes or whatever. Let them come in.
They contribute to the
same thing with here.
Forces. They play an incredibly important role, and they do so with.
This is just a pro-immigrant argument now.
They do so for horrifyingly low and inhumane wages.
But in general, based pro-immigration rhetoric, and I support immigration, and so
True.
You know, I'm nitpicking, I'm picking, but I do think it's based pro-immigration rhetoric.
And I believe the real solution here is to make sure that they get the proper documentation and also help them engage in the proper advocacy, organize in their workplaces, so they can take a larger share of the output that they put out there.
There's a little communism thing there.
Pro tip for highest quality PBS: allow yourself to chat on.
And that kind of sounds like you're wanting them to contribute. You want the law to be motivated as to promote a particular view of the array of labor, which is, I don't think necessarily contrary to my values in some sense, right? The NLRB takes that kind of view, and other statutes that we've passed.
Which view?
Workers' rights are based. We don't necessarily need worker co-ops in order for workers to have rights, but if workers want to have co-ops, or if people want to have worker co-ops, that's cool. That's not, I don't think that's a bad concept. I just don't necessarily agree with forcing everybody to do it. Thoughts on Bill saying, I have called for the full release of the Epstein files. I have provided a sworn statement of what I know, and just this week I've agreed to appear in person before the committee, but it's not enough for the Republicans on the wait, who you're talking about Bill Gates? I don't know. What else would they want from him? I don't even know the extent to which Bill Gates is in the Epstein files. Like, I don't know what's in there. Did he just like talk to him? Did he go to the island? Is there evidence that Bill Gates did anything? Oh, you're talking about Bill Clinton. Okay. I mean, of course it's not enough for the House Republicans, because they fucking hate Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is like a figure who is despised on the right wing. Like, yeah, no, it won't be enough for them. They're gonna try to like go in on him super fucking hard.
High quality video stream on YouTube. Okay, and also subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. It's a voluntary subscription, but you can do so if you would like to.
All right, fuck it. We're jumping to the other thing.
Once again. But in any case, let's continue.
It's all fake. I mean, yesterday when Billie Eilish said what she said, I mean, you all unfortunately saw that video that went crazily viral, but...
Well, I would say definitely more
understandable.
Clinton was the most right wing Dem too. Well, I mean, yeah, it was the 90s, obviously. So he was not as it was a different time. And like the Democrats had moved further to the right, but I would argue that they have definitely moved back to being more center left than Clinton was. Enough talk about workers' rights. I want to talk about workers' wrongs. True.
Definitely more apt to be sympathetic. Then I'd pick something more random. So let's pick some.
Exactly, having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of
at least for the military.
the fucking.
Oh, okay. So they're listening to the. This is the deprogram.
By the way, hold on.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Missy and Tim, if you guys are still in here, I need you guys to answer a question for me because you guys watch Pisco a lot. Has anybody shown Pisco the clip of Hasan on the Deprogram podcast where he basically talks about how he is hiding his power level and wearing a mask in order to radicalize people? And how like he just kind of LARPs as a social democrat in order to like push people further and like, you know, yeah. Has anybody shown Pisco that clip of Hasan? Because I feel like that is like a really important clip to understanding Hasan. And if Pisco hasn't seen it, that's not good. But yeah, if either one of you guys know, or like, well, actually more Missy, or anybody else who's in here who watches Pisco a lot. Not that clip specifically, no. Well, that sucks. Somebody should show that to him. Because like that clip is incredibly damning.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're
Okay.
babies.
So I just want to.
Yeah. Okay. Back up. Let's back up. This was their old podcast that they did together, right?
And turned a blind eye to Israel not following their commitments on.
Fully.
What's the date of this too?
It's like right after October 7th. I bet that he has seen it. There's no way he has avoided it for 3 years. I mean, maybe he has, but I don't know if anybody has forced him, or that if he has watched it on his stream.
Let's get the date. The leftovers. Why was it called leftovers? They're left. Self-deprecating thing. This is October 12th, 2023.
Yep.
This is what? Less than a week after?
Yep.
Okay, that's the context.
I remember that Ethan and definitely knows people in Israel, and Hila definitely knows people in Israel. Yeah, okay. He's either not seen it. By the way, it's possible that Pisco just hasn't seen it. I watch him all the time, and I'll send it. I mean, if you want to, Ogre Boy, I don't know why you would like. Mind you, like the entire point of someone showing that to him would be to like show him that like Hasan is not our friend, or Hasan is not a friend of liberals, which I think ought to be pretty fucking obvious given how much Hasan talks about how much he hates liberals all the time. The issue is that I don't think many of you are smart enough to know what he's doing. Wait, to know what who's doing, Ogre Boy. Are you talking about Pisco? I know exactly what Pisco is doing. With regards to engaging with leftists, Pisco is trying to take a softer touch in order to convince leftists that vote blue no matter who is a good idea. And Ogre Boy, you specifically said to Hutch that Pisco was able to convince you that you should have voted for Kamala. Like, yeah, I understand that's what Pisco is doing. My issue is that I think that he is being really naive about these people, in the sense that like I don't think that he fully understands the fact that these people are not actually like, and when I say these people, I'm not talking about like their audiences. I'm talking about people themselves, like the people like the Vanguard. I feel like Pisco doesn't understand the extent to which these people are not friends of liberals, and that they are actually enemies of liberals, and that they hate liberals. And that their entire goal is to basically change the Democratic Party from the inside to make it all more socialist. And a lot of it is based on like stuff that I think is bullshit, like this weird belief that inside every American is like just a a little red bird that's just waiting to like fly free, because all Americans are actually secretly super far left progressives and they just don't know it yet, which I think is very silly. Pisco being pedantic again. Oh no, don't worry, he will. My hot take is Hasan LARPs as a commie and is actually just a democratic socialist, but he just can't say no to further leftists who sweet talk his ass. You know what? Honestly, Fable, that might be true. Maybe that is true. Although I don't think it's that he can't say no to far leftists. It would be that he's just audience captured at this point, and he just can't stop himself, or like he doesn't want to take the heat with regards to his audience. He's cultivated an audience of insane people. That being said, even if that's true, he still has crazy ass views on stuff like Israel, Palestine, and Russia, Ukraine. Like I think he actually does believe that stuff.
Agree with what you
Okay, hold on. Just a sec, guys, because I need to feed the kitty. See, I don't believe people that didn't vote for Kamala that got convinced by Pisco that was a bad decision without them denouncing the concepts that gave them their original conclusion to. Listen, you know what, Dense Pixel? That is also a fair point as well, too. But I don't know how much that's actually going to change. I feel like that's something that you would have to talk to Ogre Boy about. And I don't know, Ogre Boy seems kind of adverse to debating or whatever, because otherwise, I think it would be really interesting to set up some sort of a thing where, like, if Ogre Boy wanted to, or if Ogre wanted to, he could totally like come on my stream and like take on various members of my audience, like if he was up for that, or like listen to people like, like, I mean, fuck, Ogre, if you actually wanted exposure, you know what you should do? You should ask Wick if you can do an Ogre Boy versus the world. Because I think that like you would probably like get a lot of exposure from that. I know that you don't necessarily care about like making it as a streamer or whatever, but yeah, that's something you could do. And you'd probably, I'm sure that there would be people who would talk to you and it would be entertaining. We want Kalinda versus the world. Listen, Bob, sweet Bob, when I get big enough and I've pissed enough people off, I absolutely would do that. We can work that out. Your stream, maybe. Don't care about collabing with Loner, Wick, or Loner Boy. Okay, all right, sure. I don't know why you're making this weird exception for me, but sure. Maybe is it because I'm also a small fry? I don't know. You're monetized now. Yeah, I know, but I'm not that big. Listen, I don't even have, or rather, I haven't like gotten enough people's attention and made enough people mad. Once I do, then yes, I will absolutely tell Wick that I would be down to do that. If once I start pissing off people and people start getting mad, you haven't shown what meets my metric for bad faith. Oh, okay. By the way, I'm actually curious. I would love to see you tell me, or Loner asked me Loner really wanted you to give an example of what he did that was bad faith. But anyway, or he wanted you to give an example of what he did that was bad faith. So, Missy, the reason why people think Pisco sweeps for tankies is because that, fuck, Destiny gave a really good example of this last night. Oh, Ogre thinks that Loner is bad faith, but I don't think anybody necessarily knows like why, or yeah, or Loner doesn't know why, and he wanted an example. But anyway, hold on. Let me just I'll be right back. I need to feed the kitty, and I'm gonna keep playing this, and I'm gonna still be able to listen. Using an appendix that screams results inconclusives in order to dismiss the accounts of doctors that have seen gaping chest wounds with their own eyes. Are you talking about in the conversation that he had with me, or that he had with you on my stream? Also, by the way, Ogre, I just want to say that just because that doctors have seen gunshot wounds or whatever, doesn't mean that doctors are ballistics experts who can identify whether or not somebody was killed by a sniper rifle. All they can tell is that this was unless that doctor is also a fucking firearms enthusiast, they aren't gonna know.
said. Like, again, it's
Was
important.
this the last episode? 1.7 million views.
He dispenses Hasan and the Vanguard more than he does his fellow liberal Hutch. I mean, like, in some ways he does, yeah. Or, like, I think he kind of, I think that's because that he has lots of people in his chat who attack him. Prime even did a all-white everything panel for Wick as a contrast to his all-black everything through. That was funny. I thought that was entertaining. That was kind of a funny thing. People going bad faith or lie or and whatever when you ask what was it and they can't answer. Well, yeah. I mean, listen, I would have to look at that table again because I was fucking tired when that shit came out. Anyway, I'm gonna keep playing this. I'll be right back.
Everyone to acknowledge that Hamas is the result of, you know, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. And it's just, you're right. If you, I think it's obvious, but I guess.
Wait. So is he saying that he agrees that Hamas is the result of?
Requires you to treat Palestinians with dignity. Are still the Palestinians. It's not Hamas, and there's no way to effectively neuter or destroy Hamas.
I mean, I think that part of what Hasan is saying is true in the sense that, like, there's absolutely things that Israel does that basically just plays into Hamas's hands and makes Palestinians more radical. Things like continuing the settlements. Don't need to be, and you're still saying this means you've never looked into it. Are you talking about me, Ogre, or I mean, I think that Loner's issue with that whole doctors thing is that he like or is that it seemed like those doctors were ideologically driven from the very start. I mean, because one of them was like fucking Mark Perlmutter, who definitely told lies about what was in the hospital. But listen, okay, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna tell you that, like, no, I haven't like looked into that shit a shitload. Right now, I am deep. No, Avi, I don't want to argue with him about this, okay? I have no desire. Now, if Ogreboy wants to come on stream and he wants to argue with people from chat, then I'll be back down from that anyway. I have no idea, Missy. I don't know. Like, not really, not necessarily. Or rather, no, Loner's take on that was, I thought, pretty reasonable. It was that, like, yeah, he recognized that it's entirely possible, that it's pretty likely that, yeah, some of those kids were killed by IDF sniper fire. But, like, he just didn't agree with the maximalist take that all of those children were intentionally shot by a crack team of IDF of an IDF squad of child murdering snipers or whatever, which is what people were making it out to be. And the fact that he disagreed with that meant that everybody came after him and yelled at him about it. And, like, it seemed like, and I guess, like, people just thought that apparently it's impossible to, like, recognize, you know, that people can be killed by ricochets or that there are other things like that. But yeah, I'll be right back. Actually, hold on.
With an endless bombing campaign in Gaza, the only way to destroy the influence that Hamas has is by starving it out. And I don't mean literally by starving the entire Gaza Strip. Starving Hamas and ridding it of its influence requires you to treat Palestinians with dignity and offer them equality and follow through on the former promises that the international community has made.
Okay, he might be hiding power level here, but what I'm hearing here is that I think it's implied that an objective here is to take Hamas's power away, and that the way to do that is X, Y, or Z.
There's ways that can be done without, like, a fucking one-state solution, by the way. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Again, that's just out of context of the broader set of beliefs, just in context of here.
And turned a blind eye to Israel not following their commitments on.
Fully agree with what you said.
Totally agree. Okay, so Ethan is expressing agreement with that sentiment. The sentiment being that the way to end Hamas is to make right by the Palestinian people and deprive them of the kind of fuel, the ideological fuel perhaps, or the fuel that only oppression might bring about. So there's an agreement here.
Said, like, again, it's important for everyone to acknowledge that Hamas is the result of, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians.
So Ethan here agrees that Hamas is at least causally related to Israel's treatment of Palestinians. So there's an agreement here.
And it's just, you're right. I think it's obvious, but I guess people don't want to confront it. But the obvious solution.
He says it's obvious, and the obvious solution
is to don't give them a reason to turn to terrorists.
Okay.
Pretty obvious. But there it is. Here's Marco Rubio. There can be no ceasefire, negotiated solutions, or peaceful coexistence with depraved barbarians who murder teenage girls, children, the elderly, and then dump them in the streets of Gaza so bloodthirsty crowds can desecrate their bodies. Hamas must be eradicated, and Israel must respond disproportionately, in all caps, to this and any future attacks from the enemy. I mean, what he's doing here is, like, the Hamas murderers are 1,000% barbarians who murdered children, teenage girls, which specifically he has a problem with. He goes, who murdered teenage girls? What about teenage boys? We don't care about them. Just like, it's a weird focus. What, right? Anytime.
Also true, like weird.
A little odd.
Anytime you call out teenage girls, and in any context, I'm going to raise an eyebrow.
Check his hard drive.
He just likes them,
Yeah. By the way,
But to finish my point, he was saying he's conflating Hamas, who are bloodthirsty murderers, to justify killing Palestinians.
This is right after October. Ethan, I think credit to him, is recognizing that the crimes of the group of Hamas don't necessarily extend to root and stem the Palestinian.
Disproportionately. And again, like, I don't know if they, like, the videos that I saw that made me emotional before of the Palestinian dad, with his daughter, holding her like this, like she was like gray and fucking dead, like an 8-month-old baby, like a beautiful newborn, innocent, beautiful child. Like, I don't know if and he's this man. I don't know if Marco Rubio has ever seen anything like that, or if it would change him. But I can't imagine that seeing that would not have an impact on these fucking ghouls to see what they're actually wishing for.
It might not be impactful for Marco Rubio, but it certainly would be impactful for many people who are completely oblivious to what's going on, which is precisely the reason why that never gets any coverage. This isn't to say that, like, Israeli civilian casualties are.
He's referencing Palestinian babies being killed.
By the way, I just want to say, that, like, I don't know why, like, yeah, okay, it's good for, like, in case Pisco wasn't aware, and I feel like this is something that everybody should fucking understand, especially any Hasan fans in here. Ethan is not some crazy hardcore far-right Zionist on this issue. Ethan is pro-Palestine. He wants 2 states. He just is critical of Hamas, which for some reason seems to piss off, like, Hasan fans to no end. And because he cares about anti-Semitism and the way in which pro-Pally people, yeah. Like, Missy, why aren't you a fan of Ethan anymore? My sister was a trauma surgeon at a very busy city hospital. After a while could tell what caliber the bullet was, but it definitely took time and experience. I mean, like, yeah, that's fair. I don't know if, like, being able to tell what caliber the bullet is exactly the same thing necessarily as being able to say with 100% fucking certainty that, like, that bullet was fired from a sniper rifle or some shit like that, or rather a scoped rifle, because there's actually technically no such thing as a sniper rifle. I think he is using copyright law to censor criticism against him. I'm not cool with that. Oh, okay. I don't agree. I don't think that was why he was doing it. I don't think it was because to censor criticism. I think he was going after people who were being insanely who were basically cheerleading a group of individuals who were doing insane shit to him and who essentially like greenlit that shit. That's what I think. That is what I think that that's what I think that Ethan was doing with that. You can say that that's bad if you want or whatever, but I do not think that Ethan was like I don't like the framing of that of he was just trying to silence criticism. No, he wasn't trying to silence criticism. He was specifically going after a group of people who had been engaged in insane levels of harassment against both him and his wife, and who called CPS on him and like sent skulls to his house and fucking doxed him and all this other shit. It had nothing to do with the fact that they were critical of him. It's because these people wouldn't fucking leave him alone, and they were also constantly lying about him and his beliefs to an insane degree. Like, I'm sorry, but saying that Ethan is like a disgusting Zionist and that his wife is like an evil baby killer, these are not like, that's not criticism. You're just like fucking smearing people. Did Denham's, Frogan, and Casey Tron call CPS on him or send skulls to his house? No, but people in their audiences did. That entire snark sphere did. And by the way, Denham's broadcast the bad empanada lies about Ethan, about Ethan's kids crawling all over his house and like getting and eating shit and all this other dumb crap. And she agreed with it. Even if you accept it's not criticism, I still think it's free speech. Okay. Jesus Christ, you realize that free speech is not, doesn't like, you can't just say whatever you want. Like, free speech, yes, thank you, Jesus, I was just about to say that. Free speech is not freedom from consequences. If they lie, he should sue them for defamation. Yeah, but that's probably much harder to do, and that's likely the reason why he didn't do it, and instead he did the copyright thing. If it's free speech, then they have a perfect legal defense. Like, if you want to say that he should have done that, probably, but the problem with that is that it is, because he's a public figure, defamation is going to be way harder. And yeah, they did steal his content, and they rewatched it, and they declared their intent to do so. And I think that that's part of why he did it. I think it's wrong to use copyright law that way. That's fine. You can say that. Like, I don't even necessarily care about that. Like I said, I'm on the fence about that. I don't really have a strong opinion, but I do understand why he did it. And I think it's very silly to frame it as he just went after people who were critical of him, because that's not what they were doing. Okay. These people were smearing him and defaming him. And they were like cheerleading a group of people who were fucking harassing the shit out of him in incredibly like unhinged ways. And yeah, I just, if you want to say that he should have gone after them in a different way. Did you get rated by leftists? No, Avi, these are all probably people from Pisco's stream or some people from Loner's stream. Actually, that's not even true. There's not even that many people in here. It's mostly just Missy. And like there might be some others. Like Kilotonics, maybe? I don't know. What do you mean? I can't substantiate what kilotonics? I just said I don't really have a position on the fucking on whether or not he was misusing the legal system. I don't even really care about that. That's not what I mean. All I'm saying is that I fucking understand why he would do that. And yes, I can't substantiate what? Are you going to say that I can't substantiate the fact that like that Caseytron, Denham's, and Frogan's communities are full of like fucking snarker people? Like, you really think not? Like there's a bunch of overlap between those people and Hasan's audiences, and like a whole bunch of H3 snarker fans are now just Hasan fans. I think it's also probably fairly fair to say that a lot of Destiny snarkers, that there's a great deal of overlap between them and Hasan fans. But they're not all the same group of people. But like, yeah, I feel like I can say like it's just, and the reason why I say that too is because of my interactions with them. Because that night that my stream got brigaded by like those fucking snarkers came on my stream, both of those people, or at least one of those people, was both an H3 snarker and a Destiny snarker. So the streamers are responsible for every one of their fans. Yeah, kind of. I will quote Denims. Your chat is a reflection of you. If you're out there like signal boosting a video from like from an unhinged, insane, psychopathic liar who hates Ethan, and you're laughing along and agreeing with it, and you're not noticing when people in your chat are spamming you should call CPS, then yeah, I do think that it is kind of at least more than a little bit on you. Yes. And I would say the same shit if after watching one of Destiny's like Fed post streams or whatever, if one of his fans went out and like shot up a Republican like the RNC or some shit, then yeah, I would say that he was responsible for that. And he'd probably agree with that if that was a thing that happened. Spamming, it was literally less than 5% of the messages sent over the course of like 10 minutes. You know what? Fine. I'll take back the spamming. But did any of those people get banned? The answer to that question is no. And she never said anything about it. If she had said, okay, guys, now hold on. No, I don't want anybody calling CPS. Let's stop that. So your criticisms are results oriented. What? I mean, yeah, in part. She did. She said she doesn't condemn. Yeah, she said that afterwards. She said that after she got caught. After something bad had happened, she came out and said it. I don't think but before that, she didn't give a fuck. Because I don't think she thought anything was going to happen. Because she was like, oh, tee-hee, whatever. I'm just going to laugh and like happily spread lies. No, Missy's not going to go on stream. Also, Kilotonics is disagreeing with me more. Also, by the way, again, like, you know what, Missy? That was on me. I shouldn't have fucking used Destiny as an example there. By the way, I do have some disagreements with Destiny. I think that he should probably rein in the Fed posting shit. But like, at the same time, that one is also hard for me because that stuff is just getting so fucked in the United States right now that like, I feel like a lot of that shit is not like it's not like people being serious. It is people who are like incredibly frustrated with the current state of things and how just insane everything has gotten, and the fact that there's like no recourse, and now Trump is talking about coming for the midterms and shit. Do I think that like someone should go and kill him? Morally, no. If it happened, would I be mad about it? No, or not mad about it. Rather, if it happened, would I feel bad for him? No. Right. So this has to do with your political disagreements, not the behavior. What? No. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Destiny never has been that unhinged because he always clarifies that you shouldn't do violence or dox people. I mean, he does clarify that a lot, yes. But also, I feel like at this point, the whole Fed post thing has kind of become a bit of a meme, like just in his community. Like, I don't even know how serious those people are is the problem that I'm trying to get at here. What do you mean? What's rich, Missy? I don't get what you're talking about. Also, by the way, just so you know, to a certain degree, maybe it is like not morally or whatever. So it's a meme with them, but with other people, they're inciting harassment. Okay. I mean, like, yeah, they are inciting harassment because they're specifically pointing to a specific individual. I feel like it would be a little bit different, by the way, if Destiny quite literally went on his stream and started like saying a bunch of shit about how about like how you should go and kill Republican politicians, or like telling a bunch of weird lies about Republican politicians or whatever. Yeah, and I don't think that that's the same thing. Belinda, you're getting hutched. Let these morons go. He literally typed in his chat, we should know where Hasan is at all times. These people should absolutely go harass him IRL. Yeah. Do you understand what he was actually trying to say there? And by the way, I don't even necessarily disagree with it. He wants people to go to Hasan's to yell at Hasan at events and tell him, hey, you don't belong here. Go away. Get out of our protests. You're not one of us. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like if you wanna say, oh no, that's harassment or whatever, that's fine. But I, by the way, would put the CPS call quite a few pegs above harassment. That's not harassment. That's literally fucking with somebody's life in like a way that I think is insane. Like he could have gotten his kids taken away. He also said you could justify violence against Hasan. Yeah, I know. And he and like I don't think he should have said that either. That was not good. I think that was pretty fucking unhinged. If you want me to defend like Destiny's like unhinged tweets or whatever, I'm not going to. So it's okay for those people to approach Ethan on the street and call him a Zionist. Yeah, I don't care. Actually, wait, no, you know what? It's okay for those people to harass, like, I guess if people want to come up to Ethan on the street and say shit to him, sure, whatever, or try to debate him, I guess. But like, that's probably not a good idea. In the context of the Hasan thing, listen, the only reason why I'm mainly agreeing with that is because that I don't is because that like it would be nice is because I don't like it's because I don't want Hasan to be welcomed into liberal movements. He's not our friend. He's not a good person. And he doesn't care about liberalism. He actually actively hates it. And I just, yeah, I don't know. Like Hasan is not an ally of like anybody who it like wants to elect Democrats or who cares about the Democratic Party or any of that. I don't necessarily care. Hot take harassment is subjective. You can harass people without it passing the bar for illegal harassment. And that's kind of my standard. Nobody online has a standard against harassment. Yeah, I know. That's the other problem too, right? Is that like, but Ethan is using the legal system to try to get recourse. Well, yeah, he is. And I would argue that the stuff that has happened to Ethan is beyond like, is like a level higher than harassment. It's not just harassment. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Arguing with people in chat is not really content because they won't come on voice. Listen, if any of you guys want to come on voice and argue with me on this, you can, but otherwise I'm not going to bother. We're just going to keep watching the video.
Right? This is Palestinian babies.
Before of the Palestinian dad, you know, with his daughter.
Okay, I missed that. Yeah. So they're criticizing. This is Ethan, right? And maybe there's missing.
Oh, Short Stack Goblin. I watched the video from the Kyiv Independent of the Canadian female fighter on the forefront of Ukraine's drone warfare. She's actually a tanker, not really a drone person. So I don't really know why they said that, but yeah, that was pretty based. This lady's pretty based.
Context from before, but this is Ethan criticizing the overly hawkish attitude of Marco Rubio in light of the Palestinian baby.
Holding her like this, like she was like gray and fucking dead, like an 8-month-old baby, like a beautiful newborn, innocent, beautiful child. Like I don't know if and he's this man. I don't know if Marco Rubio has ever seen anything like that, or if it would change him. But
I think Ethan's being very reasonable here.
I can't imagine that seeing.
Kilotonics, you're saying I would, but I will get chewed out for wasting time. What do you mean? Listen, Kilotonics, I will happily talk to you about this as long as you're not going to concern troll me about Destiny and my association with him, or the fact that I don't think that he's like an evil, disgusting, terrible rapist pedophile. Then like, yeah, I don't think that would be a waste of time. I have no problem whatsoever talking specifically about the Ethan shit. Yeah, all right. Well, if you don't care about Destiny, then what do you mean by concern troll? I mean, people who come in here and are like, do you disavow Destiny's behavior? Do you disavow doxing? Why are you still associating with Destiny or talking to him? What about Lonerbox? Lonerbox thinks it's okay to shoot, to snipe children, and he laughs about it. Why do you talk to Lonerbox? That's what I mean. I don't care about that, and I hate that shit, and it's annoying as fuck. And that's what was happening the night that my stream got raided. It was literally just like fucking Cheddar and Ryle Kittenhouse were just coming in here so they could concern troll me. Cheddar wanted to concern troll Loner, or and Ryle wanted to concern troll Loner because he didn't hate Destiny hard enough. That's literally it. That's what happened, and they were doing it to me too. Okay, I only do that to point out inconsistency in your standard when it comes up. I mean, if you've honestly, I think that I won't just do it randomly. Well, thank you. In some ways, I don't know if it's an inconsistency. The problem is that I feel like the only problem with talking about the Destiny stuff is that, like, my issue there is that I don't really agree with Destiny's, or with, like, the way that people frame the Destiny shit. And I think that a lot of the anti-fan behavior that Destiny has received from people like JSTLK's community and Queeman's community and like Kiwi Farms has been absolutely unhinged and completely ridiculous and utterly disproportionate. Like, these people, like, weird attempts to like try to destroy him and to destroy his life or whatever, because of something bad that he did. That, like, yeah, it's bad, but holy fucking shit. Like, it's just the level of, it's incredibly disproportionate. I think it's stupid. I feel like Linda sees reality, and that really does not mean she defends or agrees with Destiny's choices. Yeah, it doesn't. But the problem is lumping them all together. Well, yeah, but the problem, I don't think Queeman has done anything that crosses the line. No, it's not about what Queeman has done. It's about what people in his audience have done, and the fact that he doesn't control them. By the way, when my stream got brigaded that night, it was because that Queeman watched me arguing with Pisco. And the fact that he has people in his community who engage in that kind of behavior I think is the issue, okay? And he doesn't care about any of that. And also, I've been informed by other people that Queeman likes to pick on small content creators and try to make them into lol cows. No, I don't give a fuck if he covers me or not. It's not that. It's the fact that, like, he has these people in his community. He has people like fucking Ryle Kittenhouse and Kosher Kathy in his community who are both, like, crazy individuals. Basically, those two people have no political beliefs beyond hating Destiny and hating Ethan. They don't actually believe in anything. Like, Kosher Kathy literally, like, role played as a far right Zionist so he could come on my stream and argue with me. And then when I was informed who he actually was, then he just started turning around and screaming about how Destiny had CSAM on his computer or some shit. That's what I mean. Like, why would you waste your time doing that? What's the point? But what is one supposed to do about that? How about, I don't know, you tell people not to harass people? How about when you see a community member, how about, like, maybe don't be, like, fucking weird and sexist about women and assume people's weights? Really? Did he ban Tony? I don't, or like, okay, actually, no, you know what? How come Kosher Kathy and Ryle Kittenhouse are not banned from Destiny's, or from Queeman's stream, or from JSTOK's server? Linda, let's talk about Destiny crashing out about ICE and US politics. Oh yeah. You can actually, yes, you can kick people out of your community for, like, doing weird brigady shit. Didn't he arrest that food shops lady every day for a year? Not to mention his coverage of Erudite and Stardust. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just... Oh yeah, that's right. Also, Stardust got harassed for ages by Queeman and people in his community. Because the problem is that, like, if you're gonna cover somebody, and then like, your community is going to go be unhinged to that person, and you don't do anything to stop them, you don't tell them not to do it, you don't ban the ones who are doing it, then that's a problem. My biggest complaint against Queeman is his association with Perry, who is just a blatant troll. That, and everyone is super misogynistic in those spaces. Oh yeah, Perry too. Like, Perry came on to talk to Lonerbox, and pretty much all, like, once it started out as cool and they had, like, an interesting conversation, and then it just evolved into Perry being, like, a fucking asshat and saying a bunch of dumb shit. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it is the weird misogynistic shit. And then like after that, I had people coming in here making weird comments about my appearance that Toby very quickly banned. But you know, that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not like frying about it or victimizing myself or whatever. I don't care. But I understand that. That's what I signed up for when I decided that I wanted to start doing this, and that's fine. But I'm just saying that, like, have higher standards for the way that people in your fucking community behave towards other content creators. Like, holy fuck. They only do it because there is a harassment culture being created in his community, and that's always starts at the top. Yeah, it does. Anyway. This isn't about you, Kalinda Live. Oh, yeah, I know. Is the one guy over? Yes. No more one guying. Yeah, no, Fellrunner, I know. I know it's not about me. You were saying something 4 hours of Connor's time I'd like back. I don't know what that's about.
That would not have an impact on these fucking ghouls to see what they're actually wishing for.
It might not be impactful for Margot Rubio, but it certainly would.
Hey, be careful talking to mods, all right, motherfucker? Wait, who?
Wait. Oh, yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure that real Kathy Doyle is Kosher Kathy, by the way. Kosher Kathy is a troll who goes around, like, putting on an Indian accent. And, like, he has, like, 5,000 different accounts. Also, Kosher Kathy's not even, like, I don't know what his online handle was before. I actually don't even want to call him that, because that he literally only decided to name himself that so he could mock Lonerbox.
Wait, did I get the wrong person? My bad. Wrong person. Be careful, all right?
Be impactful for many people who are completely oblivious to what's going on, which is precisely.
And here's Hasan agreeing.
The reason why that never gets any coverage. This is
the Palestinian suffering doesn't get coverage.
To say that like Israeli.
By the way, that's crazy that he says that. Looking back, that is so ridiculous. Obviously, Palestinian suffering gets coverage, and it got lots of coverage before. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, what, is Hasan mad because bad shit happened to Israelis and the mainstream media covered that? I am in an arguing mood, but I find chat too agreeable. Yeah, sorry, Citrus. You'd have to, like, go to a right-winger's chat. If you want to argue, go to Asmongold's chat. Although you'll probably just get banned in 5 seconds. Belinda, what is your hottest take? I mean, I feel like there are some people in here who will probably find my takes on the Destiny thing pretty hot, but my takes on the Destiny thing are honestly not really much different than Loners. So actually, no. My hottest take is that the Iraq war was morally justified, but pragmatically, I'm against it because that sets like an insane standard. But I think Saddam Hussein was a really bad dude, and I think that you can morally justify going in to remove him in order to ensure that like his people have a better life or whatever. But that's not, obviously, I don't think that, but that's not the reason why the United States did it, obviously. And it was still a stupid war. Don't mistake me, people. It was not a good idea. It was a really dumb idea. Especially because they fucked it up. But it was also still a really dumb idea. Also, I think the Afghanistan war was justified too. But that I would argue they fucked up even harder. I mean, at least Iraq is still mostly a functioning, you know, like at least like Iraq is probably doing better than Afghanistan is today. But yeah, like, but I disagree. I don't think the Iraq war is good. Or like, I don't think like if I was gonna have like a discussion with people about Iraq, I would say ultimately at the end of the day, the Iraq war was not good. But like I'm just saying morally, I think it is justified. For however much. And by the way, that take triggers a lot of people online. Yeah, Saddam was a horrible leader. Saddam was a really bad dictator. Saddam was a bad dude, brother. He's here in hell with me. True. Like maybe they should have just gone and removed him in Gulf War I. I don't know, but at the end of the day, they probably like Dick Cheney was probably right back then when he said it, even though he was just saying other stuff. You know, the Bush admin, yeah, they were incompetent, and also a bunch of it was just lying too. Like the other problem with that war is that they lied their way into all this bullshit about weapons of mass destruction and stuff. But yeah, that's probably. I guess like that's probably my hottest take. The Arab coalition was adamantly against it. Yeah, there's other stuff that's wrong with it too. Oh, I think that you could morally justify removing Nicolas Maduro if it was done how it was done. And also if it was actually fucking done in order to like you know, or if one of the reasons why it was done was to bring back democracy to the country. Saddam diaspora Jews, didn't he? No, I think I'm pretty sure that was before Saddam. I'm pretty sure that was before Saddam came to power. But I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Maybe get that opposition leader. Yeah, exactly, Basil. That'd be nice. That's the issue, really. Like Trump didn't do the Venezuela thing because he gave a shit about democracy or freeing the Venezuelan people. And I mean, like, honestly, by the way, you could have absolutely done that. And still, like, America still could have like benefited from it, read the oil and any other stuff. Hassan Hussein, true.
Civilian casualties are acceptable or good. It's just that there is cover.
So this is not to say. Okay, hang on.
The problem with Venezuela, they removed Maduro, but it's the same government. Yeah, true. That's exactly right. Like they didn't fucking do anything. Hassan came to power. God, no, true.
This is not to say
casualties are never gets any coverage. This isn't to say that like Israeli civilian casualties are acceptable or good. It's just that there is coverage on that endlessly.
So this is a kind of like unequal coverage thing.
By the way, this unequal coverage thing is bullshit. Something really bad happened to the Israelis and a whole bunch of civilians died and the mainstream media covered it. And then the mainstream media covered when a lot of Palestinians started dying when they went into Gaza. And the mainstream media still covers bad shit happening to Palestinians to this day, including up in the West Bank. This is a thing that has been in the news. And like if you follow it, it'll come up. Like this is so stupid. It's like Hasan is mad because that for like several weeks after October 7th, the suffering of Jewish people got coverage. But at the same time, the suffering of Palestinian people also started getting coverage when Israel started bombing Gaza.
Not to say that they're good.
Understandably, and never any coverage on the humanity of Gazans. I've talked about another aspect of this too. We in the Western world live in the comfort of the.
It's not 3 days. I think it's like 11th. It's October 11th, I think. Oh, wait, no, or it was later than that. It's not 3 days. It's like the next week, I think. I don't know. It's not October 11th. Or maybe it was. Maybe it was 3 days after. I don't fucking remember. Pisco said it earlier, but I'm too lazy to rewind. Persecution of Iraqi Jews was more in the 40s and 50s. Most Iraqi Jews were long gone by the time Hussein took out. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that might have been too late. This was October 12th, I think. But yeah, it was less than a week.
Imperial core, and we live in a comfortable.
What the fuck does that mean?
Security blanket. So for us,
I know what that means. But
if we live in like Connecticut or Iowa or whatever, of course we empathize significantly more with Israelis that were attacked by this horde of scary Muslims. Like, of course we empathize with that on a spiritual level because we can't understand the entire building blocks being removed. It is far too alien for us to comprehend the fear and the reality of that kind of devastation. We look at that and we go, oh, this is just like Baghdad, you know?
I do think that there's listen, you might not agree with some of the assessment here, but there is something about like the nature of bombing which human beings look at differently. Sam Harris had a really good line on this one time where he was like, we would view differently a person who like went up and just like,
wait, Hasan, did Hasan say Imperial Core there? I feel like I missed it.
Slit the throat of someone, and we have that visceral kind of example of someone like up close and dirty doing whatever. Then the military jobber who dropped like hundreds of payloads over the course of a conflict, which causes death and suffering from like, but like removed almost. And I kind of get that that's what he's. I'm just trying to be good faith here. What he's.
I think that's true to an extent, but maybe not necessarily. I mean, if you are shown the aftermath of it, or like you are exposed to people who have suffered the aftermath of it, then I think that that's meaningful. Like, I think most of the deaths in Mariupol were caused by Russian bombing, or at least like the civilian deaths, at least like near the beginning, right? And like I told you guys earlier at the start of stream about how watching that documentary, the 20 days in Mariupol, that documentary made me cry like multiple times. It was and it was mainly over seeing the reactions to the Russian or to the Russian bombings. And I do think that hits you differently. The other part of it though too, and I think maybe part of the reason why that also hit me differently as well, is because it is knowing like just how fucking pointless all of it felt, or that it was. Like there is no good reason for Russia to invade Ukraine. Yeah, they were killed by shelling. There is no good reason for any of that to happen. Like, you can't even say, oh, this was just collateral damage as Russia was pursuing legitimate military targets. No, there's still no good reason for that. And by the way, when I watch news reports from the BBC and we see like fucking hungry Gazan kids crying, and their mom's not able to give them the special baby formula, it's not like that doesn't hit me either. It does. I think that if we see like the reactions to these kinds of things, then it most certainly hits you. So I don't necessarily think that Pisco is entirely right here. It just depends on like where you're looking or whatever. The Ukrainians' grim determination as they recount horror after horror is just heartbreaking. Yeah, it is. It is very heartbreaking.
Suggesting is that there's like both because they're scary Muslims, and I think that's true. Israeli society more Western aligned, more understandable. I think
I don't know if that's necessarily true anymore. Oh, hi Marutsi. Wait, and now you're saying 07? Does that mean you're living? I don't even know. Or are you just waving? Like, I don't know if the scary Muslim thing is necessarily as true as people maybe think it is. Although, actually, you know what? No, it depends. If you're talking about in right-wing circles, I think that definitely more so applies. Maybe not as much in, like, liberal circles or, like, normie circles, but it certainly does apply in more right-wing circles. And obviously it applies a lot in Israeli society. Oh, 6-7, true. Oh, yeah, 07 is a salute. You're right, it is.
To the cultural sensibilities of Americans. Especially like coastal people where there's large Jewish communities, where they're very familiar with such populations, although they're big Muslim communities too, in fairness. So, but even putting that aside, just the bombing deaths in both the numbers and the way they're being killed.
Are we doing the silly black and white thing in IP again? Oh, hello, Insomniac. You just arrived. You missed me arguing you missed me getting like one girled by chat. About over like the Ethan stuff. Yeah, people love to do it. No, we're listening to Pisco be like really charitable to Hasan, or at least he's about to be. I think he's just about to have like I don't know. Later on, Pisco has a crazy, insane take that I just don't get. And Missy, maybe you will understand, or maybe you can like explain this to me. But I don't know how anyone could steelman it because he basically it's really bad. But we'll see. I think it's worse now, and I think anti-Semitism is worse now too. Bigotry in general is just up these days. Oh yeah, you're right. It is definitely up these days. I guess it depends on which circles that you run in, obviously. It's definitely gotten worse now, though. I think a lot of the scary Muslim stuff is also related to the migrant shit, like with Islamophobia. Although anti-Semitism is definitely higher than Islamophobia right now, like the rates of anti-Semitic hate crimes. Anti-Semitism is like probably I don't want to say it's at an all-time high, but it is crazy right now, and it's definitely much worse than a lot of other bigotries at the moment anyway, at least in terms of numbers of like crimes and shit. Linda is 07ing right now. Oh, I'm saluting. I mean, I salute at the end of every stream.
They just don't strike at the heart the way it's like small arms, up close and personal, shooting precisely the.
By the way, I think that's the case for the people who are actually doing the killing. It's definitely easier to like bomb and kill people than it is to do it up close and personal. I imagine, for example, that is probably psychologically easier for those Ukrainians in who are sitting in that bunker and flying those drones and dropping bombs on Russians. It's probably easier for them to do that psychologically because that all they see on their end is like like a blob of like infrared on a screen, which is definitely different. Islamophobic hate crimes are an all-time high too, along with anti-Semitic. I think it depends where you look, but like for the numbers that I've seen, and I did actually look this up. Anti-Semitic hate crimes are way higher than Islamophobic hate crimes in like Europe, the United States, and Canada right now. But that doesn't mean that Islamophobic hate crimes aren't also high. They are. I'm flashing back the knife fight off. Wait, were you in a knife fight, Fell Runner? Pisco likes to extend people he's covering all his goodwill. I sort of like it, but I can see how it drives people insane. Noonian Star, I think that's true, but at the same time, it's at other points not true. Like when he watched Conduit's video, and then like he did not extend him any like charity at all. And he was and then later on he admitted that he was essentially shadowboxing with Hutch through his video.
The grandmas at the bus station, and so I don't.
There was brutal hand-to-hand body cam fight from Ukraine. Oh Jesus! Honestly, I can imagine that too, because like I know there's been like house-to-house fighting and stuff. This is the future's liberal want: strong, independent woman force-feeding everyone pineapple.
I don't even disagree with this point here.
Which is an enemy that deserved it in the minds of Americans. So that is.
And then, of course, the lineage of 9/11 and our conflict in the Middle East for the last, 40 years or so. Since, the Gulf War and maybe even before.
Also, another reason why I think Americans are immediately and unconditionally in support of, the Israeli occupation.
Here's Ben Shapiro. I mean, no surprise here.
I don't think that anything incredibly stupid.
Wait, Missy, did Hutch tell Pisco that it was a hit piece on Kyle Kalinske? I don't know if that's the case. I never got that impression. I think that Hutch just encouraged him to watch it, but I don't think it was because it was a hit piece. I think it's because that Hutch told him to watch it, and he knows Hutch's opinion on Kalinske, and on Kyle and Crystal, and therefore he assumed that I suspect that he basically, and then like he spent the whole video shadowboxing Hutch like bit. Is this a recent Pisco video? Yes, this is from 1 day ago. This was streamed on February 5th. I don't know if he used those exact words, but he asked Pisco to watch it in response to the argument Hutch and him had on Live and Learn. Yeah, that's what I mean. And I think like, yeah, Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, Conduit, I don't know that Missy necessarily agrees with you and me with regards to like left-wing people and like their presence in the Democratic Party.
Was said there. But okay, here's Ben Shapiro.
Obviously, but still.
Oh, he's been baying for blood nonstop.
I mean, here's a video. The UN.
He's been what for blood?
Baying.
Baying.
Also, obviously, of course, these guys are going to highlight the most insane takes from crazy fucking right-wing Zionist people in the United States about how Israel should have responded to October 7th, and these people are absolutely fucking insane.
Baying is a deep, loud, and prolonged vocalization, a mix of bark and howl, primarily produced by scent hounds to signal they have scented or cornered prey. Baying. Is this what is this? There's some sort of, let me look up baying. Would you?
Oh, you guys are being so nice and reasonable to each other. I'm not used to that. Maruzzi, you should have been here earlier when I was arguing with Kilotonics about the Ethan doxing shit, or not the Ethan doxing shit, the and Missy as well, about the about like the fact that Ethan has been getting a ton of shit. You misspoke, Kalinda, you lost, true. Listen, guys. Oh, fuck. I need to add Omega Lol to my emotes so you guys can all write she Omega Lol when I misspeak. And then, like, I can eventually start to get super triggered about it. I mean, no, Maruzzi, it wasn't really particularly anything interesting because nobody came on voice. I was just getting one-girled by chat, and then I kept getting told by my chat to stop getting one-girled because it's not good content if people aren't going to come in Discord. So yeah, meh.
Say, discrimination.
I mean, I told Kilotonics that I would talk to him. I guess, and he thought that for some reason I was going to tell him that it was a waste of time, but like I said, like I don't give a fuck. As long as it's not about like concern trolling me over my association with Destiny or over my association with insert streamer here. Pisco not knowing words is antithetical to his ethos. Good one. But it's fine. We've already kind of passed that. It might come up again, but you know.
Is there any history
Although I do need to get some dinner.
of the term Bane with some kind of bigotry?
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine, Missy. I understand that you don't want a VC. I wasn't talking about you. I was mentioning Kilotonics. Like you told me you don't do VC, so that's fine. I accept that.
I'm not sure. Like the animal comparisons by themselves to me don't. Is there anything like specific?
Long stream today. It's the weekend. Yes, Dante. Probably long stream. Oh yeah, you're being tongue in cheek. No, I understand. Sorry, you were also talking to Maruzzi and not me, and I didn't see that. Because when you guys aren't adding each other, I don't necessarily see. As this chat gets bigger, if it starts to get bigger, then people are gonna also need to start adding me more if they actually are trying to talk to me.
Specific on like the Judaism front, anti-Semitism, because like I called those DHS schools the other day rats, and so I just want like the animal compare. There's a lot, unfortunately, and I don't think I'm trying to look for like anti-Semitism. He said Bane for blood is an expression. Okay, so we don't have a problem with Bane by itself, right?
I prefer the all caps shouty pay attention to me method. True. W Kalinda and Vision. Hey, you know what? Listen, I think that's fine. I don't know that I'll ever get to the point where my chat will like be like going at 3,000 miles an hour like DGG sometimes does. But yeah, like listen, my ambition is to like make it to Loner Box's level of size probably, or something between that, you know. Wait, what do you mean, conduit?
Bane.
I kind of want to either remaster or just straight up watch another week of the first 3 vids because I want to get the audio right. Except TYT, that one is good. I think that I like your TYT vid. Hello, ZJM. Oh wait, ZJM, you've been here for a bit. You were saying hi to Miruzi. I could VC, but I need a point of contention. True.
Unless someone can produce something other that there's like a specific connotation of Bane. I'm just gonna assume that that's like I don't use it, but if there is, yeah.
Special.
You have more viewers now than Loner did when I started watching it. Wait, really? How long have you been around, Trans Rights Crab? What kind of viewership did Loner get back in the day? I didn't even know that. I would have expected that Loner would have probably immediately catapulted to like instantly getting lots of instantly getting like 250 viewers or whatever. Because that just because of the video essays. And because he got a bunch, like he managed to he got a bunch of subs because the Vosh watched one of his videos. On Twitch, it was between 50 and 100. He got 30 views on Twitch at times. He barely ever cracked that on Twitch. Oh, wow, okay. It wasn't until, and when he streams on YouTube, he does it on a different channel too. So it's not like he was even, I don't know if he ever streamed on his other channel, but yeah. I mean, I guess he didn't really start growing until he got on YouTube. I think YouTube definitely has better discoverability than Twitch. Twitch's discoverability is terrible. Then he started cracking 500. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that the networking probably helped too, obviously, because he was talking to people like Destiny and Vosh. Now he's between that and 1K. Okay, yeah. Wait, when did he start getting around 5? Actually, that was probably a while ago. Like a couple of years ago, maybe. He streamed on Twitch for quite a bit though. Because I remember I was watching him back when he did that. Like I watched the Bad Empanada debate. And I watched him cover the Erica Kirk shit. It happened pretty quick after he switched to YT. Okay. Well, you know what? That's helpful. It's because he already had like a platform too, right? Like there's a video idea that I have that I might make. And that might help me. 1K, yeah. Oh, the 1K happened after October 7th. Yeah, I can believe that because he was covering like something that was breaking news. And he's the Israel-Palestine guy. I'm not going to do media analysis, Citrus. Really? You'd think the dedicated streaming site would have more Yeah, no, discoverability is awful on Twitch. This is a thing that I have heard very frequently.
Reporter for human rights in Palestine. We are horrified what's happening, and we are calling for a truce. And here's a video of Gaza being bombed by missiles, and then Ben, and his infinite empathy and human nature.
So criticizing Ben for not sufficiently considering the lives of Palestinians.
Wait, why is Pisco? Actually, you know what? No, fuck it. I appreciate the fact that Pisco is saying this with regards to Ethan, because I bet there's at least some number of people in his chat who probably think that Ethan is a disgusting Zionist pig dog who hates Palestinians.
Palestinians, okay. Ethan, again, reasonable.
Told them that they can fuck right off. And like, this is such, all these people, but looking at Ben, I mean, is such a lack of human empathy. It's
okay. Yeah.
It's like, it's just fucking evil, man. But there it is. That's Banny Boy. And
okay, so far, this is making me very sympathetic to Ethan.
One more. Again, no surprises here, but Charlie Kirk.
These people betray principles of Judaism and centuries of Jewish history of always siding with those who have been oppressed, always being at the forefront of social justice and fighting for emancipation.
So here's Hasan speaking positively about the history of Jewish support for oppressed groups.
Yeah, but Hasan would not extend that same courtesy to Israelis who are fighting, who would fight for a Palestinian state, but who still want Israel to keep existing as a Jewish state. Yeah, no, listen, Insomniac, it gets worse, okay? Right now, Pisco is watching this for the very first time. He has never seen this before. Pisco doesn't actually watch Hasan. You know how Benny Morris makes both sides mad, so you know he's doing something right? Ethan is that only um Ethan is that only both sides are right. Here is Hassan pretending Jewish people are Christians. Well, I mean, I think what Hassan is referring to is the uh fuck, what is it? Oh, he's talking about stuff like how a lot of Jewish people were supportive of African Americans when they were like, you know, when they were fighting for civil rights and stuff.
Which in the American context is true, right? I mean, like Jewish lawyers were
Yeah, he is. He is he is right about the history of Jewish Americans.
at the forefront of a lot of civil rights movements. And so yeah, like this is, I think, Hasan recognizing.
Oh yeah, short stack goblin. It probably was on moral because it was you know, like Jewish people recognizing another group of people who were being oppressed and who were fighting for their rights, and them saying, "Hey, we've been here before." You know, that's probably part of what motivated it. Although it may have, for some of them, it could have been religion. Yeah, I know that alliance has really been damaged now, unfortunately.
The historical pedigree of Jewish fights.
I want to see Pisco watch their very musical people Hasan segment and saying shit like, "Oh, he's just enjoying their music." I wonder if Pisco watches any of that stuff.
For freedom, and yeah, again, you can disagree with it in the context of Israel Palestine, but no, I think that's again showing a
he doesn't
distinction between what he takes to be the oppressive regime of Zionism and his notion of Jewish values or whatever.
For all people.
Wait, what do you don't think Jews ever got much out of that alliance? What do you mean, Johan? I mean, I would argue that it was the right thing to do. I don't think they needed to do it to get something out of it. Like I think that like typically people just are fighting injustice because they care about injustice. Why is Hasan dictating Jewish values? What the fuck, Pisco? Oh, Insomniac, are you familiar with this debate between or this discussion between Ethan and Hasan? Gotta admit, nowadays, whenever I watch a video of Black American, it's usually about how Jews are bad. I mean, unfortunately, that is a thing that happens. Yeah, I know. I'm just super mad at Pisco's audacity. Listen, Insomniac, this isn't really that bad, okay? It gets worse. Hasan's What's the Western Wall Anyway? Lols, Piker, true. I forgot about that. Jews in America were intertwined with Black communities in New York City and other huge cities. Oh yeah, that makes sense too. Johan, I was responding to someone saying the alliance got worse, Kalinda, specifically not criticizing Jews supporting. Oh, okay. Well, you were saying Jews never got much out of that. But I mean, like, yeah, in the sense that Black people are no longer supportive of Jews anymore. Yeah, you're right. They're not. Whereas Jews were supportive of them. But like, I guess if you mean like anti-Semitism in the Black community has gotten worse, yes. I don't know if the civil rights community, the Black community was particularly anti-Semitic back during civil rights. I mean, I know that like Malcolm X was, and you know, like his people, but I don't know the extent to which that maybe it was that stuff spread. Yeah, the Nation of Islam. Maybe did the Nation of Islam shit like spread, or the Black Hebrew Israelite shit? Maybe that was part of the problem. Is that some of those ideologies kind of like spread around. But I don't know. Don't take anything I say. Like, I'm not like a fucking expert on this shit.
It's really, really, really disgusting to see that. 100%.
I didn't want to read this one. So, basically, showing all these goals, feeling very comfortable.
It's not positively. It's being used to put down the threats Israelis face. It's not a good faith analysis of Jewish.
Oh, hey, there you go.
History, in that you think it's inaccurate. It's an inaccurate description that Jewish people have not been.
Well, I think Destiny pointed out he was using their content to go hard at Hutch. Oh, you guys are talking to other people. I need to stop just reading the chat.
Sort of on the forefront of protecting minorities and the oppressed peoples. That's what I want an answer to first, and then we can get into the Israeli part. But like, do you think anything he said there was inaccurate? First off, Zachary Cohen, 89. Can you identify an inaccurate statement there from what we just heard?
One sec, guys.
Someone is saying that Charlie Kirk wasn't Jewish, though, so how is he portraying Judaism? We'll get to that to see if it's proper that he's assuming Charlie Kirk is Jewish. I don't think that's reasonable.
Wait, what?
Let's see.
What about Charlie
No, it's
Kirk?
accurate, but it's being used to juxtapose the history of Israeli Jews. I think it's being just juxtaposed with respect to the... He has a view on what Israel's doing here, but I don't want to...
Hasan is caricaturing Jewish history to serve a political end. Is not, well, yeah, he's trying. He's talking about like how Jews normally stood up for how there was like a Jewish thing to stand up for oppressed groups. I mean, like, honestly though, here he's using it to attack people like Ben Shapiro and all these other like insane people who are essentially calling for Israel to go in there and flatten Gaza and kill a whole lot of Palestinians disproportionately, which I think is insane. I don't necessarily have a problem with Hasan being critical of those people. My problem is when it turns into him being critical of, like, you know, liberal Zionists who want a two-state solution and who are standing up for the support of Palestinian rights. Yeah, Jews supported Black people historically. Yes, they did. We are Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
I don't want to conflate the substantive issue of...
YT is trash. I can't even be completely bigoted here. Pisco Alakshmana is betraying its Judaism. Sorry, Insomniac, I don't know what that means, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that word. I actually haven't listened to the Charlie Kirk song yet. I can't bring myself to do it. It's really funny. Although the part about it that's sad is that I'm pretty sure that the person who made it created it unironically, and that is a very sad thing.
What the Israeli conflict is, and to double count it, right? So here's the problem, right? If he's bastardizing Jewish history, that's one thing, right? That's its own faux pas or whatever. But I don't want to double count to the extent that you believe he's wrong on Israel-Palestine. I don't want to double count that and be like, oh, he's using this for this end. Well, if you already disagree with him on that, it doesn't sound like the use of Jewish history, which is accurate, or a narrative that you think is already false. I don't want to like double whammy him. I hope that makes sense. So just like be aware of that. That the disagreement on substantive policy grounds should not be used, I think, to rear its head in other places, except for where there's like an additional bias, an additional indication of bad faith or like bad thing that you've done. And then someone said something about Charlie Kirk.
So you really and fighting, always citing principles of Judaism.
Surprises here, but Charlie Kirk.
These people betray
these people. I mean, he's not saying. It sounds like he's just like
these people. Okay, hold on.
interrupting him bringing up Charlie Kirk. So it doesn't sound like it's because they just responded to, you know, these people are betraying the Jewish values. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just being honest.
Principles of Judaism and centuries of Jewish history of always siding with those who have been oppressed, always being at the forefront of social justice and fighting for emancipation for all people. It's really, really, really disgusting to see that.
Can you guys hear me okay?
I might need to turn this up in order to, how about now? Is that better? Pisco is minimizing the bad history mistake as just a minor peccadillo and not drawing any negative inference about what might explain the bad historical belief. I mean, like, yeah, obviously, like, Hasan doesn't really know much about any of this history. Basically, pretty much all of the stuff that Hasan is saying is kind of, actually, you know what? That's not even fair. Your audio is okay, just a bit muffled. Muffled? Hold on. Is it less muffled now? Yeah, I don't. It's fine. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna play the video. Leave as is. Okay, I'm gonna play the video.
100%.
I didn't want to read this
Okay.
one. So, basically, showing all these ghouls feeling very comfortable with no
calling them ghouls,
pushback,
ghouls?
expressing their desire for genocide.
And again, I do think that, and again, thank you for the memberships. I do think that Ethan is being very reasonable here in light of very, like, circumstances that are super traumatizing, even for people who are not.
True. He is being very reasonable. Also, it is based that there is 92 people here. Hell yeah. Thanks, guys. Stick around as I will keep making content. I'm just going to go and boil some water, and I'm going to wash some dishes while I listen to this from my kitchen with my lavalier microphone here and the ability to pause the video as I listen on my headphone. Yeah. Huh. Chair Linda is in control. You're right. That's true. This is, in fact, a thing that is happening.
Not in Israel. I knew, I have friends who are Jews who, it's not like this was a faraway thing that they felt, right? It very much felt personal, even in America. And so, credit to Ethan here. I think big credit.
Western media. Here is an Israeli. Hold on, who said this? Okay, so here it is in Hebrew. This was from an unnamed defense official told Israel's Channel 13 that the Palestinian territory, home to more 2 million residents, would be reduced to rubble. Quote, Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings. The ground maneuver will surprise Hamas, the official said in a stark warning to the terrorist group behind the weekend assault that killed more than 1,200 Israelis.
I mean, the Israel.
True. Hasan does not know anything about Jewish values or Jewish history, whatever. Not really. Maybe a little bit about American, I don't know. What he said was accurate with regards to Jewish lawyers in the civil rights movement or Jews advocating for the rights of Black people in the civil rights movement. Not wrong. Yeah. Anyway.
Israeli defense minister literally said, we're shutting off the electricity, we're shutting off the food supply.
I don't understand
And we're
that.
shutting off the water into Gaza because we're fighting human animals, or a better translation, I think, was beasts. But ultimately, though, that's collective punishment. It is a violation of the Geneva Suggestions. I don't want to call it conventions.
Geneva Suggestions? Okay.
Is that like some...
It is... This has happened for far too long. You can't...
Or as we like to call it in Canada, the Geneva Checklist.
You
can't attack the press. You can't attack, medics.
Yeah, we don't like Trump, but can you not spam? Do we have a kick mod? Don't spam, okay? We don't like Trump, but don't spam. Please don't spam.
They killed. There was the Red Crescent guy who was crying in his ambulance because he could not. He had seen far too much death and destruction, and a couple hours later, he got bombed. They allowed him to enter a site of the.
Why can't I spam? You have 3 people because you're. That's in the kick chat, but you appear in the chat where there's hundreds of people, and you could get me fucking banned. Dipshit. All right, I'm gonna ban this guy. You stupid idiot. Oh, you're getting banned, bro. Fucking kick chat. This motherfucker, right?
Goddamn kick
This
chatters. Actually, I shouldn't be mean to them
Banned.
because maybe kick will be a thing eventually.
rubble, a site of the bombings, and they bombed him and killed him, like a couple hours later.
Okay, so
directly just a violation.
at this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making about Israelis. Here is one.
Okay, so we have some throat clearers and going through bad takes. And so the question here is Hasan, is he going to provide cover for these bad takes?
Such example of
the
a
answer
dude,
to
and
that
this guy is very
question is
popular. He has
yes.
1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular.
Yes, he provides cover to those bad takes, Pisco. It's about to get really bad. Strap in, everybody. Insomniac, if you haven't seen this already.
Political YouTuber
I can't see anything.
called Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend.
This is my friend.
I like JT.
What's going on in
Jesus Christ?
Occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. Well, I mean, that's just a fucking insane take on the October 7th massacre, which occurred not on any settlement, unless he's considering all of Israel to be a settlement or something. This is what a liberation struggle looks like.
He does.
Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. So I would express this as expressing support for Hamas and expressing support for October 7th. That's how I interpret it. In that he supports a liberation struggle. I think that's heavily implied. And then someone responds, the attacks on Israeli civilians were awful, but attacks on Palestinian civilians have been going on for years with little comment in the West and will continue until there's a proper solution and not a militarized apartheid Zionist state in power. This I view as a more, you don't have to agree with like the whataboutism, especially in the time, but I view that as not inherently supporting the attacks in October 7th, which I do view the first tweet to be. Imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of your home your family has lived in for generations, and relocates you to an open-air prison. Are those occupiers civilians? No, they're criminals and accomplices in genocide. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't believe that the collective punishment shit. I'm just not convinced. I think it's fucking disgusting.
All right. Well, then.
Thanks, Pisco.
You tell me what you think about this. He said, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall."
Is it on? Wait, hold on. I don't have my glasses today.
It's just the.
I'm not gonna.
Oh no, I can't read. I can't see it. I pretend I do not see.
Be able to see it. I just had to click on it so I can read it. But go ahead. You can read it out. You can read it out loud.
Here, you know what? Let me show you this.
Is it on the Google Doc?
Let me show you the video first. This will be easier for you. He basically says the same thing here. So here he is doing a
I actually think that you should stick to the text first because that's pretty insane.
podcast.
I've been on. I think is this deprogram? I've been on the podcast.
I don't know what it's called, but this is just a clip from
Yeah.
So here's his take on this, and let's listen.
And Faisal very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers. I don't care about taking hostages.
I don't. Not civilian.
War crime, by the way.
Straight off the bat.
The person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor in Iraq, and
That's a
of course,
war crime.
just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those
a decent frame of reference
who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless position on the matter, considering how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his.
Yeah, but I mean, here we're removing Hasan, right? Removing his. This is now becoming, and I view this, by the way, honestly, sometimes pro-Israel people do this kind of thing where, what's Israel supposed to do? Why would Israel want to do that, right? And I see the same exact kind of thing here, which is like, now it's even just personalized to an individual. Well, given his view, it makes sense at X, Y, Z, but unlike the kind of normative takes that he was giving regarding these other people, and maybe this is important context or something, but like what? Oh yeah, given his take on American intervention, of course he would be more ruthless or something, but okay, thanks for the obvious.
position on the matter, considering
Doesn't make it
how
okay.
he feels about American forces and what they've done to his
This I'm
home,
pretty
his
sure is
family.
all second thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know. I know. But here.
And $5, thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so second thought's the one who says, I don't care, and laughs.
Wait, say it. I don't care.
This
No,
guy.
that's Hakim.
I don't. The guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second thought is an American.
So second thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it.
It's the same guy this whole time.
From chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian
Wow,
hostage, or is that fake news?
racist.
I don't care.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen to the clip.
The occupiers are not civilians. That is what.
The occupiers are not civilians. I mean, that's just like false, right? I mean, like occupiers, you can be an occupier and a civilian. I think it just is, you gotta understand the term, right? Now, maybe you say that attacks against civilians are justified. But that's just the case.
What it comes down to, like, if imagine.
They're also not occupiers. Holy crap! What the fuck? That's insane to say that. Like, this is like, I hate this shit. This is like saying that I'm a colonizer because I'm descended from. Actually, I'm not even descended. Whatever. But like, it's like saying that every white person or immigrant or whatever who came here, who's not an indigenous person, is a colonizer. And I find that insanely ridiculous. Like, no, motherfucker, I was born here. I'm not a colonizer. That's not, like, I hate this retroactively applying the crimes of your ancestors to you shit. It's so dumb.
Like if Germany, let's say Germany to be non.
That's him, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they.
Oh yeah, and also of course some blatant anti-Semitism from Second Thought here, as he denies all Jewish connections to the Middle East or to the Holy Land or what have you, and says that it's a lie. I mean,
Take your home. They murder your grandma. They bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers.
I don't think that Pisco actually knows that, so that's probably why he's not going to do anything about it.
And those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. And
So there are no civilians. Hang on. Inside 67, right?
They take your home. They murder your grandma. They bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. And
So according to Second Thought, he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are no citizens there. In response,
that's how I understand it.
Response to decapitating
there are two different schools of thought here. So the first is,
and the take in the comments is based.
Here we go.
Based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers.
I think that he's responding to the base things. I don't think he's saying based there, right? Do we think he's saying based?
First is,
and the take in the comments is based.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, is he like, yeah, of course they would think that? I don't necessarily interpret that as him saying it's based.
1948ers believe
they believe all of it is illegitimate. Or something.
There's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception.
So I think so far, people might be getting the wrong weaselness, right? I think the weaselness here is removing his normative view so far, right? Maybe there's more. But so far, he is giving these kind of descriptive claims and analyzing like different schools of thought. But so far, I haven't like identified something incorrect he said. But there's definitely weaselness, and I think the weaselness is so far, right? And there might be more, refusing to comment normatively on it after commenting, quite openly about like Shapiro, these other people, right?
Don't we think, Pisco, that maybe there's a reason why Hasan is dancing around this so much and refusing to normatively comment? Don't you think there might be a reason for that? I mean, it's pretty obvious. The answer is that he fucking agrees with Second Thought.
of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say. What?
Okay, so now Ethan is pressing the issue, and he's asking for a normative assessment from Hasan. I think this is an evil thing to say, and I agree that it is an evil thing to say.
He said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is
all right. Weasel
is evil.
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two,
unproductive isn't what you were asked. So this is a dodge. This is like when you say, should you have endorsed Kamala? Well, Kamala didn't deserve my vote or something, right? It's the same kind of dodge. Only here he's pressing you, and you're just like, you're just dodging.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is evil.
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two,
two.
It does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not.
Oh, that's Weasel.
Not a viable solution.
It is not a viable solution. See, if he had said, and it's not a viable solution, therefore it's evil, I would be like, oh.
Wait, hold on. Missy, you don't actually agree with the statement that Destiny needs to condemn left-wing violence, do you? Or like, I'm sorry, do you understand why he's saying that? Do you get it? I think he's just doing the whole not condemning his side thing. I disagree. I don't think that that's what Hasan is doing here. But you'll see as we go further into, he absolutely, no, that's not what he's doing. Like Hasan, I'm saying that Destiny and Hasan are doing the same thing in different contexts. I don't think so. The reason why I don't think so is because that Hasan has said and like done other things that indicates to me that he supports these terrorist organizations who do violence against Israeli civilians, and that he's okay with it. And that's why I think that he basically maybe he doesn't all the way agree with Second Thought, but he doesn't care enough to condemn it, and that's the problem. I think that's a huge issue. Like maybe he just doesn't full on like agree with that, but he doesn't like I think he's probably telling the truth here in the sense that he probably feels like this is unproductive. But I think that it really says something when your only criticism of a thing is to just say like, oh, hey, you know, I don't agree with that pragmatically. It is very similar to me to like it's to me it reminds me it like basically what Hasan is doing here is he's doing the same shit that I did with my Iraq war take. Oh, thank you for the sub, Phineas. He's doing the same shit that I did with my Iraq war take, except he's being way less honest about it. My Iraq war take is that I think that the Iraq war is morally justified, but pragmatically it's a really fucking bad idea that sets a terrible precedent, and therefore it should not have been done. But I don't think that that is what Hasan is doing. Or I think that's what Hasan is doing here, except he's not being honest about the first part. He thinks morally it's okay for these people to kill Israelis, but he just doesn't. So you and Hasan are twinsies. I mean, like on this we are, I suppose, except that I think that what Hasan is morally supporting here is fucking reprehensible and awful. Like, I'm sorry, but no, I'm not down with intentionally targeting civilians. But I mean, like but it's the same kind of thing, right? I don't think he thinks that about Israel proper. Yes, he does, Missy. He wants a one-state solution. He thinks that Israel should be destroyed, like as a state. He absolutely does think that. Yeah. No, Missy's not a troll. Missy's a Pisco viewer. Don't be mean, guys. Do not forget that Hasan was in their chat when this stuff was said, agreeing this was known 2 years ago. Don't let time erode the severity. Oh yeah, I forgot. He was in their chat when this was happening. I think they even shouted him out at one point. One state solution doesn't mean intentionally targeting civilians. Not necessarily, but the issue with the one state solution, Missy, is that when it is being fought for by groups like Hamas, it does mean intentionally targeting civilians. Hamas wants to destroy Israel as a Jewish state. Hamas thinks that they can make all the Jews leave. Okay? Because that Hamas thinks that they can like replicate what the FLN did in Algeria. That's what they're trying to do. Their whole thing is based on that. If you go and read Hasan Nasralla's writings, he talks about this. Their goal is essentially to like keep attacking and wearing them down until they all fuck off and go somewhere else. But that's not going to happen because they don't have anywhere else to go. I'm just trying to get you guys to contend with the actual arguments instead of this immature view of war discussions that you want civilians dead. Well, no, the problem, Missy, is that I feel like people like Hasan don't understand. Like, there's two types of people on this subject. Okay, there are two views on this whole thing. All right, and those views are, or rather, people who want one state solution fall into two camps. They are either on the full-on support Hamas, and I don't give a fuck what the occupiers do or what the occupied peoples do to fight back against their oppressors. That doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't care. I fully support like Hamas. Hamas is a legitimate resistance organization, which is definitely where Second Thought sit. Okay, and then there's the other camp of people who are like, I just want a one state solution where the Palestinians and the Israelis will all get along and be happy and nothing bad will happen because that totally worked in South Africa and I don't see why it can't work here. And the people in the second camp, I feel like Hasan kind of rides the line between these two camps. I'm not going to say he falls neatly into one or the other, but the people in the second camp are fucking naive people who do not understand that that's not what will happen, because you are talking about two groups of people who have 75 years worth of bad blood between them, and they are not just going to just get along if you force them all to live together in one country. What's going to happen, especially with on top of that, with when you do the one state solution, it's going to be the one state solution with the full right of return for all the Palestinians, which means the Jews are going to become a minority in that country. And I mean, honest to God, and they're just going to get fucked. Missy, I would say that I think Hasan is in the second camp, except for his blatant support for all these terrorist organizations who are doing all these violence. It's a bit delusional to think he literally wants to kill babies. I don't know that I don't think he necessarily literally wants to kill babies. I just don't think that he's thought about it, or he just doesn't care. What does what mean, Kilotonics? Support for an org doesn't mean you endorse every action they take. I mean, yeah, sure, that's true, but Hamas's entire ideology and their whole thing is that they want to destroy Israel. And like that's all they do. Like that's how they work. Like what why would you support Hamas? Oh, Missy's not going to get on VC's at JMs, but Killer Tonics might. I don't think that Hasan would care if a bunch of Israelis got killed as a result of his one state solution or in the fight for it. And the reason why I don't think that he would care is because he just doesn't care about them, because he views them as the oppressors. And this whole thing is built on the oppressor versus oppressed. And also the reason why I don't think he would care is because he like was just a few minutes ago in this video fucking whining and crying about the fact that the mainstream media was talking about like Israeli suffering on October 7th. So I don't think Hasan cares about Israeli suffering. No. And I don't think it's unfair to say that. I'm here to hate on Pisco. Why are you pausing to hate on Hasan? Because there are people in here who are defending Hasan. Do you care if Palestinians die when Israel bombs hospitals to get a Hamas member hiding in it? I mean, yeah, I do. I don't think that's good. But like at the same time, I also recognize that like collateral damage happens in war. And while I will blame Israel for that, especially if it was disproportionate, I'm also going to blame Hamas for hiding inside that hospital, because that's a war crime. It is a war crime to co-locate in civilian areas and to like use your civilians as cover. That's all Hasan is doing on the other side. But it's not, Missy. Hasan is literally mad that like people were talking about October 7th. October 7th is not the same as like Israel bombing a hospital where Hamas members are hiding inside. On October 7th, Hamas went out of their way to kill, rape, and kidnap civilians. That's not what Israel is doing in Gaza for the most part, at least not from a top-down order. Hamas's modus operandi is to do terrorism. That's not Israel's modus operandi. That's the difference. Hasan thinks that they're the same arguments because Hasan thinks that Israel literally targets civilians, but they're not. Hasan said that about the West Bank. Said what about the West Bank? Oh, that it would be okay to like attack civilians in the West Bank. I mean, honestly, oh yes, Hasan thinks that the October 7th rapes didn't happen too, by the way. That's true. Or that like only a small number happened. Like he brought on like Ryan Grimm and that other guy and fucking glazed to them over that god awful article that in the Intercept. Kilotonics, you're diluting what he was saying. I mean, I don't think I am. No. What does it say about you when you like glaze these organizations, when your only criticism of them is to just say like, you know, well, you know, that wasn't ideal or that wasn't that great or, you know, whatever. That's not, yeah. Like Hasan's like hate or pushback against like Hezbollah, when Ethan brought up that Hezbollah killed like thousands of Syrian civilians, was like so fucking soft. Like, I just don't think Hasan cares. Hasan keeps implying that most October 7th deaths were the Hannibal directives. Wait, does he? I don't think I've seen him do that, Short Stack Goblin. If you can find me a clip, I will happily look at it. But, you know, saying he's mad they were covering October 7th is not really a good faith recounting of his position. What do you mean, though? Like, that's what he was saying. He was like complaining about the fact that no one was talking about Palestinian suffering, which I think gives like, this is a guy who's supposed to understand what mainstream news is saying, because like you would think that if he is in touch with what's going on in the news, then he would know what people are saying. And he should know that that's not true. That is such a lie. That is such bullshit. That is not true at all. I've heard him bring up Hannibal directive. I'm not sure either. Yeah, I feel like I don't know that I've heard that. Also, by the way, Hasan has the incorrect view that it is okay under October 7th or under international law for Palestinians to resist their occupiers, meaning that Hasan thinks that October 7th was justified under international law. And like he basically will only condemn October 7th when pushed. Like Piers had to pull teeth to get him to say that it was bad. You know what is true? That these heathens are freeloading. Give Kalinda your money, assholes. True. Give me your money. No, Hasan didn't say that. Hasan said that about the West Bank. No, Missy, later on, he talked about how it was about like, Hasan has given the take that it's justified for Palestinians to like resist with violence under international law. Like he's said that in general, which by the way, that's wrong. It is absolutely not justified for Palestinians to do that under international law. There is no international law that says that it's okay to target civilians if they're illegally occupying your territory. Yes, kilotonics, but here's the problem. You still can't target civilians. That does not give you justification to do war crimes. So no, you would not be justified in like killing civilians in the West Bank, even if they are occupiers. He's saying illegal occupiers under international law, they are legal military targets. That is his position. Oh, so you're no, I know that he's saying that, but here's the problem, Killer Tonics. Do you think that Hasan doesn't think that all of Israel is occupied? Because he absolutely does think that. He wants a one-state solution. He does think all of Israel is occupied. People who want a one-state solution and who don't think Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state and want the full right of return typically think that Israel is like that the entirety of Israel is occupied. It literally clarifies that he doesn't think that. If you're, are you talking about in this clip or are you talking about in other clips? Hasan has said a lot of stupid shit that you wouldn't debunk with, that you could debunk with a Google search. I know. Okay, so reconcile that with the fact that he literally explicitly states he doesn't think civilians in Israel are valid military targets. Yeah, he did say that, but why did he say that? I think he said it was like that was like inappropriate or whatever. So how are these both of these things true at once? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm incorrect about that. He explains that that's JT's view, and then he says he doesn't agree with it. Yeah, but why does he say he doesn't agree with it, Missy? He says he doesn't agree with it because he doesn't think that it is real. Hold on, we'll just go back just a sec.
I was solution they
and it's not.
Oh, Kamala didn't deserve my vote or something, right? It's the same kind of.
You would have a problem with why? No, Missy. My problem is that Hasan is legit doing the same thing that I said that I was doing about the Iraq War, where I said I think the Iraq War is morally justified, but pragmatically I'm against it. Hasan is not against attacking Israeli civilians because he thinks it's morally abhorrent. He is against it because he doesn't think that it is like pragmatic or good or useful or whatever. Okay? That's why he's against it. These things aren't the same. But the problem is that he's not honest about the first part. If he was actually against it and he thought that it was evil or morally abhorrent, then he would fucking say that. But he doesn't say that. Given all and Pisco even said it here too. It's kind of a bit weird that he says it like that after he was pretty open about what about how much he disagreed with what Ben Shapiro and Marco Rubio were saying.
Dodge. Only here he's pressing you, and you're just like.
That doesn't mean he thinks targeting civilians is justified, which is what you think. What do you mean? Like, what the fuck else am I supposed to think when your only objection to something is to give the most soft criticism of it by just saying, oh, I don't really think that that's a good idea because it's like really unproductive and like it's not like realistic. Like if that's the path of criticism that you take, then what the fuck else do you expect me to think other than that you actually do think that it would be okay if it wasn't pragmatically a bad thing? I think that's very silly. Like, why the fuck doesn't Hasan condemn that with the same language that he condemned what Ben Shapiro and those other people were saying? If he was actually really morally against it.
You're dodging.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is evil?
Do you think that sometimes people like Piers Morgan are trying to get you to make surface level blanket condemnations of things that make the conversation stupid? I mean, honestly, I'm sorry, but I don't think there's anything wrong with asking somebody who has in the past said exceedingly sus things or essentially ran defense for terrorist organizations if they condemn October 7th. And I think that if the person refuses to do that, then I think it's really fucking weird. So no, I don't think that asking that question makes the conversation stupid. I understand why people are annoyed about like Piers Morgan going, do you condemn Hamas? But honestly, there are some people where I think it's reasonable to ask that question.
I think it is one, unproductive, and two. It does.
I think it's stupid to ask Destiny to condemn the assassination attempt of. I don't think it's stupid to ask him that. I think it's stupid to not understand why he won't condemn it. And the reason why he won't condemn it is because he's fighting back against a double standard where conservatives are always asking liberals to condemn political violence, but they'll never condemn it on theirs. I don't think it's dumb to ask him that question though, after all the kind of unhinged shit that he was saying on Twitter about the firefighter and shit. I understand completely why somebody would ask him that.
But yeah, Destiny will condemn it as soon as Trump and his admin condemn political violence as a whole. Yeah, that's Destiny's take, basically. I wish he'd gone about it in a different way. I think that he should have said, yeah, I'd be happy to condemn that as soon as all the conservatives here condemn like political violence on their side, and also say that Trump should condemn it. I feel like he should say that rather than like being like, you know, yeah. Missy, Kalinda is lying. It's her. It's not lying. It's her. Wait, what is Missy saying that I'm lying? That just feels like a blatant. What's a blatant double standard? I don't think there's anything wrong with asking about it. I don't know if you even understand what it is that I'm. And Hasan isn't operating against a similar type of struggle. What? No, I don't think that he is. Here's the problem that I have, Kilotonics. I don't think that it's the same thing to view. Israel and Hamas are not the same. Hamas blatantly targets civilians. Hamas is trying to destroy Israel as a country. I don't agree that Israel is blatantly targeting civilians as a matter of policy. Final changes to Kalinda is making a false statement when she says that Hasan thinks it's. Listen, it annoys me that if he doesn't think that, then he should be more fucking clear about it, and he's not. Certainly not in this conversation. It just comes across like all he's doing, like as Pisco pointed out, he's being a fucking weasel because he won't just come out and say, hey, yeah, I think this is morally reprehensible.
Not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not.
Oh, that's weasel.
Not a viable solution.
It is not a viable.
Yeah, he's saying it doesn't meet the realities on the ground and it's not a viable solution. What the fuck kind of garbage is that? Why doesn't he just say, no, I don't think that this is a good thing to say because this is morally reprehensible. Like Pisco said it. Pisco said this is morally reprehensible. I agree he's being weaselly, but does he say he thinks Israelis? No, of course he's not going to fucking say that. Because if he did, then like that would be the end of like his relationship with Ethan right then and there. So he's going to be a goddamn weasel about it. Because I think that Hasan is at least like a little bit smarter than that, and he's not just going to blatantly come out and say crazy shit like that. But I do feel like what the fuck else are you hinting at here? Why won't he just say this is really bad and evil? It's bad. I disagree with this. I don't think we should target civilians because that would be evil, because that's wrong, because that's morally not good. But instead, he's like, oh, you know, because it's not realistic, because I just don't accept the realities. Like, it's just stupid. And it feels like all that, it feels like he just agrees with it. Yeah, he's implying it. He's implying, it sounds like what he is essentially saying is if it would work, and if it was, and if it did match the realities on the ground, then I'd be fine with it. That's what it sounds like he's saying. Again, it's the same political rhetorical thing of not condemning your own side with Destiny, which that Destiny decided, etc. Yeah, but here's the difference though, Missy. I have in the past heard Destiny say the words that political violence is bad. He has said that in no uncertain term. Okay? But yeah, there are definitely times where when Destiny does shit like that, it does imply that he's okay. But I have definitely heard him say that like political violence is bad. Should he say it more? Yeah, I think he should say it. Every streamer has said that, including Hasan. His Destiny here, though. Well, no, he's not. I mean, it's really weird. Like, everyone just kind of wants to make this about Destiny to try and, like, whatever. He did say it, though. He did say that that like, political assassinations and political violence are not... I'm not making it about Destiny. It's just stress test. Well, no, Missy is. You're not. Like I said, I will bring up Destiny. Yeah, but like you give a lot of leeway to Destiny and Hasan, which is Kalinda Destiny's keeper? Does she have a shark? I most certainly do not. Although in some ways that is kind of a weird whataboutism, because it's like as soon as I criticize Hasan, like right, have you? And I mean, you know what? By the way, like, I think that there's a difference here with regards to the whole thing about Destiny and what Destiny was doing or whatever it was that he said. Because that, like, this feels to me like this weird thing where, like, when everyone says, why won't you condemn Hamas? Or like when you go, why won't you condemn Hamas? And then Hasan's response to that is, well, do you condemn Israel's terrorism? Like, he thinks these two things are the same. I feel like Hasan is basically like, yeah, I'm sorry, but in some ways it is because that, like, I have more agreement with Destiny than Hasan. I'm not necessarily going to lie about that. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'll also say it too, that I feel like if somebody killed Trump, that would be more morally justified than if somebody fucking than Hamas killing random Israelis. It still wouldn't be good, but on the scale of good or bad things, it wouldn't be as bad as like what Hamas did. I think that that's a worse thing. Now, mind you, at the end of the day, I don't want anybody to kill Trump, just to make that clear. If Trump is going to die, I would rather it be of natural causes. Or maybe in like a really funny way, like he chokes on the McDonald's. I don't know. That kind of would have been funny, or that would be funny. But yeah. I don't fucking know. It's just, oh, hey. Oh boy, is my tab gonna crash? That's exploding right now. I don't know why. Anyway. Unless Destiny collaborates with perpetrators of political violence and constantly hypes them up, I'd say it's different from what Hasan does here. I mean, like, I do think that that's true because, like, Hasan, like, oh yeah, you're right. Hasan does collaborate with like people who advocate for political violence, who are okay with it, and that person is Bad Empanada. Like, Hasan collaborated and hyped up Bad Empanada, even though that guy is like a fucking psycho, which is actually pretty nuts, honestly, that he did that. Fuck. Now BE post. Wait, does Bad Empanada actually post daily hate pieces on Hasan? Does he actually do that now? That's actually very funny. Oh yeah, I know he hates. Before October 7th, Hasan said he hated him because he was just bad rhetoric. He wouldn't platform. I thought that Bad Empanada, or I thought that Hasan started platforming BE after BE started going after like Destiny, just because because Hasan sucks and he couldn't make good arguments. BE doesn't get fluff pieces in major magazines, and yeah, Hasan is much worse for is much worse. I agree, Hasan is worse. But oh yeah, he started it after the Ethan fallout. That makes sense. Oh yeah, because BE was also going after Ethan hard. By the way, I just want to say that like I don't think that I don't think that that political violence is the same thing as just like murdering civilians in war, because those civilians don't really have anything. Yeah, I mean, I guess like you could say terrorism is a form of political violence, but I don't know. I don't. If you want to say that Destiny is advocating for violence, I don't even know if that's like whatever. I don't fucking like. If you want to say that I'm being too charitable to him, you can. And yeah, like fine, whatever. I will accept that maybe like there's a level that there's a blind spot there that I have. But Destiny advocates for personal violence against his enemy. I mean, you know what, Missy? If you want to say that, go ahead. But like, I think that that's silly. I think that just saying that because somebody says like crazy shit, like what he said about JSTOK and Queeman, that means that like he totally wanted somebody to go and do that. No, Insomniac, Teuton is most definitely the bigger Hasan. I don't think. Actually, you know what? Here, let's test this. Hey, Missy, do you think that Hasan doxed Dylan, Hutch, and Loner when he showed that Bad Empanada tweet on his stream that had all their addresses in it? And do you think that was bad? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Then no, they are not bigger Hasan sweepers, Insomniac, than fucking Teuton, because Teuton defended Hasan over that, which was really stupid. Oops.
Solution. See, if he had said, and it's not a viable solution, therefore it's evil.
It's so weird how smaller communities like yours, who is maybe tangential Destiny, is at best is forced to continue. Yeah, I mean, no, it's the reason why is because like Missy has just decided that, oh, you know, Destiny therefore does all these things, or she thinks that Destiny does all these same things. I think doxing is bad no matter what, but I will say I respect political doxing more. Missy, do you think that do you know who Gato Fumador is on Twitter? He's like a fucking insane person. And I'm pretty sure he's engaged in like, oh, shit, is my mic still cutting out? Okay, Missy, do you think that it was justified when Dan doxed him? Which, by the way, he did. I know you don't support when Gatto doxes, but do you think that it was okay for okay, wait. So hold on. So you don't think that that was justified? Then I mean, we just disagree. Like I think sometimes, yeah, I'm sorry. Like I think that sometimes it is justified to like to dox someone if they are engaging in insane levels of doxing or they're being insane. What is the benefit of Dan doxing them? The fact that that person was like doxing a whole bunch of other people. What does that solve? Well, you know, hopefully it gets them to fucking stop. That's usually what it tends to solve. Oh, wait. Oh, did Gatto dox Dan's wife? If he did that, then that makes it even more justified. I mean, you can say it's retribution if you want, but like, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Yeah, it's tit for tat. I mean, it probably got him to leave Dan alone. Either call into VC or stop cucking the content. You know what? Yeah, that's fair. Well, like, I mean, by the way, like, Missy, like, you can say that you go through legal means. There's no legal means against doxing. Doxing's not illegal. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna get one guide anymore. I'm gonna go put my spaghetti in the boiling water, and yeah, we're gonna, yeah. Like you should be allowed to respond to people who are attacking you.
I would be like, okay, he answered it in a kind of whatever tone, but this is a pure dodge. It's a pure dodge, 100% pure dodge.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course not.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're babies.
So I just want to say.
Thank God you boiled the water for. Wait, what? Did you think that I wouldn't? What? Okay. Doxing is illegal now, says the Trump admin, because they love their ICE anonymity. True. Imagine if they passed a law making doxing illegal. That would actually be fucking based. Just to protect like ICE, but they won't. Instead, they're just going to put face masks. Belinda, important political question. Do you boil the water in an electric kettle first? No, I just use a regular pot that's water and then I boil it. Mr. Rootsy used to put noodles in the water and then boil it. It was traumatizing. What the fuck? Okay. I'll be right back. Go ahead and keep fighting amongst yourselves, guys.
But he's not saying it's good to kill babies.
I just want to say that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me finish.
Okay, so how he responded to the baby thing so far makes me think he's not justifying the killing of babies.
Okay, we'll finish this, but I do have a question for you because I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do.
This is in-fucking-sane, but I believe everyone has already said, we've all seen this clip 2,000 times, but the fact that he says this unironically with a straight face, despite all evidence that we have to the contrary, that Hamas is absolutely like fucking terrible to the hostages is
Far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in the Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
war crime, by the way.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the
again.
I can't. What do you mean? But he is wrong. What the fuck are you talking about, Hasan? He is wrong. People in Hamas's custody get treated really badly, and also it's not okay to kidnap people in order to like do prisoner swaps, or I'm sorry, to kidnap civilians to do prisoner swaps. That's a war crime.
Here, the weaselness is in terms of the goal here. In terms of the frame of analysis. The frame of analysis is descriptive. It's not normative. That's the dodge. It's the same problem this entire time, is unwillingness to address the issue and to just get into this like, yeah, that is what they do. Yes, this is the fucking what the historical pattern has been, as opposed to give a normative take.
Military, the excursion, at least if you believe
I'm not exactly having.
Okay, so interruption, and I understand the frustration here actually, because he's just dodging the normative issue, and so I would be frustrated as well. So I think that Ethan is perfectly justified to feel frustrated, especially because they were both, and Ethan was willing to, I think, to his credit, in the aftermath, days after October 7th, give a totally sane and throat clearing condemning of Marco Rubio and of Charlie.
Throat clearing. Pisco is unwilling to actually piece together what Hasan's view is, to make any inference based on what he decides to disagree with, what historical claims he doesn't challenge. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm just saying, I feel like if Hasan actually did think that it wasn't morally okay, or that it was like morally unjustified to kill, then he would have just to kill Israeli civilians. And the fact that he didn't. And by the way, Pisco here is basically going to say, like, yeah, you'll see. We haven't quite gotten to it where it starts to get
Kirk and all this shit, and so I would also be frustrated.
A ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of a psychotic take too, where it's like it's like, why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? You know, being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. Yeah.
Well, just to be clear, Hasan didn't just say that. Hasan just said, like, in general.
Well, no, Hasan said that Hakeem was right, which is kind of nutty.
And that also isn't what was being said in the clip. Now, I understand the frustration for sure, but it's not that they'll treat him very well. It's not that we should trust them. It's that is what has happened in the past, and that's what Hasan said. So, again, not to excuse the normative evilness of the clip and the weaselness to not to engage. But I don't think that that's what's being said is to trust Hamas. It's just kind of historical look.
No, let's just let's not try to do that.
Okay.
But anyway, and that combined with just the callous, the laughter.
Listen,
hold on.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Okay.
And they're
so,
laughing
So
about
let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are
The only mistakes Pisco picks up on are dialectric, not historical or factual. Yeah.
fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of?
Wait, hold on. Noonien Star, I'm just curious. I don't understand what, I disagree with Destiny doxing Esports Batman. I don't think that just because that Esports Batman was part of JSTLK's community, that meant that it was okay to dox him. What did Esports Batman do that justified him being doxed? I don't understand. Like, what's the point of that? That just feels stupid. I don't think that just being in a community means it's okay to come after. Because Pisco is looking for signs of bad faith, not getting into the political disagreements. I don't know about that. I mean, like, maybe that is what he's doing, but I think that's the problem. Pisco picked up on the fact that Hasan was being Weasley. I just don't understand how he couldn't, come to the conclusion of, or pick up on the fact that it's very weird that Hasan refused to just say, hey, yeah, that's morally reprehensible, what Hamas did on October 7th, because it's really bad to target civilians. But instead he's like, no, I just don't agree with that because it's like not productive, and it's like his disagreements are entirely pragmatic. That's really bad. Yeah, this podcast is kind of lost on Pisco for not having a historical context, but I feel like it's worse that he doesn't bring anything up in international law, given how. Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe Pisco just doesn't know about international law. I would hope that he does. Let's be real, Pisco doesn't know anything about IP, and he doesn't. I mean, it's fine if he doesn't care, but he also comments on it quite a bit, like a lot more than he probably should. Like, Pisco's decided that it's a genocide first, despite not necessarily knowing like a whole bunch of stuff about it. Unless he wants to comment, yeah. I mean, I got the impression that Pisco didn't care because he doesn't care about foreign policy. I know international law is an entirely different topic, but I'm surprised that at no point, like, does he look up the international law stuff in this to fact check what Hasan is saying about international law? Because when Hasan mentions international law here, he's like wrong. Like, I'm sorry, but you're not justified in killing like settlers in the West Bank if those settlers are civilians in order to resist occupation. That is not justifiable under international law.
Violence towards.
So first of all,
terror.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
Is he representing that it's justified to kill under international law anyone who's a quote unquote settler? He doesn't say that yet, but maybe that's what he's suggesting.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers.
Yeah, like, this is a crazy thing to say. That is not true. That's not how that works. No, you do not have the legal right to go into a house where a civilian is living and like fucking violently seize it back from them, or like shoot them in order to take it back. That person's a civilian. They're not the person that your violence should be focused on. You are trying to fight back against an occupation. That is not how that works.
What do we think? Do we agree with that?
You
they have the
shouldn't.
international law, the power to violently seize the homes back from the settlers.
Like, I wish that he would look this up because that's not true. Like, it's never okay to target civilians under international law.
I'm not sure. Does international law have a view on that?
Oh God, is he going to look it up? I really hope he does. I don't remember if he looks. He wants to make sure he understands every word semantically first. Ooh. Hasan sounding mighty pro landlord right now. Yeah, he kind of does.
I mean, pull up the law, Pisco. Google is free. Is the claim that that this is untrue? Not against civilians, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, he just mentioned the IDF, right? Or what did he say? Oh no, he's mentioning the settlers. Okay. Wait, so he's not allowed to bring up problems. It's a war crime. What? So it would be a war crime. Let's just make sure.
Oh, hey, it's Timothy Douglas again. That same guy that Pisco was fighting with when he was reacting to Conduit's video. Yes, it is a war crime. He is correct.
We understand this. It would be a war crime for Palestinians to violently kick out, with threat of force, settlers, and to reclaim their homes.
I mean, it would be a war crime to kill them if they are civilians, or to like do violence against civilians. They are, like, most of those settlers are. Ideally, what you would want to do instead is, if you're trying to get it back, is you would focus your attacks on the IDF. And or like other things like that. Like, I think in this instance, like, you could say it would be morally justified to engage terrorism by, blowing up outposts. But I don't think you should attack war crime or just murder. Yeah, whichever word you want to use. But yeah, like listen, if Hamas did October 7th in the West Bank, I believe a lot of people have already said, and I agree, that I wouldn't have cared as much. But it still wouldn't be, but it would still be illegal under international law, and it would still be morally bad. The reason why I say I wouldn't have cared as much is because that I'm against Israel being in the West Bank in the first place. And like, I feel like that kind of response is probably like going to be a lot more expected than like bursting across the border and attacking a bunch of fucking hippies who are from like kibbutzim and who probably are like advocating for the rights of Palestinians, but still you go in and.
I'm just trying to think, like, is this I'm trying to understand the claim. Is the claim that it's legal under international law?
Oh yeah, Jews from out of state too, and Palestinian. Yeah, exactly. Like, they basically busted in there and just attacked everybody that they saw, and a music festival as well. Like, they literally stopped off there to attack people. They could have just carried on and gone to the IDF base, and like, that wouldn't have been illegal. I think it still would have been stupid, because I don't know what the fuck they were expecting. They would have been hoping to achieve. But at the very least, like, at least if they were like attacking like actual like on duty, active duty soldiers or whatever, then that would have been different. But no, that's not what they did. They were like, ooh, a music festival. And they literally stopped there so that they could murder a shitload of people and take hostages and like do some rapes while they were at it.
Use force to take the homes back.
Because it was Simchat Torah. Yeah, I know it was. Yeah, oh yeah, the Thai workers too, yeah. I believe Simwar also wanted them to do a lot of horrible stuff. Yes, he did. He did want that. He wrote about it. That was his whole goal. He wanted to maximize civilian casualties. That was his policy. Because that's what he wanted. Yeah, he wanted to inflict maximum terror on Israelis, because the entire goal is like continuing to do that to them until they fuck off and leave the land. Which is never happening.
Well, let's just get some citations.
Wait, did Hasan actually justify that by saying it was akin to having a rave next to an extermination camp? People in his chat were saying that, but did Hasan say that? I've seen that take on Twitter too. I've never seen Hasan say that though. The reason why is because I feel like Hasan kind of does this thing where he sort of rides this line between like saying something between saying like the most unhinged, insane shit and then like not. But in his chat, you will find comments like that. He tweeted that joke about the film. Well, not just killing, but the sexual violence, etc. Like how Palestinians reacted. Dare you see? I mean, Missy, Hasan, I don't think I've ever seen Hasan like straight up justify October 7th, but he said things about it that kind of imply that that it was just, or that he thinks it. I'm not actually sure if a Palestinian attack on the hilltop settlements was to occupy them as a military position. I guess that would be justified. I mean, like, yeah, I think that would be morally justifiable. I don't know if that would be legal under international law, though. Also, in particular, I say that because it's the hilltop settlements. And you know what? Fuck those people. Because, like, those guys are, like, the worst of the settlers. And, like, I feel like that sort of treads into what the fuck did you think was going to happen to her? It's not 100% justified. You can't just go, well, it's illegal. Well, it's legal to do so. They had good reason to do it and not say you're just. Listen, the only reason why I'm hedging here is because I can't remember any instance where Hasan straight out came out and blatantly said that October, said what you basically just said, Neo Rip Show. That's all. Like, by the way, if people have clips of Hasan like justifying like October 7th or what have you, or saying that kind of shit, you should send them to me because I might have just forgotten about it. Because like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not like I'm not a fucking person who is constantly remembering every insane thing that Hasan Piker has ever said, because he says a lot of crazy shit. Saying you wholeheartedly support the organization. So, Missy, I understand that Hasan is talking about the West Bank here in this clip, but the problem is that like when people in this chat are talking about Hasan, they're not just talking about this leftover that Pisco is reviewing. That's the thing. So that's what I'm saying, guys. If you remember Hasan saying shit, you should head on over to filmot.com and you should find that stuff and you should send it to me. That's why they deny the rapes, because they need to draw that distinction. They support Hamas but don't want to own the consequence. Well, yeah, I know. No, like, listen, Hasan, like, Missy, do you deny that Hasan has said nice things about Hamas and that he is supportive of Hamas? Like, Hasan, I don't think has ever like really full on condemned Hamas in this. And also, yeah, the stuff that goes on in Hasan's chat is fucking insane. Yeah, I know. There's websites for this now. Shout out to Dan Saltman. I mean, like, listen, guys, if you if you want to find that stuff, why does he need to? Kilotonics. He needs to because that Hamas is an insane anti-Semitic organization that thinks that that like intentionally targets civilians and wants Israel to be destroyed. And October 7th was something that they engaged in to maximize civilian casualties. Okay, Hamas is evil, and also if you support Palestinians, you shouldn't support Hamas because everything Hamas does is bad for Palestinians. That's why you should condemn Hamas.
Right?
I'll be
so
right back.
What's the international law that the claim itself is a dog?
Please post all Hasan clips in fucking streams.
It's just that, like, that we, like, if we ever, I don't know exactly what you're saying here, Nim. I'm assuming, or Mim, I'm assuming you're saying it's just like that we never see Loner looking at vids of what Netanyahu or Smotrich saying and make his position unclear. But Hasan does that with Sinwar and Nasrallah. Oh yeah, you're right. It's true. Like, if this would be like if Loner Box like listened to Netanyahu or Smotrich or Ben-Gvir talking, and he didn't like immediately go, Jesus Christ, man, that's fucking mental. Which is essentially like what he says. Like he literally talks about how absolutely insane. Yeah, yes. Hasan is not pro-Palestinian. He is anti-Israel. Yes, true. You should check. I'll check the suggestions when I get back. I'm gonna get my dinner.
No, I agree. The whole thing is a dodge because right now the claim is just now about like law, not about morality. And he even
I mean, it's not just about morality though. Like, Hasan is doing the thing. I don't understand how Pisco doesn't understand the difference between saying, I condemn X because it's morally reprehensible versus I condemn X because it's like pragmatically not good. Like, people do understand the differences between these two things, right? Because it feels like Pisco doesn't get that. And he thinks that they're the same thing. Anyway, I'll be right back.
he even starts this by saying this is going to sound crazy, but this is the legal justification under international law. I do think it's not addressing the ethical issue, which
yeah, I think that's the problem, Pisco. That's the problem. Anyway, guys, be nice to Chair Linda, please. Unfortunately, Stuart is not sitting in the chair right now. I kind of wish that he was. Maybe he'll come and occupy it later.
I'm just telling you right now, if that continues, I will say that how this clip has been represented to me is a complete misleading piece, like fucked up thing. If this style of dodge and weaselness, which I think is horrible and bad, and he should just own one of the positions, but if it's the case that he continues this way, and people say Hasan justified killing babies, by which they're playing on the ethical, that he's a monster because he wants babies dead, then I'm going to be angry at the people who made those claims and represented this as that. Because this is bad for other reasons. Okay? But it's not because of that, right? Because how it's been presented to me, to be clear, is Hasan wants settler babies to be killed. But
he
the
morally
question
doesn't
here is
have an
about
issue with it.
what the law allows for. And the previous context here makes it clear, I think, that he's dodging. He says that I don't think it's viable. So he's dodging the ethical question. In other words, he's not answering it, not addressing.
Don't you think that's a problem?
So, all right, the Hague regulations prohibit the confiscation of private property. The Fourth Geneva Convention prohibits the destruction of private or state property. All right, so let's see. The Fourth Geneva Convention. Actually, let me just watch the whole thing before we get into it. Okay, so, because it's not really relevant, right? Okay, this is why it's not relevant. Grant that Hasan is misstating the law, right? That's not really what we're looking at this clip for. We're looking at this clip for, is it the case that Hasan wants dead settler babies, thinks it's good that settler babies get killed or something, right?
No, he just doesn't care.
That's the question.
He certainly
This
doesn't
is
care
a
enough
remedy.
to morally
This is
condemn
a
it.
matter of law and maybe radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians,
if you agree with this as a matter of morality,
have the
hang on.
whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality.
If you agree with this action, a matter of morality. It's a matter of law, and if you agree with it, meaning the action, a matter of morality. I don't think Hasan here is saying is, if you agree that this is what the law is, therefore it's good. I don't think that that's what it said there. I'm just being honest in terms of what I'm hearing.
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West
You know
Bank.
what? And that's why I say if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well.
What? Oh my god. If Hasan was morally against it, Pisco, he would have said so instead of doing this weird weasel. I just don't like that because it's not pragmatic shit.
There are babies in the settlements,
but the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we establish that, no, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel.
Was that it?
I'm gonna die, you guys. This is so stupid. I don't understand how he doesn't understand this difference. Like, listen, at the very least, the implication is that Hasan thinks that it would be okay, or he just wouldn't give a fuck because he doesn't bother to morally condemn it, which is weird. Like, why wouldn't he morally condemn it?
Proper are they're also doing the exact.
So far, he's not saying that it's good that babies get killed, that he wants babies to be killed. None of that even close.
Exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that that is
hang on.
The exact same thing in the are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that that is a reasonable solution, and it's not.
He doesn't believe it's a reasonable solution.
Realistic anyway, and
it's
that
not
only
realistic.
Will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians,
and he doesn't want the complete evisceration of Palestinians.
And
hence, he doesn't want baby settlers to be killed.
Right, Israelis will use that to continuously radical.
He pragmatically disagrees with it. He doesn't morally disagree with it, because if he did, then he would fucking say that like he did for other things. How do you not get this? And like, I feel like I'm going to come back to just see that like Missy or Kilotonics in the chat are just going to be saying stuff about how, well, you know, he never said that he was okay for it with it, so therefore you can't assume that. At the very least, he is implying that he wouldn't give a fuck. Oh, come on.
Just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about...
Wait a second.
By the way, Norm Finkelstein did justify October 7th, just so we're all aware. Like, Norm Finkelstein made an insanely unhinged Substack post about how it warms the cackles of the heart that this was happening, and then he deleted it when the number of dead kept going up.
Wait a second. Baby settlers. Hang on a second. All right. Couple things. First off, as a matter of fact, right, unless there's some special technical meaning of settler, does anyone here deny that babies can be settlers? What it is to be a settler is to be part of a group that settles in a place. Am I wrong about that?
This is just silly.
Who here disagrees with that? Does anyone disagree that there is such a concept as a baby settler? And on what grounds do you disagree with that? Settler implies an intentionality. Settler implies an intentionality. I think the act of settling implies intentionality. I'm not sure that being a settler any more than being an immigrant, right? You can be a baby immigrant, can't you? Or are you saying babies can't be immigrants? I think there's a separate thing. To immigrate is to have an intentionality. But I think the term immigrant, the term settler can refer also to children and people beneath the age of reason. Okay, so yeah, I don't think that there's anything. I don't think there's anything absurd about just the term settler being applied to babies any more than an immigrant baby, a baby of an immigrant, maybe you would say. And so the negative.
Pisco, what is the context of calling babies settlers in this? Yeah, no, listen, Kilotonics, I agree that what Pisco is saying here is true, but the problem is that he is missing the context. The context here in which people are saying that these people are like settlers is that like settler is like this inherently bad thing, and that they're saying that if you are a settler, like in the West Bank, therefore it's okay to like do violence against you. That's the problem, right? Do we put the babies of prisoners into jail? No, we don't, right? Like, yeah, I guess like that was the whole point of this conversation, is the fact that like fucking Second Thought was basically saying that all the occupiers of Israel are not civilian. Like, he doesn't think that. And now Hasan is talking about how like he doesn't agree with that because he thinks that it's unproductive and not pragmatic. That's an entailment of later in the conversation, but it's not contained within identifying them as babies of settlers. Yeah, I know, but the problem is that Hasan goes, but there are babies in the settlements. And like, why would he say that? That's such a weird thing to bring up after Ethan said, okay, but this guy just called babies militant. I don't understand what the point of that is. Like, what is Hasan just trying to say? Yeah, Ethan, but are you saying you would be okay with like killing babies if they were living in the settlements? Pretending that settlers don't have negative connotation is strange for Pisco, in my opinion. Oh, hello, Vasterman. Yeah, I think that's probably. Hasan must be a fan of Curtis LeMay. Hey, Epic. It's just a weird thing, is all. Hasan is literally doing the thing where he swears he disagrees with someone's position, then goes on to provide every reason why that person holds that position. Like, it's just logical. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, like, you can steelman somebody, but usually if you're doing that, you're fucking clearer about it than Hasan is being here. Like I said, my problem with Hasan here is that he's not being clear that he's not saying I morally disagree with it. He's saying I pragmatically disagree. And the implication here is that he is actually morally okay with it, or if it happened, he wouldn't give a fuck. He's pointing out that Ethan's logic is flawed because Ethan said that settlers are valid targets. I agree, it's insensitive. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand that. I feel like, sure, Ethan probably should have clarified or whatever, but baby settlers is not a legal term or anything that matters in this convo unless you want to morally agree with the attacks on October. Yeah,
Statements here is in a misstatement of law, which I'm granting for the purpose of this conversation. But crucially, what's not happening is he's not morally justifying.
I mean, he kind of is.
The killing of babies.
Actually, he is.
With that, right? He's not morally justifying.
He basically did when he explained the position and then refused to morally condemn it. And only pragmatically condemned it.
Well, no, unemployment means that you're. I think that the technical definition of unemployed. First of all, I do think that they're unemployed babies. I think babies are all unemployed, right? Wait, can we just examine this guy? Fresh paycheck 777. Is it a coherent statement to say baby?
Oh my god. Pragmatic equals moral brain rot. Well, yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like he's not saying, yeah. One would hope all babies are all unemployed. True. Hasan said baby settlers as well in response to Ethan referencing militants. So I think it's fair to say settlers not being. Well, he said there are babies in the settlements though. Like I think that Missy's probably right that he was trying to say that, but it's just. Wait, has Hasan? Oh wait, Hasan did say that. Hasan did say by all means necessary when it came to like resisting occupation. Did he not say that? Didn't he like yell that one time on his stream? I could have swore that I remember that now. Hold on.
These are unemployed. Does that statement make sense? And is it correct? Let's just. Only one person I'm looking at right now is Fresh Paycheck 777.
The Gerber baby. Fuck. What was the Gerber baby? That sounds so familiar and I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't know why Hasan felt the need to highlight that. Gerber baby was eating his food. The Gerber baby. Oh, what? Oh, was the Gerber baby like a? It was a baby that was in an ad. I see. What counts for work for babies popping out is work. Let's find out. I'm gonna find out if Hasan actually did say by all means necessary. Oh wait, I think apparently.
Now, you could be taking the definition of unemployment or employment, which means you're actively looking for jobs, but then that's just a different definition. He's absolutely ethically justifying violence against babies. All right, let's take a look. Is he ethically justifying violence against babies, and where?
Apparently, this is the Gerber baby. I feel like I should remember this. This is like from an ad of some sort. Oh, it's a baby food brand. Okay. This is before your time, Kalinda. Oh, really? Oh, all right. I mean, I've heard of the Gerber baby. Like, I've heard that term or that thing. It sounded familiar, but yeah. This is Pisco getting his first debate W on a yes or no.
Where is that? If you agree with that, I mean, that's almost a circular question, right? It might even be moral if you agree with that, which is with the actions. You understand that? And then he says, I don't agree with it. I don't think it's reasonable. I think it will eviscerate the Palestinian people. And I take what something is moral as something that someone.
Yeah, but he's not saying that it's immoral because he thinks that it's morally wrong. He's saying that it's immoral because it's pragmatically bad.
Ought do, right? What you ought do. And he's saying you ought not do that. So I view that his statement there
because of pragmatism
is saying we ought not kill the babies. It means something different when you use the word unemployed to intuition pump something about. I don't even know what that means. Intuition pump something about the baby.
By the way, I still don't entirely understand what an intuition pump is. I think Destiny tried to explain it last night, but I must be retarded or something because I don't entirely get it. I'm sure Missy's still here, Fell Runner. I'm sure that Kilotonics is too. Saying we pragmatically ought not is different than we morally ought not. Yeah, true. That I know. Because that's definitely the case. There is a huge difference between those two things. It's just using loaded terms to emotionally manipulate. Oh, okay. I see. An intuition pump is a thought experiment that is meant to elicit a particular intellectual response. It pumps you to have a particular intuition. Oh, okay. So it's like, isn't it similar to begging the question, right? No, I don't think so. Begging the question is like kind of as I think like assuming assuming the answer, or like you're saying something by and assuming that that's the answer or whatever. Yeah, like, you know. My cat just pooped and she dropped a better take than Hasan's. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's reverse poisoning the well. I see. So it's like before I watched it, or it's like saying something about wait, so would it be an intuition pump if I were to say something like Israel's genocidal settler colonial apartheid war against the Palestinians, or like Israel's blatant murder of children? Because like I'm trying to like elicit some sort of like response or whatever. Like when anti-abortion people say, "Are you okay with killing babies?" Okay, okay. Or hell, even also saying like so you're okay with Israel's murder of children? Yeah. Baby murder. Yeah. Okay.
Means something different when you use the word unemployment to intuition pump something about the baby. I don't even know what you're saying there. It's clear. What do you think he means by baby settler? Settlers of babies. Does anyone doubt that when he says baby settler, he means babies of settlers? What do you think he means other than that?
I sent you a video that goes through intuition pump idea a bit more formally. Oh, all right. I'll look at that in a sec. He probably didn't think they were always wrong, but I think he was mighty suspicious of them. Oh, never mind. Sorry, you were talking to someone. Pisco thinks that's an own. Maybe, I don't know. Kind of like what you guys are doing with Hasan. Really? Really? You think that that's what we're doing, Missy? Missy, can I ask you a question? Do you legitimately don't understand a problem with when someone is talking about what, like Ethan is over here saying what Hasan is, or what Second Thought is saying is just evil and terrible. And Hasan, instead of going, yeah, you know what? I agree. That's pretty bad. It's pretty evil and terrible. He instead explains it. And then he explains like the reasoning behind it, and then he goes, and you know, I don't really agree with that for pragmatic reasons. Do you not understand the difference? I do think that's a problem. Okay, well, like, so how do you not get that from that? I can therefore say that it seems pretty clear that like Hasan probably either doesn't morally have a problem with that, or like he just doesn't he wouldn't give a fuck if it were to happen. Because the implication there is that, like, if it weren't pragmatically bad to kill Israeli civilians, that he would be fucking okay with it. Because, yeah, I don't know. Like, he was so quick to condemn all that other stuff. And I think that's the issue. I don't think what Hasan said, I don't like what Hasan said here. I think it's an exaggeration to say Hasan wants babies dead with Ethan and when Ethan and Hasan have the same position on the about the West Bank. I mean, like, yes, I suppose so, just from this clip. Unless you think anytime someone justifies a war action, it means they want babies dead. I mean, if you're specifically talking about babies, maybe not, but I do think that Hasan is okay with Israeli civilians being killed. I just like he either like thinks it's morally justifiable, or he just doesn't give a fuck. Mind you, a lot of this comes from the rest of the context. Condemning it for pragmatic purposes is saying it won't benefit us. Condemning it morally is saying it wrongs someone unjustifiably. Yeah, I know. Like when people justify Israel bombing hospitals, they want Palestinians babies dead. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, like, I don't necessarily think that those two things are the same, though, because remember that Hamas is deliberately targeting civilians, and when Israel bombs hospitals, they're not usually deliberately targeting civilians unless somebody decided that they wanted to do a war crime that day. But Hasan thinks that Israel and Hamas are the same. Or like, well, actually he doesn't, because actually wait, no, that's not even true, because Hasan has said previously that he thinks that Hamas is less bad than Israel. I mean, if you want to say we should be able to have the conversation without assuming that the person is a baby murderer, then like that's fine. Now that being said, I'm sure that if people want to look for them, or if they want to go on filmot.com and find them, there's probably other statements that Hasan has made that in the past that sort of does maybe imply that he's at the very least okay with babies dying. But I don't, like, obviously I think that the issue here is bringing babies into it. And yeah. It's either I don't know, but I think it's probably fair to say that he probably wouldn't care that much, which is what I'm saying. I'm not taking the stance that Hasan is like laughing evilly at the thought of like Jewish babies dying. I just don't think that he would care if civilians died as a result of, including babies, as a result of, like, you know, what happened, or attacks against Israel, or like not even as a result, if like Hamas targeted babies and civilians in an attack against Israel. I just don't think he would care that much. That's the implication of his statements here. And I think you can maybe further broaden that out from that. Maybe also, it's also very possible that the implication is of his statement is also, or that he agrees with it, not necessarily with the killing baby part, but that he thinks it's justified to target Israeli civilians. Now, I will look it up to see if Hasan did say previously it's okay to target, or it's okay for Palestinians to fight back against their occupiers by any means necessary, because I feel like he did say that, but I can't remember. Once I'm finished eating, I will go on Filmbot and see if I can find that. I don't think Hasan is that invested. He's not like Milhouse. No, probably not. Probably not that invested, no. I think that Hasan just likes talking about this because it kind of brings a lot of attention. And I do feel like Hasan really, really wishes that the war would start up again so that he wouldn't have to keep doing mental gymnastics to compare to like make everything about Israel. I think he said that about the West Bank, just like Ethan did. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I would have to look into it further. The fact that he wants one state kind of makes that sus to me, but you know.
If there's something other than babies of settlers that you think he means by baby settlers, tell me what it is. A baby who has settled. Isn't it clear and obvious? And I'm just being like totally...
By the way, I don't even know if I necessarily entirely agree with Ethan's take on the settlements here either. Okay? I feel like Ethan is pretty radical on settlements. Yeah, Ethan said he wouldn't be bothered if October 7th had happened in the West Bank. I don't think I would be as bothered, but I would probably still be bothered because it would still end up being really fucking horrific, and it would still be immoral.
Isn't it clear and obvious that what he's talking about are the children of settlers, baby settler, or children of a settler? Even grant that in order to be a settler, you have to have intentionality. All right, grant it. Isn't it obvious that in this context that he's saying it's the children of settlers? It means babies are fair targets for Hamas. Okay, from which perspective? From an ethical perspective or from a legal perspective?
It's definitely due to lack of knowledge, Mim.
Both. In virtue of what do we think that Hasan is saying it's ethical to kill those babies? Because I just heard him say he thinks it's something we ought not do. I think he's conflating the two. No, I think he's specifically not conflating the two, right? Doesn't he specifically not conflate the two? Let me just...
Who is actually saying Hasan wants people dead so much that he doesn't care they are Israeli? So much as he doesn't care if they are Israeli. I mean, like, my take on Toby is that not that Hasan wants people dead so much, but that like Hasan thinks that I think that Hasan thinks that it is not pragmatically good to say the shit that Second Thought was saying, like he expresses here. But I also think that he probably would, but I don't think that he really would give much of a fuck if those things were to happen. Because like you'll notice that he doesn't really spend a lot of time morally condemning October 7th. And yeah, so that's kind of the thing. I meant the whole Hasan wants to kill babies. That seems like a straw man. I think I've only heard that a couple times. Most people just kind of laugh at Hasan going, there are babies in the settlements. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody say like Hasan wants to kill babies. I mean, David might have said that. But yeah.
Look at it.
But anyway,
fake news.
Go ahead.
Hasan is perfectly fine with Second Thought's positions, but you just never see him agree while he's doing mainstream stuff. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if I've actually ever seen him say... I do think Hasan is fine with Second Thought's positions. In this, like, he either agrees with them, or he just doesn't care, or he doesn't think it's worth condemning them. I just don't get the moral outrage from people who have justified Israeli attacks on hospitals. I mean, Missy, do you think that Israel attacking a hospital where Hamas is hiding is the same thing as Hamas going into an Israeli settlement and killing everyone there, including the babies? I think that that's where the moral outrage comes from. Unless you think those two things are morally equivalent. Yeah.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justice?
Yeah, he said it's not good to target settlers. Okay.
Justifiable forms of violence towards.
So first of all,
terror.
I don't put.
He brings it up in the context of settlers are fair game legally, right? That's what he's saying. He could be wrong about that.
He is.
But how this is sold to me is that he wants babies to be killed. That's how it's sold to me. I'm just telling you how it was sold to me. Okay.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank.
No, Matt, he understands that the people who died on October 7th weren't settlers. But this Hasan is like talking about the West Bank here specifically, I think, because of what Ethan has said about the West Bank. Yes, Finkelstein did compare 10-7 to Nat Turner's rebellion. He may have compared it to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising too, but I don't know if he did that or not. Pisco was watching a 2-year-old clip as if there is not a long list of insane things Hasan has said about the IP conflict since this episode of Leftovers. Oh yeah, I know. There is like Hasan has said way more crazy shit than like anything that he says in here. But specifically Pisco wanted to look into the baby settlers thing. Like I said, guys, the only reason why I'm hedging so much here is because I don't fucking remember everything that Hasan has said in terms of like him explicitly supporting October 7th.
And behave in the oppressive manner that they behave.
Where's the distance between him passing what is legal through to what is moral? In that they're different things. It could be legal to do a highly immoral thing.
Is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law.
You think Hasan is calling babies valid military targets here in a tongue-in-cheek way, but you said way more heinous shit over the last 2 years than that. No, I didn't say he was doing it in a tongue-in-cheek way. That's not what I said at all. I don't know where you got that from. We can go back and we can listen to that thing again, but that is not what I said. And yes, by the way, he has. Okay? Reminder that Hasan has fucking compared has compared the Houthis to Anne Frank. And he regularly compares Israel to Nazi Germany. But you think he's justifying violence against babies because every single time we say he's not condemning it, you say, why do you think that is? Kilotonics, have you, like, not been listening to anything that I've been saying? Do you understand the difference between saying I'm against X because it's morally reprehensible and I'm against X because it's pragmatically, it wouldn't work and it's not helpful? Okay? In this clip, Hasan never says, I'm against targeting Israeli civilians or targeting because that I think it's morally reprehensible. He says, I'm against all these things that Second Thought said because that I don't think that they are pragmatically helpful. Okay? And the second one of those two implies that you do think it's morally okay to do X. Or that you wouldn't care if it happened and that because your problem with it is not moral. So that's what Hasan is basically implying here, that he's okay with doing violence against Israeli civilians, but he's against it, but also he's against it because it's not practical. Like, when your only fucking objective to a thing is to just say, no, I don't think that's good because it's not practical. Then, like, I'm gonna look at you real fucking hard. If the thing in question is, like, fucking morally reprehensible. No, Kilotonics, I'm saying I think that I'm saying that the implication here is that he thinks it's morally okay to kill Israeli civilians, not necessarily babies. I don't know if I would go that far and say that Hasan thinks it's morally okay to kill babies. Also, Missy's not getting on VC, guys, so, like, don't try to tell her to. Did he say it's wrong to kill Israeli civilians morally, though, Kilotonics? Was he morally against it? Sorry. What were you saying? Kalinda, I'm telling you, LMAO. I mean, honestly, okay, where did he say that, Kilotonics? Because I don't recall him saying that. Every objection that he has made to it has all been, like, on fucking pragmatic grounds.
As a matter of law, that seems clear. He's saying law there.
And maybe even if you agree with
maybe even if you agree
this, a matter of morality.
With this, I take this to be not coextensive with the law, right? It's saying if you agree with this law, perhaps at best. I think it means with this policy. But if you mean maybe if you agree with this law, there is some distance. In other words, he's saying it's not necessary that if you believe it's legal, that you believe it's good. I think that's clear, that there's a distinction between those two. Saying maybe it's moral, if you agree with this, a little ambiguous. Maybe.
I gotta go anyway. So in conclusion, I think JT's take is disgusting, and I hate that Hasan sweeps for it. But I think Hasan's weaselness comes from political rhetoric, not wanting Israeli civilians dead. I don't know if I would necessarily go all the ways to say that like he absolutely wants it or whatever. I just don't think he would care if it happened, and I think that's pretty bad. Like I think it's pretty shitty that he can't just say this is morally reprehensible. But and I think, by the way, part of the reason why he can't say that is because his audience would crucify him for it if he said that. I mean, for fuck's sakes, you saw how his own editor and that fucking Zay Squirrel crazy person in his replies were yelling at him because he dared to say that because he dared to not say that Hamas is epic and based. Honestly, maybe he does want it. The only reason why I'm hedging here, guys, like I said, is because that I don't remember every insane thing that he has ever said about this. And this is not the only example of crazy shit that Hasan has said about Israel. Really? Z said that Hasan is a Zionist. Yes, of course, BE and Second Thought definitely want it, obviously. And so does Zay Squirrel. But that's what I mean. I also think it's a problem that Hasan's got people in his audience who absolutely do agree with this. You know? Wait, Hasan, is Hasan a Zionist? No, he's not. But, fucking insane people will say that he is. Like, people who he's not radical enough for, which is honestly very funny. Hasan has Zionist friends that he only brings up when relevant. True.
You could say, maybe if you agree with this, is a reference to a law existing. I doubt it, though. He's just saying it's a matter of law, so he seems quite confident in his position on the law. So I take this to be this policy, or this action, or this statement that we just heard. But either way, it's clear there's a separation between law, morality, that he's recognizing.
Yeah, but it's a bit weird that he doesn't just say that he thinks
I know the
it's
question asked wasn't, that's the weasel, that's the dodge. No, I totally agree with that. But is there anything unreasonable about what I just said in the following discrete, this is the only thing I'm looking at right now, that here, Hasan's statement clearly delineates between legal and moral, and does not.
Wait, Avi, how long were you in Zay Squirrel's server? I want to say that I should try to go in there to see if I can I can just kind of see if I can lurk in there, but I don't know if it would let me, because I think they might purity test who's allowed to go. Oh, 20 minutes or so. Oh, did they? Wait, are you talking about the r/Palestine server, or are you talking about another server? Because she's got two. Hasan just says Norm Finkelstein is Jewish. Longer than Hasan's server. Oh no.
Imply that they're coextensive. Maybe they resolve to the same results, but that they're different inquiries. Everyone here must recognize that, right? There's no reasonable way to interpret this statement that doesn't recognize that truth, correct?
Jesus Christ, Pisco.
Is he not saying that if you agree with this law, then it may be considered to be moral? That is one way to interpret it, but even then, right? It's saying you need not necessarily agree with the law. And in which case, there's a separation still, right? Even if you read it that way, which I wouldn't actually. Okay, not what I'm asking, right? So people, if you're too triggered right now, I want you to leave. I want you to leave if you're too triggered, right? Because Darude boy.
People in his chat are making all the wrong arguments. Or if people are making good arguments, then he's ignoring them. I don't know. But it is weird that people in his chat, like, why doesn't someone just ask the same question that I've consistently been asking? How is it that he doesn't see a difference? Imagine if Pisco was this charitable to Ethan. I mean, to be fair, Pisco's been pretty charitable to Ethan in this. Like, he has pointed out the fact that Ethan has said a bunch of stuff that is fairly agreeable here. Oh, you mean for the lawsuit? I mean, I guess.
Is too triggered. Now he's opining
Okay.
on whether he's correct about what the law says. That's not the question I asked, okay? And if you're too triggered, you need to leave. You just need to leave. All right? There's a very narrow thing here, which is it the case in this clip, in context, that there is a separation in Hasan's mind between law and ethics? And if you're, the only thing I want to know is if your answer is no to that, in virtue of what is it no? And if you're too triggered and you want to ask like irrelevant stuff, then you should probably leave.
Get that ass banned. Just ban him, Pisco. I'm going to look on Filmot. Select items that are pocket-sized. Arg.
Well, I think that there's plenty so far that I've seen from Hasan that's condemnable right now. What I'm not granting is that he has said that it's moral to kill settler babies. That's what I'm not granting. I haven't heard that. And that's what it was sold to me as. I already explained what makes me think.
Those polled in Gaza said that despite the fact that there's ethnic cleansing that they are, that they're experiencing currently, the majority of Gazans polled said that despite the costs, it's still worth it. That's insane. Okay.
Wait, what?
Impossible to not think of Palestinian resistance. It's impossible to anyone whose heart has not turned cold stone, he says.
I searched for resist. It's like I can't there's a quote and I can't fucking find it. Pisco is also fighting some ghost of some dude on Discord told me Hasan said it explicitly here in this clip. Well, I think the person he might be referring to is David, but yeah, maybe. Like, I know that there were people. Actually, it may have been Drew who said that. Which is obviously like, let's not take anything that Drew says as like a good, barometer for this. When Hasan pushes his fingers into his eyes to force tears to counter Ethan's emotional outburst to a dead Palestinian child, it makes me emotional. Wait, did that happen in this? Because I don't remember.
I think that there is a difference, a distinction there that he's putting there. And it's just the plain words of what he says here, right? Like, if you're too triggered by this, like, honestly, really, just calm down, take a breath, and listen to the words.
Has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law and maybe
a matter of law.
Even if you agree.
I think he might have said it when he was talking about Hila, favorite podcaster's wife. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let me look that one up.
Agree with this, a matter of
and maybe even if you agree with this ambiguous, grant this ambiguous
morality.
Well, yeah, of course he's going to be ambiguous here. You think he's actually just going to straight up say that? If he says that, then he's basically just agreeing with second thought.
A matter of
except he's just talking about the West Bank instead.
Morality. The maybe matter of morality. Sounds that in Hasan's mind, the legal issue is settled, the moral issue is not settled. They're not necessarily coextensive. Is there any better way to interpret that statement in context? Not triggered. I'll grant you, he didn't say it was moral to kill babies. Where is it legal to? Okay, right. So understand that I think that that's probably true, that it's not legal to target a baby. Your question implying that, but understand the huge different moral implication in the following two scenarios. Hasan thought it was legal to kill baby settlers, and Hasan wants settler babies to be killed. Right?
Hold on. I found the quote. I'm just trying to find the clip.
Because I'll give you the following example. Counterpoints thought it was good that Alex Preddy was shot versus
Wait, did Connor actually say that he thought that it was good?
Counterpoints thought it was legal to kill Alex Preddy in that context. It was justified use of force. Don't we see a massive gulf between those two statements? A massive gulf? And what this was sold to me as was Hasan Piker justifies the killing of babies, an equivocation, yet again, between legal justification and moral justification. I have plenty of condemnation for Hasan based on this clip. And that is the weaselness,
Oh, here it is. Starkle. Pisco, he didn't state that it's moral to kill babies, but his statements lay that out as a logical entailment. His disavowalment was on pragmatic grounds, not moral grounds. Okay, I really hope that Pisco responds to this person.
not answering questions, irrelevant tangents on an issue where your interlocutor has conceded the horrible statements on the pro-Israel side. I think it's disgusting not to acknowledge the these horrible statements on the other side.
And about, Israel is in the wrong here, and Israel is wrong. Satan Yahoo, 1 minute, you are going.
Jesus.
Is he saying that Israel is in the wrong? Israel is right? Is he saying, are you talking?
Oh my God. Fuck, when did he say this? Oh no, it was this year.
There's
I know.
a little voice that says, what if Israel is in the wrong?
Jesus, Hasan has used the phrase Israel is in the wrong so many fucking times. Sort by date, new to old.
Plenty to, that is condemned.
Okay, hold on here.
And white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel.
Okay, this is it. I found it. Did he at least call Hasan disgusting in a roundabout way? Maybe. Probably not, but you know.
Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. Two crimes in and of itself.
Wait, Hasan's just watching a clip of himself. Ugh, hold on.
And white than this. Israel is in the wrong.
Okay, there it is. Wait, is he still live? I'm actually just gonna close that before my internet, my browser explodes.
Israel is actually engaging in an
Hold on.
100 the state, members of the fucking military, members of the police force. Yeah, there is no, like, there is little to none armed resistance against these fucking freaks. For the record,
Behind a lie.
even though they are terrorists, they are in direct violation of international law, and it is legal. It is literally legal if every single Palestinian there took up arms and started actively fighting against those terrorists, the Israeli occupying force. That is literally legal and moral. Okay? Understand, no matter what all of your previous social conditioning has taught you, understand that what they are doing, regardless of the state violence that they're doing here, what they're doing is illegal. Racist? Why use a racist voice to mock Israelis? I don't know. Because it's funny. They're doing a
He's saying IOF is legal. Well, I mean, yeah, Hasan doesn't think that, or Hasan actually like basically now refers to the IDF as IOF. Well, no, it doesn't. You know what she would say, Fellrunner? She would say Hasan's just talking about settler, or like the violent settler terrorists here. That's what she would say. And I mean, it kind of does sound like that's what he's talking about, but I don't know. It just, we'll see.
genocide. Does that hurt your fucking feelings? I agree with you, but I don't think like.
Yeah, I know, Kilo, but the thing is that I'm curious about what the rest of the language of this is. Holy shit, Kalinda, this documentary has made me cry 3 times. Wait, Samuel, did you go and watch like 20 Days in Mariupol? Is that what you're doing right now? Also, I'm very sorry. It's a hard watch, dude. I had to watch it in 2 sittings.
Legality is the issue. No, I'm just explaining to people that like what they think is legal is obviously seeing armed military, members of the state, members of the fucking military, members of the police force. And automatically we're conditioned into thinking like, oh, what they're doing is a legal thing. Maybe it's racist, but it's like still a legal occupation. It's not. It is completely illegal. Okay? This is not like a police, a member of the police force like being of racist to a citizen. This is like even beyond that. That is abhorrent. That is fucked up. That should be prosecuted. But this is a step beyond that.
Green screen, the visitors arrive in small groups to look at a tomb up the street. The Palestinian city of Hebron is in what is known as Area A of the West Bank. It means it's technically under the full control of the...
That chatter literally said, why you no love Israel? You are being racist.
Jesus Christ. Okay, dude.
Like, why use racist voice to mock Israel?
They probably I don't think that they would release that meme, probably because that it was like, I think that it out of respect for, or not out of respect for, but at the request of the families, probably why they haven't.
Israelis? I don't know, because it's a fucking Nazi country doing Nazi shit.
Oh, also, by the way, it's crazy to call Israel a Nazi country and saying that they're doing Nazi shit. That's just, yeah. I don't think that I should have to explain why that's fucking stupid. And also, it's, wrong.
You're like a German that comes in here and gets in their feelings when I'm doing like a bad German accent.
Yep, there it is. Gotta compare Israel to Nazi Germany.
Is it a F? What happened?
Palestinian Authority. But everyone here says the presence of Israeli soldiers and settlers is designed to make a point, to emphasize who's really in charge. This is a journey around the West Bank, and inevitably it starts at the wall. and is in many ways a symbol.
I'm skipping
Inside
through this
Israel,
because
after
I don't want this VOD to get fucked.
the West Bank were to be recognized, which is
Yeah, but Hasan is the Ben Gvir of China. True.
one to Palestinian state, and the Israeli parliament
Hold on.
just it doesn't necessarily
is that Israeli,
but it shows the thinking. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen, but it shows the thinking.
like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli
Yes, Hasan does meet the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. He absolutely does.
military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal. Okay, it is legal.
Wait, hold on.
Israeli settlers,
But it shows the thinking.
like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences.
Okay, now he's just saying, I'm sorry, but Kilotonics, are you going to come back and say that you were wrong? Because Hasan is saying Israeli settlers and Israeli military. Israeli settlers are civilians. Okay? Like they are. I think that it's now they make them now the ones who turn themselves into combatants when they pick up guns and go do violence against Palestinians are a different story. But that's not what Hasan, like, he doesn't make a distinction. He's not saying these settler terrorists. Now he's just saying Israeli settlers and Israeli military. What was the original claim? What do you mean what was the original claim? I'm trying to think of I wanted to see like what exactly it was that he said about this. I was trying to find if he said anything about like it's okay to resist by any means necessary or whatever, because someone mentioned that in the chat. And I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I was doing. I was just checking because I've been trying to be fairly, off about that. But I'm just saying that like originally earlier on I said, okay, so it might sound like here that he's just talking about settler terrorists, but now he's broadened it beyond settler terrorists. Now he's just saying all settlers, which I think is kind of crazy because a lot of those people are just civilians. And I don't think that it is morally or legally justified to target them.
In the West Bank is literally legal.
It doesn't matter if it's in the West Bank or not.
Okay?
Like it's not.
It is legal resistance.
I thought you were just saying he was referring to anyone participating in an illegal occupation. I mean, that's essentially what he's saying here. He's saying anyone participating in an illegal occupation in the West Bank, like any of the Israelis who are in the West Bank, that it's okay to target them. Because he said settlers and IDF. So he's talking about both groups of people now. And settlers are civilians. Unless you're talking about the settler terrorists. Then I think those people become combatants when they carry guns and go in and attack Palestinians. As far as I know, the legalities surrounding this are murky. It is never okay to target civilians, Kilotonics, even if they are settlers. I'm pretty damn sure that is the case. Like, the settlers are still civilians, unless they pick up guns and make themselves into militants.
Resistance against an occupying military force. Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal. Okay, it is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Just like any kind of violence that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, totally legal and totally moral resistance by the Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the
Yeah, he's saying any kind. I don't think he's referring to civilians. Bro, he said settlers. Do you think that settlers aren't civilians? He wasn't delineating settlers/military. He was just clarifying. No, he literally said any kind of violence is okay against settlers and Israeli military earlier on in the clip. Do you want me to in the West Bank? Do you want me to play it again? Because I can. Well, no, later on when he was talking about Gaza going after the Yeah, but and or doesn't matter here. What, you think he misspoke? I feel like we're being way too charitable to him.
Okay, it is legal Israeli settlers
name from, and the Israeli
Any kind of violence
necessarily mean it'll happen, but it shows the thinking.
like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experience.
I feel like Kilotonics, I feel like you were reaching here to try to say, oh no, he was just clarifying. I mean, not really. Like he could just be saying like or instead of and. Like it doesn't mean that he doesn't think that they are both justifiable. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is silly.
Is in the West Bank.
Play out the moment instead of pausing when convenient. I did play it out. Hold on.
But it shows the thinking.
Alright, I will play the whole thing. I'll play the entire thing. Even if we have an explicit statement of him saying the opposite of... Even if we have an explicit statement of him saying the opposite of what you're saying. What do you mean? But we don't. He's saying it's okay to target settlers and also and/or civilians. I know he said I know he says or military. Like I don't think that fucking matters.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay?
Yeah, I'm sure he says it's not okay to target civilians, but does Hasan think that settlers in the West Bank are civilians? Does he understand this? I'm just wondering. Because I don't know if he does.
It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Just like any kind of violence that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again...
Yeah, I know. No, he's talking about the Gaza Strip there, Kilotonics. What the fuck? You think that, like... You think I'm gonna, like, think that he's saying some weird shit there? Yeah, he's saying occupying military force in the Gaza Strip, because there are no fucking, Israeli civilians in Gaza. He also said settlers. He said settlers. What the fuck? Yeah, he thinks settlers are occupiers. And he thinks it's okay to target them because he thinks they don't count as civilians. No, I'm not being bad faith. He literally said it. He said settlers. He said settlers or occupying military force. You're just acting like he didn't mean the settlers because you think he's correcting himself. If we're going to do this annoying in chat, you might as well do it in VC. If you're going to do this anti-content in chat, you might as well. You know what? Maybe. Yeah. Also, it is weird to say all types of violence is okay. Because there's lots of shit that I would say is not okay. Even if you're doing it to, like, fucking soldiers.
Again, totally legal and totally moral resistance by the Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the Al-Aqsa Brigade. Doesn't matter if they're a part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Doesn't matter if they're DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants. Okay? It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral. Okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white. Okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that...
By the way, I just want to say that saying this about Gila is nuts. She was a fucking secretary. No, I don't think that she's a valid military target just because she was in the IDF and because she sat in the fucking car. That's kind of insane to say that, like, violence against her is justified. Like, when she was on that thing, you know, like, Jesus, what the fuck?
The Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal.
I'll concede he wasn't delineating there, but I don't think that he meant he is talking about civilians. I mean, like, I don't think he thinks he's talking about civilians, but that's just because I don't think that he thinks that the settlers in the West Bank count as civilians, which is a disagreement that I think we have. Because there are plenty of people in the West Bank who are who I don't think are targetable, even if they are settlers. I mean, you know what? Yeah, maybe he might mean that, but the problem is that I feel like he should probably be more careful, and like he's just being very loose with his language, which kind of says something. It's just a bit weird. He's talking about people who aren't serving in the he's talking about them, and he's talking about the IDF and settlers. But then he mentions Gila, which is nuts because Gila was just a secretary. And like I don't think that I would put her on the same level as like an IDF soldier who's out there shooting Palestinians or whatever. And I think it's silly to say that it's okay to do violence against her. Actually, it's not silly. It's fucking abhorrent. It is morally reprehensible. I don't think that she counts as a military target. Just because you are in the army or you are serving in a military, it does not mean that you are a valid military target. Every single military personnel person or whatever is not a valid military target necessarily. And also, yes, he said any kind of violence, which is kind of nuts. Not bullshit, her own retelling shoved a level of engagement beyond sitting in the car, and he was also talking about past tense. Yeah, I know he was talking about past tense, Overboy, and I'm sorry, but I don't care. Okay? Standing there watching a thing does not mean that it should be okay to kill you. It doesn't mean you're a valid military target. And also, yeah, let's not forget, Hasan does openly, like, Hasan supports Hamas, Hasan supports Hezbollah, Hasan supports the Houthis, and all of these groups engage in terrorist violence.
Okay? It's just the truth. Straight up. It doesn't matter that they look to be in garb that makes you think that they're in the right. Okay?
Ogre Boy, I don't think that she participated. She told a story about how, like, she went along and she watched other people do it. She didn't say that she participated. She didn't say that she went in there with a gun and arrested a guy. That's not participation.
And right now, life is tough for Palestinians.
Okay, that's the end of the clip. We don't know if the raid was coordinated with the PA. It could have been a completely lawful operation. Oh yeah, I mean, like, there's that too. I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know anything. Like, we don't know enough about that raid, and so it's silly. If she was close enough to watch them toss a house and line people up, what do you think that means? It might have mean that she got out of the car. It might have mean that they pulled the car up really close and she was looking through the windows because the fucking lights were probably on, and so she could see the soldiers like moving around and doing stuff inside. It might have mean they probably left the door open. Like, I don't know why you're assuming that. What, do you think she went inside and started going through all their shit? I don't know. Like, yeah, I think that you are just like reaching in there deep because that you obviously don't like her very much. And yeah, you're just assuming that she's guilty. Also, again, we don't know whether or not that raid was legal. And based on like when it probably was, it was likely during the Second Intifada when a lot of really bad shit was happening.
What it's not, and what it actually.
And just because that you have people, and just because you can cite breaking the silence, Ogre Boy, it does not mean that every single instance that those people were talking about from breaking the silence, it doesn't mean that that is every single raid.
It pissed me off because if I were to repeat this claim, Hasan justified killing babies. If I said it like that, I would get called out on it, and I would be wrong. And I'd look like a fucking idiot.
I mean, I'd say it was kind of silly to say Hasan justified killing babies. No, she def did one of the good raids. Sure. I mean, you don't fucking know. Regardless, she didn't do it. She just went along. And she also probably shouldn't have been brought along. Like, it was probably not a good idea. Actually, no, not probably. She shouldn't have. Like, I don't know if Insomniac or any of the other people who served in the IDF were still here, but they could probably could probably tell me whether or not she shouldn't have been. Yeah. What do you mean? Why does that matter, Kilotonics? Why does what matter? That she shouldn't have been brought along? I'm saying that she was there observing. Oh, Avi, you were in the IDF, right? They don't usually. You're not supposed to bring the secretaries along on a raid. Yes, I'm assuming that that's not a thing that should happen. Belinda, don't make me defend Ogreward. If she's on military uniform, she's a valid target, assuming there's casus belli, etc. I don't know. Like, that's more complicated. I don't know that. I don't think that you are necessarily a valid military target just because you are wearing a military. But I'd have to look that up. But yeah, like, I'm just saying, like, it was during the Second Intifada. Hasan is correct about international law there if you're an occupying force and you're a member of the military. Yes, if you're a member of the military, like, if you're, like an active duty. I think that's another thing, too, by the way, because there's a whole bunch of things. Like, reservists are not valid military targets. Not supposed to invite secretaries. The soldiers sometimes get friendly with them and want to show off how manly they are in the field, but it's against the rule. Of course it is. Also, that's kind of ridiculous. Hold up. So genocide expert shouldn't be listened to because of appeals to authority, but your community's anecdotal experience is supposed to absolve a sus-ass retelling of a home raid. What? No, it's not supposed to absolve it. Also, I don't think that it was a sus-ass retelling of a home raid. You only think that because that you are predisposed to dislike her. Because you probably think that the Israeli authorities should have never gone after anybody in the West Bank who was, like, potentially a terrorist or whatever. And you're assuming that they never did that because people from Breaking the Silence talked about, like, instances where the raids were used in bad ways. Or, like, made claims about how that was the policy, even though that guy was not actually in charge of doing the raids or whatever. Like, yeah, it sounds like I said, like, I don't know why it was a sus-ass retelling. Like, can you seriously not, have you never sat in a car and, like, Ogre Boy, have you never, like, as a kid, sat in a car and no, specifically because she grins while she talks about it? Okay. I mean, so what? I don't know. I would have to see that clip again. She grins so she's evil. Well, yes, Phineas. These people do think that Gila Klein is evil. Yeah, she may have actually been nervous when she was telling that story. And before you ask, no, I've never sat in a car while people were doing a home invasion race. No, that's not what I was going to ask. I was saying, do you ever do you ever look out the window when you're driving in a car at night and see, like, the inside of people's homes? And because their lights are on and you can see them moving around in there and shit. Like, do you ever like catch a glimpse of things like that? Because, like, when someone's lights are on, it's actually really easy to see inside their house if they don't have their curtains closed. And, like, if you're looking out the window while driving, you'll probably catch glimpses of the inside of people's houses. So, like, this weird notion that she couldn't have seen everything that was happening while sitting in the car, yeah, I don't know why that's so hard to believe. Because, like, she mentions that it's at night, and the lights were probably on, and the soldiers probably left the fucking door open. So I don't know why they wouldn't have been able to why she wouldn't have been able to see what was happening. Who is a genocide expert knowing Ogre Boy, I believe he would give that. No, Dwayne, he's talking about the fact that I dismiss that like I don't agree with like the opinions of supposed genocide experts who were like in that I think who were in that list of the group of genocide scholars or whatever, even though anybody could apparently pay money to like get on that list. Kalinda voyeurism. What, you never listen, maybe it's just me. I have this thing where like if it's like dark or whatever, my eyes will often stray towards light. I'm just saying that you can see inside, you know, what timestamp have we made it to in the video? The amount of endurance it must take to argue with chat this entire segment bodes well for your chances debating Lactoid. Oh, well, thank you, Duckbringer. I mean, listen, I mean, you debated other people. You could have said office building. Oh, well, I mean, like, yeah. Oh, hell, I've seen it. The office buildings have also been things, too. Like, I mean, I've sat on the bus before, and when we've driven by office buildings, you know, you could see the lights on and, like, the ceilings and everything. I'm not saying that, like, I purposely was like, ooh, let's look inside the windows. I'm just saying, when you drive by people's houses, if they have their windows open, sometimes you catch a glimpse of the inside of their house. You notice I said catch a glimpse? Sent you the clip, check DMs, okay. Oh, God. I know you're just sending me the clip, but I do think it's really funny that Disinformation Tracker is where she uses Stewart as a totem. True, I do.
2 years that I served in the West Bank, which is very different than
Oh my God. Oh, I see. So you're just talking about this. Yeah, because you're going to use this guy as evidence that what Gila says is wrong and that this must have been a bad raid that she went on. Linda, you didn't read my super chat that I heard. Wait, when did you send a super chat? Sorry, hold on.
defending Israel.
You can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out. And if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army. I ended up in a better place that I liked, a base that was far from my house.
Were you revolted by what you had witnessed?
Okay, can Overboy, do you have the actual clip, just the clip, without all this other shit intercut in here? Because I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't care, okay? I already saw this. I watched that stream that you sent of me. I've already spoken about this and commented on this before. Well, I'm sorry, but it is. I just want to watch the clip, uninterrupted. I don't need, like, the other stuff intercut. If I was an 18-year-old secretary doing my military service and I got the chance to do a ride-along, I would do it in a heartbeat. Well, yeah. I mean, she was a kid. She probably thought this stuff was cool. It's just weird that people are, like, assigning so much immorality to her. Then close the tab, simple as. I mean, do you actually not have this clip? Do you not have this clip where it's not like intercut? Do you actually not have it?
To like a terrorist city?
Hold on. I just want to, I'm really curious. H3 podcast, H3 Productions. Also, by the way, Ogre Boy, you're kind of doing the same thing here in this thing by taking this one guy's anecdotal statements about things that he heard and saw during his IDF service and broadening that out to mean that all these raids were illegal or just done to scare or just done to like put the fear of God into Palestinians. Oh, you have to play this out and hear the segment. I already did. I saw it on your stream. You listened to it. You watched it. I watched that stream that you sent me like several weeks ago. I did do it before. Like, sure, if you really want me to play it out, I will. But again, this doesn't mean what you think it means. This is one guy's statement. This isn't proof that this is like a top-down policy all the time, everywhere, and that this constantly applies. Yes, Ogre Boy is citing Breaking the Silence, and he thinks that because that this soldier who was in Breaking the Silence is talking about this, this is evidence. But I'm not allowed to ask my chatters who were in the IDF for information about what was or wasn't against the rules. But he can totally cite Breaking the Silence, and that's based and okay. And that means that what this guy is saying must be true.
2 years
Like, and it must apply to every single raid in the West Bank.
that I served in the West Bank, which is very different than defending Israel.
You can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out. And if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army. I ended up in a better place that I liked, a base that was far from my house.
Were you revolted?
No, that's not saying I think. The idea is how he presents daily life versus how she portrays her experience. Maybe they have different experiences, Ogre Boy. I mean, she was also a secretary, and they're going to see things that are different than what this guy would have seen. Maybe they have different experiences.
By what you had witnessed?
Yeah, definitely yes.
It was kind of like just more of an...
It's cut up so that it's cut up because Disinformation Tracker is spinning a narrative.
Adventure.
Every Palestinian in front of me was not any more human being like me, was an enemy, a potential terrorist.
You went on like a mission with them
Mm-hmm.
to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
If Palestinians will get the feeling that the IDF is all the time everywhere, they'll be afraid to attack. So what do?
This video is on the H3 podcast highlights channel called Hila from H3 discusses her time in the Israeli military. Okay. I mean, like, we can watch the rest of this, but like, I'm sorry, Overboard, this doesn't prove what you think it does. Hila occupied a very different position in the Israeli military than this guy did. This guy, it sounds like, had regular contact with Palestinians, and like, Hila was this fucking secretary, which means that she was probably pretty insulated from most of this stuff.
To give them this feeling, you make your
In fact, this is actually something that the Israelis in Loner Corps have talked about quite a bit, with the problems that that people will feel when they don't believe that the IDF do like wrong things or whatever, even including like people in the IDF, people like secretaries, because that they never see it.
presence fed. You start your night shift.
What do you mean, Loner Corps? What the fuck? Okay. What's the point that you're trying to get at? They weren't talking about their experiences. Yeah, I understand. Secretaries do not do guard. Yeah, I doubt that they do, because that's not their job.
They would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Break into a house, Palestinian house, of course. Not a house we have intelligence about. I'm the sergeant. I lead the patrol. I choose a random house.
Yeah, see, this is what this guy is saying, but that doesn't mean that this applies to every single raid.
I walked with them to one house.
Wake up the family, men one side, women the other side. Search the place. You can yourself imagine the dynamics, yeah?
You see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit.
Jump from one roof to another, come out through another house, wake the family. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't stop for 1 second.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood?
Avi, are you familiar with Breaking the Silence? I think I asked other people about it, but I couldn't really find much information. I know they operate in Israel. I'm not saying that they're all liars. But yeah. Never seen a raid go randomly. What the fuck? I don't know. Well, that's what this guy is saying. And you know what? Maybe that was the case with him. Maybe in his unit, that's what they did. Who the fuck knows? But like, he's one guy. And I feel like this isn't enough for me to say, oh, it was a top-down policy of the IDF to fucking terrorize people, and absolutely none of these raids were justified.
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
The idea is that every Palestinian will feel the military is right here. It's to do what we call in the military, ליצור תחושת נרדפות, to create the feeling of being persecuted. This is not an action of a rogue soldier or officer. This is your mission. There is no way of doing it nice.
People are so easy to judge Hila for doing mandatory.
By the way, it is actually possible that like those two things aren't mutually like inexclusive. Like the thing that he was talking about there about how there's no way of doing it nice or putting the fear of God into them. That doesn't necessarily mean that all the raids that they went on weren't against people like were doing actual bad things. Um, there's so much pre-planning. We look at maps, go over the map 3 times, then act it out on base before starting. I mean, he was the NCO. If they were random, it's on him. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Breaking the silence people served before October 7th, right? I feel like things may have changed. I mean, yeah, it is very, it's honestly, yeah, things probably have changed. Things have definitely, like, been getting progressively worse. I don't know when this particular guy served, but Gila served, I think, during, at the tail end of the Second Intifada.
Service in Israel, right? Everybody goes, I would have objected. I would have chosen to go to jail and be ostracized by society.
They took me with them one time, even though they're not supposed to, because it was not my job. They did it just because I asked and I'm cute.
You asked?
Yeah, she was like 18 too, by the way, and she was curious because she thought all this shit was a fucking adventure.
And because you're cute?
Is it possible for an Israeli soldier to serve in the territories with a clear conscience?
I don't believe a soldier who served in the occupied territories has.
Breaking the silence isn't people who service an org that coerces testimony. I mean, listen, Avi, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to send me some stuff about that if that's the case. I don't know. Like maybe I'll look into them later, but yeah. I understand, Avi, also too that you are more that you're definitely more right wing than I am. So yeah, I don't know. Like that being said, obviously, I ain't gonna deny that that Israel commits war crimes, and that Israel, especially more so, like after the Second Intifada too, has done a lot of fucked up shit in the West Bank, and they are currently. If it wasn't so late, I'd get on VC Fair. I mean, you're right. It seems like the severity of it scared her, and she seems remorseful. Oh wait, no. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing, Ogre Boy. Maybe the severity of it didn't scar her, because maybe it wasn't like as severe as you necessarily thought that it was. Or maybe she's not gonna fucking talk about it like that. Maybe she's not like that kind of person. Maybe like different people process things differently. You're so close to getting it. No, I'm not gonna like, oh, you mean I'm so close to saying that she's a monster who's evil?
Has clean hands.
Because I know that's what Disinformation Tracker here thinks of her.
It's not that every soldier murders innocent Palestinians, but no Israeli soldier who served in the occupied territories, his hands were clean after that. Because at the heart of what you do, there is no way of seeing Palestinians as equal human beings to you.
Like, yeah, it's because these people think that that Hila Klein is evil. And Disinformation Tracker most certainly does. That was the whole point of that video that he just made there. I don't get why Ogre Boy is so confident about what Hila's raid was like, just from this one guy's testimony, other than just wanting to believe it's true. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, lots of people have different experiences in the military. Why did you watch this one again before watching the original podcast clip? I mean, I wasn't going to watch the original podcast clip unless like you really want me to, but Benny Morse wasn't even mentally scarred, but he was pretty clear on what he didn't agree with while in the IDF. Yeah, actually Benny Morse, I think, went to he went to like prison because he wouldn't serve in the West Bank, but he did fight in Lebanon. Did he even watch Fauda? True. Wait, Insomniac, have you watched Fauda? Fauda's actually really good. Mostly. I mean, some of it's kind of silly, but I think it actually does a really good job of like portraying both sides of the conflict. And I appreciate that. Like, I don't know. I emphasized a lot more with the fucking with the terrorists than I thought that I would when I was watching that show too. Which I think is good. I think they did a good job. The fact that they make you feel sorry for them. I mean, what if she was watching from the car with binoculars and the doors were open and everything was lined up so she had perfect line of sight? I mean, yeah, not guilty. What? Why is it so hard for you to believe that somebody can stand outside and watch a thing happen? Also, do you really think that, like, well, she said she walked with them. So she was probably standing outside. Probably with, like, the other soldiers or somebody who was there to, like, make sure that she would be okay. She probably wasn't standing out there alone. Or maybe she went in with them. I don't know. But, like, regardless, she was still not, like, an active participant. Actually, no, she didn't. Well, she didn't say that she went in with them. Chase, they have made another season, and they didn't say that. They didn't say they would stop. They said that they have a hard time, that they would have a hard time doing it and telling the other side, because of October 7th. I felt like what they were going for is to break the dichotomy of which side to root for by showing it's all humans and stuff. Yeah, I think they did a really good job of that generally. It did get very silly as it went on, but there was a lot of stuff in there. Like, I really enjoyed in season 3 where the main where like the main antagonist, who's like this kid who just wants to be a boxer. Spoiler alert, by the way. And he becomes, and like Doran becomes friends with him and is attached to him while he's undercover. And then like, and this kid has like this tragic descent where he essentially becomes exactly what his father is. And because of the conflict, he ends up becoming like a terrorist, and then in the end he ends up going to prison and he is radicalized and stuff. And I thought that was kind of like an interesting sort of thing that where they did that. And all of this is incredibly tragic, and you feel really bad for this fucking kid who just wanted to leave like Gaza and get out and go and go to his boxing match in Jordan. And he talks to his girlfriend about wanting to leave. To be fair, we are all choosing to be in YouTube comments. This is his swamp. I mean, yes. She's spoiling more than I was going to. I'm sorry. I should have said spoil. Well, I did say spoiler alert. I still think we should watch Fauda, though. I think season 3 actually might be my favorite because of that. Or at least because I think it had the most interesting. Although there's other stuff that happens in season 3 where I was like, I think I need to. I haven't watched any more of it. And also, like, there was a point where there was a point in season 2 where I had to stop watching for a bit because it was a bit much. But yeah. How remorseful should she be? Disavow Israel, burn passport. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Until like 4th season, it's okay. I haven't heard great things about season 4. I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of silly, but I think it does a really good job of portraying both sides of the conflict as human beings, generally speaking. I mean, Jesus, even the terrorists who are like essentially willing to sacrifice their own family members, like even that, you still feel bad for them, and you can tell that it like impacts them because they're still humans, you know. The narrative is that Israel is evil and illegal, so anything soldiers have done are bad. Oh, you mean the narrative with Hila? Yeah, I know. I mean, is there more to the story? Should I like look it up and like watch that whole thing where Hila talks about her experiences? Is there more to was there more to it that was cut? Okay. Yeah, I don't really think I need to. Also, holy shit, how long have we been going for? Because it's 8 o'clock. 11 hours and 39 minutes. God damn. I think I might end now because I don't necessarily want to go over, because I do feel for the VOD viewers. But Jesus, how long does Pisco? Oh, I guess like he just finishes this. Yes, this is my longest stream, I think. No, let's watch all of Fauda now. I'm not gonna watch that on stream. What do you want me to do? Like, I can't do that. Wait, my clip? Which clip? Project Pat, hold on. Is it in stream suggestions? Let's stream into Sunday. No, I'm not doing that. Go full Casey Tron. Absolutely not. Not yet. Maybe one day, but no. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Oh, that empanada animated and blackified. Oh, okay. All right, fine.
Who in the hell parked in my space? That's like calling 1-800 collect an ass whooping. And no, that ain't no toll-free call, partner.
You hit my car. Are you blind?
Yes, I am. So?
Wait, you're blind?
Yes, blind. You got a problem with that, nigga?
You could have killed somebody.
I'd be doing them a favor. Getting run over by me is as close to an honorable death as most of these people gonna get. Some days, I'm quite the humanitarian. I think I hit a wheelchair on the way over here.
Oh, look what you did to Dorothy. You better have insurance.
Nigga, you better have insurance. Ass-whooping insurance, and you about to pay a deductible.
And just like that, my granddad was trapped in a nigga moment. At this point, he can A, walk away and let insurance handle the damage to the car, or B, fight with a dumb, crazy, blind nigga. Let's see which one he chooses.
That's right. I'm backed into your car, nigga. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Oh, hell no!
I need to watch this show. All the clips that I've seen of it are hilarious.
No, Granddad, let's whoop this nigga's ass right now.
Bitch ass, faggot ass, punk ass, pussy ass, bitch ass, nigga! You wanna do something? Bitch ass, nigga! Hold up. I smell new shoes.
Oh, me.
Oh, what you made?
I've said it before. Expensive sneakers are like $150 landmines. Step on one and boom! A perfectly rational black man can explode.
Yeah! They ain't new anymore, are they? Nigga!
And that nigga spitting on you. You better hit him, Granddad. Hit him. Hit him. Yeah! Hit him! Oh, man! What happened?
My bad knee. Oh, lordy, lord. My knee. My bad knee.
Oh, man! You lose all your pimp status. This fight is over.
It's all true, and it predicted a lot about Diddy, too. Wait, really? Oh my god. Russia's army just got smaller. 30,000 gone.
So Ukraine says that in January, they killed more Russian soldiers than Russia was able to recruit, which is only the second time this has happened since the full-scale invasion began in 2022, and notably happened during a month with fewer and smaller Russian assaults.
Should I finish watching this? I don't know if there's much point. I feel like he's just going to keep going round and round in circles. Wait, what do you mean, where did she go? Where did who go? A lot of the Boondocks was based on or parodied real events. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, because we are at 11 hours and 45 minutes. Damn. But okay. I'm definitely gonna do the whiteboard thing. I probably won't write it, but yeah, it's pretty much purgatory watching more of this. True. Hi. Hello. Hello, sir. I thought Jews don't believe in purgatory. I mean, they don't, but that doesn't mean that, actually, I think, isn't purgatory just a Catholic thing? I'm pretty sure it is. Can you wrap up with a bit of philosophy goodness? Oh, you want me to watch the... Okay, hold on. Yeah, I can do that. Aw, would you like to say something? Okay, this is 6 minutes.
The scientists and philosophers like to think that they're very sober, rational people who are above the need to advertise. And yet, if you look closely, you'll see that they often go to great lengths to come up with a vivid, memorable term, a label for their theory, or a name for it that will stick in people's heads. In other words, they're trying to develop a brand name or advertising or trade.
This guy was in the Epstein files, by the way. What? I don't even know who this guy... Oh, Daniel Dennett.
Trademark for their view. And
I feel like everybody was in the Epstein files at this point. I want him to read me the never-ending story before bed. True.
we should recognize that's a good thing to
Oh, he's dead? Oh, okay. R.I.P., Mr. Dennett.
do. If you're going to run an example, or if you're going to
No, this is not Wilford Brimley.
run an argument, try to make it as easy as possible for the audience or the reader to keep track of the elements. Don't call them A, B, C, D, and E. Call them Bill and Arthur and Freddie and so forth. But of course, that can backfire on you too.
Diabetes. Daniel Dennett died. I don't actually know. They may have confused this guy with Wilford Brimley, or maybe everyone's doing that. I don't fucking know.
Or it can be misused. One of my favorite bad thought experiments, bad intuition pumps, is one in a very influential paper by Green and Cohen, published in the Proceedings of the Royal Society, on what neuroscience tells us about free will. And this is the boys from Brazil. And in this thought experiment, we're to imagine, it's inspired by the hokey science fiction film The Boys from Brazil, about some evil doctors who clone Hitler, and they're trying to make Hitler clones.
I don't think I've actually seen that movie, or maybe I did. That name sounds familiar. Jesus, that's a full lion prowl. He's very loud. His purr is very loud.
But in this telling, they create a human being who's been designed by their evil intentions to live a life of crime, to do evil things. But just as rational as anybody else. He's very much controlled. He's sort of a designed psychopath. And they call him Mr. Puppet. And they describe Mr. Puppet, and Mr. Puppet goes out and commits a crime. And they appeal to the readers that to conclude that Mr. Puppet isn't really responsible for his evil deeds. He shouldn't be punished, certainly. He's just the victim of his circumstances. And then, bless them, they say, now Daniel Dennett might object that this is just an intuition pump and that we shouldn't take it seriously. Yes. It's not that it's an intuition pump. Intuition pumps could be good. It's a bad intuition pump. And they say, they just, having imagined that I might be critical of their intuition pump, they go ahead and do it anyway. So let me now turn the knobs on this intuition pump. and we'll see what we can make of it. First, they say the fact that this person was created by evil scientists with evil intent, that's irrelevant to the example, really. So, all right, so let's get rid of them. We'll turn that knob. And so an indifferent environment produces a human being who, they say by design, is set out on a sort of antisocial trajectory. Well, but we can get rid of that by design too, because if it's an indifferent environment, then there's no intent on this. So we've got this an indifferent environment happens to produce an individual who with high probability will engage in some criminal activities, let's say. And then they imagine that he kills somebody in a drug bust or something, like in a drug deal gone bad. Well, that's inessential, so we're going to change the crime. We're going to make it, he kills somebody who's witnessed some embezzlement that he's done. It shouldn't make any difference. If you thought that the Mr. Puppet in the first instance wasn't responsible and shouldn't be held responsible, then this shouldn't change it. Now I want to change just one more thing. They keep talking about Mr. Puppet. Okay, that's a nice, vivid name, but it's just a name. Shouldn't make any difference. So I'm going to change it. Let's call Mr. Puppet, Captain Autonomy. Okay, so now Captain Autonomy is caused by an indifferent environment.
Thing to note here is if the choices of how an intuition pump is deployed is often not random, can result in more persuasive effect than it actually has, turning the knobs wheels. I mean, yeah, he's
to enter on a trajectory where it becomes likely that he's going to commit some antisocial behavior. And now the question is whether he should be held responsible. Well, I think Captain Autonomy, why shouldn't he be held responsible? Let me flesh it out a little bit more. Let's suppose that Captain Autonomy is a Harvard graduate who goes to work at Lehman Brothers and sees a clever way of embezzling a few $1 million and has pulled off his white-collar crime when he discovers a person who has about to expose him. And he lures him to the edge of the balcony in the high rise and pushes him off, and he falls to his death. Now that's my case. Now, are we so clear that Captain Autonomy is not responsible for his deed? It seems to me that I've drained the example of most of the oomph that provided the intuitions. I'm not saying that my retelling of it shows that he is responsible. I'm just pointing out that those details, which presumably are ad lib and they shouldn't make a difference, they make a huge difference into how we think about this person and whether or not to hold him responsible.
Well, thanks for that. I feel much better now. So in Pisco example, Destiny did a good job taking Pisco defense of Hasan and putting it, if someone is asked if it's okay to rape someone and you respond with, it wouldn't be practically good. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Because that's what Pisco did. That is how he responded to that.